in history. J.J. Spaun closes the deal with a birdie at the last. You could have never dreamt this Sunday for Spaun.
What a weekend it was. I hope you guys had a good Father's Day this weekend. Hang out with the fam. Two really good series going on for final series. They really are. And when you look at especially on the hockey side, the amount of goals scored, overtimes, all these different things, it's been fantastic. Now, Florida with the 3-2 lead have a chance to close it out tomorrow. And the NBA tonight with a 2-2 series between Indiana and OKC. And I have no idea what's going to happen. There are times and moments in which OKC looks like they are much better than Indiana, but Indiana just keeps hanging on. And there's something to be said for that. It was a weekend of that. If you were into kind of all the different sporting events revolving around the weekend, hanging in there seemed to be kind of the theme. Whether it's basketball, whether it's hockey, or whether it's golf. And I'll tell you what I mean. Look, all of these things have something in common from just this weekend. I don't know if the interest level from just name value is doing much of anything for anybody, but the actual play has completely kept you enwrapped in the event that you're watching. OKC and Indiana. There are pictures of Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire while game action is on. Now, would he be doing that with a Lakers-Celtics series? Maybe, maybe not. But we all kind of know in the way that they're talking about this series that the NBA just has a harder time getting into it when it's not a team that involves a giant market. In hockey, it's a repeat from last year. Florida, not really a commanding market in the NHL. Edmonton is. It's a pull because it's a Canadian team, and that's the draw for that. But again, the actual hockey during that has been remarkable. Some of the plays by Connor McDavid, the one by Marchand over the weekend, who seems to be, if Florida wins, on his way to a Conn Smythe, him or Bennett or somebody. That's been unbelievable. And then I'm watching yesterday and really over the weekend for the U.S. Open. And all the big names, your Rorys, your Brysons, your Justin Thomases, all these different guys you consider apex, Scotty Scheffler, top of the heap in golf. And it comes down to a Burns and a Spaun and an Ortiz. Not exactly the household names that you'd want, but God, was it some theater. Like, we all thought that maybe somebody was going to finish over par who would end up winning this thing, and damn near everybody did, except for one. And you kind of get introduced to people you weren't used to seeing. You know, I remember watching this when the Nuggets won a title. And as good as Jokic has been, he was a multi-time MVP. And it still felt like he was new to a lot of the league when they got to a championship, right? When they got to the NBA Finals. Hell, the person doing sidelines, Lisa Salter, saying, this is the first time I've seen him in person. This is incredible. It's like, well, yeah, welcome to the party. But getting like an exposure to a whole bunch of people that were maybe at the time, unaware of your game or your team's overall game, or in the case of like a Pacers, like a Tyrese Halliburton, or, a Benedict Mathurin or TJ McConnell or whatever. Getting to see it on a giant stage, I think, is pretty cool. And in the case of JJ Spaun, I mean, he enters Sunday in position to win, and then he shoots a 40. And I think it was 4 strokes back by the time he got to the back 9. Only to come back and put himself in position with 2 holes left, and he needs to 2-putt for the win, and he buries like a 65-footer. Like, it's a pretty amazing story. But this is why, like, I've always kind of felt as if you're somebody that is all I want to see are the superstar teams and that's it. Like, I get that vibe a lot in college football, and I think it's pretty dangerous because what that can lead to is what we're seeing, which is it feels like we're just a few years away from a breakaway sort of league in college football, truly as we know it will be done and finished, and it will just be your Bamas and Georgias and Ohio States and Michigans and all the biggest teams you can think of. I don't think it's a good thing. I think having opportunities like this to be introduced to something new is pretty damn cool. And so that's why I always am kind of like very much in the anti-stance of, well, the big markets are what you need. Not really. You just need to embrace the sport. Because then you get the disappointment of the big team losing, but this great little underdog story. Like, here's the deal. When movies are made about sports, can you guys give me the list of the sports movies where it's about the overwhelming favorite and the overwhelming favorite wins? You'll probably have a hard time doing that because it's boring, right? That's not the story. The story is look at this ragtag bunch of scabs playing for the Washington Sentinels. And it's Shane Falco. He was living on a boat a couple weeks ago. And now look, every story's about that. It's Happy Gilmore. What's this guy? He's a hockey player who's turned into a golfer? Everything.
I guess it comes down to fans of a sport versus casual fans who will watch for name recognition. Because going back to what you said about the U.S. Open yesterday, if someone came up to me and said, dude, come over to the TV, JJ Spawn's going to putt to win it, I'd go, who?
Yeah.
I'm going to go play my saxophone. But if somebody came up to me and said, dude, Tiger Woods is about to putt for the win, I'd go,
oh, for sure.
I'm going to drop everything I'm doing. And so that's the problem, is because I'm not a fan of golf, so I'll watch for the name recognition. But for a sport like basketball, I just enjoy the sport. So OKC in Indiana is entertaining to watch, so I'll watch it.
I think that's totally fair. And I'll say, look, there has to be a balance, okay? We all love a good David and Goliath story. But I'll tell you this. My wife was sitting on the couch yesterday. I got the golf on. So it's the last 3 holes. My daughter has to take a nap. And my wife said, hang on. Mommy's now invested in this, so we're going to wait. My wife watched the last 3 holes of the U.S. Open. She's like, well, I got to see who wins this now. If you get in the door, it might change. But yes, of course, every sport needs to have somebody or something that is the draw, okay? And Rory, I would assume now, because Tiger's career might be done for all we know. Rory is that. Oh, and by the way, Rory. There's 2 guys that I feel like I was early to the party on because I feel the tide turning. Everybody was yelling at me after the Masters when I was talking about I don't like Rory. I like the way he carries himself. I like the way he talks. I don't like any of it. And now I feel like this whole overwhelming amount of people being like, hey, Rory's kind of a little pissy. I don't like that. There's 2 people I've been right about on that front that I was way ahead to the game on.
Why are you so pissy?
Nelly, I think you can attest to this. I hated Aaron Rodgers before it was cool and fashionable. And now it's cool and fashionable and everybody hates Aaron Rodgers. I was on this train 10 years ago because I saw it. I saw the smug nature of how he carried himself. And then everybody's like, wow, he's kind of a D, isn't he? I was like, yeah, I've known that for a decade.
Unfortunately, I didn't know you 10 years ago, so I can't confirm nor deny your hatred of him.
Well, I've been here 6 years. I've been saying it since day one.
I don't know, man. You guys had a bit where you would do a whole conspiracy theory segment on Aaron Rodgers joining the Broncos. You signed off on that, brother.
Don't confuse my thought that he was one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever seen with having to like him. Those are two different things.
Yeah, heck, he doesn't like his own family. His own family doesn't like him.
Now, for him to come to Denver at that time, it felt like you give this team a chance to win, then yeah, you take it.
No, I got you. You were anti-Rodgers before it was cool. It just happened that he spent his entire career ripping your team's heart out, and then the fact that he was also a D-bag, you could dislike him for two reasons.
Exactly right.
One hate transformed into the other.
They could compound each other and just keep stacking and stacking. In the case of Rory, everybody thought I was nuts for not liking Rory after the Masters. How dare you, Brett? What a cool story. And then all of a sudden they're like, wow, this guy's not talking to the media. When he does, he sounds kind of jerky. He breaks things. He throws clubs all the time. He looks like whiny. I was like, that's weird. I've been saying that for 8 years.
Oh, okay.
It's the classic, why are you booing me? I'm right. And eventually everybody came to that side. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people have. But again, you need the Goliath, but having the David is what makes sports kind of sports. If it's all just Yankees and Red Sox in the ALCS every year, why do you care? If it's only going to be the Cowboys and who would be on the other side? Cowboys and give me an AFC team that's, I guess now Chiefs, whatever. It's going to be that every year. It's boring. That's why I embrace things. An OKC Indiana final, I think, is amazing in the NBA. I think having J.J. Spaun win a major is great for golf.
Absolutely. And it's actually ironic that for years, the NBA Finals was just going to be the Warriors and the Cavaliers. Cavs, not sure if that's one of the teams that you would put as a marquee NBA franchise.
But it's LeBron.
But because they had LeBron, then they were must-see TV. And what was it, 4 years in a row? That was just the finals every year?
Everybody points to that as the reason why, hey, the big market superstar thing works. Because, Nelly, if you remember, the ratings for those finals were incredible, right? Do you want to know why? Because despite having the best player in the world and one of the best players in the history of the game, the Cleveland Cavaliers were an incredible underdog in all of those finals. They still felt like the little engine that could. When they beat the Warriors, weren't you shocked? Everybody was shocked.
Especially because you look at the guys around LeBron James. I mean, sure, you had peak Kyrie Irving, but then after that.
Well, the year that they won, they had Kyrie and Kevin Love were healthy. The year that they lost, though, before, I think it was the first finals, it was Dellavedova and, God, that was a weird roster.
Exactly, and that's my point.
Yeah. But after that, then it became Durant joins the Warriors, and then you become even more of an underdog. It's just, it's a necessity.
We got a text here that I need to address. The 303-726 says, why are you yelling? Brett's yelling because he's actually not dead. Despite what Berto may have said on Friday, Brett Kane is actually still with us, and so he's yelling because.
Oh, did he say I missed the show because I died?
Yes, and I kid you not, it was about 5:55. The show's getting ready to start. Berto's sitting over there behind me, and he goes, man, Nelson, do you think I could convince everybody that Cater's missing the show today because he died? And I said, you could, but should you? And I told him that if he was going to truly convince people, the key is repetition, right? Because if he opens the show, first segment says Brett's dead, no one's going to believe you. But I said if you repeated it throughout the show, then people might start to believe it. And unfortunately, that was correct. And you started every segment by saying, Brett's dead. I'm Mark Bertnoli filling in. And by the end of the show, people were texting us being like, what the hell? Brett's dead and you're just glossing over it?
Well, let me tell you this. If I were dead, that would make this an excused absence to miss the show. That would be the case.
What they landed on, though, is that you were golfing in the mountains, so you weren't dead, but you were in a better place.
I was in a better place. That's right. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right. I know this got hit a lot on Friday by most of the shows. It was towards the end of ours. But Russell Westbrook declining his player option, which the assumption there is that Russell Westbrook is not going to be on the Nuggets at all next year. And I'm bummed about it. I was really hoping that he would come back in some sort of capacity next year. Now, I don't know what Russell wants out of the sort of twilight of his career. You know, if you were doing this like you're on a golf course, I don't know if he's on the 15th hole or if he's on the 17th fairway or if he's like on the 18th tee. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is he moves now to a place where he goes maybe overseas to make more money. Or does he still try and hang on in the NBA and try and find that elusive championship? If that were the case, the Nuggets would provide a pretty nice avenue to do so. But maybe this just wasn't the right fit for him. I think he could have really helped. Again, you're looking for players you can trust. And if he is truly gone and off this roster, how many of those guys exist? At least on the bench. The answer to me, I think, is one. Right now, it's Peyton Watson. And then there's a whole bunch of hopes. There's an I hope with Julian Strawther, and there's an I hope with Deron Holmes, and there's an I hope with Jalen Pickett, and there's an I hope with a whole bunch of guys in this roster. But not having him, I think, hurts. It hurts a lot. Like when you're in a position where you're needing reliable players, it's just a tough place to be for a team that's aspiring to win an NBA championship. Now, the big reason why I like the Russell Westbrook thing is because it was literally the cheapest contract you could get. And you don't have money to burn. You don't have money you can just kind of throw out there. Now, could he come back on another vet minimum deal with the cap going up and make a few extra bucks? I mean, I suppose he could. But I remember I asked people last week before that decision actually came down. And I said, do you guys want him back? And most people said yes. Now, here could be the wrench in all of it. I don't think you want him back at the same role. Like, I don't think that you want Russell back doing the 25 minutes a night thing. And is that something that would sit well with him? He's already accepted a reduced role in his career as of now because he's not a starter anymore. Would he take an even more reduced role? And to be honest, I don't know what the market is. Like, what's the market for Russell Westbrook if he hits free agency? Think about it. The teams that all considered themselves revolving around sort of title stuff, the last few that he's played for, Nuggets, Lakers, Clippers. I think the Nuggets would take him back. The Clippers and Lakers would not. So who are the teams out there that feel like they'd really get a lot out of him? I don't know what even the market is. But this is where, God, this becomes incredibly important. You know, we always talk about this offseason in the context of being so massive for the future of not just this franchise, but the future of what Nikola Jokic will be remembered for. You know, he's the kind of player that with another title, you're cementing him as like all time. And does he care about that? He would never say it out loud. But I've always kind of been under the impression that Jokic, when it comes to the individual accolade stuff and how he's remembered and all these different things. I think it means more to him than people give it credit for. Because we see, like I did this weekend, there's a video of Jokic shirtless, walking around with a drink in his hand, and then he's whitewater rafting, and he's doing all the fun stuff that he loves to do and hanging out with horses, right? He also works his ass off at this. And anybody who works really hard, they get something out of individual sort of recognition. And if somebody, look, I don't care what your job is. If you work really hard at your job, even though you like your life outside of work, which is most people on earth, by the way, even me, like I love this job. Much rather be hanging out with my family, having a couple drinks on the patio, enjoying summer, that sort of thing. I think most people would. But if somebody were to tell you in your job, hey, you're one of the best that's ever lived doing this job, I think most people would be like, oh, thank you, that's pretty cool. You wouldn't just not care at all about that. And I think Jokic is the same way. He doesn't come off as that because Jokic is very, very much in the camp of team success over individual success. But it doesn't mean individual success doesn't matter at all. And I do think in the broader context of what this offseason and this time in Nuggets history is going to be, it's sort of a fork in the road between two things. Feeling like you got the most out of this once-in-a-generation opportunity with this player, or feeling like, hey, got a championship, that's really cool, but God, it felt like we left some meat on the bone. And that would be a bummer in both the overall broader team context and individualistically with Nikola Jokic. Now, I'm still surprised that this team is not named GM yet. Russell Westbrook's opts out of the contract. Who's he having the conversation with? Tenzer and Kroenke would be the assumption. Again, not that it's a huge deal. Could still come back on a vet minimum, but there is something difficult about you heading into negotiation season. For example, Nelly, we discussed this last week. There's a huge trade that was just made in the NBA this weekend. When you get the Memphis Grizzlies trading Desmond Bane to the Magic for KCP, Cole Anthony, and 4 unprotected first-round picks along with a pick swap. That is not some minor move. Now, I think that's a lot for Desmond Bane, who's a pretty good player, but that's a lot. But in the case of, do you have somebody there to answer the phone when it rings? I mean, something you look at. And I know they have somebody in charge right now, but not having a permanent GM just makes it very confusing.
And especially when you consider that the NBA draft is in like 9 days.
Yeah.
And I know the Nuggets don't have a pick, but there's always some wizardry that goes on where somebody might call the Nuggets and say, hey, we'll take this player, and in the trade, we'll give you our first-round draft pick or something like that.
Right.
It is possible that there's some trickery that goes on, and the Nuggets end up with a pick in the draft in exchange for a player, and you'd probably want your permanent GM overseeing that. That's crazy.
Something I'm curious about, by the way, with that trade specifically. Desmond Bane is, like I said, he's a pretty good player. I don't even know if he's great, but he's pretty good. But I want to give you just a side-by-side for a second, if I may. Desmond Bane this past season averaged 19 points, 6 boards, and 5 assists on 48% from the field and 39% from three. There's another player this year that averaged 18 points, 7 boards, and 2 assists on 50.5% from the floor and 40% from three. Desmond Bane makes next year $36 million, and that will increase $3 million a year until 2029. This other player is right in the same ballpark as far as contract, except he's only got 1 year left after next year, where he will make $38 million this year and $40 next year. It's Michael Porter Jr. From a straight numbers perspective, virtually identical. I know they play different positions and a different style, but same point total, same shooting percentages, both from the field and three. In fact, Porter's better in both of those categories, and his contract's better because it's almost up. And there's 5 picks along with 2 players that get exchanged for Desmond Bane. That's why I've thought forever, like the idea of Porter's contract or Porter's situation being untradeable, don't think that's the case. It's harder because of the history of his health problems, but to his credit, that hasn't been a problem recently. He's been one of the most durable players in the league the last 3 years. So whoever insert new GM here is going to be for the Nuggets, I don't think it's impossible just to have this sort of thought that Porter could be moved if you wanted to. Depends if you want to. Now, for all of the stuff that was just acquired from Memphis, here's what they didn't get. They didn't get better. At least now. They got that in assets towards the future, right? KCP is not helping the Memphis Grizzlies win at the moment. I mean, he's a good defender, had a really miserable offensive season. Cole Anthony is kind of the same thing. But their big thing in the trade was 5 picks, 4 unprotected firsts. That was their big acquisition. So they traded future instead of now, and that, I think, is the bigger problem surrounding Michael Porter Jr. than anything. I think you could do the future stuff where you could get picks for him, but you're not in the business of getting picks right now. You're in the business of getting better. You're in the business of flipping Porter for somebody who is better than Porter right now, that can help your team win right now. That's what makes it so difficult. Texture says, maybe no injuries lately, but his shot is broken. I just told you he shoots 40% from 3. It's not a broken shot. It's one of the bigger mysteries surrounding Porter. People act like he can't shoot. He can. He is always in the upper crust of the league as far as numbers shooting-wise. Efficiency numbers from 3. He's a good shooter. It doesn't happen every night, but he's a good shooter. You can't fake your way into 40% from 3. Can't. Like, I'll give you an example here. I'll give you one guy who shot amazing from 3 this year. Jokic shot 41.7%. Porter was at 39.5%. Ain't that far. Ain't that far away. Aaron Gordon, who shot a career high from 3 this year, he was at 43.6%. That's actually pretty remarkable. Every time I see that number from AG, I'm just like, what in the world happened between last year and this year? Really, your whole career in this year. But again, 40% is not bad. It's not broken. It's actually right on pace with where he's always been. If you ever thought Porter was a good shooter because you watched him 1 year, guess what? He's shooting like the exact same percentage. For his career, he shoots 40.6%. He was 39.5 this year. It's what he's always been. The situation, though, is he's a guy that maybe could get flipped for picks, and you don't want picks. You want players. So 303-504-0925, Schomp Mazda text line, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. You know, should I start this up now, Nelly, with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets? Should I have the voice of the people start rolling in?
Yeah, hey, man, let's get people up on a Monday. Let's go.
All right, so here's the situation. We have a 4-pack of tickets to a special screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. The movie opens on June 27th, but you can see it before anyone next Tuesday, June 24th. It's from the creators of Top Gun Maverick. F1 the movie launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One where speed, rivalry, and redemption all collide. It's only in theaters and IMAX June 27th, but again, chance for you to see it next Tuesday, the 24th.
But by the way, could we get I think I need to get an air check of this. So can we get another read on that where you give me more of a movie trailer vibe? Maybe I'm just saying like speed, rivalry.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to do it later.
Okay.
I know the perfect way to do it later.
You got to practice.
So here's what we need today. You want to go to this movie? Here's how you do it. Jump on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Hit that microphone at the bottom. And just give me your best race car. That's all I want to hear. I want to hear you sound like an F1 car. And the person who does it the best or the funniest gets the 4-pack of tickets to the special screening of that next Tuesday on the 24th. So do that. We'll do reminders throughout the course of the show today. But a few more things. You know, with getting the game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight between the Thunder and the Pacers. You know, a little bit of baseball over the weekend. Watch the Rocks as well. The Rockies got to win. Rockies now, for their standards, by the way, they're hot. They've won 2 of the last 4. 2-2. So a chance to keep that rolling. They won 10-1 yesterday over the Braves as Austin Gomber made his comeback, and he went 5 scoreless innings, only 2 hits. But the bats showed up, and they plated 10 runs yesterday.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I do like that. See, I've changed on all of this. I've been very much now in the camp of I don't want the Rockies being as bad as you could be. I need to have just a couple of good moments for this team's own sanity. I don't want them to hate going to the ballpark. So getting a couple of dubs, thumbs up, way to go, nice job.
But that being said, I got to ask you a question that I actually asked Berto on Friday. You still want them to be the worst of all time, right? Because if they finish second worst, that's even worse. Like if your precious Lions back in 2008 went 1-15,
yeah,
that's worse than going 0-16. Because at least if you go 0-16, you've made history. You are the best at being the worst.
It's so different though. Like baseball is just. No, I've said it before. It's every day, and every day for 162 games a year. And at the end of a football season, you're rewarded with the number 1 overall pick if you do that poorly. Rockies can't even do that because of their anti-tanking rules in baseball. The best they can be is at 11th, I think, is where they would draft. But it's so not the same. Football, yes, when your team is bad, you want them to be really bad because you kind of get rewarded for being bad. There's no real reward in baseball for being bad anymore. You know, if there was a situation where they had the second coming of Bryce Harper and the Rockies were getting the first overall pick, then it's like, yeah, go ahead and do that and go get that dude and then roll with him for the next 10 years, whatever. But that can't even happen.
As long as it's not the Bryce Harper that we saw going around the internet this weekend. Did you see Bryce holding that little How to Train Your Dragon plushie? He's not looking like the Bryce that was on the Body issue. He's looking a little different.
He looks a lot different. And maybe it's just because I've always imagined what he looked like when he was like 17 and he first got into the MLB. But God, he's been in the league for how many years now? Harper's got to be here for like 13 years, something? It's been a long time. God, is it more than that? Because his first year, he was a true, I think, 18-year-old.
His debut was April 2012.
Okay, so about 13 years. Yeah. God, that's crazy. By the way, speaking of, so the Red Sox yesterday, they make pretty damn big trade as Red Sox fans are not happy right now with where they are standings-wise. They're a game over 500, but they're fourth in the AL East. Now, they just come off a sweep of the Yankees. Big deal. And in that, one of their studs, Devers, rips a dinger, has this nice little series. I think it was his birthday as well, and so they tweeted out like some sort of happy birthday thing from the team account, and then right after that game got done, he was traded. Traded immediately to who? Well, why not throw him in the NL West with San Francisco, as they get a whole bunch of prospects and people like that, but he is now gone off the Red Sox and another member of an already stacked National League West that just continues to get tougher and tougher. So as baseball continues to progress towards the trade deadline, this is the first real move, and it feels like this is going to get around that time of year where moves start happening in kind of all these sports. You know, basketball is right around the corner with the draft coming up, which is going to, according to Shams, be like, according to him, deals are almost virtually lined up already for around when draft night starts. And so here's what's interesting about the NBA draft. You used to be into it because you knew the guys near the top of the draft and you watched them in college. And now because of there's such an infusion of European talent that goes near the top of the draft, because guys in basketball either don't play all that long, they're one and dones, or they have changed teams so many times, it's hard to keep track. The real appeal is probably going to be which big-time playmakers, like a Desmond Bane or somebody else, are going to get moved on that night. And you brought it up earlier, Nelly. The fact that the Nuggets still at this point have no permanent GM anyway, pretty wild. And we're about to embark on this big off-season sort of trek and still don't have it in place, which again tells me, well, God, I don't know. I was going to say, tells me that their answer is already there, that it's a Tenzer or someone. But if that's the case, then they would have just said it, wouldn't they? You know what I mean? Like, if you feel like your answer is in-house already, then why wouldn't you announce it now? Or 5 days ago, or a week ago, or when you had Adelman's press conference, or whenever.
And it's wild. It's also wild that we haven't heard any
whispers,
any rumors. Yeah, because anytime there's an opening like this, Shams will tweet out even the most vaguest, pardon the pun, nugget of, according to my sources, X candidate is at the airport right now, booked a flight to Denver. Maybe that means they're going to talk to the team for the GM position. There's just even the loosest rumors. We haven't heard anything.
Nada. Not a single thing. So, again, do think it's interesting. And I'm not quite sure what it means, if the answer's in-house or if it means they're still talking and looking and all that different stuff. Because it could be a little mixture of both. But with a full weekend that we had of U.S. Open, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Final, there's a lot to get to. We will announce the winner, by the way, of our U.S. Open Challenge that we had on AltitudeSportsRadio.com at 9 o'clock this morning. If you remember, that prize pack, thanks to our sponsor, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, as well as Surfside Lemonade and Vodka, was a foursome to the Ridge at Castle Pines. It was 4 tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor and a Surfside prize pack with a brand new Arctic cooler. We'll announce the winner of that at 9 o'clock this morning. Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, as well as Surfside Lemonade and Vodka, is made with real brewed tea and real vodka, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. No carbs. Look for the can with the sunset stripes at bars and restaurants and stores near you. So, You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, can watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe to the channel today. If not, you're missing out. They got that Altitude Sports Daily every day on YouTube, a recap from each show on Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, NBA Finals, NHL, Stanley Cup Final, U.S. Open, baseball. I want to talk more about Russell Westbrook declining his player option and what that means. A big trade in the NBA that I think could have a ripple effect on the Nuggets. Got a lot to get to. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Gildas Alexander on the drive, pulls back, baseline, jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half. Halliburton throws it up, that won't go, and that'll do it. OKC with a thunderbolt here in the fourth, once again showing their resilience. And these NBA Finals are tied at 2 games apiece.
The final seconds tick away, and the Panthers are 5-2 winners here in Game 5 in Edmonton. The Panthers take a 3-2 lead in the Stanley Cup Final, and the Panthers will head home for Tuesday night's Game 6.
Don't need to make it. 2 putts. In one of the most unlikely final round Sundays in U.S. Open history, J.J. Spaun closes the deal with a birdie at the last. You could have never dreamt this Sunday for Spaun.
Hope everybody had a great Father's Day weekend, as there's a lot to discuss this morning, and I have a theme, whether it's the U.S. Open, which I consumed a ton of this weekend, and a lot yesterday, most of it yesterday, whether it's the NBA Finals or the Stanley Cup Final. I've realized something, that everybody that is super interested and got to have the big name player, team, something for me to keep interested. If you like the sport, you like the sport. And I think OKC and Indiana's been great for the NBA because it's been a great series. I think, Moj, as fun as you could get with Edmonton and Florida, goals scored, overtimes, all of that, right? And despite no Scheffler really in it, Bryson out, Rory out, JT out, Spieth, all these different guys, the big name guys in golf, all out. And I'm watching Spaun and Ortiz and Burns, and it was fantastic theater at the end of that tournament. Like, pretty amazing.
What is the greatest thing you guys saw this weekend? What is the most lasting memory you saw?
I was pretty locked into the Open. In fact, I can give it even more credence. My wife, who does not care at all about golf.
Yeah.
We had to put baby Jamal Cale down for a little nap, and there's 3 holes left. And she said, "Nope, I'm invested. I got to see the end of this now." Delayed the nap time.
Yeah. Well, it was tight. It was competitive.
Hold on a
What's
second.
the greatest thing you saw?
Yeah, see, here's the problem, Vic. This is one of these patented Vic questions. I'm going to tell you what my thing was.
And he's going to be like, no, you're stupid.
Yeah, you're going to tell me I'm wrong and dumb.
No, it's an opinion. I'm asking you guys, what is the lasting memory of what happened this weekend? What's the greatest thing you saw? This is a simple question.
Vic, a 65-footer to win the U.S. Open is pretty damn memorable.
Sure,
That's
he didn't have to make it, though. All he had to do was 2 putts.
But it was cool.
Do you see what I'm saying?
But it was cool.
Do you see what I'm saying? It was cool.
It was sweet.
Dude, I'll be saying from now on, hey, remember when Spaun made that 65-footer at Oakmont to win the Open?
Yeah.
Now, again, all he needed was a 2-putt, but the fact that he jarred it, dude, is pretty amazing.
I didn't realize it had that much bend on it. Did you guys see the shot from the other side?
It's insane.
It's
absolutely
10 feet?
It's insane.
He had a nice little read the putt before that, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure did. See, to me, that's not the most lasting memory of the weekend, but that's fine if you guys want to hold that weak opinion.
Yep. What was the right opinion, Vic? What was the right
The correct
one?
opinion is this. First-round picks in the NBA don't matter like they used to. It's pretty apparent that teams with this new CBA are in panic mode to rebuild, and they're giving away picks like they're tossing them around like water balloons.
Are you saying the Desmond Bain trade for 4 number ones in KCP, that's your biggest memorable thing?
How in the name of George Mikan does Desmond Bain garner a bigger return than Luka Doncic?
Okay, can you do me a favor for a second, Vic? I want to keep that for the longer segment coming up in 10 minutes. I want the bigger one because there's like 3 different off-ramps to that trade that I want to discuss. Just to stick with the Open for a minute.
I'm not sure I'd take Desmond Bain in his contract if you gave him to me for free.
I agree with you.
Hang on. This
I
is perfect.
totally agree with you, Moj.
I guess you just want to do it now? We can do it now.
Well, dude, He's owed like another $150 million.
He's a max player.
He's a max dude.
Okay, hang on a second. Here, I'll give you this. So he averaged 18 points a game, 7 boards, 2 assists, on 50.5% from the field and 40% from 3. And he's due to make $38 million next year and $40 the year afterwards.
You know what we call a guy like that?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad. That wasn't Desmond Bain. That's
was
Michael
MPJ.
Porter Jr. And
I
they're
knew
the
you were gonna
exact
say that.
same player with the exact same
player.
contract.
When I saw that, that's so funny you just bring that up. When I saw the Desmond Bain trade and I looked at his numbers and his salary, I said, well, what's the difference between him and Michael Porter Jr.?
It's the first thing I thought of. I go, if that guy can get moved, don't tell me Porter can't. Now, here's the trouble with Porter compared to him. What's that?
The injury history.
True, but he's been healthy the last 3 years.
And the playoff drop-off.
I think it's more this. Memphis did trade him and got a big return for it. They didn't get better. They got assets for the future.
Yeah.
They didn't get better. The Nuggets aren't interested in getting assets for the future.
No,
the
they're
Nuggets
interested in getting better.
They're interested in getting better. And that's what I
100%.
don't think they can do.
Yeah, Memphis is rebuilding. Memphis is in let's start over again. Their big three wasn't going to work. But in terms of value, that's why value doesn't mean a damn thing in the NBA. Value is only the definition of whatever position you're in, that team, right? So you're right. Memphis is in rebuild mode. So the value of Desmond Bain isn't the same as Michael Porter Jr. to the Nuggets. It's just a different term because they need to get better. See, the Nuggets could offload Michael Porter Jr. right now. Right now.
Yeah.
But would they be better?
That, I think, is no. I don't think that they... In the same way, if Memphis tried to trade Desmond Bain to make their team better right now heading into next season, I don't think they could have found a trade to do that.
Let me ask you a question, though, that Nuggets fans might be asking themselves. Let me ask you this question. If you got the same haul from Orlando and you gave them Michael Porter Jr. and you got 4 unprotected first-round picks, which is twice as many as what Dallas got for Luka, 4, and you got KCP back, and you got Cole Anthony as a backup point guard, would you have taken that deal?
Who's your 3 then, Vic? You need a 3. You need a shooter. You need, and if you want to spin some of those picks into a shooter to play the 3, that's fine. But losing an MPJ puts a big hole in your lineup. Big hole.
I'm just asking you. I'm not telling you.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because you can't find. You better find a shooter then who plays the 3, and that's like hen's teeth sometimes.
You could. Here's why I'd be kind of interested. I think my answer is no, but I would be interested for this reason. If I could get those picks and then flip them this offseason for something better, then yeah, I would. So it wouldn't be like an MPJ to somebody else 1-for-1 trade, but it would be first-round picks now where you could use 3 of them.
You
and
have an
attach
arsenal
that.
to work with.
Yeah.
You now have an arsenal which has been emptied.
It's interesting, although I think we all kind of saw KCP last year. His offense dropped off, and maybe it could change going back with Jokic, but he's making a lot of money. Like, it's not like you'd be saving a lot of cash in that trade. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know how you work with that.
Desmond Bain, excuse me. Desmond Bain is the kind of player that I would say, if you ask me about Desmond Bain, I'd say he's a nice player.
He's fine.
He's a nice player.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good player.
I don't see him as a max player.
I don't either. He's not a great player. He's a nice player. And so to take for Orlando to give up 4 unprotected ones, KCP, Anthony, for that guy, and to take on that contract.
And to take on $163 million.
Yeah, good Lord. I mean, okay.
See, and that's where MPJ's value, I think, is even more pronounced because he has less remaining on his contract than what Desmond Bain did.
Well, I think Orlando was looking for the long-term security of that contract, right?
But if you sign a guy, you can always re-sign him now.
Yeah.
So listen, dude. Here's one thing I've learned over the weekend, and this is why the NBA and the CBA that they concocted is stupid. It really is. It's stupid. Because teams are getting desperate. And I'm wondering to myself, why are these draft picks going out like just water, like seashells? Here, you want one? You want one? I got 2 of them. You need an extra one? Here, Last year, the Nuggets part with 3 second-rounders just to unload a contract, for crying out loud. They're just throwing them away. And I'm thinking to myself, because the NBA draft has become a freaking gamble, a just risk-reward gamble. College players today, you don't know what you get anymore. You don't. You don't know what you get. If you don't have a lottery choice, what do you have? Back half of the draft, you have no idea how good these guys are.
Yeah.
You don't know if they're G leaguers. You don't know if they'll be out of the league in a year. You don't know if they'll turn into the next Nikola Jokic.
And as everyone knows, all first-round contracts are guaranteed contracts. All.
I mean, you guys.
So if you use the pick, Vic, which is why you remember when the Nuggets used all their picks. How many drafts ago was that? 3 drafts ago,
Mm-hmm.
two or
they
3.
Acquired an extra pick.
Yeah, and I'm going.
Out loud.
They can't use them all because then they got to pay every one of these guys. Now it's not crazy bread.
Well, they did it though. I mean, that was Strother, Pickett, Tyson, is who you're talking
Correct.
about, and they signed Pickett and Tyson to fully guaranteed deals.
Okay, that's correct. But I'm like, that's 3 guaranteed contracts that you have to pay. You're locked into them. Are you sure you want to do that? And they did.
Off the top of your head, who was the NBA Rookie of the Year last year?
This last year?
This past season.
Was it Castle?
Yep.
Yeah.
So name just again off the top of your head, name 4 or 5 first-round picks that had an impact.
Right. That's an excellent point, Vic.
Go ahead.
It's an excellent point.
Name 4 or 5 that did anything in the NBA.
Well,
Connect
played. Who else?
He didn't even play in the playoffs.
Not in the playoffs, but he played the regular season.
When I say you have an impact, you are a member of the rotation. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go through the first-round picks from last year, all right? And you stop me when you think it's an impactful player, which is why I think first-round picks today, in today's game, totally overrated. They don't mean anything. Your number 1 pick overall is Zachary Rissache. Remember him?
Yeah, French guy.
Alex Sarr was your second pick. Besides that great game he had against the Nuggets. Remember that game he had against the Nuggets?
He had a great game.
He was lighting it up. The number 3 overall pick by the Rockets, Reed Shepherd, barely played in the playoffs. Stephon Castle won the Rookie of the Year. He didn't even make the playoffs. The Pistons drafted something called Ron Holland II. The Hornets drafted something called Tajon Salon. The Blazers drafted Donovan Clingan. He played. He made an impact. Not much. Rob Dillingham went to the Timberwolves. Didn't play in the playoffs. Didn't play. Did not play. Guys, you see where I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. First-round picks aren't what they used to be. They're not impactful. They're not. It's going to take years for these guys to be impactful. Some of them will fall off. Some of them will leave the league. Others will warrant. I'm trying to think how many of these guys I just named will get a max contract in the NBA. Max. I don't know if any of them will.
Yeah, I'm trying to look like past years, and I don't know what happened. You know, there's been a few examples though. But it's always like it's Wembanyama, right? Wembanyama is this huge one that you.
Yeah, but you get 1 or 2, and then that's it.
Right.
And then it's just a bunch of dudes, man. The college game is watered down. It's watered down. The international stars are the ones that are becoming the dudes. It's the college game. We don't know who these guys are. We don't know if they can play anymore. That's what the league has become. So I'm asking you, and we criticize the Nuggets for giving away all those picks. Like, why would you do that? But the more I look at it, well, what are you going to do with them? You know, one of the more impactful players in the draft went 39th overall last year.
Who's
most
that?
impactful? Jalen Wells, who goes to Memphis, who had a huge role and has a huge future in Memphis before he got injured late in the season. Jalen Wells, 39th overall pick, had a bigger impact this season than I would say 27 of the 30 first-round picks.
So I looked over kind of all these rookie classes since 2021. This one seems like the outlier in how bad it was as far as impact in year one. Because you're right, Vic. It's not like it's a ton of guys, but there's a few players that all seem like they, in 2021 it was Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Franz Wagner, Evan Mobley. Like
all impactful players. All of them.
The year after that, it was Banchero, it was Mathurin, it was Jaden Ivey, Jalen Williams. Like, Shaden Sharp was in that class. Like, there's some impactful guys there. Last year just seemed really bad. Because even the year after that, it was Wembanyama, it was Chet. There's...
Well, let me take the temperature in the room. Ready for this one? Name one draft pick this year coming up. One.
Oh,
go ahead.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Because it's been so infused.
Name one guy in the upcoming NBA draft. One.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, Vic.
Natalie, go ahead. Give it a shot. One human being that will be drafted in the NBA draft. One.
Your mom?
Yay.
Case closed, ladies and gentlemen. Case closed. The NBA draft and draft picks don't mean squat.
Cooper Flagg's going to be pretty big. I mean, Cooper Flagg.
Well, you guys missed on him.
Well, no, I'm not playing your little game. Cooper Flagg's easy. He's going to be a Dallas Maverick for life, and he's going to, for God knows what reason, they got the overall number one. He's going to be a franchise changer.
But this is one of the things I was talking about earlier. Outside of like a prospect or two here and there, Cooper Flagg's obviously your big name. But after that, it's a whole bunch of European guys, or it's one-and-doneers in college, or it's guys who have transferred twice or something, so it's hard to keep track.
See, I always assumed, maybe my assumption was totally off base. My assumption was, why don't the Nuggets offload some dudes and replenish their draft pick tank? And that's what they need to do. The more I think about it, I'm like, screw the draft. They're in a window right now.
No,
the last thing I want for the Nuggets is another young player.
The big thing about draft picks for the Nuggets is not, I don't think it's to acquire talent through the draft, it's to acquire talent through a trade. That's where the picks can help you.
But what can they really, you think the rest of the league is vying for a late first round picks? I just gave you reasons why they don't, like a late first round pick. What is it? What is a late? I mean, it might as well be just water. Here, you want this cup of coffee?
Depending on who you are, I mean, there's teams that are, look, OKC made a champion out of trading everybody for picks and then acquiring that. Now, also got lucky in getting Shea in one of those trades, understood. But they got Chet, and they got Jalen Williams, and they got all these different guys.
It doesn't, all these picks they have, take a look at how many picks they have. I don't think it does them much good.
Now it doesn't. But it did when they were building the way back. That's what I'm saying.
The only value all these picks that Sam Presti's acquired has right now is if he were to combine them to go get an elite player to round out his team. That's it. But in terms of drafting and developing, you can do that, but it's a crapshoot. It's a crapshoot. That's all I'm saying. The NBA draft has never been a bigger crapshoot than it has been right now.
There's just not a lot of evidence for a lot of these guys anymore. You're just taking stabs, it feels like. But I was blown away when I saw that trade and how many picks were tied to it. Because you're right. You put that side by side with Desmond Bane and Michael Porter Jr.'s production being virtually the same, with the money they make being virtually the same, it's crazy. But secondly, Vic, you said it, when you compare that to the Luka trade, you're like, huh? What, 5 picks for Desmond Bane? And 1 for the Dallas Mavericks?
See, that one was done before. That was done at the trade deadline where teams are more desperate. In the offseason, teams, it's a different mindset when you're making trades.
Yep.
Desperation hasn't ensued yet. You're not right now. These teams are looking to make changes, but they're not in a desperate mode.
Well, the other thing I kind of thought of was, could the Nuggets have been involved? Had they had some sort of, I don't know, permanent GM that's on the table right now? Because that's also getting kind of weird to me that we don't have one of those yet. And I get it that maybe Tenzer and Kroenke are kind of running things, but I'm just weirded out, Vic, that I haven't even heard, here's who the Nuggets have talked to sort of thing. You know what I mean? Nothing.
I'm a firm belief that they already have somebody. They just haven't announced anything yet.
Well, announce it for my own sake.
Yeah, I'm thinking that league circles understand who to call and who to talk to, but they're in no hurry to make any public comments on it. But I mean, listen. It'd be outrageous not to have a point person at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, trades are happening already.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So get back to this in a little bit. 303.
Will we, though?
What?
I don't need to get back to that trade.
Oh, I think there's a couple more wrinkles to it.
Oh, you
I like
do?
your
Yeah.
shirt today, Mose. You look sharp.
Thanks, Holmes.
You look like trash.
Yeah, you and your V-neck T-shirt. Okay.
Hey, man, it's a hot summer.
Yeah.
Might as well dress for it, Moshe.
Good God.
Ooh, yeah, show off that white chest. Do you have any hair on your chest?
Oh, yeah. You can't really see it, but it's there. Just so you know. When we come back, I do want to talk about the U.S. Open. Thank you. U.S. Open. And what I thought was great about this whole thing, and I'm decided, okay? I know golfers hate it. I want to watch you guys in pain for 4 rounds each weekend. That's what I want. I want you to look like me. We'll get to it next.
Dudes, are you dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction? Well, look, that's your own personal business. It's none of my business. But if you are and you want to get better, well, do yourself a favor and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you're on the pills and they're working okay right now. But could it be better? The answer is yeah. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Do yourself a favor. Get fixed. Do your partner a favor. Get fixed. It's not that big a deal. It shouldn't be embarrassing. Don't laugh it off. Just get it taken care of. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult. Initial visit's only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose there in the office. Now, if it doesn't work, your appointment's going to be absolutely free, but it's going to work, and their expert staff is going to take care of you. They've got 5 locations here in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and yes, Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
How about one? In one of the most unlikely final round Sundays in U.S. Open history, J.J. Spaun closes the deal with a birdie at the last. You could have never dreamt this Sunday for Spaun.
Was pretty sick. I mean, this guy, basically the leader the entire weekend. He plays the front 9. Plays like ass.
He played it in 40.
What do you have, 5 bogeys?
Yeah,
like
5
right
in
out
the
of
first
chute?
6.
He shot 40 on the front.
He's 4 back at the turn. Then the weather delay happens. They go back out, and then he starts shooting lights out again. And everybody, whether you're Burns, Rose, Hatton, whoever, can't stay out of the long stuff. They start bogeying. He makes the comeback. Like, really cool. And
by Rose, you mean Adam Scott?
Or yeah, sorry.
Because
Adam
I
Scott.
do the same thing. I call Justin Rose
Why
Adam
does that
Scott
happen?
and vice versa. Because they're both tall English geeks.
Yeah.
I guess.
Adam Scott's not English.
Oh, he's Australian. That's right. I'm sorry. Whatever. Same thing.
But he makes this comeback, and I was shocked. Maybe not shocked, but how into it I was at the end without any real name brand, right? This Ortiz kid, Carlos Ortiz, kind of coming out of nowhere. The best that Spaun has finished, I just saw this, in his career, the best that he's finished in a major is tied for 23rd in the 2022 Masters.
Yeah.
He's been cut 4 times out of 8 or 9 that he's played.
Dude's dealt with some stuff upstairs in his career recently.
You bring up a good point, though, boys. Let me ask you this, Moser, Kane. Because I talked about this a couple weeks ago when I said it's so boring to watch Scotty Scheffler walk away with these things. Would you rather have a major championship in which Scotty wins by 5 shots, or something like yesterday where a bunch of dudes that are unrecognizable to many compete?
I want to see dudes. I want to see dudes come down to the wire competing.
Yeah. Isn't that what we want to see? I don't care who's competing. I don't care who it is.
Do you know?
I don't care if it's Ben Griffin.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's who's it, Ruiz. I don't care who. I want to see competition. I want to see drama.
The par 3 17th was playing 301 yards.
Yeah.
And dude stripes his drive
perfectly.
He's got like a 12, 15 footer for bird on. I'm like, dude, that takes Cole Yones. When you stand on a tee box with a driver and he hit driver,
knowing that if you mess this one up,
you're dust.
Yeah.
Dude,
J.J. Spaun
hits drive. I mean, they are all hitting driver on 17. Except Rory, I think, probably hit a 3-wood or whatever he hit. But actually, I think he hit like a 3-iron. Anyway, the point is that dude he stripes his driver. I mean, come on, man, give the guy some love.
And for him to keep it together, J.J. Spaun standing.
Well, the rain was the best thing to happen to him because he was a wreck.
Yes. Standing 5'8" tall, not a large man at all. I think he was the smallest man in that final grouping. And for him to come through the way he did.
What does it matter if he's short?
Well, no, what I'm just saying is the power of Victor Hovland. Powerful, big legs. Going one-on-one with little J.J. Spaun. Just a little boy, little guy.
Well, dude, Victor Hovland ain't exactly a giant. He's like 5'9". He's a little guy.
He's like 5'10", dude. Don't undersell him. He's your height.
If Victor Hovland, dude, I was stood next to him at the BMW. If he's 5'10", then I'm 6'3".
Yeah, 17. I get confused with this too much. 17 was a par 4.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
That's why he birdied it. He had a chance to eagle.
Which one's the par 3?
The par 3 is like number 7.
I thought the same thing, though, that I thought he was hitting to the par 3. But whatever. I mean, the point is, had the stones to just drop it 12 to 15 from the pin.
One, yeah.
Victor Hovland stands 5'10". So you see Victor Hovland's got big old legs, right? Trunks. How much do you think he weighs, Victor Hovland?
163.
165. We're almost right on the money.
I told you I stood next to the cat. He's thick. Don't get me wrong. It says he's 5'10". Look, I was taller than him. Maybe this is before I shrunk.
So other than Spaun like having this really cool comeback, there's two other things that I really loved. I need everybody to have 5-inch rough, please. I thought it was so phenomenal watching people struggle. It made me feel better about myself and my game. I think that frustration is the fact that it was how do you deal with the adversity of it, I think made it amazing theater. Even for the best in the world, they're like chunking shots from 10 yards off the green, 5-yard chunk still in the deep stuff, trying to get out of that. I thought it was great.
I think a bigger thing, too, did you see the setup on number 2, the number 2 green? They were messing with it before the tournament. I was watching them. The number 2 green, when the pin was back, and I'm not joking, guys, there was about 8 feet to land the ball. And if you didn't get it up to the very back on that 8-foot platform, it's going off the green, going all the way off the green. It's coming back off. Do you understand that skill it requires? And if you're long, you're in the rough, and that 5-inch rough you're talking about. The skill that's required to land a shot on an 8-foot platform with spin from 160 yards away.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
It's crazy.
Spaun, was it number 2? I think it was number 2.
And he hit the pin and then spun it
so
all the way
he's
in the
good.
fairway.
It's going to be tight. I mean, he just hits a dart in there, right? Throws a dart, and it's going to be tight. It's going to skip right by the pin and then probably roll back. You know, he's going to get a little comebacker.
Yeah, and
it hits the pin square on and goes all the way down off the flipping green, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude deserved to have some good luck. And he made his own luck.
Good for him after losing, his only win was the Valero Open, right? And then he loses in a playoff at the Players to Rory, if you remember that.
Yeah, I do remember
He was
that.
in control, then loses in a playoff, and he learned a lot from that loss. He learned a lot, and it paid off for him. Good for him, man. You know, I've never been one to say that it's got to be always one guy. I was tired, and I still am. I'm tired of Scotty Scheffler just lapping the field. That's boring. There's no theater there. I need theater.
I'll tell
Give
you,
me some other
Well,
guys.
you want some theater? Let me give you some theater.
well, Scotty was trying to come back too.
He's trying. It did. I mean, he
What
finished.
Did he finish 3?
He finished tied for 7th.
Yeah.
But if you want theater, follow around Tyrrell Hatton.
Oh, that guy's funny.
There's your theater.
I love him.
Dude,
We all love him.
He was at +1 with 2 holes to play.
Yeah, but dude,
very much in it.
Even if he shoots even par though, from that point on, he's not. I mean, Spaun finished 1 under, the only guy.
Yeah, but maybe there's more pressure on Spaun on that last putt. He doesn't birdie it, and it goes to a
Maybe.
playoff. You know what?
Maybe McIntyre's just sitting in the clubhouse. That kid,
Yeah.
the Scottish kid, he's sitting in the clubhouse just twiddling his thumbs.
He had a cool reaction when Spaun drained that putt,
He did.
though, where he was like, look, this
He was
guy's
happy
waiting
for
to
him.
try and get a
Yeah.
playoff for a major, and he was
Yeah.
like, you know what? That's pretty cool.
So it's his brother that came on the scene, and didn't his brother win the Open years ago? Robert McIntyre's brother?
Yeah, I think you're right
and then
about
he,
that.
and then
yeah, I
he
think you're
caddied
right about
for
that.
him and really
Yeah.
didn't. He sort of got his game going a little bit later. But you know what I love about the U.S. Open, which is why it's my second favorite among the big four, is the USGA every year. These guys go out, they are just devilish with how they set up these courses, right? Their goal is to have the winning score around even par.
Yeah.
And this year it was -1. That's their goal. The goal is not to have a winning score -10, 20. It's around even par. That's what they want. And
One
they
guy
got the
finished
winning
on-
score at -1.
Not his. He doesn't have a brother who plays.
Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, it's
I'm thinking of Fitzpatrick.
You're at the Fitzpatricks.
Yes.
That's right.
I'll tell you this much. Second thing I wanted to say about this. I mean, it's a rare. I'm going to pat myself on the back because you know what? When you recognize the band before they get big, it's a good feeling. When you're like, these guys are great and they're going to be huge. I've been early to the party on 2 different things.
What?
Number one was I've said for 10 years, Aaron Rodgers is smug and arrogant and drives me nuts. And it took a minute, but I think everybody now is on the Aaron Rodgers is smug and arrogant train, right?
And here comes Rory.
Everybody calling me a big dummy. Oh, Brett, you're such a hater. How do you not love Rory winning the Masters? And now in the span of a couple of weeks, oh, everybody hates Rory now. Oh, he's so whiny. Why doesn't he talk to the media? Why is he throwing clubs all the time? Why is he breaking tee boxes? Wow, it's almost like I've been saying this for 8 years about Rory. Glad to see everybody coming over to my side. Did you hear what he said
Well,
after? By the way,
I know what he said. I think the reason why Rory is beloved by many in the PGA circles is because he carried the flag for the PGA when so many people vacated the premises to the LIV.
Cool.
And because of that, because he did a lot for the PGA to keep it together, that's why he gets the benefit of the doubt.
well, here's what Rory said after his round was done.
But it's not as if, like, at Augusta, I skipped you guys on Thursday. So, yeah, again, it's not as if it's not out of the ordinary. I've done it before. I'm just doing it a little more often.
Is it part of the, you kind of carried the tour of your awards for about 3 or 4 years now. You feel like you've earned the right?
I feel like I've earned the right to do whatever I want to do.
Yeah, that right there. That right there. He's talking about not speaking to the media. And one of the guys says, you've carried the torch for the tour. Have you earned the right? And he goes, I feel like I've earned the right to do whatever I want. And I'm like, all right, bro. How about you calm down a little bit with that?
Well, you don't have to like him.
Oh, trust me, Vic, I don't.
You don't have to
I
like him.
have that right, and I will exercise that right.
No, that's fine. Hey, I mean, that course brought a lot of players to their knees, and it turned a lot of players. Did you see what Wyndham Clark did to his locker stall?
Yeah, not just his, multiple. I'm telling you right now, though. Moj?
Yes.
I've been on it, and I was waiting for the turn. I knew a turn would happen, and it's starting to happen. We're recognizing this. It's ridiculous. Guy's ego's a little out of control here, okay? He even said something to the effect, did you guys hear this one? I can't find the audio of it. He said something to the effect of, since I won the Masters, I find it hard to be motivated about these tournaments. He said that out loud. The U.S. Open, hard to get motivated. I won the Masters. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, to be fair, since I played Augusta, I find it hard to be motivated about playing any other course. So we do have a lot in common.
Which is also why I hate you. See, it all
Fair
makes
point.
sense. I
Very
have the
fair.
right, and I will
Very fair.
exercise the right. I'm just telling you. I just don't get it. It's one of those, it's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, you guys like this? And now it's like, no, you know what? Actually, we all don't anymore. It's like, oh, okay, good. I wasn't crazy this entire time.
So who do you like? Just curious. Who do you like?
There's plenty of people I like. I just
Tell
don't
me
like.
who you like. Who do you root for?
In any sport?
No, I'm talking about golf.
Well, you like Tyrrell Hatton a lot.
I do like Hatton.
Yeah.
See, but Hatton.
But he's a live guy.
But Hatton. No. That's not why.
Oh.
I like that Hatton gets mad in the same way Rory gets mad, but he's mad at himself. It's different. It's different. It's a likable mad at myself thing. I don't know. I like Hatton a lot. I like Bryson.
Yeah, Bryson blew up.
Yes, he did. I like Xander.
You know what I love about, here's what I love about the U.S. Open, too. These guys who just hit it as far as humanly possible, they struggle in courses of that nature. You can't just play that bombs away and then just gouge out of their game. You can't do that.
Because their distance can usually bail them out, right?
It's like you. That's your game.
Yeah, totally.
Bomb it away.
I say it all the time. I'm like, I might end up on the other fairway, but I can hit a 7-iron over a tree, 205. Like, I'll be fine. Not there. Really struggle there. Anyway,
Wouldn't you have loved, though, Justin Thomas's idea at the back end of those groups, if there was a foursome of just regular dudes and the winner comes in at a $136?
I'll give it a shot.
Dude, it would take them. It would be a 6.5, 7 hour
It would be
round.
so long.
They
That's
would
why
never
they'd have
get
to be
there.
last.
They'd never get there.
So we're going to announce our winner, by the way, of our U.S. Open challenge.
Who won amongst us?
You did, Moser,
Yeah,
it looks like.
shocking.
Yeah.
Who'd you pick?
He had Xander, Oberg, McIntyre. That was a good one.
Yep.
And Cam Davis. So.
Nobody had J.J. Spaun? I gather nobody did.
I don't think anybody did.
The people who won the big prize did, and we'll announce the winner at 9 o'clock this morning. Remember that Surfside prize pack along with the four tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor and the foursome at the Ridge of Castle Pines. We'll announce the winner at 9 o'clock. Stick around. So I was.
I got some news, by the way, this
I was
morning.
told, Mose, you have some NHL news for us, please.
Hey, Vic, strap this on for size.
Yeah.
So the Olympics are next year, correct? Next February. And right now, the teams that are in the Olympic hockey tournament are naming their first 6
Are
today.
those the Olympics in northern Italy?
Correct, Milan. Correct. So the teams are coming out with their stuff. Marty Natchez is on his country's team already. Team Sweden, Nylander, Kempe, Hedman, Raymond, Dahlin, and
Gabriel Landeskog.
Landeskog has already been named to Team Sweden for next February.
That.
So, I mean, that should answer all questions about whether or not this guy is back, right? I mean, we knew he was back, but this is back.
This is back.
This is back. This guy's playing hockey. He's back. I mean, does that not make you feel good?
That tickles me.
Yes,
it does.
It should tickle you.
I just, I don't have that reaction anymore. I'm almost like, why are we talking about Landeskog as if there's any question about him anymore?
But you asked me last week. Who was it that asked me last week?
I asked you. I asked you, how's he doing? How's he feeling? He's back on the ice. He said it himself when he had that red carpet deal for his show. He's back on the ice. He's working out. He feels good. And the fact that he's on this team, already committed to this team, hey, man, he's back. Let's go.
How old do you think Gabe Landeskog is?
What, 33?
I don't think that old.
31?
31.
He's 32.
32.
I mean, he's only 32 years old, bro. I mean, we're not talking about a guy who's ancient. He's only 32. He's back.
I guess.
I mean, this is having been named. Obviously, listen, Team Sweden's not going to take this lightly.
Yeah.
It's a big deal for all these hockey countries that are real hockey. Italy's in it, by the way. Russia's not allowed to play, so Italy qualified for the Olympics.
Well, because they're hosting the damn Olympics.
Well, that's why they're in, I guess. You're right.
Yeah.
My bad. You're right.
Back. You think they got a bunch of people running around Naples where they cannot make their own ice? Hey, I'll say this, though, about the reason why it's so impressive with Landeskog. It's the surgery that was, like we've seen ACL people come back from ACL injuries. We've seen Achilles injuries. We haven't seen someone come back from this, not at this level. I mean, even Lonzo Ball, I don't know if you guys remember watching Lonzo Ball last season. He was not the same. Not even close to the same. I think Landeskog's, it's hard to assess now. His surgery may have gone better, or maybe hockey's different. I don't know. But he looked great compared to what Lonzo Ball looked on the basketball court.
He looks pretty much the same. I'm looking at the Italian hockey roster here. And they got Jacob Smith, goaltender from Oakville, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, that's a
Man,
good
the
Italian
Italians, here's what the Italians do for baseball and hockey. You know what they do? Hey, you like spaghetti? You're on.
You better be careful, Moj.
I'm just saying.
I'll remember all of this when we go back. You better be very careful.
Dude.
You want to come back in cement shoes,
dude? I love Italy, man. Look, I love Italy. There are Mosers in Italy. I absolutely adore the country, the people, the food, everything about it. But it doesn't mean that they don't stock their rosters with regular dudes. I gave you the baseball roster. Jim Smith from Los Angeles. Well, how'd you get on there? Well, yeah, I had a grandmother one time who I think, got it on with some Italian guy in Rome. I mean, it's just like they really stretch out the qualification.
I just watched this video over the weekend. So for some reason it was on Twitter, but it was about I don't remember what Olympics it was. It was pretty recent, where I believe the country was Equatorial Guinea in Africa, and there's a swimmer. Like, they didn't have a swim team heading into that Olympics. Okay. So they just found some guy who was like, you know what? This guy's been working hard in the pool.
Happens all the time, dude. Happens all the time.
No, but here's the thing. He made the qualifier because the two guys that he was racing in his heat both jumped and DQ'd. So he jumps in the pool. and it took the average swimmer, I think it was 49 seconds to get done. It took him 1 minute and 57 seconds, and he looked like he was about to drown by the time he got back to the other side. But it was like he's hailed as this hero now in his country just because he got the opportunity. And look, weird stuff happened, and he got in the Olympics. It's pretty
good
neat.
for him. Good for him. The fact that Landy's on that roster already, though, man, that's just a really good sign. Because I have always said it, and I'm going to say it. I don't even know if I have to say it again, but I'm going to say it one last time. You want the player. If you're the Avalanche, you want the player. You don't want the money. You don't want the spot. You want the player, and he is that player. I'm really, really excited.
Moj, if you're Edmonton, do or die now. Do you go Skinner or Picard for Game 5 or 6? That's Game 6. I'm sorry.
It's Pickard, and I would go. If it was me, I would go back to my number one. I'd go Skinner. If it was me.
How about that?
I
move
prefer
by
Picard.
Marchand?
It's Calvin Pickard, not Jean-Luc Picard. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do.
I could do what I want.
Oh, you've earned that right, like Rory.
Yeah.
You've earned the right to do whatever you want.
I would go back
Can
to
I
Stuart
pronounce
Skinner.
his name however I want?
I don't care what you do.
Thank you, Brett.
I mean, I don't know if that's like giving you a sign-off. I just don't really care. You
Thank
want to
you
be
for
wrong,
being-
then go ahead and be wrong.
Brett, thank you for being reasonable.
Hey,
Look,
Florida.
I'm a big fan of letting people be wrong, okay?
You can't lose that game at home if you're Edmonton. What are you doing?
I know.
Dude, how does Marchand how does he do it?
That
stud.
Bad goal, though.
How does he do
Good
Dude, when he went
Lord.
behind the dude, he said, here, look at this puck. I'm going to put it right behind you and then skate around you.
I mean, they were both off face-offs, and he just took off. It's amazing.
I'll
How
tell you
tall
what.
is he, Moshe?
He's got to be 5'9" max. He's a little guy. And here's what I love. Here's what I love about what he said about his own self. He goes, "Look, in my life as a kid, and he goes, I was never ever the best player on my own team, ever, ever, ever."
Crazy.
He goes, when these guys were, getting looks at from junior teams, and they're going to go play junior hockey. He goes, like, nobody ever talked to me about anything. Nobody liked. I mean, he said, my coach said you can always do something to help your club out, and so I started to become that guy. The tough, the rat, play hard, play tough all the time, even
He's
as a little
clutch.
guy.
He's
clutch.
He's clutch.
And he said, look, I think what I'll probably do is maybe I can go to college and I can get a degree, and that'll be my life, and that's great. And he just worked on his game and got better and better and better and better, and here he is, man. He's going to get paid in the offseason.
Moshe, didn't he go through that licking phase?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he had a licking problem.
So I don't know if you're aware of this, Brett. Earlier in his career, when he was with the Bruins, he liked to lick opponents.
Just like the idea of Moser said he had a licking problem when he was
did.
younger. Yeah. No, I'm aware.
Why would he do that? Would he do it just to annoy people? What?
Just because guys were getting in his face and he decided to lick them. I mean, it was only, I think he only licked one guy.
I got to be honest, if you're close enough to my face and I wanted you away, licking you would be a pretty good way to get you away from me. You'd think I'm nuts. Hey, by the way.
Salamander?
Because it's weird to find one of these. I was watching with a guy Moj.
Actually, he licked two guys.
Lick two guys and you're known as a licker.
Yeah, forever.
I was watching with...
I only remember the Callahan one. I don't remember the Komarov one.
If you can believe it, a really big Panthers fan over the weekend.
Oh, I know who this is. Yeah.
Watching the emotions of a 3-0 lead get squandered compared to what happened in the last game,
right,
where Marchand scores a goal like that, you forget how painful that is. He went to take a leak when it was in OT. Edmonton scores to win it. We turn the TV off, and he walks out. He's like, what? We're like, don't worry about it. Just sit down. Play poker.
This?
Play poker with us.
Dave.
Sit down and play your poker hand. You don't need to know what just happened on that TV when you were gone a second ago. Just relax, okay?
Everybody's asking me, okay, hey, man, can Florida do this? What's the story with Florida? I said, here's the exact story. They are a monster hockey club. Monster hockey club. And they're going to lose some dudes. They got to pay Ekblad. They got to pay Bennett. They're going to lose at least one guy, one big guy, if not a couple.
Yeah.
But right now, they are a monster hockey club.
Yes, they are.
Dude, Paul Maurice is a funny guy.
Interesting cat. Great coach. So here's the story.
Is that what they said about Ekblad? They were talking to him. Was it Ekblad or Bennett? They were talking to him on the bench in between breaks, doing just that quick live hit interview, saying, "Well, we know he's got a contract coming up. He's going to be making a lot of money. What do you got to say about him?" I go, "He's a terrible teammate. He's awful for the locker room." Like started doing all that.
Yeah. He's like, nobody's going to want him.
Yeah.
When they lost that game 5, somebody asked him about Barkov, and he goes, "Yeah, we should waive him.
Yeah,
we should cut him.
Just get rid of him." No, but here's the story. They're a monster hockey club. When they want to play, Edmonton simply cannot beat them. Period.
Edmonton's only led for like 33 minutes in this series.
And Edmonton's a very good club. But what they do, it's like they just goof around.
Yeah.
I mean, like that 3-0 lead, they just goofed around on Thursday night in the second period, right? They're just like, it's like a team that starts to lack motivation. It's hard to explain, but they just goof off. Yep. And then when they don't goof off, they kick your butt. And what they also do, I find this to be interesting. In Edmonton, you see what they've been doing before games? In the off days? Going to Dairy Queen as a group.
Getting blizzards.
Getting some blizzards. Hammering some blizzards, man, as a team unit.
I like that, actually.
It's a funny club, man. Funny hockey club.
We have a chance for you guys to win tickets to an early screening of F1, the movie, starring Brad Pitt.
Do you think? I think that's going to be good. Well, I'm a racing guy, so.
I get the details on how you can do that next.
All right.
Vic Lombardi for AAA Services. If you need anything done at the house, if you're like me and you don't know how to do anything, AAA is the place to call. $49 right now, they'll tune up your AC. You hear that AC running a little overboard? It's making noise now. You're not getting the cool air that you once got. Well, it's time. For $79, they'll go in there, they'll work on that AC. They'll throw in a water heater flush at $79. If you're real fancy, $99 gets you the AC tune-up, a water heater flush, and an electrical safety inspection. Schedule an appointment today with AAA Services. AAAtoday.com. That's AAA today.com.
All right, so the movie coming up, F1 the movie. It comes out on June 27th. But you can see it before anyone next Tuesday on the 24th with a 4-pack. And it's from the creators of Top Gun Maverick. F1 the movie launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One, where speed, rivalry, and redemption collide.
Ooh.
Only in theaters and IMAX, June 27th. But again, get that early screening with a 4-pack, and here's how you can do it. You jump on that Altitude Sports Radio app, you hit that voice of the people, and give me your best F1 car. I just want to hear what that sounds like. Can you sound like a really fast F1 car? So send that to Nelly. The best impression, or I guess the funniest or best, or whatever we deem right. Vic, that would not win. Will be the winner, and we'll announce it at the end of the show.
He's going out the side of his mouth like this.
Yeah.
And Brett, how do people find that voice of the people? Where is it?
Well, you get it on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
You just tap that microphone icon at the bottom.
Tap that mic.
And then it opens up a separate page where you can do what Vic did and sound like a power drill and say it's a car.
Moj, was it Indy or kart racing that made a stop in Denver, in downtown Denver, around Ball Arena? What was that?
Kart.
I got to ride in one of those two-seaters with A.J. Allmendinger back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Bro.
It's crazy.
Bro, do you know how your body and he wasn't even going that fast. Your body and the force on your body around those bends and those turns? Nah.
The bumpiness of it all, you're trying to keep focus. Hey, you realize that only Brad Pitt could pull this off. He and Tom Cruise like the only two guys, right? He's 61.
He is?
Yeah. Wow. I know. He looks like he's 45. Hey, man, shut it, man. I don't have $1 billion to get all the cosmetics done. I could look. Don't even challenge me on this.
You would need $3 billion.
Don't even challenge me on this.
Moj, you should not. You should just stop where you're at right now.
I'll stop right now. But only Brad Pitt could pull off, a former Rebel driver that returns to F1 to mentor this young stud, and only he could do that. He and Cruise probably at the age of 61, because it's completely
ridiculous.
Yeah, the plausibility factor is very, very low, but he looks the part. And by the way, did I tell you?
You don't have the reflexes, right? You just can't do it at that age.
I saw Brad Pitt at Le Mans. Did you know that? I got a picture of him. Hang on. If I can find it. He's a big racing guy.
I don't need to see the picture.
Yep.
It's only the top of his head.
Yeah, but you can move on. We don't need to see it.
As Moser searches for that.
You don't want to see my picture of Brad Pitt at Le Mans?
No.
Why would you not want to see my picture of Brad Pitt at Le Mans?
That. I don't like the way French people just leave off words and letters. Just stop with that. Le Mans.
Just Le Mans.
I saw this video.
You pronounce half the entire word.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna.
So this video, this chick, she was like, I cannot believe you Americans pronounce the word croissant. It's actually pronounced.
Yeah, shut up.
It's like, not really.
What's he doing?
How in the world would I even know that's Brad
Nobody
Pitt?
cares.
That's the top of a human being's head.
I'm telling you, it's Brad Pitt.
Nobody cares that you went to Le Mans.
Everybody cares that I've been to Le Mans. Anyway, that's Brad Pitt sitting down on his little balcony, jamming a heater in his mouth.
Great.
He's having a dart.
I know you guys talked about this on Friday because it happened towards the end of the show. But
you weren't here Friday. Well, you missed a great drunk takes, by the way.
Did I?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't that great.
Russell Westbrook opting out of his contract. So I know there's a chance that he could sign another vet minimum deal with the cap going up and maybe makes a few more bucks and whatever. I don't know what the plan is with Westbrook. I don't know if anybody does. And more confusingly, I don't know what his market is if he were on the open market.
Well, it makes total sense for Russell Westbrook to opt out because he outplayed his contract. And if you outplay your contract, he did. Listen, Nuggets fans, you can say whatever you want about whether you want him on the roster next year. He played above and beyond a veteran minimum. Everybody knows that. He was the most relied upon sub on the Nuggets roster. And he's making less than Zeke, making less than Dario, making less than most. So he outplayed his contract. It was wise of him to opt out because one of two things are going to happen now. The Nuggets are going to give him a pay increase simply by signing him to another, 1-year deal. He'll get an increase. Or some other team will take him on and pay him more money, give him more security. Now, what I hope does not happen, the Nuggets have the choice also to use the mid-level exception on him.
No.
If the Nuggets go that route, I think that would be a little bit of a stretch. Mid-level exception, although he may be worth it for what he did. He may be. I would not enter those waters.
Here's the difficulty.
I think that's too much.
Difficulty's this. You're right, Vic. He did outplay his contract. But not for me. How do I want to say this? Like, I don't think I'd
But
give
he did,
him,
though.
He did. But I don't think I would give him more than that.
Okay.
And here's the reason why. I don't know if there's a team out there that if Russell Westbrook hit free agency, they'd be like psyched to sign him.
Yeah.
I think there's a bunch of teams that would take him, but take him the same way the Nuggets did last year. Like, hey, you want to come here on a vet minimum deal, play some minutes, help us out, then go ahead.
Look, he wanted to win, so he took the vet min to come in here and try to win. Okay, and that might have been a one-off. He might have said, you know what, I'll give it one old good college try at the age of 35 and try to get it done. And obviously they got bounced. But maybe that's his attitude, and now he'll just get as much as he can when he's done. I pointed this out on Friday, Brett. In his career, he's made $330 million.
It's a lot of money.
So I don't think that he's necessarily chasing the bag one last time. And what could he get? Like you said, I mean, our team's lining up to pay him $10 million a year?
I don't think so.
Okay, then maybe it would behoove him to come on back.
But here's the fear that I have. If you do let him walk, he's one guy that you knew could play.
Right.
And you don't know how many guys in this roster can actually play. He
Correct.
definitely can.
Well, I think the solution is pretty simple. You use that mid-level exception if this guy would be willing to play for it on Bruce Brown. If he's willing to play for it. He may make more. Who knows? He may get more security. Who knows?
Wait, this guy, you mean, say that again? Sorry?
Bruce Brown, if he's available at mid-level exception. And then you go get another backup point guard somewhere else at the veteran minimum. That's what you do. I can tell you this. Russell Westbrook wants to win, right? We know this. He wants to win. And he wants a pay increase. He deserves a pay increase based on how he played. Those two things are true. There are several teams out there that could afford to pay him more than the Nuggets, that you could say are at that same level that the Nuggets are in, ready to win. He can make more elsewhere. Question is, does he have the appetite to move elsewhere?
Who do you think are those teams?
Well, I'd have to look at mid-level contracts available. Okay, I'll give you one example. He can go out east and play for Orlando. Orlando just traded away their backup point guard.
Yeah, that's true.
Cole Anthony. They just traded him away.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking just in the Western Conference, I suppose.
Now, they're in the first apron like the Nuggets. So they can do the same thing. They can do a veteran minimum.
Yeah.
But they could opt from 2 years instead of 1. They can do that if they wanted to. If I'm him, how far away from his family does he want to be, though? I think that's a big impact for him. His family lives in Los Angeles. I can tell you that whole Tel Aviv thing, with the video emerging missiles flying from the ground to the sky in Tel Aviv. You think Russell Westbrook is chomping at the bit to go play for Tel Aviv?
No. No matter how much money they give you. You know, there's again, my fear with Westbrook leaving is that, you know, it kind of would remind me of a Christian Brown replacing KCP situation. You didn't improve. You just replaced what you already had, right? Which still leaves some sort of gap behind it. So let's say that Westbrook walks, but you get Bruce Brown. Everybody would be psyched about Bruce Brown, but that doesn't replace the problem that you had previously, which is the amount of bodies that you trusted.
Sure, but again, let's go back to what my original question was. Did he outplay his contract? The answer is yes, significantly. Mm-hmm. How many players on the Nuggets roster either met or outplayed their contract? Russell Westbrook is 1. Nikola Jokic is 2. Christian Brown is 3. Aaron Gordon, you can say, is 4.
Totally.
Anybody else?
That would be it, Vic. That's where the line ends, right there.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got 4 players that have either achieved, met, or outplayed their value, their contract value. I'm not saying you have to do that. There are a lot of players that get paid a lot of money that do exactly what you're called. But don't you have to arrive somewhere in that vicinity?
Yeah, I can make the argument that based on what just transpired between Memphis and Orlando, that MPJ played to the value of his contract.
Well, I'd say this, Vic. I think there's this, and I don't know how you handle it. Like, if you're just being honest with Russell Westbrook, I think it goes to this. You played to a level where you deserve to make more money. And that's money that we don't have and we can't spend. So if you want to come back on the same deal, or I guess slightly higher with the new salary cap now, higher vet minimum, we'd love to have you back. Anything beyond that, wish you good luck. Go get it. But I think that's kind of the point you have to be at. Westbrook was great, played beyond his contract, but there was still something that wasn't quite there. And I don't know how you find it. But if you bring him back at a mid-level exception, that's your offseason acquisition. That's the one thing that you got. So the one thing that you're getting now is the thing that you already had last year.
Correct.
Well, I could tell you, the fact that he opted out tells me that other teams are interested. And he knows other teams are interested. Because if the rest of the NBA shut the door on Russell Westbrook, he would have stayed. He would have picked up the player option and guaranteed himself a salary. Correct?
Yeah.
So his agent knows, and he knows that business is good.
It's a good point from a texter, by the way. It's not possible to pay every player based on their production.
Of course not. Of course not. But you can also look at a roster and say, obviously that's a great point. But I go back to what I was saying originally. You cannot have, in the modern NBA, your 5th and 6th highest paid players on the roster not contribute at all.
Yeah.
When I say at all, zip. They've contributed as much as Moser.
In a basketball, pure basketball sense.
You're not wrong, but you don't need to use me as an example. All right?
It hits home better when I use you as an example.
Use yourself as an example.
No, I have a contributing factor.
What's that?
I contribute. All you've contributed was a picture of Brad Pitt at Le Mans.
I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, I got treated very well there. I'm in a suite, like at the start-finish line, a luxury suite with free champagne. Can't believe it. And then Brad Pitt is in the suite next to me and one down. I'm like, no way. I feel like a movie star.
Oh, you felt like a movie star.
Yeah, I felt like a movie star.
Of course you did.
Uh-huh.
Again, can listen to us
How
anywhere.
many other people have a picture of Brad Pitt hammering a dart?
Probably a lot.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I have a picture of you spitting your tobacco into a wine glass.
So
I mean, who doesn't?
Speaking of the F1 movie, that we're trying to give you a sneak peek, a 4-pack of tickets to watch it next Tuesday on the 24th as the movie opens on the 27th. Can we hear just a few of these so far, Nelly?
That does not sound like an F1 car.
Sounds like explosive diarrhea.
That sounds like a trip to Taco Bell.
All right. What's after that?
Mine's better than you, Vic.
No, it's not, dude.
It was better than yours. All right. One more.
If you don't chew big red gum, then you.
That's my favorite.
That's Talladega Nights.
That's my
NASCAR.
favorite
That's
right
not
there.
even.
It's not even the
That's
same
not even
sport.
F1.
Doesn't matter. It's my favorite. That wins.
All right. Back after this. No better time of the Circus Sportsbook than right now. You could have jumped on with the U.S. Open last week, but tonight, Game 5, Pacers Thunder. Thunder 9.5-point favorites heading into Game 5. You can find that and so much more, especially, we're getting around that summertime where it's training camps around the corner. We got OTAs, mini camps. How about some futures on the NFL? Always fun to have something in your back pocket when the NFL season starts, and Circus Sportsbook has all of those at your disposal as well. So download the app, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the Circus Sports app today or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, so Marty Nachos will tee it up for Team Czechia in the Olympic Games next February. Looking at some, they're naming some of these players, right? The six, the first six.
Yeah.
So obviously we talked about Landy. He's going to be on there. That one guy that went to Carolina and then Dallas is on his team, his country's team.
Oh, don't be petty, dude.
That dude. That guy did his thing.
Why?
Some people call him the Moose.
When does the pettiness end? I'm just curious. When do you become normal?
This is lifetime. You
It's
can already
just
tell
being
this is
normal,
lifetime
dude.
now.
I mean, do you think Gabriel Landeskog refers to him like that?
No, probably not.
So then why be petty?
Why not? Hey, what am I supposed to be? Happy? I mean, what would you prefer, Vic?
Do you think Jared Bednar is a good friend of the show, good friend of ours? Do you think he refers to him like that? Or is he classy?
It is his right.
No, pettiness is in your demeanor. It's who you are.
Perhaps. Well, I don't know. Behind closed doors, I don't know. Yeah, I did see that guy post something on Insta late last week.
You mean Miko?
Yeah.
Why do you still follow him?
I don't. It just came up on my feed.
Surprised he's not blocked.
Actually, I think I probably do follow him. Saying I can't wait for more years to come with Dallas and all this kind of stuff. Okay, good, man.
What do you think he's going to say? He just signed a long-term extension there.
I know. It's great. Good. It's pretty awesome. I'm looking at the Italian team.
Brock Nelson just said that. Did you know that? Brock Nelson just said that on our show the other day.
I can't do you. I can't do it.
I don't want you to do it.
You hear that, Moshe? He can't do you.
We're in agreement.
I can't do you. Nelly can't do you.
I can't do your.
I'm looking at the first six for Team Italy.
Here we go. Back to this.
I don't know. I don't even know one dude.
I
don't even know one dude.
I want to talk about something else real quick. So I had the TV on the U.S. Open yesterday, and they're in a rain delay. Looks like it's really coming down. I'm like, man, this is going to take a minute. And so they went to old footage, right? They went back to, was it 2000? What was it?
Rocco Mediate and
Tiger. 2008, I think.
Is that where Tiger made the putt when he said I knew he'd make it?
Was that the one at Torrey Pines?
All of this are things I don't know. Here's what I do know.
Am I confused? What was the one where they went to a playoff at Torrey? Was that Rocco? Look it up, Mose.
I mean, he played. That was
it was at Torrey. That was at Torrey, yeah.
So here's the thing, though.
They went to sudden death, but Tiger had made that putt to send it to sudden death, and that's when he said into the camera, I knew he'd make it. I knew he'd make it.
I don't know what it is. If any other sport did that, if this is like hey, the World Series game is postponed, or we're in a delay due to rain, and they showed like the 2005 World Series or something like that, I'd change the channel. I watched when they went back to 2008 and just showed Tiger highlights of him coming back and winning that against Rocco. I didn't change the channel, and I watched it with actual excitement despite knowing what was going to happen. What's going on there?
I'll tell you what's going on. I wish we did more of this at altitude. Unfortunately, we don't own the rights to the games. The NBA and the NHL do. How much better would the offseason be if our network carried just the greatest games all day?
It'd be awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Like, would you watch game 1 of the NBA Finals before tonight's NBA Finals from the Nuggets-Miami series? Would you watch the Lakers? Would you watch the Lakers game 4 again if it were on? Would you watch that?
Yeah,
sure.
It was just on the TV or something.
I'd watch the hell out of that. Unfortunately, we don't own the rights.
But I think in most cases, I just changed the channel. But I was kind of hooked on something I've seen already and know what's going to happen. It was bizarre. And a lot of people felt that way. I saw a lot of people doing the same thing, like they're showing Tiger from 2008. This is awesome.
Hey, you ever go to NFL Network at times and they'll show classic games when they show like Broncos past Super Bowls? I'll sit there and watch.
I did. You know what?
Because you want to relive it. You want to, I remember this. Oh, yeah, I remember this.
It was a Saturday morning. There was nothing on. And I just turned it to the NFL Network, and they had a Broncos playoff game with Peyton Manning. I forget who they were playing. But I just had that on the background. They do kind of get you hooked in for some reason.
If you gave me, in fact, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to speak it from my chest. If you gave me in the next month a choice to watch the Rockies play baseball or to watch the last month, or October, of Rockies baseball in 2007 on a nightly basis, I would choose 2007.
Rockies win yesterday 10-1 against Atlanta.
Do you know what I mean by
Good
that?
comeback start from Austin Gomber. His first appearance of the year, 5 innings, 2 hits, no
Moj,
earned.
would you rewatch that magical season? At least the last month of it. The last month.
I probably would. I mean, look. Even if I know the outcome, I'm kind of a sucker for that kind of thing. Anytime I'm scrolling around the TV and I stop on My Cousin Vinny, I gotta watch it. I know what happens. I know all the damn lines in the movie, but I got.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
How could you be so sure?
So I would watch. I would watch that final month of October baseball. I would. Yeah.
By the way, did you guys see, speaking of baseball, that the most dynamic player of generation maybe ever, Shohei, is going to take the bump again tonight?
Sure is. What's it been, about a year and a half?
So it's going to be the first time since 2003 that he will be back pitching.
2020.
Or 23, sorry. 2023 since he's back pitching. Which, again, this was the whole – and Shohei is fun to watch no matter what, but the whole appeal of Shohei Ohtani is that you get both of these things, this electric pitcher along with the ability to hit 450-foot bombs. I actually had a fear that maybe he just wasn't going to pitch again after this, but I think when you sign somebody for an $8 trillion contract, you're probably expecting you need to do a little bit of both.
Probably. He was a very good pitcher. I don't know what to expect after having that arm reconstructed the way it was, but I guess we'll find out, huh?
So his pitching numbers going back to 2023. There it is. Yeah, he's a 3 ERA. Like, you forget how damn good that guy was at both of these different things.
I know.
The ability to rip the baseball 50 times out of the park over the course of a season, but also do this, it's just remarkable.
I'm watching the end of the Dodgers and Giants last night. Did you catch any of that at all? Any of it?
No.
Well, they got Tanner Scott coming out of the bullpen. This guy throws gas. I mean, it's nice to see. I'm just these are two teams battling in the NL West, and the Giants just made a huge trade.
Mm-hmm.
But watching high-level baseball is fun.
Yeah.
It's a 5 Dodgers trying to protect a 5-4 lead. Here comes Scott in. This guy, Vic, is 6 foot, 235, and he throws gas. The Giants couldn't catch up to it. They simply could not catch up to it to try and get a man on base in the ninth.
Just quickly here, I came across this from Tim Bontemps. So this is on the heels of this Desmond Bain trade that netted 4 unprotected first-round picks and a pick swap, along with KCP and Cole Anthony. That's what Memphis got in return for Desmond Bain going to Orlando. Bontemps says, in speaking with several sources Sunday, in the wake of the Bain deal, the universal belief is that any draft packages going to Phoenix in a Durant deal likely wouldn't surpass the haul of picks coming to Memphis for Desmond Bain, who hasn't yet made an all-star team.
That's because Phoenix doesn't need picks. They're in win-now mode. They're not. Memphis is clearly going into, well, let's reassess and figure out how we want to do this mode. The Phoenix Suns, if they're going to part with Kevin Durant, and by the way, the more Kevin Durant lingers out there, the less interested I am. Just not interested.
You said the Phoenix Suns are in win-now mode. That team missed the play-in last year.
I'm telling you, with Ishbia, though, he's not a rebuild guy. He's a win-now owner. He's gone through like 30 head coaches in 3 years.
Yeah, but I don't even think they're in position to even find a way to buy your way out of it.
Sure.
Like, they can't get rid of the Beal contract. As bad as they want to, they can't. So it's like, what are they going to do?
You know, some teams make use of those picks, and other teams really have no use for them. I'll say this again. The only use draft picks would be to the Nuggets right now is to build up your arsenal to use in another trade. what do you want to do with a first-round pick? We just went through last year's draft. If you're the Nuggets, do you need another player you never heard of?
No, you need somebody who can help you now.
Right?
I want picks to be assets to get somebody now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Build an arsenal, use them to go to a team that wants to unload a contract, and you have picks. I don't know. There's so many working parts here because it's got to fit within the budget. You got the payroll that's approaching the second apron.
I've been thinking about this. What if I told you, all right, look, I know you have Nikola Jokic, but you're not going to win every year. You want to win every year. What's the expectation going into next season? To win the championship?
Should be.
But what if I told you that the feasibility of that, with the way the cap is and your apron and so on and so forth, that ain't going to happen. Have a nice year, but it ain't going to happen.
Maybe the year after?
Yeah, but I'm not saying you sacrifice a season, but let's be realistic about this. Maybe you let it play out knowing that before his window is done, you're going to have better assets in order to and more room to do the right things, and maybe you can win 2 out of 3 once you eat the next couple of years. Like the Broncos had to eat the rust stuff in order to get out of purgatory.
You know what, Moshe?
And I know you shake your head, Brett, but the way I look at it right now with where they are and how stuck they are this year and maybe next, you might have to eat just a little bit.
That's a very rational way to look at it. And here's my comeback to that, Moshe. Everyone is in such a hurry. Oh, my God, got to take advantage of the Joker years. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's not like he has 2 years left, guys. He ain't going. Don't listen to that crap about him going. That's just nothing but crap, okay? He's staying in Denver. He loves it here. This guy is not a big market guy. He's not moving, so stop.
What if I told you, Brett, the Nuggets are going to win 2 more championships in Nikola Jokic's
But it won't be next year.
That would be
great. But it won't be the next 2 seasons.
But here's the thing. You can't guarantee me that.
No, you can't.
But what you can guarantee
set yourself
is a
up
little
for it.
patience and time to really set the table the right way and not be in a hurry and a rush to do it the wrong way.
Now, they did the patience thing, and it netted him a championship. But the difference was Jokic was in his mid-20s. And to do this...
And he's getting better.
Look, man, to take that stance, Moj, I think is a totally fine argument. And I would counter with, when Gabe Landeskog signs this contract for 8 years, the assumption is, he's going to be great for the first bit of it. He might not live up to it towards the end. And then the beginning of his contract, all was for naught for 3 straight years.
Holmes.
All I'm saying is you're making assumptions.
Does it look like? I'm
saying you might not. I'm saying also you might not have a damn choice.
Yeah.
Okay, because you're really stuck right now.
To go on Moser's tenet here, does it look like Joker's going to slow down, just precipitously fall off?
Nope.
Okay, so I go back to the Michael Porter Jr. contract, and a lot of people are like, "Well, you got to get off that." Well, it's going to be hard to get off that deal, but next year, with a year left, at the end of this season, Jake Coyne talked about it with us.
Sure.
Next year, it's a much more attractive contract to offer, to dangle out there. I don't think, barring a team being vastly interested, I don't think Jamal Murray's a tradable contract.
What was the problem with the Nuggets this year?
Lack of depth.
Okay.
And other things, but a lack of depth was primarily the thing.
Health was a problem, too.
Yeah, a little bit.
But yes, depth was an issue. How many more players do you think they needed on their bench?
2.
Okay. One of them you'll have the opportunity to get with your MLE contract this year.
You hope. You don't know what the market
as long
dictates.
as it's not Dario. Yeah. Another Dario Saric type of signing.
Oh, and by the way, we make this assumption that Dario's as good as gone. We don't know that for sure.
No, I don't care if he's gone or not. He's not going to play, though. So he's already, kind of out of sight, out of mind.
But if you have Dario on your roster tying up that kind of money, do you understand how restrictive that is?
Well, there's nothing I can do about it.
But do you understand what that does to the rest of your roster? Do you understand what?
It's the same thing it did last year.
Weighs it down?
Well, it's not new, Vic. Like, this is you've already
had this. I understand,
but
that, to me, might be the most important move of the offseason. More important than acquiring talent is dismissing that contract somehow, some way.
I don't know. There isn't a way to me.
I told you this already. If the Nuggets did not have, and either they got to play them or deal them, they got to figure it out. If they didn't have Zeke's contract on the roster right now, they'd be below the first apron, and they'd be able to sign a mid-level exception player for what, $12 million instead of the $6 million?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how much that opens up the level of talent?
Sure. Yeah.
So this is why they're at a crossroads with especially those two players.
Okay, so
You either have to play them or deal them. You cannot play this game again where you keep them around and not play them. You can't.
So get back to the basic question here. Here's what you guys are proposing, and I'll let the people answer this on the text line during the break, and we'll come back and discuss this more. Would you be willing to take a step back to hopefully in a year or two take a giant step forward? Get to that next. All right, in 15 minutes, we'll announce the winner of our U.S. Open Challenge. Again, that's a foursome to the Ridge at Castle Pines, 4 tickets to the U.S. Senior Open, and the Surfside prize package with the Arctic Cooler and Surfside iced tea and vodka, as well as Surfside lemonade and vodka, both delicious.
I'm sorry, I was way over here.
Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. Look for the can with the sunset stripes at bars, restaurants, and stores near you.
The no bubbles means it goes down real smooth.
I thought about that when I first got those. You crack it open, there's no carbonation. And then I realized, oh, these are like, you can drink these like water.
These are tasty.
These can get really dangerous in a hurry.
On the golf. Yeah, but look at you. No, but I was way over here, so I guess I couldn't hear you properly. Mm-hmm. Who won the contest for the U.S. Open amongst our station? Who was that?
Individually, it was Mark Moser.
Who told you that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm way over here. Can you say it again?
You had one pick that did it for you. It was
McIntyre.
Yep.
Yeah.
What'd you win, Moshe?
Your undying admiration, I'm assuming.
Now, as a show, Kreckman and Lindahl actually won.
I don't care about show. You guys are morons. You can't pick golfers. I carried us.
Well, to be fair, I was 5th out of everybody here. Vic, you finished almost dead last.
Who did I pick? I don't even remember who I picked to win it.
You picked DeChambeau, Morikawa, Justin Rose, and Nick Dunlap. Morikawa was the only one that made the cut.
What a mess.
You want to say who finished one spot above Vic Lombardi?
Steve Nelson.
Yeah,
did.
good old Nelly knows golf.
Who was last? Who finished dead last?
KJ.
Oh, Cage. Well, we got to give him the business when he gets here.
Yeah, KJ's best golfer's finish was Maverick McNeely at $101,000.
That's hey man, if you can play golf for 4 days and make $101,000, that's a pretty good gig.
I got a question. We'll get back to the Nuggets in a
Sure.
second, but this was a discussion I was having with guys I was with over the weekend. So the last place, you make the cut, but you get last place after the cut, right?
$41,000.
$41,000. They said they wondered if that even covered the expenses for the weekend. That has to, right?
I don't know. It depends on your team. These guys rent houses when they're out there.
Well, that's what they were saying. I thought it was
team.
obvious that they made at least a few $1,000s.
Some
but
of
I don't
maybe
know if
not.
it covers. I don't know if it covers expenses.
Yeah, those guys. Well, hold on a second. The guy, it's the Barbary kid, right? The guy who finished.
I don't know.
Dead last.
Whoever it was.
Philip Barbary Jr. And apparently he's really good friends with Sam Burns, who. Oh, what a tough finish for him. But I mean, Philip Barbary Jr. ain't staying at the Ritz-Carlton in Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? They're probably sharing houses, or he's got a friend or something like that.
Here's what's crazy about the sport, though. Even J.J. Spaun, who's not a household name, a lot of people probably looked at that leaderboard yesterday and saw the winner and said, "Who the hell's this guy?" Even he had not one, 2 swing coaches in the crowd, a short game coach and a swing coach.
And his caddy, and his wife and kids were there.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm telling you,
It's
man.
a lot of money. You're right.
Hey, when he won, when that putt went in, and his wife has the baby, right?
Yeah.
And then they have the older child, I'd say like, what, 3 or 4?
Something like that.
And she says, "Daddy won." That was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah.
She looks down at the little one, "Daddy won, Daddy won."
I'll tell you
that
what-
was pretty cool,
I'll tell you
man.
what tripped me out is that his family kind of but walks onto the green next to him as he's like celebrating, right? And he looks at his kids and he goes, "Shh." And I was like, "Why are you shushing your kid, man? You just won." And then I
Hovland
realized
had the putt.
Hovland had the putt, and there's another group behind him still. I just totally forgot about that. I was like, "Oh, I thought the tournament's just done now." Nope. Few more guys got to finish up.
And you know what? It rarely happens that way.
Yeah.
I remember there was a time when Jack Nicklaus sank a putt. You remember Aseo Aoki, Vic?
Yes.
Jack
Double hit.
Yeah, Jack Nicklaus sunk a putt to win the tournament, and it secured it. But he goes, wait, because Aoki still had to putt to finish his round.
I guess that a texter says, don't they have sponsors to cover travel and expenses? Like, I don't know if they cover the travel. I mean, they give them some money.
Give you money, but I mean, not everybody. Everybody's got a price to pay. Everybody's got a price tag at the end of the round. Everybody's got, how do you get there? What's your transportation costs?
Hey, man, some of these, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll have sponsors if you get in the U.S. Open. somebody will flow you some bread to eat and all that kind of thing. But some of these guys, they qualify. They're not even PGA players.
Guys, can I make a comment about Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight in OKC?
Please.
Sure. This series, it's astounding to me how this series has become what is a mirror image of the Denver OKC series. A mirror image. Down to the game. Game 1 comes down to a ridiculous rally and a last-second shot to win it at the buzzer. Both times. Game 2 goes to the home team in resounding fashion. Game 3 goes to the team that comes back home. Close game. They win it. Yep. Denver did it. Indiana did it. Game 4, Denver had it. They led going into the 4th. Pacers had it. They led going into the 4th. They led by 10 in the 4th. Both teams gave it away. And now here we are going back to OKC. In that Denver series, the Game 5 in OKC was close. Again, Denver had it. They spoiled a 44-point game from Nikola Jokic, if you recall. They had it. They led late, couldn't hold the lead. What will Indiana do tonight? My prediction tonight, and so far I've had the last 3 games on the money. I told you guys OKC would win Game 4. I think OKC wins big tonight. Not small, big. Big.
Well, they're
I'm
not
talking
9.5-point favorites.
Yeah, you've been all over this series, Vic. I'm going to take you at your word.
And here's what I see
I'm going to trust you because you've been spot on.
I hope I'm wrong. I think OKC wins big. They won a game in Indianapolis, a must-win, a Game 4, in which they went, I'm going to say this number, and you guys are going to go, what? They went 3 for 16 from the three-point territory. 3 for 16, and they won the game. If I had told you they go 3 for 16, you guys are like, what? No way. No chance.
Yeah.
But they did.
Yep.
And they won. They're finding ways to win. And tonight, I think it's going to be an explosion. I think that number is going to be, I think they'll make 16 threes tonight, let alone attempt them. They'll make them. And I think they'll blow them out.
By the way, before we get to a break, and I want to remind you guys that we have a chance to give away a 4-pack of tickets for an early screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. And the way you get that is by going to the Altitude Sports Radio app and hitting that Voice of the People microphone at the bottom and giving us your best F1 car sound. So go ahead and do that, and that'll get you in the running.
Mine's better than you, Vic.
Yep. Give us one of those. Your best will be the winner. You'll get the 4-pack to go see that movie next Tuesday, an early screening on the 24th. Here's the other thing. Can we give some love to Maya Lesnar of Colorado State, Brock Lesnar's daughter, who for the second time is the shot put champion in the NCAA. And I want to say something about Maya.
I mean, she hucked that thing, dude. I think it was her first try. She's like, rah. It was awesome.
I'm going to say this. There's always a battle. You know, when you have kids, baby Jamal Kale, does she look more like me? Does she look more like her mom? Like, she's got my red hair, but you know what I mean? Like, I have never seen a one-sided genetic battle win as much as Maya Lesnar with her dad, Brock. Good Lord, they look exactly alike. Exactly. Even body, like, she is hulkish. You know what I mean? Like, just power everywhere. Just like Brock. If you watch Brock Lesnar in the UFC, good Lord, just overpower people. Like, throw up a video, Nelly, of like her game-winning or what do you call it? Match-winning? Whatever. Look at this. Have you ever seen a daughter and a father look more alike than Brock and his daughter Maya?
That is
the mother could be anybody on earth. Have no idea what she looks like. That is Brock Lesnar's daughter, though. But God, she does shot put, she does the hammer throw, she does discus, she does a whole bunch of stuff, and she has been awesome at CSU. So congrats to her. Another championship under her belt in the NCAA. I'm telling you though, Moj, no question, no DNA test needed. That is the daughter of Brock Lesnar. That's it.
100%.
All right, so in a few minutes, we'll announce the winner of that Surfside prize pack. The foursome to the Ridge at Castle Pines, 4 tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor, and the Surfside prize pack with a brand new Arctic cooler for the winner of our U.S. Open Challenge that we'll get to in a couple of minutes.
Does the person who wins the golf, does that person take the three of us? Like you win the foursome, but you're taking Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with you to the Ridge.
Yeah, right, because we can't get the three of us to play a normal round, let alone with a listener, because you guys can't get your schedules together.
Time out for a second.
What is this you guys conversation that we got going on?
Oh, that's right. Moser can't get his schedule together. That's what I tried to say.
We were all good to go, and your boy Dom, your boy Dom shut it down.
Were you really good to go last Friday when we had it scheduled on the books already, and then you decided to?
I couldn't.
What happened, Moser?
But your boy Dom.
But we already had it scheduled last Friday, and then what happened?
Well, Brett couldn't go either.
No, the Friday before. But what happened? Why was it no longer on the books? What happened, Moj?
For us or for Brandon's round that he had played.
I couldn't play.
He sounded like a 5-year-old.
But if
Moser just did I eats the pizza. Nobody else eats the pizza.
If this person wants to give me free golf with the Ridge, then I'm in no matter what.
Well, we'll announce the winner of that in just a second. Stick around.
We do? Dan Kaplis, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, because Dan Kaplis Law wins. You want to win in court. Dan Kaplis wins in record-setting ways. A law firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. I can go down the resume and the list of cases he's won, but you already know that. If you have a big case, if you have an important case, and what's not important, it's you. You need Dan's help. Call today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
All right, our top 2 finishers in this U.S. Open Challenge had the same golfers through the first 3 groupings. The separator was the one that was picked in the 4th. So they each had Scotty Scheffler. They each had Ludwig Oberg, which netted them $0. They each had J.J. Spaun.
You're kidding.
The separator was the 4th group. One took Chris Kirk, who won $349,000. The other took Emiliano Grillo, who won $243,000. And so with that, the winner of the foursome to the Ridge of Castle Pines, 4 tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor and the Surfside package is Craig Kirst. Congratulations to Craig. Good picks, Craig. Good picks.
Craig Kirst.
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 Craig Kirst?
Kirst.
Kirst.
God, is there a wider name than Craig Kirst?
Hi, I'm Craig Kirst.
Craig knows his golf.
Hold on a second. I shouldn't say anything. Craig, love you, man.
Thanks for listening, Craig.
Thanks for listening.
Now, there was another guy, by the way.
Hold on, Vic. If you need to fill out your foursome, we're right here, Craig.
Another guy, by the way, had the same sort of lineup. He had Scheffler, Sepp Straka, and J.J. Spaun. So Straka liked the Oberg picks, also netted $0, but his last pick was Norgard, who finished with only $57,000. So pretty close there at the top between all of them. But congratulations to Craig, the winner of that prize pack. So going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, the Nuggets. You brought up this idea, Moj, that maybe the Nuggets take a step back to take a step forward, right? That's the general idea that you were talking about.
Because I think most people think that, hey, get while you can. Just keep getting. You're in a real pickle right now. Contract-wise, with the cap, you're in a real pickle. There's really not a whole lot you can do. And again, if what you do really pays dividends, and one or two of these kids really ups their game and comes back a much better player that can be reliable for 20 minutes a night and contribute in a big-time way, then, yeah, you can win next season, absolutely. But I think if you're trying for a real long-term vision setup to maybe win 2 more championships, then you might have to have a little pain to get there.
Here's what a texter said. Hey, guys, I know we're trying to reinvent the Denver Nuggets, but they had a damn good year and a good run in the playoffs with the starting 5 they have now. We need 2 players somehow to add coming off the bench or develop Watson and Strother.
Yep. Sounds great. You need 2 players. Where do you find them? How do you get them? Of course that's what they
Where do they come from?
Okay, so one would be you have to be wise with how you spend that extra roster spot for the MLE. But that would be one, right? The other would be developing a dude.
But before you go on, we thought that was going to work last year. It didn't. You spent your MLE on Dario Saric. He didn't play.
That's total failure. Yeah.
So just to say you have an MLE available and automatically assume, well, there's one, not necessarily.
Well, look, dude, if this new GM comes in and signs another Dario Saric type of player that gets 0 minutes after doing that, then he's doing a really bad job. You can't have that. So
you're also getting back.
Well, if I were the Nuggets GM, I would have been fired because I was pushing for Dario Saric in the offseason.
Big time.
Whatever, it's a mistake. So whatever, you make a mistake, but you got to not make a mistake the next time.
Or what if he plays all of it? What if he stays on the team and actually plays?
Yeah, I mean, we don't even remotely know what David Adelman thinks of him, do we?
Well, he didn't play down the stretch.
Well, he did. Well, there's only 3 games in the postseason. Yeah. You're not going to put him in. You're gonna go, dance with the girls that brung you is what you're going to do. But look, you're getting Deron Holmes back, and maybe this kid is a player.
Yep.
Okay.
We forget about that. That's a good point.
We forget about that. We forget about it. Maybe he's not a player.
First round pick this year.
And what I don't want to do is say, oh yeah, you know what? But you can clearly rely on Deron. You have no idea. I mean, how many minutes did we see him in Summer League? 8, 9 minutes before he got hurt?
Yeah.
I mean, you really have no idea whether this guy can contribute, but maybe he can. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that when you're in your pickle right now, Vic, when you're in your pickle, Holmes is a player. Strother becomes a player. Your MLE pans out really well, and Adelman actually finds a role for Dario that fits.
Hell,
then now we're talking, okay, can you make a run? You're damn right you can make a run because you got the best starting 5 in the league.
I'm wondering who you send to Summer League if you're the Nuggets. I think Deron Holmes has to play again. He's got to get his feet back.
Has to.
I think guys like Trey Alexander will play. PJ Hall will play. Who else?
I don't know what the rules are on that. Can you put other guys? Can you put Pickett's and people in there? Are they too
I don't see why
experienced?
not. I'm not sure how many years removed from a draft pick you have to be to play in Summer League. It's supposed to be rookies, but more than rookies play in it.
Yeah, like I don't think Westbrook can play in Summer League, right?
I don't think Joker's going to show up and play Summer League.
Yeah, and no offense to PJ Hall, but okay. I mean, Trey Alexander, the guy can shoot, right? I mean, no offense to these guys, but you're not counting on them to
Trey
be
Alexander
jacked.
was the G League Player of the Year.
There
if
you
that
go.
means anything to you.
Was he the Player of the Year or Newcomer of the Year?
I thought he was Player of the Year.
Fact check that, please.
Yes, fact check it, Brett, before you start spouting.
Quit spouting.
Okay, G League Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, thank you. Thank goodness I exist here to hold us accountable.
Isn't the G League filled with a whole bunch of rookies and
I know.
second-year guys?
It doesn't make sense. You're exactly right. Like the G League is made for young players. Like, yay, you're the best young player. Well, aren't they all young players?
Yeah. Well, you're certainly like, look, not like that veteran 19-year-old who's in this league. I mean, please, you aren't that.
So, and we're looking down the road too. I mean,
the average 26 a game.
Are you going to be able to afford to pay Christian Brown $30 million a year? How? How could you possibly pay him $30 million plus a year? How?
Well, you're gonna have to go deep.
You just have to go on the
deeper.
tax. Yeah. You just have to go on the tax. I'm telling you right now.
Dude, I feel like I'm being taxed to death by the NBA. I mean, I'm all aproned and taxed out, bro. I got rabbit ears and pockets, right? I got nothing.
I don't know how the Players Union, the NBA Players Union, agreed to this CBA, to be honest with you. I don't know how and why they would agree to that.
Well, because the players individually, dude, like, do you see what Shea's going to make? Shea's going to make like $80 million a year.
Yeah, but I've never seen a disparity like we see today. You got, again, Russell Westbrook, who was critical in the Nuggets season. How much was he paid this year? $3.6 million?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you got dudes paid above 50.
Yeah. I think that's why. Well, Vic, Desmond Bain is going to be making $44 million a year. He's never made an All-Star game. Jamal's making 50-some. He's never made an All-Star game. Like, it's working out for here's what they're banking on. If I can just be a general starter mainstay, then I'm probably going to be making 30, 40, 50 million bucks at some point.
What did NBC pay for NBA? Do you know the number, Vic?
It's part of all one. I mean, the total number, I think it was, look it up, please. 79, was it 79?
2.5 billion per season for 11
what
years.
did NBC, that's what NBC paid?
We'll see broadcast games on NBC and streamed on Peacock, yes.
2.5 from NBC, and then you have the Amazon contract.
Yeah, the ESPN.
The ESPN Disney contract. Listen, the NBA is not going to be short on any change. They made some money. There ain't going to be any work stoppages for the NBA for quite some time. Now, let me ask you this about the NHL, Moshe. Is the NHL in danger of a work stoppage?
No, from what I understand, things are pretty cool, pretty good.
Pretty good?
Between the players in the league. That they just got together and basically the framework for a new CBA is really, they have to iron a few things out, but it looks pretty good. And by the way, the salary cap is also going up in the NHL. It's nowhere near what the NBA gets, of course, obviously. But it's going up, and guys are making more money today than they ever have before.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm caught back in that area that I was kind of last season where making a major sort of franchise-changing trade or moves this offseason, I feel like it's too risky. Like maybe you do it, it doesn't work, and then you don't come back from it. Whereas what you have right now is potentially good enough if you do a couple of different things, which is you find somebody with that MLE that's going to be an actual contributor and not what Dario Saric was last year. And then you do what the plan was from the beginning. Like you're kind of, to a certain extent, stuck with the hand you're dealt, which is they went all in on developing young talent on cheap contracts and trying to get a lot out of that. Well, then do it. Like a full year of, I don't think anybody thinks that Strother can't be a good player. Strother just hasn't had a lot of time on the floor because he's been hurt.
Rob types in, why would you pay Brown $30 million a year? That would be moronic. Can you explain to Rob why I'm
Christian
coming up?
Brown's a good player.
Because that's what the market dictates.
Because why I'm coming up with that number?
He's going to make it elsewhere.
Brett, who just said it last week? Was it last week or the week before?
Bobby Marks, I think.
Yeah,
Bobby Marks.
Said, look, if this guy goes free, the starting point is 30. It's likely more than 30 for Christian Brown. Rob, I don't know what else to tell you, but that's the way it goes, man. That's the modern NBA. That guy gets more. Desmond Bane has never made an all-star team. And
he's going to be making 40.
And he's making 40. Jamal's never made an all-star team. He's making that. But he's won a championship. And he's come up big when it matters the most. I mean, that's the going price, Robbie.
You can't rationalize NBA salaries anymore. It's impossible to rationalize them. We've exceeded the benchmark of rationality. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's there's so much money at stake and so much money being made. I don't even know how they remain normal people. It's hard to do. It really is.
They remain normal. Oh, because of how much they make?
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I think we jumped the shark on. I mean, it's crazy how much we're paying. I'm in that business, but I think it's unfathomable.
By the way, speaking of normal and not normal,
but it's a result. Sorry to interrupt. It's a result of how we value sports. We value it more than ever. Live sporting events on television think about it. When there's nothing on that night, we panic.
I got to tell you something. Never watched this. Don't think I ever will. But if that Big Three league keeps fighting each other, I might have to tune in just for a second or two.
You're talking
What
about
league is this?
The Big Three. That Ice Cube league where it's 3-on-3 basketball with a whole bunch of guys that are like
I didn't see what they did.
washed up.
Dwight Howard and Lance Stevenson got in a fight.
They did?
Yeah.
Like a fist fight?
Fight.
No, like a fight.
Fight.
And Steven Jackson is the coach of one of the teams. He almost got in a fight. Steven Jackson is coaching, and he almost fought. Where if they're going to do this, maybe I tune in just occasionally to see what's going on.
Did you guys see?
Hasn't Lance Stevenson always been that guy, though?
Yeah,
he's always been crazy.
Yeah, he's always been
borderline crazy.
Yeah.
All three of the people involved in that, borderline crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Caitlin Clark hit threes from like inside half court?
Yeah.
Did you see the range from which she shot those threes?
3 straight logo threes.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, every time I hear like Caitlin Clark, what's the big deal? Why is she getting so much attention? Watch her shoot. It's Steph Curry all over
because
again.
she makes 30-footers. No problem, yeah.
I really, the most confounding thing of all of that is why the people in that league that are players are so hesitant to just give her the keys to the league.
I don't get it.
Like she is going to make you more money than you've ever made if you just allow her to do
that. Were people in the NBA when Steph Curry was making logo threes, were they like, nah, man, nah. Were they pushing back on Steph Curry?
No.
Why do they push back on Caitlin Clark? She does stuff nobody else can do.
For the life of me, I will never understand it. It's like you got a cash cow right there in front of you. But no, you want to take runs and shoulder checks and stuff like that. It's a very bizarre thing.
Hey, as we roll on here, U.S. is back, baby. I couldn't be more proud.
In what way?
sports.
Okay. Guess we'll get to that next. So tune in around this time tomorrow, 9:15, because we have an announcement we're going to make that I just heard about that I think sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, and the boss wouldn't tell me. I don't know why. I can keep a secret.
What are the things that the government puts on for something eyes only?
Top secret?
That's me and Nelly right now.
Nelly, crank up that Freebird, man. Come on, man. Come on, baby. Yeah.
So
Get
9:15
it.
tomorrow. Tune in for that.
Okay, U.S. is so back, baby. Last week, I was whining, and I whined pretty hard. And, Vic, you whined along with me. And then, Brett, you blew it off because you don't care. But, Vic, are you ready for this?
Shoot.
USA Soccer is back. Game 1 of the CONCACAF Gold Cup. The United States defeated Trinidad and Tobago 5-0 to kick off the group stage.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
That's right. World power Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to give you 50 guesses where Trinidad and Tobago is on a map. And
I will give you.
You try to point
the Caribbean.
Okay, but you try to point it out on a map where it is in the Caribbean.
It's in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but but point out the actual island.
Okay. What is the capital of Trinidad and Tobago, Moj?
Trinidad and Tobago.
What's the capital?
Bagged on. Port of Spain.
That's Haiti, I thought.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. Dude, I mean, if you can't...
Oh, I'm sorry, this wasn't Trinidad and Tobago. Can you tell me the capital of Turks and Caicos?
Turks and Caicos.
Mm-mm. You've mentioned this before.
Stevestown. Oh, Cockburn.
Cockburn Town.
Do you know
what?
Do you know where Turks and Caicos is?
Caribbean.
Okay. There's a bunch of stuff in the Caribbean, bro. Barbados and the Grenadines. Where's Germany?
The Caribbean.
Some valuable territory there.
Anyway, I've never heard of anybody who's ever gone to Trinidad and Tobago. It looks beautiful. Man, but they got 1 million people total. That's what they got, man. And if we can't beat Trinidad and Tobago, then we suck. So thank goodness USA got back on track with a 5-0 shutout of Trinidad and Tobago.
You sound angry when you started.
Well, because we stink. Oh, you know, it's like Italy beating up on North Monrovia to go to the world. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. North Macedonia. They lost to North Macedonia to not go to the World Cup. I mean, we got to beat up Trinidad and Tobago, right? I mean, give me somebody good, and then I'll say we're back. But that was a joke.
Texture says I defeated Tobago when I stopped smoking a decade ago. I kind of like that one. I like that.
It's a dual island Caribbean nation.
All right, I got something for you, Moj.
So anyway, we're back. We won. Thank God
Great.
USA Soccer actually won a game again.
This from Pierre.
Let's go!
Pierre LeBrun in The Athletic over the weekend. Jonathan Taves' camp is narrowing down the list to a handful of teams, including the Jets and the Avalanche.
Well, you know why has the Jets in there? He's from Winnipeg.
Okay.
Born and raised Winnipegian. Is that how you say? Nelly, could you help me out with that? People from Winnipeg, are they called Winnipegians?
No, they're called Caribbean.
Caribbean Winnipeganisms. Winnipegans? Winnipeggies. Winnipegites? What the hell's the proper term?
According to a Google search, there are a couple different options. You can say Winnipegian, Winnipegonian, or you can call them Winnipeggers.
I like Winnipeggers.
Winnipeggers. Okay. He's a Winnipegger. Okay?
I call them icicles.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's interesting. I just don't know what the story is regarding him. I mean, he's 37 years old. He's a 3-time Stanley Cup champion. He's obviously a former captain.
What would his price tag be?
Very, very cheap. Very inexpensive.
Do the Avs don't have any loose change right now to sign? They'd have to deal somebody before signing somebody.
That is correct. No, I mean they've got some bread. They've got some bread, but as far as what he would command, probably not a whole ton. And he's a centerman. At this point in his career, is he still a center? You know, would he want to come here and be a fourth-line center? I don't know what Jonathan Taves at the age of 37 has left, but he hasn't played in a couple years, obviously. He had I don't even know how to describe it from what I've been told, but he had like a condition, just wasn't right. You know, he hasn't played since the 2022-23 season. He's had health concerns. Was it caused by COVID? chronic. He's got the chronic respiratory thing.
So, in his case, I mean, let's say they somehow made it work. I mean, is that something you'd be psyched about, or is this?
Well, if you can add a 3-time, if he can play the game of hockey, I would be psyched.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
But you're talking about a guy again who's now been out for 2 years, away from the game,
and he's 36.
I think he's 37.
He's 37.
Yeah, I mean, but he's a 3-time Stanley Cup champion and a former captain. This guy knows how to play the game. Now, what would his role be? Would he be a third-line center in front of Charlie Coyle? I don't think that's going to happen. Would he be a fourth-liner? Really?
Here's what I'm
put
asking.
Jonathan Toews on the fourth? I mean, I just don't know, Brett. I don't know.
Is the attention garnered around this more about name value or ability to play?
I don't know if he can play. I have no idea.
Right.
I would hope that he can. I would love to. Listen, Jonathan Toews was a great captain for Chicago. He's a winner. Terrific player. But at the age of 37, you can also say, you know what? Even with his health issues, his legs have had 2 years of rest. He hasn't had all those miles put on those legs the past couple of years.
I feel really weird if you're like a Chicago fan. Like he's a one-team guy his entire career. He joined the league in 2007. Played all the way through 23.
Correct.
All with Chicago. And then if he were to come back after a couple of years off and play for somebody else, that would have to be weird.
It would be bizarre, I'm sure. His last season, he played 53 games. He had 15 goals and 16 assists for 31 points. The year before that, 71 games, only 37 points. Year before that, he had 60 points in 70 games. The year before that, 18-19, was his last really good year. 35 goals, 46 points. He's a point-a-game guy.
It just went
big time down. Yeah.
The last 4 years of his
career.
career.
Once the COVID started, he was in a bad way.
Hey Vic, I saw you mention this over the weekend. I disagree with this, by the way, and it's only because of optics. That video of Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire while there's game action on the court is not a good look for him. And I'll tell you this. I saw what you can repeat what you said, your take on this. I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
I just said, what's the big deal? I mean, the guy can watch a game, look down on his phone, watch a game. I mean, are you on your phone at times during the games? Yeah, you're on your phone. Sometimes I'm tweeting. You're looking up, you're looking down. Big deal. It doesn't mean you're going to miss the game. He's right there watching the game. He's playing a little solitaire. So when there's a break in the action, there's an out of bounds, he makes his move. Big deal. I mean, I don't play video. I don't do cartoons. I don't play video games and all that business. I know people do, though. I don't, you multitask. Maybe he's got ADD.
I think scrolling through Twitter is one thing. I think having an open game of solitaire on a series that pretty clearly you were not excited about when it first started.
Sure, it's a bad look.
That's why I said it's optics more than anything else. Like, if he was opened up, Vic, with me, like what I was doing yesterday, if he had a crossword puzzle in front of him, doing this while watching the game, you're probably going to be like, dude, what are you doing here? You're right in front of everybody. And you're the guy who has said open into microphones before, you don't want to go to certain places because you aren't going to have fun in their city. Just saying, I understand why people took some runs at him because I'm like, just because of him, the optics of it are really bad. Mm-hmm. Considering it's that guy in particular.
Far be it from me to get on people. You got your crossword. I know you like your crossword. That's good. When I was a kid, I played solitaire. I guess I was a lonely kid. I'd play solitaire by myself sometimes with a deck of cards. You know what I mean? But I haven't played solitaire probably in 30 years.
Now, he's a master multitasker. Moser will be calling games with an eye on the Nuggets game on the TV ahead of him.
Fish, bass.
You know what I mean?
Full-on flounder. Yep.
So, again, it's not really the act of him doing it. And I think people would be surprised how many of these guys are kind of doing two things at once. The video was just bad because the game was actually happening. It wasn't during a timeout. But it's also because it's Stephen A.
Yeah, I mean, people are going after him because it's who he is.
It's not baseball either, where you can, you can do whatever you want to do in between pitches.
Mm-hmm. They're going after him because of who he is. And
yeah.
I'm not jumping on a guy, he earned that big contract he's got, and I'm not going to be a hater like everybody else. A guy goes big, guy gets his money, and everybody wants to hate him now.
Hey, I saw a number here. Again, we're going to announce our our winner of the F1, the movie tickets at 9:45. So if you have one last sort of gasp to try and get your best F1 car impression into Nelly, go to the Voice of the People microphone on the Altitude Sports Radio app and get it to him. But what do you guys think of this? Warren Sharp has a list, and it was 70-plus yard touchdown drives last year in the NFL. Where do you think the Broncos ranked in this?
Come again?
There's 70-plus yard touchdown drives last year in the NFL.
I would think they're probably high up there because they were not an explosive offense. So they had to march their way down the field. A lot of underneath stuff. And
So
just
you're asking
ball control, matriculate.
Who had the most?
No, where are the Broncos
Where the
ranked?
Broncos ranked, yeah.
I'll say they're top 10.
Yeah, I'll say top 7.
Tied for 18th in the league.
You're kidding.
They only had 23. So here's the team surrounding them.
Wow.
At 23
Wrong.
is
I was way wrong.
At 23 is Jacksonville and Carolina.
Oof.
Underneath them is Tennessee and Miami.
Can we guess who number 1, 2, and 3 are?
Like the best?
Yeah. I'll say Baltimore,
Philly.
Baltimore second.
Buffalo, Philly.
Baltimore was second with 44. Buffalo was third with 34. Like the gap between the number 1 and number 2 teams and everybody else is pretty crazy.
I thought the Broncos would be higher on that list only because they, again, we're not talking about big plays.
So number 1 team was Detroit. They had 46. They doubled up the Broncos.
Wow.
46. Number 2 was Baltimore at 44. Number 3 was Tampa at 38. So big gap in between them and the number 1 and number 2. And then 34 was, or fourth at 34 was Buffalo. Right after that was 32 with Washington and Philly. But yeah, the teams that are surrounding the Broncos on this list, I don't think you would consider them good offenses. Again, let me just name these off rapid fire. Jacksonville, Carolina, we're tied. And here's the teams that are beneath them by, most of these are within 2 or 3. Tennessee, Miami, New Orleans, the Giants, the Chargers, Pittsburgh, Vegas, Dallas, New England, Cleveland, Chicago, Houston.
That's it. Houston was dead last.
Dead last.
But they won their division.
Yes. But you could tell Houston was not that great of a team last year.
Well, CJ took a bit of a step back. But you got a couple playoff teams in there. You've got the Chargers in there. You've got Houston in there. Who else?
As far as decent teams?
Yeah. I mean, is there any other playoff team in that mix below the Broncos?
So Pittsburgh.
Okay, Pittsburgh.
The Chargers.
Yep.
And Houston.
Okay, 3. And Miami, well, Miami had to deal with the Tua injury again, the Tua head stuff.
Yeah.
So Miami is again, Vic, when we talk about the Broncos' playoff aspirations this coming season, are they a better team? Yeah. But who's coming out? Because Houston's going to be there because they're going to win their division, right? Who is coming of all these teams? Who could come out? Kansas City? No. Buffalo? No. Baltimore? No. Houston? No. Chargers could come out. But Pittsburgh could come out.
By that stat, that still tells you that there's an extended offense problem that the Broncos have. We know the
Staying
3
on
and
the
outs.
field. Well, that's because the run game struggled. And the way you extend drives is to get the run game to work. And if everything you do is a short passing game or a 3rd and 8, you're in trouble. You have to be able to keep the run game active, and that's why Philly's good at it, and that's why Baltimore's good at it.
I think you nailed it. I think that's exactly right. Look, when you can't run the football and you want an extended 70-plus yard touchdown drive, being 9 of 11 throwing the football is kind of tough. It's really tough to do.
I'll give you a classic example. I don't know the numbers, but I guarantee you the Denver Broncos that won back-to-back Super Bowls, 98, 99, I guarantee you they're near the top of that list. That team would be able to take a drive and just eat clock.
Yep.
Eat.
I think time of possession is a huge factor in that, but it's just when you're throwing the ball as much as they did last year, you're asking to be perfect so much when you don't have a running game to kind of go to.
And you hope that this year they commit to it. It's not just having the runners. They added J.K. Dobbins. They drafted R.J. Harvey. I get it. We talk so much about who's in the room. I think bigger than who's in the room is how committed are you to doing it?
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this. Do you think Detroit was committed to running the football last year?
Yeah.
Do you think Baltimore was with Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
Even Tampa, their running back last year. Why am I blanking on the guy's name? The rookie last year. Bucky Irving. who had, I don't know, like 1,200 yards last year. Buffalo, they were. Philly, what do you think about them? Were they committed to run the football?
A little bit.
Guys hurling people backwards.
I mean, now, again, chicken and egg. Those teams, Gibbs and Montgomery in Detroit, Derrick Henry in Baltimore, Bucky Irving in Tampa, Saquon Barkley, James Cook, like they had horses that were able to do it too. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't just, hey, we're making a commitment even though our guys suck. No, they had guys who could do it, but that's the whole point. Like, you don't sign, I don't think, Dobbins for $5 million a year unless you're committed to doing something about it. You don't trade up for R.G. Harvey unless you're committed to do something about it.
Well, then commit. And execute.
I think
commit and execute.
Yeah, I think last year was designed to be a year in which let's get this kid.
I do too.
Let's get this kid going. Let's throw everything at him. Again, the most passes he attempted in a game was the very first game of the season, as you noted. 42 against Seattle.
Everything has felt very, very. I just had the word. Now I lost it.
Expedite his maturity as fast as you can.
Intentional is kind of what I'm looking for. Like everything that he's done, it's like we know the weaknesses that we have, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to really commit to doing this thing. And last year it just felt like getting Bo Nix comfortable. But now he can have sort of this safety net, hopefully, if they commit to the run like they should.
Which of these teams has the most likely case of dropping out? Houston? That would only be if they don't win their division, they're not in, right?
Yeah.
Chargers?
No.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, maybe.
With the Aaron? Could it blow up?
Maybe.
Broncos?
I don't think so.
Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore are in no matter what. Houston's in because they won their division. Then those 3 wildcard teams I was talking about. What about Cincinnati next year? They in?
I don't know. Can they stop anybody?
Miami.
Can Tua stay healthy?
I'm going to ask a question. I want you guys to answer during the break. Don't look it up. Don't cheat. Don't go to the internet. Don't do any of that. Use this break. And if you're at home, if you're driving around, don't stop your car. Go to the library. Use a computer to find it. Or use your phone. Don't do that.
Wait, can you still use computers at the library?
I don't know. What in the last 100 years, and we're going to go to break after I ask this question, Nelly. All right? Hit the break sign after I hit this. Well, answers when we come back.
Break sign?
Or whatever that is. The button. What in the last 100 years has been the most popular name for an American boy, in the last 100 years? Go to break.
Fun to say it. Road trip. You take them on this summer? Of course you are. You're going to go someplace, right? With the fam, boys, the gals, whatever the case may be. You should do it in a brand new ride from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. They've got unbelievable deals right now. Employee pricing still there, lasting until July 7th. And no one's going to give you more for your trade. Try them. Find out. They're going to give you the most for your trade. They've got over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs right there on the lot right now. Get to where you're going in style. So get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's my dealership at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Oh, what a jam. What a jam. Wait, wasn't this Kim Mulkey?
Yeah, I was going to say,
is this Kim
Mulkey?
Last 100 years of American history. Last century. Since 1925.
Can I guess?
The most common American male name. What is it?
James.
What's your guess, Brett?
Quintorris Lopez Julio Jones Jr.
The answer is James.
James? Am I right?
James is it.
Hey, I got it right. It's
number 2?
Either James or John. James or John.
I would throwing a John out there.
Number 2's close, by the way. Number 1, 2, and 3 are very close.
Jimmy?
Matt.
Jimmy and James are the same.
Matt.
I know, I'm just teasing.
Michael is second. John is third.
What's your point?
None of us are named either of the top 3. There ain't no Bretts in there.
I'll bet Steven's got to round up the top 5.
Nope. Steven is not in the top 5.
Mark with a K, but Mark with a C is definitely not going to make the cut.
Not at all. David?
I'll give you the top 10. James, Michael, John, Robert, David, William, Richard, Joseph, Thomas, and Christopher.
Hang on a second. Robert is going to be dead and gone.
What do you mean, Bob? There's a lot of good Bobs out there.
Nah,
doesn't Moser have a
brother-in-law Bob?
How many Bobs you know under the age of like 35?
Bobby?
Yeah, there's Bobbies everywhere.
I don't feel like there's Bobbies everywhere.
It's Roberts everywhere. I guess, you know what I just saw? I was reading this thing. Some woman is naming her child Chernobyl.
What?
The name is Chernobyl Hope.
We've entered the era of crazy, names. So this list, this list that's upon us is going to
evaporate,
shrink very quickly.
But I guess the most popular name for a boy in America now is Liam, or one of them. Liam. In the sunshine.
Huh?
That's Oasis. You wouldn't know it.
I got another set of numbers.
Got me the parka.
This is sports related. All right, so Nikola Jokic loses the MVP race, and we don't make a big deal out of it. We knew that was going to happen, right? Do you know who won? And I just saw this on Twitter, and when I saw these numbers, I was like, I cannot believe this. 1962 NBA MVP race was won by Bill Russell, okay? The man who's won 11 NBA championships, 2 as a player coach, Bill Russell. That year for the Celtics, Bill Russell averaged 19 points a game, 24 rebounds a game, 19 and 24. Not bad.
Well,
not bad, right?
He was super tall.
He beat out Wilt Chamberlain. Do you want to hear Wilt Chamberlain's numbers that year?
Sure.
Wilt Chamberlain averaged 50 points a game and 26 rebounds a game. What in the hell is happening?
How does he not win?
That's what I'm saying. When we go back in history and everybody says, well, they'll go back and look at Joker's numbers and say he averages a triple-double, and people go, how in the hell did he not win? Are we not doing exactly that, looking at that? I just told you what he averaged, all right? I just told you. And by the way, third place that year, Oscar Robertson, who averaged a triple-double, 31 points, 12 assists, 12 rebounds. He finished third in the MVP voting.
Yeah.
Bill Russell, who, listen, one of the greatest winners in sports history, 19 points and 24 boards, and you beat out those two?
Maybe it's a sentimental vote. I don't know. I have
What?
no idea.
What?
Did you see Tyler Hero over the weekend?
I didn't see him, no. I was here in Denver, hanging out in Golden. Did not see him.
He said during he was live streaming with popular Twitch streamers, and he said he doesn't believe in history before 1950, including some events after, including the moon landing and NBA legend Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game.
If history hadn't occurred the way it did, he wouldn't be here.
Wait, he doesn't believe in what?
He doesn't believe in history before 1950, doesn't trust anything before 1950, and including some events after, like the moon landing and Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game. He said, I don't even know what Wilt looked like, man. Somebody asked him, you think history is a real thing? He said, yeah. He says, no, I don't believe in history.
He's just
no,
he's being stupid. I mean, come on.
I reckon he is.
Do people feel the need to say everything that enters their mind?
I don't know. Ross asked Harrow if he doesn't believe in things that happened 200 years ago. Hell no, he says. What about the moon landing? No, I don't believe in that either. I don't believe in anything that happened before 1950. That's who you want to build your Heat franchise around?
You know, this reminds me
of... with the bucket hat and responses like that, how do you play him if you're Eric Spoelstra?
I got to tell you, it didn't work out here, but it's one of the reasons. This is from a few days ago. Joe Flacco, who is the elder statesman on this Cleveland Browns team that features a whole bunch of young quarterbacks, was talking about, mentoring and stuff like that. And he said, And he said this.
I've been on Instagram. That's the only thing I've ever logged in on in my life. I won't download the other things because I don't miss them. If you told me you're taking Instagram away, I've been on it. I'm too far down the road, but like Twitter and all those other things, I won't even download it on my phone. No TikTok dances. The fact that people, that is different too. This generation, the fact that people want to get on their phones and show people the most, that's embarrassing. You're an adult. Be an adult. It's just I can't wrap my head around that. And I get it. You have kids and you want to have fun with your kids. Have fun with your kids in private. That's what I think.
I totally agree with this guy. I'm telling you. It's the fact that you want to share everything going on in your life, Vic, is insane to me.
I don't discount what he's saying. Did you hear what else he said going forward when he ripped TikTok and said, who does TikTok? Be an adult. And all I'm thinking of as he's saying that, he's surrounded by guys. Shedeur Sanders plays for that team. All these guys, that's all they do.
Well, that's I'm wondering. He's saying that when there's a quarterback that has a camera crew around him at all times. You know what I mean? It's just.
Well, that's why he was asked about it. Is because there was another clip from training camp where Shedeur was next to him and he was like, "Hey, bro, you know the latest TikTok dance?" And Joe looked at him and was like, "What are you talking about? I've never downloaded TikTok. You're crazy." So that's why he was asked about it in a later presser.
See, I'm an older dude, but I actually embrace social media because it's what we do for a living. And if you don't have it, how do you cover sports? It's part of what this generation is. And if you don't have it, what are you doing? In fact, I've always wondered, I'm always suspicious more so of those who don't have it.
Are you suspicious of me? I have a Twitter.
Yeah. Do you look at your Twitter?
Oh yeah, I look at it.
I'm
a lurker though. I don't really post anything.
Well, that's fine. I'm not
I
asking
lurk
you to,
in the shadows.
Yeah, but you look at it, right?
Yeah.
You gather information from it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just creeping behind, watching everybody else do their thing.
I really don't post that much at all. I'll get some info. Listen, from the people I follow, like Shams and Elliot Friedman, and I'll get information. Adam Schefter, right? They're breaking news. I want to find out what it's all about, but I don't post on anything, really.
Listen, I could argue to you, social media and the modern day internet is the reason. It's why I got out of local news. It's why I was a local newscaster for 25 years.
You used to be on the news.
And one day I came home, and I'll never forget it. It was 2014. I came home. And we're at the dinner table. I came home between shows. It was 7 o'clock, and I told my son, I said, "Hey, dude, wait till you see this dunk I'm going to show tonight from this game." And he takes his phone out and he pulls up his account, says, "You mean this one?" I go, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "Yeah, that's been out all day." And I'm thinking to myself, well, what the hell good am I? What is my purpose then? These kids are getting this information before I can get it on the newscast, and they're getting it instantly. So if you want to be one of those dinosaurs who waits around for it, feel free. I don't.
I was doing a T-Rex arms, that's all.
But you know what I'm saying?
You know what's been around forever? Movies. You want to go see one? F1, the movie, starring Brad Pitt. You want to see it before anybody else can? On Tuesday, June 24th? Well, all you had to do was give us your best F1 impression. Nelly, let's hear him.
No.
Mine's better than you, Vic.
Nah, Not bad.
Hey, I'm not driving over here, Italiano, Vica Lombardi. This is how it does sound in the F1.
Jesus.
If you don't chew big red gum, then you.
That's okay. That's the leaders in the clubhouse. They all sounded pretty similar. Sounded close.
See, I'm not an F1 geek, but I know F1. The best sounding engine of all time is the Renault V10.
No,
it is by a million
not
miles.
We need to pick a winner is what we need to do. Which one of those wins?
The third to last one.
Third to last one.
Can I have my say in this?
No.
I like the big red guy.
Didn't even make an attempt.
I don't care.
That's NASCAR.
And that's NASCAR.
Ricky Bobby.
I don't care.
Third
It's
to
4
last.
wheels.
Third to last was.
It was actually not bad, though. That
What's
one,
that, machine
I like
gun?
that.
Yeah,
I like that right there.
Sound like a staple gun there.
So congratulations. Whoever that was, you're the winner of this 4-pack of tickets.
Joe, all right. I personally think, Noah, you were robbed.
Mine's better than you, Vic.
I like that one, too. Yes.
All right, Joe Garcia.
Congratulations, Joe. Fact checker Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Today's Fact Checker is simple. Brett Kane is still alive. He has not passed, despite some fake news that Mark Bertinoli gave us repeatedly on Friday throughout the appetizer hour. Here's a little sampler.
Welcome back to the Brett Kane hour. Brett Kane has passed away. He's no longer with us. Welcome back. Brett Kane, no longer with us. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in this morning.
Brett, you appear to be alive and well, unless this is some body double you've replaced.
You know what's shameful about it, though, Brett? He did an entire show mentioning that, and at no point did anybody say, oh, how sad.
You know what? If I do, or if I were to unexpectedly pass, like if that happened this weekend, can you guys do it just like that? No sadness, no nothing, just very matter of fact. Brett Kane is no longer here.
I'm not going to say that. Brett Kane's on assignment.
I told Nelly.
Permanent assignment.
If I was dead, that would be an excused absence on this show. It would be.
No, you didn't fill out your PTO, dude.
That is very true.
Hey, dude,
yes.
I'm looking at the Olympic 6 for Team France. P.E. Belmar's on there.
Yeah.
Well, he's 40 years old.
Still balling.
France is going to get wiped out.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a great Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Brett Kane, no longer with us. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in this morning.
Nimhard lurking. Back to Williams. Thought about a three. Gilgeous-Alexander hits a three. Clutch bomb from SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive. Pulls back. Baseline jumper's good. OKC with their first lead of the second half.
Fours laying up the near side. Puck didn't leave the zone. Long shot. Draisaitl save. Bobrovsky off his chest protector. Luostarinen now sends one long, and he scores on the empty net. And the Panthers take a 5-2 lead. An empty net goal with 1:19 to play.
Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
One.
In one of the most unlikely final round Sundays in U.S. Open history, J.J. Spaun closes the deal with a birdie at the last.
A wild U.S. Open and Father's Day weekend ends in the rain in Pittsburgh at Oakmont Country Club in Pennsylvania. I asked for carnage. We got carnage. The NBA Finals should be 3-1 Indy, if not for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander throwing in an MVP performance in the fourth quarter and tying that thing up at 2 games apiece. You'll have Game 5 tonight on ABC at 6:30. The Panthers have a 3-2 lead in the Stanley Cup Finals. That thing could end tomorrow night in South Beach. And the Rockies, even though their the Braves starter, struck out 15 dudes, won a game 10-1. I don't know where to start with that.
Is that 30? Is my math correct? 34 strikeouts?
35 strikeouts across 2 games. It's not the most by a major league team in
20?
history. There were 19 and 16.
16, so 15 from the starter, you said?
Yeah, 15 from Holmes, the starter.
Jeez.
And then there was one more strikeout for the rest of the game.
Father's Day miracle for the Colorado Rockies.
So they struck out 35 times in back-to-back games, and they won the games in the aggregate, to steal something from soccer.
From you. Yeah, I love the aggregate. Big
Spencer
aggregate
Strider
guy.
walks in and just throws 13 Ks in 6 innings. Then Holmes throws 15, right? Holmes, I think, is the starter the next day. Garrett Holmes, is that his first name?
Sure,
who cares?
Yeah.
Like the Braves suck too.
You can call it bananas for all I care.
35 strikeouts across 2 games is not the most in MLB history. The most across back-to-back games, 40.
Can we stop talking about the Rockies? The U.S. Open. The U.S. Open, man. I'll tell you what. That was the most diabolical putt at a major since when?
The most diabolical putt since... Tiger in 08 to force the playoff.
Which was wild that they showed that during they were showing that during the weather delay.
What a wonderful decision from NBC.
Also, Father's Day golf nap hit so hard yesterday. It was as good as it gets, because you didn't just get the Father's Day golf nap where you're a little bit anxious because you might miss something. You were able to rest nicely knowing you knew the outcome of the 2008 U.S. Open.
You wake up to Tiger in the middle of the third round.
Exactly what happened to
number
me.
12 from behind the green.
With the iconic celebration. Yeah!
I don't know why tournaments don't do that all the time. When you go into rain delays, they'll play highlights, but they'll typically play highlights from either the week before or that same tournament the year before. Every tournament that has a rain delay should just default to Tiger Woods.
I'll tell you who would love to see rain delays at every Sunday of a major. It's J.J. Spaun, because he was atrocious as a guy who had led in this tournament before the weather delay.
Yeah, he was the 18 and 36 hole leader in the tournament Thursday and Friday.
And then was abysmal to start out on Sunday.
First golfer in major championship history to post a score that starts with a 4 on his front 9. So he had a 40 through his first 9 holes. He bogeys 5 of his first 6. the American golfer JJ Spaun, type 1 diabetic. JJ Spaun.
He also just kind of looks like a normal dude.
Normal dude.
Which I like.
Highest
I'm like,
pitched voice in the world.
Yeah.
Were you ready for JJ Spaun's voice?
I was not.
Yep.
I wasn't. I don't know if we have any audio of JJ Spawn's high-pitched voice, but that's pretty legendary.
I was waiting for a bunch of people. I was like, there's so many people out there that are watching JJ Spaun for the first time that have no idea what his voice sounds like.
And you knew a little bit. You had a pretty good
good player.
Good JJ Spaun. Are the rumors true that he has like a newborn daughter or a young daughter, and I saw this on social media in a couple places from some golf journalists that she was like throwing up overnight and he had to go run to CVS and get her some like a 24-hour pharmacy.
Oh, I didn't see that, but I
and so he had like slept like absolutely slept atrocious. And so he's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. going to run to get some Pepto-Bismol or
if you guys
settle the stomach a little bit.
If you guys weren't aware of JJ Spaun, here's what he sounds like.
Well, today I was running to CVS in downtown because my daughter had a stomach bug and was vomiting all night long. So I was just like, okay. Like my wife was up at 3 a.m. and she's like, Violet's vomiting, although she can't keep anything down. And so it was kind of a rough start to the morning. I'm not blaming that on my start, but it was just kind of like it fit the mold of what was going on, the chaos. But I don't think I had any. I didn't really like when I go back home after the round. You know, my kids are there, and it's such a big distraction where I'm not even having to dwell on anything or think too much, which is a good thing.
Okay, I get it. You got to parent with both parents. And I'm not one yet. Soon enough.
It was also Father's Day.
But if I am damn near leading the United States Open going into Father's Day, you're not waking me up. Honey, you got to handle that one.
Father's Day is the one day out of 365 that I am not asked to do those types of tasks. And that's Father's Day not being in contention at your first ever major in the sport that you've given your life to.
I think his highest finish was like tied for 24th or something like that at the Masters a couple years ago. He's been cut in nearly half of the major championships he's played in. He's played really good golf this year, like excellent golf this year.
It's a great story though, because it's almost as if sometimes the people that are around you, if you're a very high level athlete with a lot of stress and pressure, even when I was a head coach or an offensive coordinator at a big school where you get around game day and everybody's like walking on pins and needles around you, it almost made you more nervous rather than your wife being like, hey, honey, you need to go to the store. Go pick up some Pepto-Bismol.
I'm sure
and then you know what?
I'm sure JJ's wife doesn't sound like an Italian Jewish mother at age 54 screaming for 4 matzo balls.
Hey, will you go get some more ibuprofen? You need to get Violet some Tussin. Go get us some Robitussin now. You know what, though? But that was good for JJ. Because JJ's like, you know what? Another day.
Grounds
just getting punked by my wife. I'm going to go play golf with limited sleep. That's what every other day is like.
So he talked about, in his post-game presser, he talked about a conversation that he and Max Homa had. And it was regarding Tiger. And Tiger's conversation was always stay in your lane, especially at a U.S. Open, play for par. If you throw even par in at a U.S. Open, you should have a great chance to win on Sunday. And he told this story about how if you're 4 back, just stay 4 back. Just stay where you are. And eventually, you're going to have a chance to do something huge, right? So I do believe things like that, they can ground you as a player. Instead of trying to get in, you start gripping the club a little bit too tight. His 64-foot putt on 18 was the longest hold putt of the tournament. No one canned a longer putt than JJ Spaun did to be the only guy under par. He didn't have to hit that. You know, Victor Hovland gave him a great line. I saw some awesome tweets from Europeans going, Victor, you can't win. Start the Ryder Cup right now. Hit a flop shot. Don't give him the line. Screw the Americans. which I thought would have been hilarious.
How big a bend was on? I mean, when you watch that putt, 64 feet, was that an 8 to 10 foot bender?
Yes, it was probably around like the size of the pin, like probably between 7 and 6, 8 feet, something like that.
That was a bender.
A great putt.
Oh my gosh.
Sam Burns falls apart after not getting relief from standing water.
Raj, I know neither. Well, you're a good golfer. I'm not a consistent golfer nor a good golfer, so I'm not gonna. But every one of you out there listening right now has had that moment, and it's probably a little bit different when you're not a good golfer. Like JJ Spaun is a good golfer; he's on the tour. But when you hit a putt and you just have that feeling right when it leaves, and you're like,
"Oh, it's got a chance.
I pured it.
It's got a chance.
I pured it.
Ain't nothing like it."
You could see it, man. You could see it, and you got that feeling. It was awesome.
As soon as he hit it, you went, there's going to be something special about this. Whether it was going to be real close, lip out, go in, you knew something was going to be special. And I was waiting all weekend, waiting for the carnage, waiting for the teeth of Oakmont to come out. And it finally did. You get, Wyndham Clark joins the Poopy Pants McGee Club that, Rory McIlroy he's the president and operator of that club. Like, I'm a Rory guy. Rory's throwing clubs. He's shattering tee markers.
That was a bad look for him.
A terrible
And then Wyndham Clark
Rory.
Allegedly destroys the
2
Oakmont
lockers. And the Oakmont locker room is like hallowed.
Not anymore. It's
Poopy
broken.
Pants McGee, Wyndham Clark.
It's not hallowed anymore. It's shattered.
That's what I wanted. I wanted to see the best golfers in the world panic. And they did.
Did Wyndham kick? Was he kicking through or was it punching?
Yeah, is that a horse? So like me and my buddies used to do that in college. I'm sure you guys did, like in dorm rooms, just horse kick the drywall. Probably shouldn't have done it. I did that a few times. We'd horse kick the drywall, and then when we were 1 beers deep later on in the night, we would draw straws to see who we would break the drywall over their back.
Did you guys fix it?
Sometimes.
Wow. I didn't know that I was an accomplice to a consistent crime being on the air with you. Somebody who just...
We would go down to a different floor and we would horse kick a different floor. And then we would bring the drywall upstairs so that when the people would come and see the wall, they would blame those guys on that floor instead of us on the 9th. It was diabolical. But yeah, you draw straws at the end of the night after 1 or 2 beers. And then whoever had the short straw, someone would just shatter drywall over your back. We were dumb. It was fun.
You what?
Do stupid things. Yeah, U.S. Open was awesome. The Rockies strike out 1 billion times. We are very well on the path to dueling Game 7s in the NBA and the NHL. And speaking of the NHL, some news about the Avs. I'll tell you what's going on the other side. What a song for a Monday, KJ. Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi, that's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line.
KJ's motivation for playing Fred Durst and his angst in the early 2000s is more based off of Raj admitting that he used to kick drywall down in all of your various shenanigans at Syracuse University as a
You're telling me you didn't
derelict.
do any stupid things at Boise State?
No, man, I was just...
You just didn't have any fun? No fun?
I was too busy
No fun, Sanford?
representing the greatness of the blue turf. And
Wet blanket, Mike.
You know what I did? I represented on the weekends for the name of the school on the front of my jersey and the name on the back of the jersey, the family name that was given to me. That's what I did, man. Above reproach at all times,
All
Raj.
right.
Oh, my God.
Some of us had accountability in our sports, Raj. Oh, you want to know my best Boise State
Yes, I do.
shenanigan
I
moment?
do want to know what it is.
We're playing Hawaii, University of Hawaii, in Hawaii.
The Rainbow Warriors.
Thunder Dan Hawkins. Yes, the guy that famously said Division I football is the Big 12. That guy. He made the mistake after we beat Timmy Chang and the Warriors. They were coached by June Jones. They were a good team. We beat them at the tail end of the regular season, and Thunder Dan Hawkins makes a mistake of giving us no curfew after the game.
Oh, no.
It was
in
bad.
Hawaii?
In Hawaii. In Honolulu.
That's fun. Good for you.
So there were some libations consumed by multiple Boise State players.
One Mai Tais?
Yeah. And we all ended up in one of the offensive line our starting center's room, like 30 of us. And then we all decided to go paint the town that night. But we decided on the process of getting to the town that we were all going to load into one elevator.
Oh, God. There's some big, beefy boys on that offensive line.
I'd say the average...
Some corn-fed Boise State Broncos.
I was 222 pounds, and I was probably the third lightest person out of 30 on an elevator. There were some 330-pound guys.
That's how you die.
Yeah, well, the elevator just kept going down, like past where the ground floor was, slowly. And we get to the point where nothing is opening up. And we are stuck, 30 of us, in an elevator. One of my teammates was crying because he has terrible, what's it called when you don't like tight spaces?
Claustrophobia?
Terrible claustrophobia. We end up prying the doors open, like with just brute man strength. Prying the doors open. You had the inside door, then the outside door. And there is like a 2-foot gap where you can escape.
Did you have a kicker with you?
All of us escaped. Every single one of us.
Even the big boys?
Yes. They held it down and we left it.
Didn't tell anyone?
Didn't tell anyone.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Told you did stupid things.
Monday morning's team meeting wasn't great. There was video evidence.
Oh, no. Just you guys crawling out of an elevator.
So Thunder Dan, we thought we got away with it. We were feeling great, man. And Thunder Dan's like, you guys thought you were pretty smart, huh?
That's what I feel bad about kids these days because everyone's got a Ring camera, right? Like 20 years ago.
We almost got away with it.
Almost got away with it.
If that hotel
that was like the cutting edge of video surveillance.
Well, that
was
video
right
surveillance,
at the beginning of it.
It was recording on actual like video, like VHS.
Tape.
And they had it
closed circuit TV.
And they sent it to Thunder Dan, who showed it in our team meeting. Yeah. And we all had to pay for the elevator. So it was taken out of our scholarship check.
Taken out of your NIL fund?
Well, back then we had, you want to know how much money we made as, we had to pay for room and board. Our scholarship check was $400 a month for food and rent. And after breaking the elevator, our scholarship check was $118 a month.
Fellas are living on ramen and ice chips.
Tough times don't last, Raj. Tough times.
I told you there's some news around the NHL and with the Avs. We officially have some Avs players that will be playing in the 2026 Winter Olympics for Team Canada. So what the Olympic committee has asked all of the nations to do is give the first 6 players that will be on your team. Canada already has Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. So those guys are going to the Olympics. They're expected to have Devon Taves join that team, and there is a very distinct possibility that Mackenzie Blackwood could make Team Canada next year as well. So there's a chance that you're going to have 4 Avalanche Canadian players.
Jonathan Taves, will he be on that?
Jonathan Taves would not make that team.
He would not make it as the grandfather, the elder statesman.
No, your elder statesman is the guy who's actually going to play top 6 minutes, and that's Crosby, who's your captain. He's your elder statesman there. All right, so you already have 2 guys playing for Team Canada. Gabe Landeskog has been named to Team Sweden, and Marty Necas has been named to the Czechia roster. There's other players that are expected to make their teams. Again, mentioned Devon Taves, mentioned Blackwood. Arturi Lehkonen is expected to make Team Finland. Mikko Rantanen, former Av, has been named to that Finnish team already. And then Brock Nelson is an outside shot to make Team USA.
He was on Four Nations.
He was on the Four Nations team. But
was he a second liner in Four Nations?
He was a second line / third line center for them. He went back and forth. So there's a chance that Nelson makes it. If he has a good year with the Avs, good half season with the Avs at center number 2, I think he's a lock. But if he looks slow, then no chance. I think Nelson likely makes Team USA. He's not going to be one of your top couple of centers, but it looks good for the Avs. You have some elite players going to the Olympics, man.
Yeah, I love that. You have a good roster, Rush. I mean, that's what you got cooking right now. You have players from just like most NHL teams, but players from numerous countries. And I like the fact that there's even a chance for an American to be from the Avs roster on Team USA. When's the last time that happened?
Team USA, so 2014 was the last time that you had NHL players in the Olympics. Your men's Olympic roster, I don't think had any Avs on it, Paul Stastny was on that team. And Stastny was really close to not being an Av anymore, but Stastny, American-born, 2014 Sochi.
Best American-born Av of all time.
Stastny's probably it.
You haven't had a lot.
No. A lot of Canadians, couple of Swedes, couple of all-time Swedes in Forsberg and Landeskog. An all-time Finn. You could also make the argument that like an all-time Finn in Jari Kurri, but he only played at the end of his career. But like Jari Kurri was
beast.
Unbelievable. Also, you know what I hate to say? Teemu Selanne. You can make the argument. Avs fans can claim the 3 best Finnish players of all time.
Teemu Selanne, Jari Kurri, and Mikko Rantanen.
Yep. You can claim all 3 of them.
And then you're not, I mean, you're talking, there have been other Finnish players that are in Finnish national team. Who's Lecky, right?
Lecky's in there. Yeah, those.
Who's the other Finn? I'm missing a Finn.
On the Avs?
Yeah. I have a second Finn.
Yoel Kiviranta?
Kiviranta.
He's an unrestricted free agent. Yeah. I don't think he's coming back. Kiviranta's probably going to be a cap casualty this year for the Avs. Best American.
He's a player that I'm bummed to see go if he does go.
Why is that?
I like Kiviranta. I think as a lower line player, like he had the ability to be a plus performer in your third or fourth line. I don't know. I like Yoel Kiviranta.
Let me look at.
Are you okay losing Kiviranta?
Yeah, I am. I think you got the most out of him. I'm okay with losing Kiviranta the same way that I'm okay with losing Jonathan Drouin. Because I think that you got the most out of both of those players and you've maximized them. It's the same thought process I have with Russell Westbrook. Like, I'm okay with Russ moving on because I think you got the very best version of Russ that you could have gotten for the money.
I feel about Russ like you feel about Drouin. Where you feel okay about the value that you got.
Yes.
But you don't want him back.
Right.
That's how I feel about Russ. I don't feel that way about Kiviranta. I would take Kiviranta back on the cheap.
Just depends what the cheap is, right? Because
Drouin's a first line. He's a first line winger.
Top 6. He's best slated in as a top 6. He's put up good enough numbers to go to a bottom half team.
But I'm saying he was occupying a first line winger role.
He's not a bottom 6 player. He can't be a third or fourth line checking guy. That's not who he is.
Which Kivi you can slot him in there.
U.S. player for the Avs. Chris Drury's a really good one too. Really good one. Eric Johnson, really good American-born player. Stastny's probably had the better career, but EJ's got the cup. Drury's really good. Chris Drury might be the best American-born Av ever. But he didn't play all that long for the Avs. He played the beginning of his career, and then he left. I think most people, when you think Chris Drury outside the state of Colorado, you go, he's a Ranger or a Sabre.
Best American-born player of all time. National Hockey League.
It's going to be Austin Matthews.
Mm-hmm.
Right now,
Chelios
is up there. Right now, it's probably Patrick Kane.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Modano's part of that. Mike Richter in net is part of that. Brian Leach as a defenseman is part of that conversation. Patrick Kane's probably the best American-born player of all time. And you can count Zach Parise, yes, but I don't put Parise in the same conversation. Man, it's tough. They've had some good guys that haven't played a lot of years for the team that have a piece of that conversation. The 402 says John Michael Lyles. JML, hell of a defenseman. I don't think he's in the same conversation as those other guys.
Pat LaFontaine.
Pat LaFontaine wasn't an Av, was he?
No, I'm just talking about good American players.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
LaFontaine. Really good player.
Right, current players, I mean, Jack Hughes, Kachuk brothers, Eichel. Good American-born player.
The defensemen are where the Americans have the defensemen and the goaltending is where the Americans have a step.
Sneaky good all-time American. Joe Pavelski. In his prime, man, as a San Jose Shark.
Joe Pavelski would have been a dude that I would have loved, absolutely loved on the Avs in his last couple of years. That's the way that I look at Jonathan Toews, man. I look at Toews, and I hate to say this, and I know a lot of Avs fans would hate me. He's going to be too expensive. If Jamie Benn wants to play on the Corey Perry contract, like the $1 million contract, and you give him a handful of performance incentives, I would take Jamie Benn in a heartbeat.
Be careful finishing that statement.
In a heartbeat, I would take him. Look at what Corey Perry's done for the Edmonton Oilers. Like, that dude's 40 years old, still playing top 6 minutes. He brings a type of snarl and an I don't give a damn what happens on the ice. I'm going to drag either my teammates into the fight or I'm going to drag guys on the other team into the scrum so that they start taking penalties and get off their game. Jamie Benn could do that.
If Jamie Benn's playing for the Dallas Stars, is he a bag or is he a rat?
987 goes, stop saying Stastny. He was born in Quebec, Canada. He's an American national player. Paul Stastny is a Team USA member. Team USA. American. If that means American born, I don't, the semantics about it are crazy. Like, Stastny is an American player. So whether or not he was born in Quebec, you know who's a Canadian player, but wasn't born in Canada? Logan O'Connor. That's a Canadian hockey player, not born in Canada. He was born in like Missouri or something.
Brett Hull, not American?
Brett Hull's American. But Hull is behind Kane and Modano for me. And he'll be behind Matthews as well. Matthews is a freak. Hughes, Werenski, Hellebuck. The Americans got a good chance, dude. Really good chance.
This might be the goal. Is this the golden era of American-born players?
Yeah, it should be. It should be. You've had some really good teams. Obviously, 2010 it finishes in silver. You have the World Cup team in the 1990s. Gold in 1960, gold in 1980, but those are amateur players. This should be the best version of Team USA that we've ever seen. For sure.
Jeremy Roenick, another good American.
Good American. I always thought Jeremy Roenick was overrated because they made him untouchable in a video game. Right? Some of the greatest video game characters of all time, like the most broken video game characters, are Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
Yes. Tecmo Super Bowl.
Tecmo
Barry
Bo
Sanders.
Jackson.
Oh, Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson in Tecmo.
Yeah.
Unbeatable.
Next level.
Mike Vick in Madden 2004, something
Whatever
like
year
that.
It was.
Whatever year Mike Vick was unstoppable.
As a runaround player.
You just run around everyone. You couldn't stop him. In Blades of Steel, like Blades of Steel 1994 or something, they made Jeremy Roenick untouchable. You couldn't be the Blackhawks. You just couldn't do it. It was like the corner three. That what Family Guy is now made famous. You couldn't touch him. And I always thought that Roenick got a better rap of like who he was as an actual hockey player because he was so damn good in a video game. Like Tony Hawk, like Tiger Woods and PGA Tour 2000.
Raj, Jeremy Roenick did have 1,216 total points in his career.
I'm not saying he was a bad player. That was a Hall of Fame player. But I think he was greatly inflated because of who he was in a video game. Also, I can't hear what Jeremy's saying. I have both of my ears plugged by my Stanley Cup rings. Patrick Waugh says hello.
In 2020, ESPN.com put out top 20 American-born players. Patrick Kane won.
Yes.
Austin Matthews 2, and that was just only 3 years into his career. Madonna 3.
Yep.
LaFontaine 4.
Yep.
Eichel was 5.
Oh, okay. He's got a cup.
Brian Leach 6.
Brian Leach is awesome. Brian Leach and Cale Makar are so similar.
Chris Chelios 7. Roenick 8. Keith Tkachuk 9.
Walt.
Joe Mullen 10.
That's a solid list. ESPN's got that pretty spot on.
You might have a Tkachuk in there. When it's all said and done, you might have 3 Tkachuks.
You may have.
In the top 20.
If Brady hits his peak, you might have 3.
Pretty
Matthews
cool.
well on his way. The Matthew Tkachuk trade to Florida changed that entire organization.
The ultimate cheat code 0762 on the Shot Mazda text line. Lawrence Taylor on Tecmo Super Bowl. Couldn't block him. That was actually realistic though.
Couldn't do it in real
Look
life.
at Joe
Can't do it in a video
Theismann's
game.
leg.
Oh, we'll take a quick timeout. It's Monday. That means that Rapids head coach Chris Armas will join us on the other side. You guys will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rapids play this weekend. I believe they play on the 25th. No, 25th. Is that their next game? Something like that. You guys will have a chance to win a 4-pack coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Chris Armas is next.
Hey, what's good, Colorado? Coach Mike Sanford here, and I want to tell you more about the guy I've been talking about for the last month, and that's my real estate agent, Barry Remington with 1M, and that's at the Remington team at WK Real Estate, based out of Boulder. He works all throughout Boulder, Denver, Longmont, Louisville. You can get down to Highlands Ranch, and he is an absolute gem of a human being. A proud Colorado native, Barry grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School, and played inside linebacker for Coach Bill McCartney at CU, where he still holds the all-time tackle record. Raised his family in Boulder County, so all the Remingtons know this area. His daughter, Cassie, works alongside him and has for the last 7 years. And Cassie brings smart insights, high-level communication, and a fresh female perspective. So right now it's a buyer's market, and that's what Barry's been telling me. And it's important to know that buying a home in this current market, do not underestimate what a seller is willing to negotiate to get a deal done. But you need experience. You need a guy that's been doing this for the last decade and does 40 plus homes per year. And that's Barry Remington and Cassie Remington of the WK Real Estate team. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Looking to hook up with Rapids head coach Chris Armas in just a few minutes. But we do have a very pivotal Game 5 in the NBA tonight. 6:30 is your tip on ABC between OKC and Indiana. Coach, this thing was locked up at 3-1 until Shea went off. Did I see he outscored in clutch time the entire Pacers roster 17-7 by himself?
Yeah, it took 167 minutes of this series, excuse me, for Tyrese Halliburton to get a free throw. Did you know that? 167 minutes. And yet, SGA, down the stretch, he gets all of the free throw opportunities. The NBA is playing along with the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander subplots. And I tweeted out about it this weekend. I got dragged by Oklahoma City Thunder fans, as I usually do.
They're going to come to bat for their guy.
They are.
I get that.
And they love doing it. But it just gets to the point where you're watching SGA play. You see the push-offs that don't get called, and then the invisible fouls that just consistently get called. It gets to the point where it is so often, so frequent, that you even wonder if the NBA officials can even try to choose which ones to call fouls. And SGA is playing this thing to what I think is a major problem in the NBA with officiating. He's playing it perfectly. I do. I think it's a major problem. I think that they are rewarding embellishment if it's done the right way. If it's done the way that they want it to be done.
What's the way that they want it to be done that you see?
You're athletic enough to be able to make it look like you actually got fouled, as opposed to somebody who looks like they get shot and sniped and explode, and it looks unathletic. SGA looks graceful doing it, and then right when he gets near a body, he becomes a drama major. It's what you watch.
But if Joker does it, he's not going to get the calls because he's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Exactly. It's a hard deal, man.
75% of teams that win a tied 2-2 series, that win Game 5, 75% of those teams, just under 75%, go on to win.
They're winning this thing. Don't you think?
Tonight?
They're winning this series.
I mean, I've said that all along, and I've gotten dragged for it, but they feel like a team waiting to explode. This feels like it's 2-2, and OKC hasn't played well yet.
Mm-hmm.
It is so eerily similar to the Thunder Nugget series. Where when you were in this situation, you went, uh-oh. You needed to be up 3-1. You needed to steal a 3-1 series lead to win the series. I kind of feel that way about Indiana. That they finally woke up OKC at the end of that fourth quarter in game number 4. And now you're looking at it.
One of these next 3 games is going to be an OKC 35-point win.
Well, they went 3 for 16 or something like that from beyond the arc.
Yeah, they're gonna explode.
I thought it was going to be game 2 where they came out and stomped them. Now it was a healthy win, but it wasn't a stomp. Are you going to get the same, butt whooping that OKC put on Denver in games 2 and game 7? You could. But I'm waiting for OKC to truly come alive. I hope to God it goes 7 and we get really tight games. But one of these things, the Thunder they're gonna go unconscious from 3.
No, it's probably gonna happen tonight. So you're back in Oklahoma City tonight in Game 7.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Is that live from training ground right now? Where are you, Coach?
I'm in New York. We have a 5-day break, so I'm just came to visit my my family, my 2 boys. My wife's actually, who lives with me in Denver, she was back here, so yeah, just get some home cooking, see my family for a little bit.
Coach, what's your favorite home cooked meal when you go back home? You come from an Italian family? What's the background?
Yeah,
what's the best
my
cuisine?
family is Cuban, Puerto Rican, and Italian. Crazy. I
That's
got
some
some
good
hot
eating.
blood, But my wife is Italian. She made on Father's Day homemade meatballs, sauce, pasta. It was amazing. It's a great meal.
What do you have planned for the next 4 or 5 days as you guys have a little bit of a break before getting back on here at home against the LA Galaxy?
Yeah, just you recharge with my family. That's it. My boys, one is 20, one is 23. I just helping my one son with just trading in a car, just figuring out a car situation for him. And my wife gave me a long list of things to do around the house. And I'm not the most handy, but I know how to get things done.
Coach, the game I was at on Saturday, I wish I would have had a chance to say hello to you. Expected goals, Rapids should have won the game. Possession, you win. Total shots, 14 to I believe it was 10. And really everything except for the final score line was advantage Colorado. What do you make of that? And what do you need to do to change the tides of actual real outcomes versus expected outcomes?
Yeah, look, it depends which way we want to look at the whole thing. And where it nets out for me is that the Colorado Rapids, we're close, right? Like, we're in every single game. No one's blowing us out. We can win, we can lose. The margins are just so thin. I've said that to you guys and to our fan base. We know that the margins are thin. And if we start thinking we're unlucky, the referees, then I think we're seeing it the wrong way. The way to look at it is the solutions at the moment to sway the margins are oftentimes across from you and left to right of you in a locker room. So in my role, I got to find little ways to sway things to help us get more goals, to keep setting the team up that we're hard to play against. So yes, statistically, we're okay. But the biggest statistic, goals, we're not okay, right? So we have to just be, again, for players, what that means is, yes, we've talked about upgrading the shot, just executing in those moments. And again, that can be things that oftentimes are the controllables. And I have to try to keep creating a stress-free environment so the guys can gain confidence that they can sway it. So it's a lot of little things, but I think it's all within our grasp. As you say, the statistics show that.
If you guys want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Rapids take on LA Galaxy on June 25th, all you have to do is text the word, wait for this one, Italian to 303-504-0925. That's Italian to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner in just about an hour from right now, and you could go with the entire family to see the Rapids take on LA Galaxy, try and get back in the win column. You mentioned, obviously, a 4 or 5 day little respite that you get to go on out to the island, stay out of the sound. I hear there's white sharks swimming around. We don't want you to come back with one fewer legs there, Coach. What is the message to the team as they go into their own little vacation here? Are you trying to tell them to get away from the pitch, like reset your minds, and we'll come back and we'll treat this as like the second half of the season?
That's what the message was after the game. Guys, we're 3 points off of where we were last year, right? So as tough as it feels, we had a pretty good start to the year, and now we've hit a tough stretch. And if that every athlete at every level, it goes through, the teams go in these little cycles, and that we're in a tough moment. That's the first thing, guys. We're in a tough moment, but we're going to get out of it. We're going to come out of it. We're way too good. We're way too committed around here. So take the 5 days, recharge, and we'll come back, and we'll come back with a home game, and then we'd be exactly on the same points as we were last year. But that's it, just to recharge, and that it's never as good as it seems or as bad as it seems. We just have to get right back to work, guys.
Coach, you have a chance to get to any of these Club World Cup events that are going to be played in New York, New Jersey this week?
I won't do it. I'll do it at the comfort of my home with my boys, with my dog right there, and my 3 dogs. My 2 boys and my dog, and my 3 dogs, and yeah. Look, I don't. Time is precious right now. Like when I'm in New York, I haven't been here since January. Just being last night when you sit around the table, you say, "Hey guys, it's nice to be around you guys. I haven't had this since January." So it's I'll take advantage of my family time and just time inside my house.
Coach, it seems like the theme of this time off before you get back into it is this recharge, this rejuvenation. How important is it for your players to get that same type of respite and to come back appreciating the opportunities they have? And do you think that giving them that time away will help maybe for a team that seems it's probably pressing, looking for that moment, that defining moment, particularly in the final third?
Listen, it's again, from all my experience as a player and a coach, they need a rest physically. They need a rest emotionally. They put so much into it. I mean, I stare at a locker room after games and their heads are down because I know what they've emptied their tanks. So it's so important for these guys to just take the break, and then we'll come back and throw everything at it. I told them, guys, we're reading our story, we're telling our story, but there's a lot of pages left in this story and we're going to write this story. There's a lot that we have yet to do, and win, lose, or draw. We'll end up at some point in November, December, but we have a lot to play for, and that's the message.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas, a happy belated Father's Day to you. Enjoy your few days off, and we'll see you back here for Rapids and LA Galaxy on the 25th. Enjoy, Coach.
Appreciate you guys. See you in a few. Thank you.
Chris Armas, live from New York, joining us on a Monday morning.
It's Saturday night!
I wish it was Saturday night. It's a Monday morning, Coach. Text the word Italian to 303-504-0925, and you could win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Pids take on LA Galaxy in just about a week from right now. Again, that's Italian to 303-504-0925. There was a blockbuster trade in Major League Baseball made over the last day.
I think I might like it.
We'll get into it. Did the Red Sox pull a Dallas Mavericks? Rafael Devers is a San Francisco Giant. Hour 2, the morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Been talking about how there's a bunch of Avs already going to the Olympics in 2026. A wild U.S. Open finish with J.J. Spaun capturing his first major championship in the rain at Oakmont. And we got the carnage that we wanted to see. The Rockies struck out 35 times in back-to-back games, 19 and 16 times respectively. They lost one of those games 4-1, and then they won another one 10-1.
Make it make sense.
I can't make it make sense. Can you make the Rafael Devers trade make sense? So the Boston Red Sox have traded their cornerstone, what used to be third baseman turned DH this year. Devers is a $315 million player. He is having the best offensive stretch of his career thus far. He's turning his OPS through the roof. He's starting to walk a whole bunch more. But obviously at the beginning of the season, if you guys were following the story, the Sox signed former Houston Astro Alex Bregman to be their new third baseman. Now, Devers, an excellent offensive player, leaves a lot to be desired at the hot corner. So Boston went to Devers and said, hey, we're going to move you off third base, right? We're going to platoon you between DH,
little heavily, first base,
a little first and a little third. And he went, no, thank you.
Did not want to play first.
So they went and they succumbed. They went, all right, you're just going to be our DH to start the year. That is who Rafael Devers is. And if Bregman needs a day off, we throw you in at third. And he kind of made a stink about that. And then Tristan Casas, their young first baseman, goes down with an injury. Now the Sox don't have another first baseman. And they go, we need you to go play first base. And Devers essentially went, no, I will not do that. And it ends up being the second/third time during the short course of a season so far that he has been a player on a team that doesn't give a damn about the team. Now, a lot of people around Major League Baseball are going, this feels a lot like Luka and the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
I don't think it's the same thing. Devers, while an excellent player, I don't think is at the same level as Luka Doncic is.
No.
Like, Devers can't single-handedly turn a franchise around. Luka can. Devers is great. He is not, like, Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yeah, the San Francisco Giants, this is a no-brainer for them. Would you agree with that?
I think it's a good trade for them. Yeah, they don't give up much.
They deal Hicks and Harrison, the two pitchers.
Harrison used to be the number one pitching prospect in baseball
he's
like
been
5 years
below
ago.
average at best.
And then a couple of prospects. I think this is a home run. So the guy who makes this trade is who? It's Buster Posey.
Which he is taking a page out of the old Brian Sabian playbook.
Is it Devers, not Devers? Devers?
No, it's Devers. You got it.
Devers? Right? Isn't it Caitlin Devers, but Rafael Devers?
Right.
I think.
Don't get distracted. I know where you got that from. Don't let them distract you.
I do think it's a home run type of swing
Devers in his last 7 days, his last 6 games played.
He's been awesome.
He's actually been in a tiny slump, but before that, I mean, this is a guy who's third in Major League Baseball in RBIs. He's got 15 bombs. The Giants have a power outage, and they have historically since Barry Bonds was occupying McCovey Cove with bomb after bomb after bomb.
You know the last time that the San Francisco Giants have had a player record 30 or more home runs in a season?
It was Barry Bonds.
2004.
Yes.
They have 3 World Series since then. They have won 3 separate World Championships and have not had a single player hit more than 30 in a year.
It's like Buster Posey always hovered right around 25 to 29 bombs, right, but he never got to that 30 mark. And now they have a player that's going to absolutely get it. It's Devers.
It's Devers. Okay. All right. Whatever.
And that's coming from our boss.
All good. Devers. It's fine.
Rafael Devers.
Rafael Devers.
Also Dominican. That's not a very common Dominican last name.
Devers?
Yeah.
What are you searching for out of the Dominican last names?
I mean, it's just obviously a Spanish-speaking country. So it just sounds like a last name that would just be, in Colorado. Or
again, I pulled out a Caucasian female actor. That's who I thought his last name.
She's Caitlin
Devers. Devers? I have no idea. I don't care. You're being like the other guy who was upset with me because I was calling Peter Stastny an American-born player, and he was actually born in Canada, but he plays for USA, so therefore, American-born. If so facto, I'm your boss.
Yeah.
I don't care how it's pronounced. It is a huge trade. You don't typically see these things happen in Major League Baseball.
Especially like June 16th.
Now,
it will happen on June 15th.
People are ripping apart the Red Sox organization because, well, this comes 5 years off the heels of trading another superstar out to the West Coast in Mookie Betts. Now, Betts is a far better player than Rafael Devers is, right? Way better player than he is.
Yeah, Mookie Betts is
Mookie Betts is an all-timer. He's an all-time player, shoe-in Hall of Famer. But it does come 5 years after they trade another big superstar. However, if you have a player that is time in and time out telling you, I'm not willing to do what it takes to be a team player on this team sport, I'm okay with you finally moving on from him.
Yeah.
You can't let that fester. You can't have, that's the type of player that ruins team chemistry, that ruins the type of camaraderie that you have to win in a season of 162 games. I'm totally fine with that happening.
Right now, this type of transaction happening and another member of the NL West getting better. Actually, a team that the Rockies have won 2 of their, 13 wins have come against the San Francisco Giants. And it's not like I'm keeping track of those as a Giants.
Yeah, that guy's going to rake in Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Are we going to see the Rockies having any involvement in some movement here coming up?
You have to trade Jake Bird.
Bird's got to be done.
Bird
You've got to get
be dealt.
prospects.
You have to get something for him. You can't rely on like, oh yeah, he's going to be here to help us over the next couple of years. You're not competing over the next couple of years. You have to trade him. He is your biggest trade chip, and everyone needs bullpen pitching going into the postseason. That guy will be able to get you something. You're not getting a number 1 prospect, but could you get the 5th or 6th best prospect in someone's pipeline?
Yeah,
maybe.
Who would you say right now would be a great trade partner with the Rockies for a guy like Bird? Because it's going to be a team that they need to get over the hump, and they need to be somebody who is contending for a World Series, for a pennant, for a title.
You should look at the Yankees. You should look at
one on my list.
Yeah, you should look at the Yankees. You should look at the Royals if they can get back over, although the Tigers are running away with the AL Central right now. I would look at the Mets and the Phillies. I would look at the Dodgers. I hate to say it.
Yep.
Look at the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
That is, not only is it a team that spends $1 billion, but they've got an awesome farm system and have for the better part of a decade and a half.
Is Jake Bird your only real piece right now that you could get
as of right
somewhat
now,
of a haul?
As of right now, yes, but I'm not. I wouldn't hold on to that going into the trade deadline. Ryan McMahon could be that guy. If McMahon starts to hit, that's a type of utility player, a bench utility player, and a bat that does have pop, historically has pop, that teams would look to have as their extra ace in the hole, right? That's another valuable piece that you have. Again, are you going to get a number 1, 2, 3 prospect? No, but you could get something around the 10th best prospect in a team's organization for that type of player if he turns it around.
He's heating up.
Right. So if he continues to heat up, and then if you get one of Marquez, Freeland, and that's probably it. If one of those 2 guys looks like they're starting to zip a little bit more, trade him. You know who Freeland feels like he could be? He feels like he could be the type of guy that goes to another team and is a longer relief pitcher in the postseason instead of a starter. Or an opener.
Dodgers.
Go give me one time through the inning. Yep. One time through the order, and then we're going to our bullpen. But they have to turn it around. Your pitching has to turn it around in order for you to get something back.
Yeah, Ryan McMahon, his last 7 days, he's 6 hits and 19 at-bats. It's good. And his June is improved. He's got 12 hits in the month of June. 4 home runs for Ryan McMahon. And we're only, halfway through the month of June, he's already got 4 bombs. So the trends are positive for Ryan McMahon, and that is a piece that you need to get some value out of. So I'm on Ryan McMahon watch Raj.
Yeah, he has to get hot, and I know he didn't want to be moved over the last couple of seasons, but guess what? Tough. That's the way she goes, man.
God, Ryan McMahon has 23 RBIs. Jeez. For a power hitter.
You play on a team with 14 wins. You don't get to choose where you go. Sorry. That's not it. So if the Red Sox can trade their best offensive player, you know what you can do? You can trade a middle-of-the-road aging third baseman. If the Red Sox can trade their best player twice over the course of a 5-year span, you can trade your best reliever. If the Red Sox can trade their best player over the course of a 5-year span twice, you can trade a homegrown kid in Kyle Freeland who has never really lived up to expectation. You can do that. The question is, are you willing to? And the answer historically has been a flat out no.
They have to. It's a matter of life and death for this club. Because if you get nothing in return for players and you watch them age out to the point that they have no value, at what point are you going to rebuild this system?
You won't.
You can't. The time is now. You need to have some success. It is actually in the best interest of the Rockies to play some decent baseball over the next month. And the beginning of the month of June, first half of it has been generally, compared to what April and May were, the month of June has actually been fairly kind to the Colorado Rockies. Statistics are starting to trend back up. You're starting to build a case to have some value to be able to get something on the return in the market.
Like if you want to be the Rays West, where you compete seriously once every 5 years, you have to trade your guys. You have to trade your players. Like who is the surprise guy for the Rays when they made a run like 4 years ago? Do you remember who it was?
I don't.
Really exciting 5-tool player. Could call it 4-tool. Randy Arozarena.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Super exciting. You know who's not a Ray? Randy Arozarena. They traded him. He's a Mariner. That's how you move on from these situations. You're going to suck for a couple of years. You move on from players. You restock your farm system. And every 5 seasons, you become a little bit dangerous. And you get one shot at the title, maybe 2. And then you restart the cycle. But you have to be willing to move on from those guys. You have to. There's not even a Arozarena in the organization right now.
No one. Tovar?
Maybe. From last year, yeah, but Tovar... He's had a disappointing start to the season, but who hasn't in the purple and black? That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. NFL notes are coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what's up?
Over the weekend, Broncos star left tackle Garrett Bowles was at his annual GB3 camp, and our friend Nick Rothschild from Denver 7 was able to catch up with Garrett Bowles, and Garrett Bowles talked about how Bo Nix has the poise and demeanor to get the Broncos back to the Super Bowl, right? That's what his teammates supposed to say. Now I want to flip the question and ask you guys, if Bo Nix was not paired with Sean Payton here in Denver, would the confidence level in Bo Nix be as high as it is right now?
No.
No.
That's it. That's it means that's it. Stop.
No,
Stop,
don't
KJ.
start counting.
Stop counting. I mean, why are we doing this, man? Now we're trying to get Bo Nix painted in a negative light in the event that he wasn't paired with Sean Payton. Because the reality is, KJ, he is paired with Sean Payton. Go ahead, Rush.
We're giving away so many things on the show today. So we're already giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Rapids, right? We said you have to text the word Italian in to 303-504-0925. We're going to give that away coming up at 11:45. But did you know?
DYK.
From the creators of Top Gun Maverick,
What?
F1 the movie.
What?
It launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One, where speed, rivalry, and redemption collide, only in theaters and IMAX on June 27th of 2025. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the special screening on Tuesday, June 24th on IMAX. And your keyword to win that is Mercedes. Mercedes to 303-504-0925. We'll give away that winner in about 20 minutes from right now. Do you know why it's Mercedes, Coach? I didn't know this until this morning.
As in the former tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Not quite Mercedes Lewis.
Okay.
Stop it.
I love that, though.
Yeah.
It is Mercedes because George Russell of the Mercedes car, I believe he has 64 painted on his livery, something like that. George Russell races for Mercedes, and they won the F1 Grand Prix in Canada this weekend.
Big time.
Big time. Big news.
Big news.
Big news. Mercedes to 303-504-0925, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets to the advanced screening of F1 the movie with Brad Pitt.
KJ, real quick. You talked about Garrett Bowles at camp. I actually had a chance to be around Garrett Bowles all day Saturday morning.
Wow.
The Broncos hosted the 7-on-7 tournament, the Big Man Challenge. Garrett Bowles coaching ball. Legend High School. Parker. He was there with Jake Heaps. Jake Heaps is the former, well, I think he's actually still the current Russell Wilson quarterback coach. You know, it's his private quarterback coach, runs Elite 11 for quarterback training nationally, and had a lot of fun. Didn't have a chance to compete against Legend. We were both in the final four of a elimination bracket. They advanced, and we ended up both losing to the same team. Congratulations, Riverdale Ridge, on winning the Broncos 7-on-7 tournament.
Coach, congratulations on getting to the semifinal. KJ, what is next?
That wasn't my vision.
Cowboys defensive end Michael Parsons said recently that the team's decision to wait on signing him to a long-term contract is going to wind up costing them more in the long run, and that makes it likelier that his next deal is going to push him ahead of Myles Garrett as the league's highest-paid defensive player. Myles Garrett responded to those comments, quote, "I think he deserves whatever he earned. Once I got to the chance to train with him, I've seen his work ethic. I've seen how he attacks the weights, running. He's 100% committed to his craft and getting better every day. He has the level of dedication to the game. He should get every penny he's owed." My question for you guys is, who does resetting the market benefit more, Nick Bonito or Zach Allen?
Probably Nick Bonito, right? Because if Parsons resets the market, he then becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. The highest paid non-quarterback in the league right now is Jamar Chase at 40.25. And this is in terms of like average salary throughout the contract. 40.25 for Jamar. Max Crosby is next up at 35.5. Or sorry, Garrett at 40. Crosby at 35.5. Justin Jefferson at 35. CeeDee Lamb at 34.
The key for the Denver Broncos is signing Nick Bonito soon.
Now,
20 to 23 million annually, so that you don't have to get into that post-market reset. Pass rushing Jesse's commanding 30 to 35 mil annually.
Because if you get into that area 3 years down the road, when Bo needs his new deal, you will then have $100 million sunk into Bonito and Nix. And that's where you then need Bonito to outperform a contract of $35 million. You would need Bo Nix to outperform a contract of 3 years from now, probably around $60 million. It's going to be in that ballpark. That's just the going rate for quarterbacks as it continues to climb every year, right? Prescott already leads the league in terms of average value at $60 million this year. Jordan Love is at 55. Trevor Lawrence is at 55 alongside Joe Burrow. Is he that type of quarterback right now? No, but 3 years from now, where the cap keeps rising, it gets dangerous. I was the type of guy that, I think a few months ago, you and I had this conversation. I went, I think I need to see a little bit more out of him, just a little bit. I'm changing my tune, man. Sign that guy. Sign him right now. Get ahead of the contract. KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
The Kansas City Chiefs' biggest issue in the last few years has been, who can you trust outside of Travis Kelce? Well, star wide receiver Rashee Rice says those days are long gone. Quote, "We got a lot of guys. We are deep in depth in the wide receiver group. We're going to be explosive this year. We're just excited to put on a show, to be honest. We know it's going to be a show. Only thing in the way right now is time, so we're just waiting patiently," end quote. If you guys look at the Chiefs wide receiver depth chart, is there anything that says the Chiefs are going to take another step in that department this year, in the receiving department?
I think so. I think that Devon Vele takes the next step. I think
if Rice stays healthy, that's a possible 1,000-yard receiver. So there's a step, yes. You can't count those dudes out until they're dead and buried.
I don't love that group, man.
It doesn't matter if you don't love the group. The quarterback's going to make him look good.
Did he make him look good, like really good statistically last year?
They got to a Super Bowl, and they,
statistically, like, is there anybody?
I know they didn't win it, but they were in it.
Is there anybody that Patrick Mahomes has put into a position to command Tyreek Hill type of money like you did for Tyreek?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Who's most likely to take that next step?
Probably Rice.
I think it's Worthy.
In year 3. Who do you think it is?
Xavier Worthy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He's more than just a burner?
I think so. I think he's got one year under his belt, understand the physical nature of the National Football League. Big offseason for him. I think he's probably the best possible candidate to be in the conversation of wide receiver 1.
Again, Rice at a 16-game season as a rookie, nearly 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. Only played 4 games last year, but if he bounces back, that it can become scary pretty quickly. Yeah, don't count those guys out. Is it as sexy of a wide receiving core as it was 3 years ago? No. Is it as awesome as it was when Kelce was at the peak of his powers? No. But does it matter? Also, no, it doesn't. When you have that witch at quarterback, man, put me and coach at wide receiver. He's going to find a way to make it work. He is. KJ?
That wasn't my vision.
All right, let's head to Las Vegas, where running back Ashton Jeanty apparently recently signed his rookie contract, and they got some donuts for him from Pink Box Donuts. Why is this even relevant? It's because they have Jeanty's face on them, and Jeanty talks about why he loves these specific donuts out of Las Vegas.
So we wanted to welcome you to Vegas.
Y'all got this. Good donuts. Is that me? That's crazy. Wait, I gotta get a picture. I can eat these? Like, I get all of these? Or?
Those are all yours.
I'll say it. I'm gonna share with my guys.
Yeah.
For sure.
You share with the linemen.
Coach, have your parents ever talked about this particular donut shop?
Oh, no. My parents are friends with the owner.
Oh.
Pink Box.
Pink Box is right underneath, friend of the program, Circus Sportsbook.
Correct?
Right underneath it.
There's quite a few of them now. It's gotten big.
I'm not gonna try and demean Pink Box. It's very cool what they do. Like the image and likeness donuts that they're able to create is very interesting.
All right, where are you going with this, Rash?
The donut is not for me. That donut is not for me.
Pink Box?
Yes.
Yeah,
There's just too much going on.
I agree.
It's like voodoo. There's too much going on.
Yeah, I just sometimes just need a donut.
I just need a regular chocolate frosted donut. That's it. Right?
You just sometimes do too much.
Sometimes having 9 pounds of cereal on top of a donut is too damn much. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. It looks beautiful. It's a really cool product. It's too much donut.
Too much donut.
Can you have too much ice cream?
Also, the name. Next topic.
That wasn't my vision.
Is there another dessert that you can have too? Is there a dessert that you can't have too much of?
Too much of.
Not too much in quantity, because you can always eat yourself out of something. But is there
Pause.
a dessert that if you speaking about Pink Box?
Oh yeah.
Speaking of doing too much with a dessert, right, and making it more than what it's supposed to be.
This is a good one and I appreciate this from Twitch. Popcorn. When you zhuzh up popcorn with drizzle.
Just give me butter and salt.
No, see, I like popcorn with I think popcorn where it gets turned into a dessert iteration of popcorn. Give me all the caramel and chocolate drizzle.
Really?
Let it harden up, and it is good. It is crushable. I like popcorn zhuzhed.
Because I've had people
to the nth degree.
I've had people who they'll sprinkle, M&Ms into their popcorn stuff, and I get that. I understand the sweet and salty aspect of that. But when you're dunking your hand into a bowl of popcorn with melted chocolate
I don't want it melted. I want it
there's no chance. It's always going to be melted. You're telling me you're having cold popcorn at the movies?
At the movie theater. It's prepackaged, Raj. I'm not talking about piping hot popcorn. I'm talking about popcorn that's prepackaged.
Okay.
Room temperature.
I'll give you that.
Now you take it outside in the heat that's currently outside. Yeah, it gets a little melty.
Ice cream is the dessert that I say you can make as grand as possible. Put all the things on top of ice cream.
Dude, have you
and
been
I
to
can
some of
never
those
get upset.
over the top Sugar Factory in Las Vegas?
I haven't.
Where the sundaes have 67,000 things going on.
Do you feel that way about a Bloody Mary?
Oh, I love
So
them.
when the
love
Bloody
it good.
Marys are stacked with a slider and a chicken wing and a Krispy Kreme donut.
I don't like the donut on it, but I'll take a lot of protein in my Bloody. I like a very, very protein forward Bloody Mary.
Isn't it amazing how now you'll get to a Bloody Mary? And I'm not a Bloody Mary guy. I'm just not.
And you get a regular one?
Just one with a celery stick. You're like, what the hell is going on?
What happened?
Here? What peasant is this?
I need my sausage. I want a full glizzy inside of my Bloody Mary.
I want a kielbasa just dunked in there.
I should have a porterhouse steak. Should be a tomahawk hanging out of my.
You should have the bone of a tomahawk steak hanging out of a Bloody Mary. That is the way to do it.
The state of Minnesota, just because it's so cold and there's not much to do 9 months of the year because of the freezing cold temperatures. The Bloody Marys in Minnesota are so exactly what you're talking about. Every massive thing that you could potentially put into a drink is inside of that Bloody Mary.
It comes with an actual air fryer sitting on top of the Bloody Mary.
Okay, this is wild. During COVID, there was a place that was known for their Bloody Marys. They were doing to-go Bloody Marys, deliverable and or pick-up Bloody Marys, and they would give you a to-go box for all of the things that go in the Bloody Mary and kept it separate.
Okay.
So you would then get home.
Do it yourself Bloody Mary.
And you would build, and there's a wing. Boom, throw it in. Oh, there's a big old bratwurst. Yeah.
Okay, I love the sentiment. I love the idea. But more often than not, a Bloody Mary is ordered because someone's trying to stave off a little bit of a hangover from the night before. And the last thing that I want to do when I've got a little bit of a hangover, I don't want to do any work. So if someone gives me a Bloody Mary and goes, here, you do it, I'm throwing the Bloody Mary in your face.
Close your eyes.
Just it burns.
It's not a sodium.
Bloody Mary with bear spray. KJ?
That wasn't my vision.
Former Jets and Broncos quarterback Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson alert.
Yes, sir. Spoke to the media about being himself more in Miami. Quote, that's what I've tried to do since I went through the entire New York experience, is trying to be more myself and focus on more just enjoying the game, enjoying learning, enjoying the failures, the process, everything that comes with it, not getting too hard on yourself when you make a mistake, just trying to learn and do my best and get better. And I think having a focus and that mindset is what's going to get you to where you want to be, not dwelling over a mistake. Everyone's just out here trying to help each other get better, especially the coaches. They're trying to help me be the best player I can be, end quote. If you're Zach Wilson, what's the most likely outcome to getting back to getting his career back on the level of being considered, quote, promising? Or is that not even in the cards?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, he chose the perfect situation.
It is as good as it gets.
The most injury-prone quarterback in the league.
Yeah, and if you want to be free of any, controversial takes, I'd just close your ears right now. Listen to me. But the likelihood of seeing Tua Tagovailoa look like a T-Rex on his back with his arms up, frozen, it's probably pretty high.
Tua Tagovailoa.
You can literally be susceptible to concussions. I know it from firsthand experience. Different, like people are
predisposed.
You can be predisposed to concussive hits. It just happens. Tua's one of those dudes.
Yep. And all you got to do is look at the last 3 years.
Like what's Ed
Zach
McCaffrey?
Wilson's playing
Ed
games this
McCaffrey
year.
was one of those dudes
He was.
too.
He was.
Fell on his butt and got a concussion from it because of the jarring nature at which he hit and how it shook his head. Some guys are predisposed to it. Tua is one of them. Yeah, Zach Wilson's in the perfect fit. If just going from like, does he have an opportunity to get the starting job? Yeah, he does. Does he have the opportunity to win it in camp? No. But he has a great opportunity to start.
I'd love to see some of the Vegas numbers on Zach Wilson props.
Like
for the
over
season.
under 2.5 games started.
Or just touchdown passes. You do some damage. He's going to start games. And the Sean Payton, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham year of getting his mind right, which you can hear in this quote, I think Zach Wilson's in a great spot to be successful. And with that offense, he's one of the best pure passers. Just if you just take all of the other shenanigans out of the game of football, and it's just throwing the ball. We all saw it last year at training camp, Raj. It's a beautiful thing to watch, man. That guy can spin the football. He's gonna throw some touchdowns this year for the Dolphins.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Again, if you want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see F1 the movie, an advanced screening in IMAX coming up this coming Tuesday, just text the word Mercedes to 303-504-0925. We'll give away that winner on the other side, as well as a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on the LA Galaxy on the 25th. We're just Santa Claus here on a Monday morning in June. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk and more. It's Altitude 92.5.
Hey, Colorado. I just checked the Circa Sportsbook for tonight's game. Game 5 of the NBA Finals, and shocker, Pacers are 9.5-point underdogs yet again to the Oklahoma City Thunder. If you want to get the best odds, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, then you need to download the Circa Sports app here in Colorado. So whether you're looking for other playoff odds and NHL coming up for Tuesday, or just props on your favorite players and more, Circa Sports has got you covered. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. A reminder, 9.5-point underdogs for the Indiana Pacers. Reminder, must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What did you do during the rain delay to keep yourself active?
I sat in dining. I just hold it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. What a putt to win. That's incredible.
What do you think he's feeling right now?
In shock, I would guess. Unbelievable.
That was Tyrrell Hatton conducting his post-U.S. Open interview in the middle of looking dejected. And if you guys know who Tyrrell Hatton is, you know his antics on the course. If you don't know who he is the most outwardly emotional golfer in the world. Just curses left, right, and center, calls himself an idiot, doesn't really, he'll throw a club every now and again, but he's just very boisterous, and he's awesome to watch.
He's a Brit.
He's a Brit. And
I wonder who his club is.
Tyrrell Hatton.
I wonder who he follows in the Premier League.
I wonder. I'm sure you could see where he's from. Bet you he's a Birmingham boy. So he's just a psychopath, but he's awesome to watch. And he's in the middle of he looks very dejected. That was a knock 'em, sock 'em, it's gonna beat you to death type of round, and he comes out on the losing end.
He's a supporter of Liverpool.
You
will never walk alone, Tyrrell.
Right. And in the middle of looking like someone kicked his dog, because they kind of did, Spaun holes a 64-footer to win the U.S. Open, and it changed his mood like that. Like, he went from having a huge frown to smiling ear to ear. That was probably the coolest thing I saw the entire tournament.
What an amazing way to win a tournament.
That was a little Australian.
Got an Aussie there. I started out pretty good.
There was an Aussie that almost had a chance to win it. 44-year-old Adam Scott, who has the prettiest swing on tour. Mm-hmm. He fell apart too. 79 on Sunday.
When you're watching the back nine, especially right before the weather delay,
yeah,
it felt like everybody was going to collapse, and the winner was going to be +4.
Backing up. You know,
and you're watching people that already are in the clubhouse at +4, and you're like,
John Rahm
might be in the mix.
John Rahm. What's crazy is that they started talking, like Tarico started talking about that, because there was one point where there was a 5-way tie for first at 1 over. And guys would continue to fall off, other than Robert McIntyre, the lefty, the Scotsman,
Scottish,
who ended up finishing at +1 in solo second.
He surged on Sunday.
Right, went crazy. Leave it to a Scottish guy, grows up playing in that horrible weather and conditions, very wet always, to be able to get that thing done. That's the reason why I thought Hatton was going to find a way. And there was a point with 5 holes left where you had a 5-way tie for first at +1. There was a really good chance guys could tumble and your winning score could be 3 or 4 over. John Rahm, way earlier in the day, had fired, I think, a 67 in the morning when the weather was great. And it was soft from the night before, but the weather was good. So you could go at pins, you could hold greens, but it wasn't soupy. You weren't playing in the ocean like you were on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. He had already flown home to Arizona. So there was an outside chance that if he was in a playoff and there was enough daylight, now we learned later on that when McIntyre turned in his round, that the U.S. Open officials told McIntyre, hey, if there's a 2-hole aggregate playoff, we're going to play that on Monday. On any other normal day, Rahm would have had to have flown back from Arizona, his home in Arizona, to get all the way back to Pittsburgh, and likely would have missed a same-day playoff. Had that winner, or had the winning score come in at +4 and he was a tie.
You would just miss it.
Would have missed it. Now, he's probably looking at that going, well, if there's a rain delay, I'm still going to be fine. I could fly back tonight on my private jet and we'll play in the morning. But playing a little fast and loose there. Yeah. Now, when he posted +4, he was 9 shots back. I'm flying home on my private jet too if I'm 9 shots back.
It's over.
Yeah.
You imagine if
I just got beat up.
You imagine if you're on the flight, you go back and you find out, obviously you have electronics in your, we're still
Turn
good.
Turn it around. Can you pull a U-turn?
You don't have the fuel for it. You got to fuel up in some random islands.
Land in Nebraska. Poor guy. Thanks to our sponsors, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, as well as Surfside Lemonade and Vodka made with real brewed tea and real vodka. Only 100 calories and 2 grams of sugar and 0 bubbles. No carbs. Look for the can with sunset stripes at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Congratulations to our winner, Craig, who had Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Oberg, JJ Spaun, and Chris Kirk as his winners. And Craig barely beats out our homie, Eric, who finishes second. He beats him out by like $100,000. It was close, man. Really close. The number one finisher for Altitude Sports Radio was Moser. Moser finished first, and he killed the rest of us in dead last place.
Me.
I hate to say it. Well, yes, you and Scotty did not participate.
DNPs. We got DNPs.
Yes, you did not participate. Shame on both of you. Now, last place for a guy who did participate, and I hate to say this.
Is it a guy that used to work in the golf industry?
No, it's not. It's a guy who works with the guy who used to work in golf, KJ Granderson.
Oh, man.
KJ, last place. He chose Bryson DeChambeau, missed the cut. Ludwig Oberg missed the cut. Maverick McNeely, his third player, and Nicholas Norgard was his fourth. Both of those guys did make money.
Tell you what, man, I like his Scandinavian love.
Me too. I finished fourth to last. I had $500,000 higher than
Who got
KJ.
second?
Second place was Mark Springer, who was $1.3 million behind Moser.
The definition of a degenerate gambler, Springer.
Oh, yeah. Spring loves a wager. Sure does. He had Scheffler, Oberg, Cam Young, and Nico Echeverria. I don't know how to pronounce
Basque.
that.
It's a Basque last name.
I've had a tough time
The
pronouncing
Basque
names
country.
today. KJ, we've got some prizes to give away today. A 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on the LA Galaxies coming up in just a few minutes from right now. But our winner to go see F1 the movie is Brandon Oldakowski. Brandon Oldakowski, you're going to see F1 the movie with Brad Pitt in advanced screening coming up this coming Tuesday. Congratulations. You'll see that in IMAX. The movie comes out that coming Friday. And then a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on the LA Galaxy on the 25th, coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Final thoughts on the weekend, the U.S. Open, the Stanley Cup Final. We're going to see Game 5 coming up tomorrow. Game 5 of the NBA Finals is tonight at 6:30.
I still am sticking to what I'm rooting for, which is first double Game 7 series in the NHL and the NBA. I still think there's a very good chance that it happens.
Since 1994.
Since 94. Which is a long time. In order for that to happen, I need to see a Pacers victory and a Oilers victory.
Well, the Oil have to have one. Oil's backs are against their wall,
3-2.
right? So it's 3-2, just like it was last year, but you are now on the road. You don't have the help of being at home in Edmonton. You have to go to Sunrise and win this thing on the road and then send it back to Edmonton for Game 7. It's flopped from where it was last year. Edmonton's power play has gone bye-bye, and Edmonton lives and dies on the power play. When it comes to the Pacers and OKC, I think Indiana let their chance to win the series go away in Game 4.
Feels like the Nuggets.
When the Thunder...
That piece of it.
Oh, yeah. You had a chance to go
Nuggets
up 3-1.
versus
And
OKC.
if you go up 3-1, you win the series. Denver wins the series. Indy wins the series if they go up 3-1. And you had a terrible three-point shooting night from Oklahoma City. You had a lead for the vast majority of the game and let it go in the fourth quarter in front of your home team
Silver
or your
platter.
home crowd.
It was there for you.
It was right there.
Right for the taking.
It's the same series, dude. It really is, and it's killing me. If OKC wins Game 5, they win the series. If Indy wins Game 5, it's going 7. I'm not confident in Edmonton either. They don't know what they're doing. When you have goaltending questions going into Game 6 and it's a back against the wall, you're kind of toast.
You still have Leon Draisaitl, and you still got Connor McPickles. Is this, Raj? Is this the end of Edmonton's window?
They have to pay Evan Bouchard, and Bouchard's going to command north of $10 million.
Feels like it.
They've also proven to you that you can pay all these guys a whole bunch of money. You can pay McDavid. You can pay Draisaitl. You can get there. But they don't know what they're doing in goal. They don't truly have the depth. If the power play goes away, they're dead. In the water. and they have to pay their big-time defensemen. This, I wouldn't say that the window's ever closed with McDavid and Draisaitl, but this is their best chance these 2 years. Backs are against the wall. Can he do it?
You can't get there 2 years in a row and come out empty-handed.
Already gave away our winner to F1. Let's give away our winner to go see the Rapids on the 25th. Congratulations to Corey Collins. Family 4-pack of tickets to see the Rapids take on LA Galaxy. That'll do it for us. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning coming up at 10.
Got to know about the 75-incher. I don't want to waste any time. You had a bold move. I totally supported 1,000%.
Yeah.
Got to know about it. Got to know all about it.
Well, I decided to give myself a little Father's Day gift to myself. If sometimes you just got to buy yourself a gift. That's what you got to do. So I got myself a 75-incher.
That's so freaking awesome.
I did. Now, you'll laugh at what I did.
Okay, talk to me.
I bought one off Facebook Marketplace. That's what I did.
I don't laugh at you for that. Facebook,
Yeah.
I like Facebook. We use Facebook Marketplace all the time.
Yeah.
Little risky.
Especially for electronics.
Little. But no.
But I mean, this is not the first time I bought a TV off Facebook Marketplace. You can get some killer deals on there.
I am a huge Facebook Marketplace supporter. My wife, I can't believe some of the stuff. We got a couch that is unreal, like it's brand new.
Yeah.
But it's tricky. But somebody gets a 75.
It is a bit tricky. But you know what I bought this thing for? I bought a 75-inch TV
300
for $250.
That's
$250, and I'm like, how can I say no to that?
You can't.
I wasn't even looking for one. I was just cruising Facebook Marketplace for something else. I came across it, and I was like, $250 for a 75-incher.
It's worth the roll. It's worth the roll.
About a 12-minute drive from my house. Yeah, I think I'll go pick that sucker up today.
Worth the roll of the dice.
Yeah,
that's a great. How is it?
It's huge.
4K.
4K. I'm not gonna lie. I put it in, and I was like, this is almost uncomfortably big. I mean, I had a 65-incher in there, which is now in the other room. So now I got a 65-incher and a 75-incher.
Which one's the gaming one? Which one are you going to play more games on?
I think technically speaking, the 65-incher is a little bit nicer TV.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But the 75-incher is just 75.
Me and my kid were playing some PS golf, Tiger Woods, whatever the thing is, on the 75-incher. And I'm not a big gaming guy, but I was just like, I could have done that.
Now you see why.
A week straight. Like, it is just, it's
well, dude, a lot of us who are gamers, when the new games come out, Call of Duty, Halo, Tiger Woods, you get them like, and it was always like a Saturday night right at midnight. And man, you'd play up till 4 o'clock in the morning, get back, go to sleep, get back on.
My heart broke a little bit when he like detached it and took it back. I was like, oh, we're not going to just
leave it here?
Leave it there.
You can leave it here till November. Oh, no, you can leave it here till August, when football starts.
I know, and then he's going to be leaving and whatever, and I'm like, oh, okay.
It was good to watch U.S. Open on it, though.
I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad weather, so...
Golf on a good TV it's awesome.
Yeah, you know what? I had a roller coaster experience with U.S. Open this weekend. I had my emotions were all over the place on that. When I was first watching it throughout the week, as everybody's trying to qualify and everything, it was kind of funny, looking at these guys suck.
Yeah.
And I mean they sucked. It was like they couldn't get out of the rough. Literally like a bunch of hacks like us going on a Friday afternoon, right? Mm-hmm. And then I was watching and I'm like, you know what? This is just stupid. Like why? Like this is actually stupid.
That's what Wyndham Clark thought.
We're gonna. Oh, I know. Yeah, he smashed up the locker room.
He hates those cans.
I think he got banned.
Is that a true story or not?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to double check that.
Yeah, I've seen these little headlines and I'm like, is this true or not true? I don't know.
You never know what to believe with today's internet.
Oakmont can do whatever they want. They can say we don't want him ever back here, but
Wyndham
PGA can fine him. That's what they'll probably do.
Wyndham's not been shy about having mental health stuff on the golf course, and he's been through this before. So
even when he won his U.S. Open, he had that psychologist.
You said the
lady,
PGA.
right?
Are you sure the PGA? Because that ain't run by the PGA. That's run by the USGA.
Well, the USGA. Well, somebody will be able to fine him.
Okay.
But I don't know if they can suspend.
I mean, the USGA. Sure, it's their tournament. It's their rules. It's Oakmont's just a host for their thing.
How many?
But listen, Wyndham was far from the only one. I mean, he might have been the only one that smashed up the locker room. But it was comical at the beginning watching these guys smashing their clubs, watching Rory toss his clubs, seeing the dudes just epic meltdowns, curse words galore coming out left and right. And then I'm watching it. I'm like, you know what? This is stupid. Nobody wants to watch a major somebody win +5.
Oh.
Then you got to the end.
Yeah.
And it was like a total roller coaster back to the beginning. And seeing JJ, overcome bogeys 5 of the first 6.
Right.
Drains like 180 feet worth of putts in the last 3 holes.
Amazing.
Just insane.
I was transfixed by all of it. And there really weren't a lot of big names up top of the leaderboard. And I was as mesmerized by this tournament as I've been post basically Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I thought it sucked, most of it.
Oh, man.
I was there for
even
a long
at the
time.
end, it also shows the mentality of a lot of guys. Who was it that was leading most of the tournament?
Sam Burns.
When he didn't get that call to go his way on the casual water,
tough.
He completely melted because he was right there.
Nah, he was already like plus 6 at that time or something like that.
No, he was plus 2.
No. I don't think so.
He was plus 2 and then double bogeyed, or plus 1. Double bogey went to plus 3.
On that hole? I thought that was really deep on the back 9. I thought that was like 15 or 16.
12 or 14.
Okay.
Or 14 or 15. But anyway, he double bogeyed it, and he went from plus 1 to plus 3, I think. He went from 1 shot off the lead to now 2, and then he bogeys the next one, too, and you're like, okay, see you later. But that's golf.
That's
golf.
golf,
Are you going to let one shot bother you? And it killed him. I thought you lose some appeal because there's no names. I will say this: the hour and a half rain delay. I much rather watch the Tiger Woods.
We watched that whole thing.
I loved.
It was a fun journey to the past.
That was better than the golf when they went back. I'm like,
that's not
go back?
That's not fair though. They were taking one of the most. Scott, they took one of the most epic U.S. Opens of all time to fill in the time.
But they didn't show the overtime. They didn't show that. That's back when you played 18 holes of
You know what's interesting, though? Seeing the changes of Oakmont. Watching Tiger play there before and seeing how different the courses are.
That was
Torrey Pines.
That was Torrey Pines.
No, but they showed a different one also. They showed Tiger on the exact same hole with the trees.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Oh, they took all the trees out.
I know the Torrey Pines one was the one that they were showing. But
that's the one they showed the whole second half where he frickin' holes out from here.
It was awesome.
I mean, it was.
I forgot in that tournament. I knew him and Rocco went to a playoff. I forgot they went 2 extra holes after the playoff.
Yeah, because
not only is there an 18-hole playoff, but there's extra holes after that.
Yeah, and they changed the 18-hole rule in 2018. This was 2008.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? So it's not 18 holes anymore, right?
No, now it's just 2.
Oh, it's 2. It's aggregate scoring, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of a shame. I like the 18-hole
I did too. I thought it was kind of cool.
That means we'd be watching golf, right?
No, we didn't, because he made that long putt.
I thought for a second we were going to have like 5 dudes at +1 all playing extra holes, which would have been
Well,
I thought John Rahm was going to end up in a playoff, and he finished at like +5.
I thought Scotty Scheffler was going to go on a run.
If he could have made a couple putts, right? Yeah, he finished at 4.
How did you not like this? It was unbelievable.
I know exactly what Scott's saying. I know and I went through that emotion. It wasn't until the very end that I felt like it redeemed itself. But nobody wants to watch a 0-0 game, like people want to see highlights. They want to see people attacking and scoring, and you need at least enough big dogs in the hunt at the end to keep it relevant.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know, man. I thought it was freaking awesome. I was like bizarrely, thoroughly entertained. And Spaun, for him to birdie 17 and 18, and to have the walk-off, a 65-footer walk-off on 18?
The best thing was that Spaun blew up. It shows you the 2 different mindsets. Spaun able to shoot 5 straight bogeys, right, in 6 holes, shoots a 40 on the front.
Nobody's ever done it before.
But he admitted it, too. He said that rain delay helped me because he was going south. Yeah. But everybody else that was up with the leaderboard after the rain delay, they went the wrong direction.
So what do you think that is, man? Because this is total psychology here. That tournament was a tournament.
I think
why does one athlete succeed with that and others don't?
One's failing, and you got a chance to just sit back and go, come on, man, you're better than this, relax, blah, 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 and that doesn't matter. I don't have a shot. Let's just go out and have fun and play.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other guy's going, oh, God, I'm leading this thing. How long is this taking? Now you're nervous energy. What do I do? How long are we going to start? When are we starting? What are we going to do? And then one thing goes wrong on you, and I don't think you ever got it back. I think Burns, right out of the rain delay, he double bogeyed that hole, bogeyed the next, double bogeyed the one on the no call, and then he was done.
You know, you've
He went
also
from
got
-2 to +2.
You also got a bunch of big dogs that, why am I here? Why am I doing this? This is the dumbest thing ever. This course, I hate this place. This course is literally stupid. I don't want to be here. I've won a bunch of tournaments. Rory even talked about it, man. I pinnacled a month or two ago, and it's hard to get back to the mountaintop after you've already done that. Mm-hmm. And so you've got a bunch of the big dogs that are like, I just hate this place. Why am I here? And then you've got the younger guys. You've got the guys that are a little bit more hungry. Mm-hmm. They see an opportunity in front of them, whereas the other guys are just PO'd that they have to be playing on the stupid golf course.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man. It got pretty cold in that Broncos-Ravens game a long time ago.
I do think that course was stupid, by the way. I think it was stupid.
Why do you think it was stupid?
It was stupid. I mean, that's not golf. But
that's what Oakmont's known for. That's
it's not like that. Not like Oakmont's known. I mean, it's a tough course, and it's the toughest course in the world.
Yeah,
I get it.
Its nickname is the Beast.
Okay, I get it.
It's been around since like the turn of the century, the last century.
That's fine. It doesn't change the fact that it's stupid.
No, they took the Beast and put what's that stuff, Dan, that they put in Wolverine?
Dan's not here. Dan's out this week. He's on vacation. That's Cole.
This is Cole.
What was that metal called? That liquid metal called? They put in Wolverine.
Oh, adamantium.
Adamantium.
Nice answer, Cole.
I'm a Marvel
That's
nerd,
what
guys.
they did. They put adamantium on a Beast, so it's a hard course anyway. And then you put adamantium in. That's what they did.
All right.
I mean, Wolverine was BA with the bones coming out, right? When he was the X-Man with the.
I'm going to take your word for this one.
Have you never seen Wolverine?
I have, but.
Well, when he first started, the popping out were just bones. It was like his bones. And then all of a sudden they added the adamantium or whatever it's called. And it became metal. Steel.
I found that tournament so much more interesting than watching guys go like 18 under.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but I tell you what, it shows you what good golf is when you got to go back during the rain delay and see Tiger and Rocco.
Different course, man. Torrey Pines.
All right,
different conditions.
Still much funner.
I mean, dude, I am actually shocked by your response because you love the British Open so much. And that was just, it's just play it as it lies for the most part.
Well, but
playing in tough conditions and be accurate.
The British Open is tough because it's nature gets you. Here, it's greenkeepers with an evil ant.
Antium?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
JJ Spaun on 2 hits the flag post and it rolls back like 90 yards?
Yeah, into the fairway.
Stupid.
Yeah, stupid.
That's not what's supposed to happen in golf.
What's supposed to happen when you hit the yard or the flag stick?
You get rewarded for good shots. I mean, hitting a stick that's always weird because you never know if that's a good shot or a bad shot. But
it probably, based on the spin, had he missed the stick, it probably would have bounced 6 yards past it and spun back maybe into the hole. It would have been probably a pretty amazing shot. Because that had a lot of spin on him. Hey, okay, I'm not trying to be I'm just, hey, if you don't like it, you don't like it. But I'm telling you, sitting on the couch, I couldn't believe my wife sat there and watched the whole thing with me. Like, she was as entertained. She loved the fact that these guys, what is this stance? Where is this ball going? How's he going to get out of this? How's he going to get out of that? All of a sudden, pars were really exciting. Sand saves, doing stuff. I mean, it was all to be kind of thrilling.
Well, it's funny because most of them never hit it in the sand late. They've just caught up in the high grass around the sand, which even screwed them even worse. It became how much trouble, but it wasn't golf. You didn't see golf.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
I had the same emotional experience as Scott, except for by the end, I was thrilled. By the end, I was totally I was into every single second of it. But probably for the majority of Saturday, for sure, and a lot of Sunday, I felt the exact same way.
And then the last 3 or 4 holes, you start getting into it. And then, then they start reminding everybody that JJ had 40 on the front.
How about the fact some dude named McIntyre, who they didn't focus on at all,
was the leader in the clubhouse.
All of a sudden was like, who's this guy? They hadn't even talked about him. They had barely shown him on TV, and he's right there. He was another kind of funny twist.
Well, here's the funny thing. I did start saying this at about 6 holes to go after they came back from the rain delay, and then it still was sprinkling a little bit, and it got hard rain late. I said, dude, I'm looking at the dudes from Europe, England, Scotland. Turned out McIntyre's from Scotland.
Yeah,
I thought Hatton would have a better. Hatton blew up on 2 holes. And
I could watch that guy play golf all day.
Now I like
angry freaking. I don't know what country he's from. England, Scotland,
English,
Ireland. I don't know. Just angry all the time.
But I thought
is he the one they were interviewing at the very end when JJ made the putt?
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yes, that was really cool.
Beard, bald head. But my told
that dude was angry the whole time.
He's always angry.
Yeah.
That's how he operates. Let's talk about it more.
He's about your size, but thick.
JJ Spaun's like my size. I mean, all of a sudden it was the land of midget golfers. We're like doing really well in this thing.
Really well. There's one guy minus.
Well, okay.
Really well.
Oh man, not your cup of tea. I gotcha. No, I get it.
The best thing about it was I like I wish baseball games would play more games in the rain. Well, why can you not play baseball games in the rain? But here's these golfers out trudging up 18 holes.
We got plenty to talk to. Speaking of baseball, the Rockies are on a heater, 1-game heater right now. We'll get to all of it. Plus, it is a special anniversary. Details next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, guys, summer is here. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, whatever you got going on. But erectile dysfunction, boy, that can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90% can get you on the path to success and get intimacy back into your relationships. The initial visit is only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So contact them today. 5 locations, easy to find. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, I'll just finish this conversation on the air that Scott and I were talking about. Scott saw Giancarlo Stanton's coming back. It's cool. I didn't know that. That's cool. I like watching him, even though I hate the Yankees. Shohei's pitching tonight against the Padres, which I think is, and again, I'm not a Dodgers fan, but I'm a huge Shohei Ohtani fan, and I think he's just good for baseball.
Been like 3 years, right?
I don't think it's that long, but it's been a while. I don't know exactly how long. It's been a minute. I couldn't even tell you.
I bet it's been close to 3.
And then Angel Reese got a triple-double. And I was just saying, she has got to be the worst performing, well-known athlete, because she did get a triple-double the other day.
So you got to give her props on that.
I do got to give her props on that because assists are part of it.
She knew exactly where she was at. Did you see what she did after she got that the 10th assist?
No. What'd she do?
The second she got that assist, she put up 10 fingers.
You got to be kidding me.
The second. 10 fingers. Yep. I got 10 assists, guys. Hey, I got it. Triple-double over here.
Wasn't she like 2 for 7? Had
she
12
is
or 14?
So bad as a basketball player for she just got a triple-double. Right?
Now, have you seen the Instagram guys or TikTok guys?
Betting on her missing the first shot.
Oh, my God.
They've been doing it. I don't know what it's up to now,
funny.
but it's like 9 straight games she's missed her first shot.
It's one of the funnier, shorter videos you can ever watch.
Because they like celebrate when she misses
It's so good. I don't know what it is about her that just is kind of like, what? Like, I don't know. I'm not hating on the WNBA either. Like, there's loads of great WNBA athletes, and holy cow.
I'll give her credit for one thing.
Angel Reese?
Yep.
What?
She knows who she is. She knows what her role is, and she plays it.
Yeah,
she is not a good athlete, though, guys.
Okay, all I'm saying is she knows she's the villain. She plays the villain, and she hypes it up.
I don't even care about that. I just don't think she's all that good of a basketball player.
Now that part she wouldn't agree with you on.
Well, of course she wouldn't. Scott, you've coached a lot of women's basketball. I mean, talk to me. Am I way off on this?
Well, she's not efficient. She has too many games. And again, it's not fair just to get online and watch the groups that just kill her, where they show her miss 5 straight layups and, of course, get 4 rebounds, and you're like, whatever.
Because she is taller than most women.
But I think she's only like 6'1". I don't think she's like 6'5".
What are we talking about? The WNBA?
That's not that tall in the WNBA.
But listen, I think she plays hard.
Okay.
She's not a great shooter. I think she plays hard.
She can't jump or run.
Yeah, I think she competes.
And she has no ball handling skills.
No.
And she can't shoot.
Well, other than that,
I mean, aside from that, how was the rest of the play?
Well,
Mrs.
I will
Lincoln?
say this: I go with Tyler said this. She's got her brand, and she plays into the brand. You know, the hot looking, misunderstood, picked on, great player, and she plays on that. And I mean, she almost got in a fight in the game. She got a triple-double.
She fights all the time. She doesn't do anything but want to turn around and fight everybody every game. She's ridiculous. She's ridiculous, guys. She's always fighting somebody. Everything's the worst thing of all time. In every game. She's soft. She's soft. She can't ball handle. She can't shoot. I don't even get it.
She got big names. She draws
Boy,
big
I guess on my bingo card today was not DMac losing his mind over Angel Reese.
I'm not losing my mind. I'm just laughing at it because it's like, I cannot believe how well she's known. And the fact she got a triple-double. Then I saw the line of the triple-double. You said, did I see when she did something? No, that would involve me watching an Angel Reese highlight. But every highlight I see is her fighting somebody or she can't jump. All right, whatever. It is whatever.
We got to find the guys. We got to see, is it up to 9 games or is it up to 10 games?
Those guys
missed the first shot.
Those guys are freaking hysterical.
You know what's going to be the funny one is when she makes her first shot.
They're going to be really disappointed.
That's going to be a good video too.
I don't know who those guys are. I don't know what the deal is, but it's funny. Talk about a niche thing. I'd like, can you really find action on that too? Or they just
you can find action on anything.
I don't know. That's maybe they're creating
Where?
maybe they're creating their own action.
Right. Like where I guess you can create your own action.
You could bet
right?
on ping pong. I'm sure you could bet on Angel
You can
Reese's
figure it
first
out.
shot.
Yeah, all right. I just don't know who, like, where's, I don't know. Whatever. They figured it out. All right. I got something. That's not even what I was really going to talk about.
But it's good, though.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a little self-glossy, so you guys are going to hate this.
Oh, as soon as I saw that,
it's a big day.
For you or for
It's
members?
It's a bigger day for Denver, but it's a slightly big day for me. And it is literally my proudest as a asker of athletes questions. It literally is the thing I'm most proud of.
Your most viral
career.
question answer.
Most viral question, things I'm most proud of. It really is for me. The fact that I'm connected to it at all is really seriously my
The key is, do
favorite
anybody
thing.
else other than you know that you're connected to it?
Probably not. I don't know. Maybe a little bit here and there. Not many. It's a private. Well, it's not private. But the full circle moment was the anniversary is today. So here we go.
You said after the Lakers win, you said you were surprised that you didn't feel more. So I'm curious what you are feeling right now, and if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home. Okay.
When that passed 20 million views in 2 days, like when it gets into the land of like craziness. But when Jokic got up 2 years, can you believe 2 years ago today? 2 years ago today, he said this.
Well, people.
Okay. Thank you, though. You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but you want to stay on parade. This is the best. Yeah, this is amazing. This is that we all gonna remember this our whole lives, and when we see you guys that came out on the streets, and actually this one is for you. We love you, Denver. This one is for you. Thank you, guys.
People love authenticity, you know, and when you asked him that question, that was as authentic as it possibly gets. No, I want to go home.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
tired.
Yeah.
That was a long year, man. We finished this sucker. It's over with. Now I just want to go home. I want to go see my horses, you know, and people saw into that, and there was nothing fake about it.
No.
And then he got to experience the parade.
And it was funny because all I wanted to ask him was about the parade. That's all I wanted to say because I knew he wouldn't know when the parade was. And I knew that night, which was like a Monday night, right? Like I knew it was like longer than he'd want to be around for. I knew it. But I couldn't just come out and just say, about that parade, you know, I had to think of another way. But it is true. After the Lakers series, if you remember, he said he didn't feel as emotional about beating the Lakers as he thought he was going to. So it was interesting. You know, it was a moment of like, well, can you really appreciate it now? I think the moment, it wasn't hitting him. I don't think it really, really hit him that night with everything going on. I don't think it was until probably the parade.
They didn't realize how big of a deal it was
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
He mentioned this year in the first round, you know, what do you guys hope to achieve? And he goes, another parade.
Yeah.
He said something like that. I think that was in the Clippers series somewhere.
And the fact that he said stay on parade, like that's not an English speaking expression. Nobody would say I want to stay on parade. But the way he said
You knew exactly what he meant.
It's a metaphor for life.
Yep.
Because don't we all want to stay on F-bomb parade? Theoretically, whatever that is in your life. And the way he said it was so amazing. It referenced him not knowing it was the parade. And what I think it showed was we saw a moment where he did really, truly appreciate being in Denver Nugget and being here in Colorado. Yeah. And I don't know if that always comes through. And on that day, it was the perfect full circle moment to say it. It gives me chills to this day hearing him say that.
And you know what? Also, for me, see if you believe this, Tyler. I think for guys that were drafted by the team and stays with the team and then wins it with that same team, I think it almost – I mean, championships always mean a lot. I mean, always will always mean a lot. But drafted, you play 6-7 years, and you finally win this thing. I think you take for granted what it meant for the fans in the city, and that parade showed it for him. But, when they won that bronze medal in the Olympics last summer, go back and look at that celebration.
They were freaking out. I saw some video of him being on a bus dancing and the parade they had. Was it Belgrade?
Yeah,
I would assume it was Belgrade, but he's been part of some amazing moments. But can you guys believe that was 2 years ago today?
So the thing about the parade for a lot of guys is that, as a professional athlete, you appreciate the fans. You do, but you don't feel the fans. It's, a lot of times, even it's us versus the fans. In bad cities, I mean, I freaking hated Washington's fan base when I was playing out there. I hated those fans. But even in good teams and good situations, you get the boos, you get the cheers. You're like, hey, man, we're the ones doing this. Like, relax. Let us have a night. If we're going to go out to eat afterwards, like, don't kill us for going out to eat after loss. But then you get to the parade, and it's probably the first time that it's a collective we. That there's no separation between you and the fans. Everybody is there celebrating the exact same moment. Everybody feels like they're a part of it. You feel like the fans were a part of it. Maybe for the first time in your career, you realize the importance of the fans. And it's a pretty emotional moment.
Well, for a guy who didn't want to stay on parade,
yeah,
they finished that parade. I think they went somewhere and had dinner, drinks, or whatever. Hopped a plane like at 5 or 6 o'clock. Flew to Vegas. They partied till about 3 or 4 o'clock. I was told. Then he got on another plane at about 4 in the morning. Came back here and then flew home.
So after that parade,
awesome.
we had a KSC event at I forget the name of it, but some cowboy bar down there in Lodo. You remember the bar? I forget the name of it, but it was some cowboy bar. And the parade had just ended, and guess who's hanging out at the cowboy bar by himself? Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown is at the bar.
He's behind the bar.
By himself.
That's all right.
Had a little VIP section that they sectioned off for him and the fans. I did talk to him for a quick second.
That's awesome.
And he's like, yeah, I got about another 3 or 4 hours to kill here. Then we're getting on the plane going to Vegas. So Bruce Brown goes to the parade, goes to the cowboy bar, gets on the plane. And then if you remember the next day, it was the famous moment where he was complaining about Joker drinking him under the water.
He missed the plane back. He didn't get the plane back to Denver. Because, Joker did me in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm lucky to be in a room with two guys who have been on fire trucks in downtown Denver at parades. So we can start with Scott on that one. And Tyler, you've done it too. What was it like? What were you thinking 2 years ago today? Right around this time, wasn't it? It would have been right around this time.
Well, I think we got there at 10. Yeah, we'd be in the middle of the parade right now. I think the parade started at 11 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was there. We were actually working. And then I told you a story last week. Malone, in the middle of the route, goes, "Hey, I'll keep catching the drinks, but you have to shoot them." I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
So I went from having not drank in like 9 months to
having a good time.
Had a good time.
The guy is drunk.
But it wasn't my parade. I was there kind of working, covering it. Had already done my piece, so now I'm stuck on the middle of this fire truck. I can't go anywhere, and it was cool to see all the people. I mean, it was really neat. People knew you and we were waving. It was blast. It wasn't my parade.
You were there.
No, it wasn't my parade.
Okay.
My parade was, he had his parade.
Well, that is true. You were a player for it, no
Dude,
doubt about it.
Mine was so eerie. It was so crazy because I grew up here. First off, the amount of guys that get an opportunity to play for their hometown team, you wouldn't believe how many guys were. Oh, they bring it up all the time, man. You're so lucky you get to play for your hometown. And I got to do that twice. And then being at that parade, I was at the Super Bowl parades as a kid. I was there as a kid in the park,
right?
Somewhere in a box in my basement. I've got a cutoff T-shirt that my parents bought me at that parade as a kid. That's got all the caricatures of John Elway and Terrell Davis and Shannon, and it's like one of those that you go to the theme park and they make those characters. I've got those T-shirts, and I truly did talk about a full circle moment in your life where I was standing on that stage and I had flashbacks to a kid being out in the park looking up at everybody up on stage and be like, holy cow, what a freaking ride this has been.
I just consider myself as a reporter and as a fan, talk show host, whatever. Just lucky to be around it. Just, and I'll tell you this, at parades, you're just a fan. You're just like everybody else. Ain't no difference, really. I remember watching you guys on fire trucks at both. I'll tell you this. It was more challenging at the Broncos one, only because of the time of the year. I mean, it's colder. And oh my gosh, I've a kid. We got our kids out of school, and we stood on one spot and basically couldn't move. Not really. The Nuggets one was a little bit different because I didn't have my family with me, so I was a little bit more flexible to get around. But it was equally as packed. I mean, packed is packed, right? Like you can. And the Avalanche parade too. I think about how lucky we've been. If you've been a Colorado sports fan for the past, I guess, decade, you've been part of 3 parades. Who gets to say that?
Right. That's a good point. In the last decade, you've got 3 national parades.
10 years?
And then the Rockies.
We get 3. Well, I did mention they beat the Braves 10-1.
They're on the heater.
Oh, well, hold on. I'll tell you this. It wasn't a parade. But I was in Lower Downtown in 2007, brother. And that was, it wasn't a parade. It wasn't. But God darn it, holy cow, was that exciting. And I got to experience that too. We've been incredibly lucky around here, man. Incredibly lucky. So, Nuggets fans, and if you just want to get back there, that's it. Pretty simple.
What does this
Not
say?
Complicated.
What does it say that 2 of your guys that were key in winning your championship take the money and run to 2 other places, and now both were traded within the first year of them being at other places?
What do you think about that? You're talking about Pope.
KCP just got, but supposedly going to be traded to Memphis.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, how many teams has Bruce been on? He's been on 3 or 4, right?
Well, I think just Indy, and then Indy traded him to Toronto, and now he's a free agent.
There was another one in there.
New Orleans, wasn't it?
I think so.
Wasn't it?
There was definitely
It was
3.
Indy, Toronto, and I thought it was New Orleans. Might be wrong on that. Something like that.
Whatever it was, he's
bounced around.
He's been on quite the run since he left.
And KCP, that caught me. I was like, wow. Just 1 year there, huh? Okay.
But KCP, he was
New Orleans.
He was much more productive out there than
2 years, sorry.
Than Bruce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. KCP's numbers, like if I remember, I looked at them one time and they looked very, very similar to his numbers in Denver.
All right, well, we can look at that. There's another bizarre sports deal that's gone on today, and yeah, the Rockies are so funny. Do you guys? They set another historic moment and still won, but the historic moment they set is pathetic. Details about that coming up.
Okay.
All right, we have a 4-pack of tickets to give away to a special screening of the F1 movie on IMAX. That's Brad
with
Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
Greg.
Looks good.
Greg.
Yeah, Brad's big brother.
Okay. I have no idea how to...
He's a gaff on that one.
Okay.
From the producer of Top Gun Maverick.
Hey, man, I'm open to suggestions on how to give these bad boys away. I don't...
Well, I think we should make them race to the station.
Oh, that's a smart idea. Yeah. That's never got radio stations in trouble before. We're definitely not doing that.
Yeah.
No one had it down here. So aside from something that could get us sued...
You guys are boring.
Oh, dude. A quick radio story. There were some, as in Buffalo, there were some Native Americans who were protesting this area called Grand Island. It was over a bridge. It was a little piece of land between Niagara Falls and the Buffalo area. I dressed up as a native and had a sign like, give us...
I'm sure this is going well.
Give us back our whatever, something. 3 cards. Bam, bam, bam. Right into each other. We're like, okay, let's go. Guess who met us back at the radio station?
3 cars?
No, they were totaled. It was the police officers met us back at the radio station. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Yeah. That's when that's the last, that
was back when you could dress up like a native. Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of things going on back then that you can't do now. Anyways, if you got any other ideas,
I would say we do Brad Pitt trivia.
Brad Pitt trivia. How would you like to do Brad Pitt trivia? Like get guys on the line?
I don't know. We could have we could, kind of like we did Win Absolutely Nothing.
Yeah.
And we get full lines.
Yeah.
You have to answer maybe 3 questions correct.
Okay.
They get gradually harder as it goes.
Okay.
And if they do it 3rd time, you win.
Let's do it.
When are we giving the tickets? What day are we giving the tickets away? Every day?
No. It's just like today. Every show has like a 4-pack to give away. Ooh. So we only have one 4-pack.
It looks like a good show. It looks pretty cool.
I'm definitely. I haven't been to a movie theater in forever, and I want to go see this on IMAX.
Dude, I'm telling you, one of the best investments I've made in the last couple of years, the AMC Stub Pass.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
I bought that thing about 2 months ago.
How much it cost you?
It's like $20 or something, and you can go to unlimited movies. Unlimited.
Yeah, because they got to get people back in the theaters.
It's a killer deal, man. I hadn't been to movies in years and years, and now when I don't have anything going on, I'm like, all right, well, what movie is it?
And if you go enough, you get your Stub Pass, and once you get your Stub Pass, then you can sometimes get free popcorn.
Now
the
key is not buying anything when you go. Because if you go, you're still going to spend about $50 on candy and popcorn with the kids.
Believe it or not, these are just free plugs here. This has nothing to do with the
AMC or F1, the new F1 movie with Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Well, when you let's how about 1:30? How about 1:30?
All right.
1:30?
Cool.
All right, Cole. Cole's running things. We're just Brad Pitt trivia at 1:30.
There you go.
For this. See how it goes.
All right.
Could probably just do it right now, actually. No. KCP going to what is the value of KCP these days?
I think people in Orlando really liked him when I was there, and they talked to him. He brought some leadership and some maturity. Orlando's a funny franchise. They really don't have a star, and I think they're banking on Bane kind of maybe being a star in waiting, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But they got some good players. Was it Suggs is there, good defensive guy, and the 2 brothers, the Varner brothers, are very good players. Bonchero, but none of them are superstars. They're all like number 2s. I don't think there's any superstars.
Are you surprised the KCP is moving on somewhere else so quickly?
I'm surprised Orlando made this deal because it doesn't fit what they want to do. They need, and I know Bane can score, but he ain't that kind of guy. If Orlando really want to do something, they're one of the top 1 or 2 defensive teams in the league, but they couldn't score. What they should have done is go get Kevin Durant.
As you guys see all these moves happening in the NBA, what's your confidence level? Nuggets are good. They're set up good enough to be able to handle whatever's out there.
The only thing it's doing for me is it's making me a little bit antsy that we don't have a GM. And like, we see teams making moves. We see that they're officially moves being made. You got betting odds on Kevin Durant. Yeah, I heard Minnesota's trying to make a significant run at him. And it's like, okay, well, could we make a move like that right now if we even wanted to without a GM officially hired?
Scale 1 to 10. 10 is we're good. 1 is like we're in bad shape. Where are you at?
Meaning, I don't understand the
10
question.
10 is good. I'm confident.
Is everything
we have the
for
right
a championship?
What's that?
Everything is to win a championship. So 10
Correct.
To win a championship going forward this year. Boom, boom, boom.
We're set up. We know what we're doing in terms of making moves. We're good to go. If there's something out there, we're fine. That's 10. 1 is this is awful. We don't have anything set up. It's garbage. We're going to miss out on everything because we're not set up the right way.
6.5. I'm pretty low right now.
Okay.
Because and the main reason for that is that it feels like we are setting everybody up, preparing the fans to just run it back. And if you just run it back, what are the odds that you get out of the second round?
Now, I know you work for the company. I guess we all do.
Yeah,
but if saying what you just said is how you feel, that to me is a hell of a high grade at 6.5.
It is. I felt like that was low.
Oh, I was going to go in at 5.
Wow. Okay.
Before he even spoke. Then when he spoke,
I mean, to me, 6.5 means there's very, very little to no chance of winning a championship.
Well, 6.5, you add one player and you move up to 7.5, 8. Now
that's a D,
you're
Scott.
right there.
6.5 is a D.
I don't know. A lot of guys be happy marrying a 6.5. I mean, ask him.
I wish I was a 6.5. Or even a 3.5 would be nice.
The highest ranking you ever were. There's a no dumb question for you.
Probably my junior year of high school. Maybe when I was 12. 12 was pretty good. 12, I had a girlfriend, Kathy Janvrin. Was making out with her to High Infidelity at Cindy Droder's parties. I was an all-star baseball player at 12.
Boy, High Infidelity had a lot to do in your life, didn't it?
Sure did.
That's a good movie, too. Though.
High Fidelity. This is High Infidelity.
Infidelity. Oh. High Fidelity
12,
was a good movie.
12 was kind of killer. I kind of had, it was after Kathy, I got, Cindy. And then I was into Anna. That wasn't really, 12, I was kind of killing it. 12 was like,
so that was your
all-star
6.5 and above kind of.
Dude, I made this great catch in an all-star game. The guy wrote an article about it, had me quoted I was Peter Pan in the musical. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but like I was the lead.
So you might be looking at, you might have been an 8.5, 9
at 12.
Yeah.
If I wasn't at 12, if I wasn't a 9.5, there was no such thing.
I doubt it.
12.
I think once I get a haircut on Wednesday, I might be peaking right now.
Really?
Yeah.
You're right there?
You
Yeah. Okay. I do have a funny Rocky style. I just ran out of time here a little bit, but it's funny. I'll give it to you. We get into the U.S. Open, too, and we can talk about Tyler's peak performance, too. Proud of him. Got a 75 incher.
We should do a betting pool on Tyler's next crisis. Like we should do it like bleached hair.
What's got
earrings.
I left my notebook at home where I've got all the other ones written down.
Yeah,
I had to go to Walmart to get a new box.
I might get a tattoo.
The summer's just beginning.
I'll go in there with you, man.
It's
I'm being serious.
And at 1:30 we'll give away those F1 tickets. It's PhD here on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got good news for you. All you got to do is commit to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. Simple as that. Make the commitment, make the phone call, 720-459-HAIR. Ask about the Advanced FUE, and you're going to walk away very, very happy. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. And that's why I advise that you call today. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair. They're fantastic at what they do. And Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. 720-459-HAIR. Call today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I appreciate you rolling with us today. We have Murray State, who's being no-hit right now by Scott and Brandon's Arkansas. Your boy Brandon's really into it. I don't know how into the baseball are you right now with Arkansas in Omaha? Sort of into it, way into it. Like where are you at with it?
I watched this second or third game. I've kind of watched bits and pieces of.
It's hard to get to Omaha. It's hard. Only 8 teams get there. You got to get through 4 teams in your regional. Then you get the super regional, best 2 out of 3 to get the final 8 teams here. And this is a double elimination tournament. So just getting to Omaha is a hell of an accomplishment.
Guy that's pitching has now thrown 24 fastballs, 22 are strikes, and the last one just came in there at 97.
That is above average heat for college.
Look at that. That's 97.
Yeah, he's throwing a no-hitter right now through 4 1/3 now. We have a local media member who went to Murray State. Can you name who it is? He has a rooting interest in Murray State.
I know this because I remember talking to him. We beat Murray State my senior year in college in the NCAA tournament.
Do you guys know where Murray State is? What state Murray State is in?
Missouri?
Carolina?
I think it's Kentucky.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kentucky. I think you're right. No, I don't. Who is it?
Mike Kliss, Murray State.
Really?
Yeah. Even though he's from the Chicago area, I don't know how he ended up there, but yeah.
They wanted him to take him.
Well,
he did become a journalist.
That's a fair point. All right, let me give you the Rockies thing real quick. We're going to get to the U.S. Open. No, that's not right. To this one. They did win yesterday 10-1, but they did break a club record for patheticness. But they did win 10-1 yesterday.
No, that's good.
On Saturday, they struck out 19 times. And yesterday, they struck out 16 times.
So that's got to be a record in back-to-back games.
It is a...
They struck out 16 times?
They got 10 runs?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
Did you watch
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Did you watch both those games?
Not on Saturday. I took a hell of a bike ride from Lone Tree to Castle Rock and back. I was really got burned. I fell over. Fell off my bike again.
Oh my gosh!
I know, so stupid.
How many times a year do you fall off your bike?
It's too many for sure.
Listen, Maggie, could you not get your foot out of the strap?
That was it. I was going 0 miles an hour. Real quick. I was in Castle Rock. I made it through the hard part. It's always when you get through the hard part. Like going up and above Castle Pines and getting down. I got to Castle Rock. And then my little earbuddy thing that never falls out popped out. I thought I caught it with my elbow. Like, I got it. And then I started really slowing down because I didn't want it to bounce into the road. And I looked down, and by the time I looked down at my elbow, because I thought the earbud was there, I had come to like a stop. And it's almost impossible to click out of your bike when you're stopped. You need you just need a little bit of momentum just to click out. And then I was next to a curb. So I went to click out, couldn't do it. Foot curb, couldn't do it. I just literally tipped over. Then the earbud, I did see it. Guess where it was? Guess where the earbud was?
In your ear.
No, it's in the street. It's in the street. I'm like, oh, there it is in the street. Oh, there's a big truck. Earbud, truck. Hey, stop. Runs right over the earbud.
Oh, no.
Smashes the earbud. Just insult to injury. I tip over. I'm bleeding. I got a little, thing.
Yeah. Did you find the earbud after you got ran over?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, of course I did.
And?
That means smashed.
Those are expensive earbuds, too, because they got the little wing thing on their beats.
I looked into replacing a single earbud one time, and it's just as cheap to just buy a new set.
I'm just buying a new. I already bought a new set. I'm paying more for my earbuds than you are for TVs. I'm not, but it's expensive. It's the 4th earbuds that I bought like this. It's the 3rd time they fall out and been hit by a car.
You got to get the wingtips.
I have the wingtips.
Really?
Yes.
The wingtips didn't help, huh?
Are you in brown or in black?
I got. I should bring in my collection of earbuds. I got a one black one, one gray one, one red one. I keep all the singles, which I don't even know why. What's that?
Can you mix and match?
No, I tried. I cannot do it. It does. You can't.
Make a fashion statement out of that.
I could do that.
Isn't that funny that they can't pair up if you've got a
I know.
Right?
I thought they could.
Do you always buy the same kind?
Oh, yeah, because they're great. They're really, really good. I couldn't believe it fell out.
Really good. They just keep falling out.
I
Here,
know.
let me keep doing the same ones.
The Rockies. Let me tell you about the
Why don't
Rockies.
you get ones that are like $49, and if you lose them, you
Because
lose them.
I've done that too. What, you don't think I started cheap? Of course I started
Why don't
cheap.
you do ones with a wire?
All right. Anyways, I didn't even want to get into this. I want to just talk about the Rockies striking out 35 times but winning a game.
But the point being, you didn't see Saturday because you're bike riding.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you. I forgot even what I was talking about. So I missed Saturday. I did not do the March Towards History yesterday either. Didn't do it Saturday. Didn't do it Sunday. I'll do it tonight. Playing the Nationals. You want to hear Warren Schaefer get a little pissed off?
At who?
At
the media or at his team?
At the media.
Yeah, because it's the media's fault.
Yeah, Thomas Harding, who I love, is great. But here we go.
Obviously, this game is crazy. You guys 35 times strike out over 2 games. It's a club record. But who cares if you win a game, right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're talking about all these records. We won 10-1. That's all I'm worried about.
That is an unusual stat. Wow.
It's
how
crazy.
did they score 10 runs?
They kept hitting. I mean, every time, if it was an out, it was a strikeout. And if it wasn't, they got loads of hits. They were hitting the ball left and right. Fulford, their catcher, was unbelievable. He was like 5 for 5 on base. They got a little bit lucky. They got a little bit luck. That's baseball that went their way. Braves made a couple of errors. It's like that. And the runs just keep piling up. It was a great game for them, actually. It was pretty close. Austin Gomber came back. He's been out for a while. Did you even know he was still on the team?
No.
Should Warren Schaefer have turned down this job?
No, God, no.
They have a better opportunity at a future job and turn this down?
No.
Well,
you never turn down a head coaching job.
No, he wouldn't have got the opportunity anyways without this job.
You know what that happened with the Broncos? Who was it? It was just a couple years with Hackett. A couple years ago with Hackett. When Hackett got fired, they asked someone, it was the defensive coordinator, Evero. They asked him to be the head coach.
For 2 games.
And he turned it down.
Well, and he turned it down because Hackett was his guy.
I know.
Yeah, and it was only
But he
2
shouldn't
games.
have turned it down. Put a stamp on it. Let people see your face.
Tyler's got a good point. That did happen.
Yeah.
It was only...
Yeah,
it was only 2 games. I mean, he was offered this job.
Have you heard from him since?
Actually, you know what? He probably should have taken it. Actually, you know what?
Well, he went to
You're probably right.
He was a really hot name. And then he went to the Panthers, and I haven't heard anything about him since.
Yeah. He probably should have actually taken the job. He probably made a mistake.
Yeah.
A good example, though. He did turn down. You're right about
Because
that.
most defensive coordinators are upstairs. And unless you're on a big national platform television game, they never have a camera in front of the
And in
defensive
all
coordinator.
honesty, you got the job for 2 weeks. It's your job for 2 weeks. You could actually make your mark.
Mm-hmm.
What's his face did? The special teams guy was
Well, Coach took over, and then he did fire some folks. I forget who got fired, but he fired one or two.
He fired Dwayne Stukes, the special teams coach, who said that I'd rather talk to Jody Camillus than talk to him. I mean, that was his. What was his name?
Coach.
I know. What was General? We called him the hell was his name?
I can picture him. I can't remember his name. Jerry Rosberg.
Was it Rosberg?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Jerry Rosberg, right?
Yeah.
Rosberg.
Yeah.
So his history was in special teams. And Dwayne Stukes, who used to work with Jody Camillus, who we all, we know. And I think he was with the Rams at the time. He actually admitted I'd rather, call him up than go talk to Rosberg, who was a special teams guy. That was so dysfunctional. You want to talk about moments of dysfunction for the Denver Broncos? How about them hiring Rosberg to help?
You realize we sort of had the exact same setup with special teams this year.
How so?
Why am I drawing a blank on our 2 special teams coaches that we brought in the old timer?
Yeah.
That was Sean's guy forever from
Ben
the Saints.
Kawika was the younger guy, and Mike
Westhoff.
Yep, Mike Westhoff.
Mike Westhoff was brought in to be the czar of special teams, but he wasn't the special teams coach.
Correct.
That's
Kawika
always
was.
a dysfunctional setup.
Right, and then The Kansas City game broke him.
Then Alex Forsythe got trucked.
Yep.
And Westhoff retired.
Yep. Yep. That's right. And Comic has gone too, right? We got a new special teams guy this year, right?
We brought in the other Saints coach that we were.
Right. Who's our special teams guy? I don't even remember.
Special teams guy.
Special teams.
He's probably a helicopter pilot. They're all helicopter pilots.
But going back to Coach, he actually came in and was actually pretty good. There was some.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, compared to what you had,
he was ridiculous.
Well, he wasn't as bad as Hackett.
Okay, I'll give you that. But his arrogance level was.
But you get to do that when you're in the office for 4 weeks and no one can say anything to you. Why not?
It was 10 days. It was a magical 10 days. There were some people in the Denver media that thought he had earned that job in those 10 days.
I remember that.
Going 1-1.
Well, 50% was better than the record before.
He did the most unbelievable thing I'd ever seen any coach ever do. When he got up for his first press conference, he spoke, this is no joke, without a question, for 12 straight minutes. It was like in the first 90...
That was about 50 years of work that he was waiting to get that opportunity for.
Dude, he was getting it all off his chest. Think about that for a second. In the first 90 seconds, I was like, this guy is... Oh, man, It hits 3 minutes, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. By the 5-minute mark, I was like in a cult. Like I was,
See? I thought he was great.
I mean, he spoke without a question. As the interim coach
so
for 10 days.
So do you remember what the first question was?
No. Who would remember it? His statement was 12 minutes long. What exact question would you ask after a 12-minute statement? That guy was ridiculous. He did like tight ends, though. Who is the tight end that we weren't using, that we had benched?
Oh, the kid from Missouri.
Was it
Okwebunam?
Was it Okwebunam?
I think it was Okwebunam.
Remember they had just shelved the tight. I think it was Alberto.
Yeah.
And he why isn't he playing?
Let's try him.
And he actually didn't he have one game with like 4 or 5 catches and a touchdown or something?
I don't remember, man. It was something. They won one of the games. They won one, they lost one. And there were some members of the media that were like, Rosberg.
Yeah, he turned this whole thing around.
Man, he's the guy. Can you imagine if we had hired Rosberg instead of gotten Sean Payton? Come on.
They were never going to hire Rosberg.
I would have rather them hired Rosberg than Hackett, though.
Yeah, as it turns out.
But then again, we still wouldn't have Sean Payton because Rosberg would have turned around. We'd have won a Super Bowl by now.
We all liked Hackett when he first got into town.
We did. We all liked.
He won us over with his Will Ferrell skits,
Yep.
and he was Mr. Fun Guy. He was the opposite of what we had with Vic Fangio.
Correct.
Vic was Mr. Grumpy. Hackett was Mr. Fun.
You are correct. When did you first?
And then, when you first. I'm interrupting your question.
I'll tell you when
first you knew.
Yeah.
Training camp.
I'll tell you exactly the first time that I got nervous.
Okay.
It's Russell freaking Wilson, y'all. It's Russell freaking Wilson.
Too deferential.
Like, dude, all right. I mean, but when he started just going off
Too
like
fanboy.
that, it was like, nah, man, you're not his buddy.
I still was like into him at that point. I don't know exactly when he lost me, I mean.
Well, if you went to training camp, I thought training camps were stupid.
Well, it was Country Club Central.
Yes.
I remember that much.
Well, I'll tell you this. Talking to like Tyler, ex-pros, you guys hated training camp. You thought it was, you did. Nobody was more, usually some of the muggles, whatever, cynical, whatever. That is the one thing I remember. I don't remember training camp where ex-players were more adamantly against what was going on than that.
I'll tell you this, Sean Payton has not been nearly as hard-nosed as what you thought he was going to be. In training camp and OTAs and any of it.
Yeah.
He is not Mr. Bill Parcells that you thought you were getting.
Yeah. But I mean, every third day we're not doing anything in training camp. That was Hackett every third day.
And there was, if you remember, there was no 1-on-1s and there was no 7-on-7s.
Right.
Like football basics 101 from the beginning of time.
Right.
We're not doing 1-on-1s. We're not doing 7-on-7.
I thought to start that season they felt unprepared.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
But
that goes back to training camp.
It was weird, too, because ownership had not quite taken over. I mean, they were coming in, but they weren't quite there. And then the Russell Wilson deal got done during camp, and we're like, what's the rush? But I was amongst a lot of people.
No, that's not true.
A lot of people. I'm one of
true.
them. I'm one of them.
Nobody said, what's the rush? Nobody.
A couple people said it.
Who?
Oh, I know a couple people.
Fred.
The far majority of folks were saying you traded for Russell Wilson.
I agree.
Now you got to give him a deal.
I was one of them.
Me too.
And hindsight's 2020. I agree on all of that.
I wasn't necessarily excited. I wasn't all in on the trade.
The second you made the trade, though, you didn't have a choice.
But once you made the trade, you didn't have a choice.
Right. Like, what are we doing here? And then it was what it was. And then there was the game. And then it's Brandon McManus trying to bomb 64-yarders. And it just kind of went from there, man. You know what? I don't know if I was even out on Hackett then, though.
Oh, I was.
I can't even remember like when he had just lost me.
Well, listen, I was working with two other guys here, and they were all jumping up, going on parade. They went on parade as soon as the trade.
With Wilson?
And I went, ooh.
You were hesitant about it?
Yeah.
I will never forget the day that we traded for Russell Wilson was one of the most exciting days I've ever had on air doing radio.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. We did it again. Are you kidding me? We got Peyton Manning again.
Right.
I was excited on the Peyton Manning, and that had more question marks coming into that year than Russell Wilson did. Peyton Manning had the shoulder.
Who was anti-Peyton Manning?
Well, but he still had the shoulder thing.
Well, to be honest, Peyton seemed at the time, and I wasn't doing radio. I was obviously playing football, but looking back on it, it would seem to me Peyton had far more questions than Russell Wilson.
Absolutely.
He did, but the quarterback at the time was Tim Tebow. So it was
when
all
Russell Wilson came in, who was the quarterback?
Oh, exactly. No, we were all excited for Russell Wilson. Tyler's not wrong. We thought it was Peyton Manning 2.0. Like, how lucky did we get? You got to be kidding me. What we didn't know enough was what Seattle knew for sure. And we thought Seattle was making a big mistake. And then we started hearing from our radio friends in Seattle. And they were like, wait and see.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah,
they were all like that. They were all like, you'll see. And I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. Because I was a big Russell Wilson fan.
And then when he came in big, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
He looks awful big.
And then we saw training camp.
He was real big.
And there were just like one sort of so-so day, one bad. It was like, okay, when are we going to see this?
Yeah.
Like, when is this going to kind of like happen?
It was more, that training camp was more about Fat Russell and Sierra, whatever her name is. Right? It was more about, okay, what's she wearing today? Oh, which bodyguard?
There's no doubt
two
about
bodyguards
it.
today.
Remember the day that she ran across the entire football field to go to the bathroom inside the facility?
Yes.
She ran across
She ran
a
right in
football
front of
field.
us.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm like, dude, and I went and looked. I said, they got a bathroom. No, it was the door of the building. I'm like,
she went inside the building.
She showed up every day in twin Escalades and used a different entrance than the rest of the family, even though the family entrance was closer to the seats everybody was going to sit at.
Yeah, they came to the front door.
It was weird. It would have been easier for them just to go in the player, wives, girlfriend, family entrance.
But you don't get to make it's kind of like when the Walton Penner Group bought it. Remember, and they walked out in front of us all?
That was a crazy day.
That was Sienna there every time.
Sienna?
She wants to come in there. What's her name? I don't
Sierra.
know. Sierra, whatever.
Yeah, she would come in that way instead of just the way all the... By the way, the way the families come in is fantastic. It's fine.
Yeah, you park, you go in.
You go right into the tents right there. It was actually longer for Sienna to walk around where she was
couldn't go to the real bathrooms.
Correct.
What's her name?
Sierra.
Are you sure about that?
Pretty
sure.
certain. That was crazy, bro. Crazy times, man, and we're long past that. There is kind of something the Broncos... did you catch that Alex Singleton got married in Cabo over the weekend?
I did not.
Cabo?
Congratulations.
Cabo. Bo Nix was not there. His wife, Izzy Smoke, what a great name. She posts photos on, social media all the time. He was with Sam Ellinger and wife up in Beaver Creek.
They're probably playing golf. Had to get to know him a little bit.
I talked to Coach Sanford, see if you agree with this or not. But his theory is that Bo didn't go to Cabo, not that he wasn't invited, but that he wants to just stay focused on football and just,
Disagree.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't care. I mean, was he invited? I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And it's not a big deal if he wasn't, for the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say this: how much was Singleton around last year, really, other than just rehabbing?
Fair point.
And when you miss an entire year, there's how many days in a row you go without seeing a guy?
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah,
fair point. We might not know him that well.
I may not even know him real well.
All right. Good for Alex Singleton. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
And Bo and his bride were up in Beaver Creek.
Well, congratulations.
Enjoying Colorado.
Sam Ellinger by himself?
Sam Ellinger and his wife were with Bo. How about that? They're getting friendly. They're getting palsy-walsy.
Well, you got to get to know them after you get rid of Stidham.
Stidham ain't going nowhere.
God,
Stidham's the whoopee. Stidham's the steadying force. Stidham's not going anywhere. Are you really that down on Stidham as a backup quarterback?
Yeah, I think he's horrible.
As a backup quarterback?
I think he's a horrible backup quarterback.
Why?
Because I don't think, and listen, it's true probably all the time, but when you get a backup quarterback and he's in 5 games, can I get 2 wins? He ain't going to win you a game.
Damn, okay. All right, well, Sam Ellinger's here if you can beat him out.
Sam
Ellinger ain't beating him out.
He ain't going to win you no games either.
All right, we do have these F1 tickets to give away. So 303-504-0925.
Brad Pitt trivia.
Brad Pitt trivia. We'll just line them up. We'll line you up, and we'll see how it goes. But we got to get you on the phone, 303-504-0925. It's PhD. We have 4 contestants on the line, which is good. That's enough, by the way. That's fine. It's enough. Orion, Willie, Doug, and Gabe. Real quick.
I'm going with Orion.
Real quick, congratulations to 4 Avalanche players who were announced in Olympic teams. Can you name them? This is
Nate
a little...
McKinnon.
Nate McKinnon's one. Cale McCarr's.
Gabe Landeskog.
Yes.
With Sweden.
Yes.
And...
one more.
Yeah.
One more.
Taves.
Not Taves. I mean, he might get there, but it was announced today. These 4 were announced today. Some of the countries are announcing.
By the way, pretty cool for Gabe Landeskog.
Not Lehkonen.
Pretty cool for Gabe Landeskog to be named to Team Sweden after all that.
Yeah, what I think they did, I think the teams named their top 6. So every international team, 6 guys, like here's who. There'll be more to come. But
Nichushkin.
No. Good guess, though.
Oh.
Is Russia even allowed in the Olympics? I don't know if Russia's going to be in the Olympics.
Why aren't they?
Well, because they invaded Ukraine.
Russia.
Yeah. One more.
I have no idea.
Natchez. For Chesnia.
Really?
Chechnya.
And you want to trade him.
I don't. Right. We'll just keep it there. All right, here's what's on the line. We have a 4-pack of tickets to a special screening of F1 The Movie on IMAX. Movie opens on June 27th, but you can see it before anybody next Tuesday, June 24th, from the creators of Top Gun Maverick, F1 The Movie. Brad Pitt launches into the driver's seat for this pulse-pounding return to Formula One, where speed, rivalry, and redemption collide. Only in theaters and IMAX starting June 27th. By the way, I think this is a movie all of us are dying. I'm dying to see it. I don't know how you guys feel. I can't wait to see it.
It looks great.
Yeah. And Brad Pitt's 61. But, he's Brad Pitt. All right, Scotty, Brad Pitt trivia. You got 4 guys. How do you want to do this?
Well, here's what I was thinking. I have 3, and I got a 4th if you want it.
I'll do whatever you want.
Okay,
well, we got 4 guys.
I'm following you.
No, I got 4 questions.
All right.
And what I thought I could do was, if you get the first question, you got to get all 4 right.
Okay.
Now, whoever goes second, third, or fourth should get a little.
Should help.
Should get a little bump, right?
All right. So we start with Orion. I think I get it. So Orion, granted, this is going to be the most difficult for you, but you have the first shot at it, right? That's the benefit.
Well, you get the benefit. You get the best start, and if you get it, you get it.
Orion.
And we'll start off easy, and then we'll go down the line.
Okay. Orion, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Hey, are you a big Brad Pitt fan?
More of his ex-wife fan, but
Nice.
yeah, he's not bad.
Which one? Which one? Well,
wait.
I guess he was never married to Aniston.
No, all of them.
He had Angelina.
Feels
He's
like
married to her.
Wasn't he? Did he have a Gwyneth Paltrow? No.
I don't think
I think
so.
he may have dated.
No?
He
I
dated.
mean, he might have dated everybody.
And him and Jennifer Aniston never married?
No,
I
they
don't
never
think
got
so.
married.
I don't think so.
So just Angelina.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had kids together. The whole. Was this
They're
part of the trivia question?
Adopted and real one. All right, here you go. Here's your first trivia question. You understand the rules? I'm going to give you 4 questions. Once you miss, you're out. If you get the first one right, then we'll go to question number 2.
There we go.
All right?
All right.
In the movie Troy, what character did Brad Pitt play?
Great question.
Oh God, I peaked when I was 12 years old, just like DMac, and I'm not going to get this one. So.
Take a guess.
Oh God, it's been so long since I've seen that one. I can't remember his name in it. I know it's not Sparta because that's 300, but I'll just say that because it's at least in the realm.
All right. You got a buzzer, Troy. All right, so that's still out there. So that'll be
All
the
right,
first.
so Orion's out.
Orion could have helped by making a real guess. And if it's wrong, it would have helped.
Right.
No, hold on. What happens if Scott's questions are too hard and nobody gets them?
Well, then we get to share.
I don't know.
I want to go see that movie, don't you?
Figure it out somehow. Willie, how are you, Willie? Willie, are you there? I know.
Willie, hang out with us.
Well, I can move on to the next.
There
Oh,
you go.
there you are. All right, Willie, who do you play in Troy? That's the question.
There
right?
you go. What character did he play in Troy?
Let me just think about it.
Think about how the movie ended.
Yeah. How he was
little
killed.
hints. Yeah, little hints. Little hints.
Was it Achilles?
That is
there you
correct.
go. Ding, ding,
Way
ding.
to go.
So first answer, Achilles. Second question. This is a multiple choice.
Oh.
So you got a chance. In the Oceans movie, 11, 12, and 13, I think, what was the name of Brad Pitt's character? Was it Linus Caldwell, Rusty Ryan, or Frank Catton?
C. Billy Bean.
Linus, Rusty, or Frank?
I'm going to go with Frank.
Yep, you're incorrect.
Sorry.
Hey, thanks for getting one question right. You win absolutely nothing.
Well, technically, he should be the leader of the clubhouse for getting one right.
You got one right. Douglas, how are you, my friend?
Douglas, are you there?
Yeah.
So our first answer to character.
Well, no, ask him the question because this is where stupid people may show up.
Oh, let's go. Brad Pitt played in the movie Troy. What was his character that he played?
Achilles.
Achilles,
Okay,
good.
that's one.
In Ocean's movies, there's 3 of them, I believe. Was his character's name Linus Caldwell, Rusty Ryan, or Frank Catton?
B.
Rusty.
Rusty Ryan is correct.
There you go. Nice
There
job.
you go. So
Well done.
Achilles,
Well
Rusty.
done.
In what order
Oh dear.
did these movies come out? These big movies of Brad Pitt. Here are the movies. You put them in the right order: 7 Years in Tibet, Meet Joe Black, Legends of the Fall.
Wow.
So Tibet, Black, and Legends.
It's got to be Legends of the Fall. Is like mid 90s.
Correct.
7 Years Tibet. Oh, it might be Joe Black. I'm gonna go 7 Years Tibet, then Meet Joe Black.
Correct.
Whoa. I thought Black was there because he was so young. And all right, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
One question away from the F1 tickets.
All right. So your last question.
Oh, come on, Douglas.
In the movie, A Curious Case of Benjamin Button, who was Brad Pitt's co-star?
Wow.
Are these good questions, by the way?
Very good questions.
Yeah, oh no.
Oh no.
It's the
She
she's
reminds
kind
you
of crazy.
of an elf.
Yeah, the red hair. Kate Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett.
Oh my God!
Wow. That was very well done.
Dude, I would have got that.
Extremely well done.
I would have got that in a million years. Way to go!
I mean, Scott gave me a little clue that helped, apparently.
Oh, I don't even care.
No, I'm
Did that
impressed.
help you?
No.
Not me either.
Yeah.
I'd have no idea. Well, hey, Douglas, you really deserve this.
Yeah, well, pretty good, right?
You good shots. You keep the music going there, Cole. I like the music. Congratulations. You got yourself you got 4 tickets. Who are you going to take to the movie, Douglas?
I don't know. I didn't expect to win.
All right, that's fair enough. Congratulations, Douglas. Hang on. We'll get your information. No dumb questions coming up next. All right, summer is in full swing. Sun's out, guns out, the whole thing. Nights are warm. Everything feels a little more alive. And you should feel good this time of year. Confident, connected, ready to enjoy it all. Not worried about erectile dysfunction. And if you're not in that frame of mind, well, perhaps you should get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consultation. It's only $99. Get a medical consult, A T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations. It makes it convenient for you up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, good job.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Do you remember when somebody was like, hey, could the top team in college baseball beat the Rockies? And I go, well, no, because the Rockies have guys, and in Major League Baseball, they throw in the upper 90s all the time. Antonio Senzatella, who sucks, throws mid to upper 90s, and you don't face that in college.
But you get...
Kind of proving my point right now is this kid from Arkansas who right now, 18 up, 18 down, he is throwing a perfect game.
In a 1-0 game.
Against Murray State. However, and he does throw hard, but throwing 97 miles an hour at the major league level is not enough. However, at this level, you see what it's doing to one of the top teams.
I remember talking to Spilly. Spilly said, this was when I was at the Van. He came in and says, anything over 94, you're guessing as a hitter.
Okay.
He said 94, you tattoo. 95, 96, when it starts creeping up above that, he said, you're guessing.
Well, that was a few years ago.
Yeah.
And my guess is if you had to ask Spilly that same question now.
Has it gone up?
It's probably gone up to 98, 99.
Maybe.
Only because it's not that unusual. I remember talking to Corey Sullivan in the press box last year. Because we had Vodnik, who throws 100 miles an hour. And goes, geez, how many guys throw 100? And he goes, oh, way more than you would think. He said like 30% of all pitchers, period, can throw 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
And I was like, you got to be kidding me. But then I started watching it.
How many play for the Rockies?
Well,
we have 3 guys right now that throw 100 miles an hour easy.
Really?
Marquez, Halverson, and Vodnik.
So you got to wonder how many times have these guys from Murray State seen a dude that's throwing 97 miles per hour?
Well, they don't, and that's why.
Well, yeah, they probably have. Not very often.
Not often, yeah.
Like when people would always ask me, what's it like going from college to the NFL? I'm like, well, it's not that you've never played these guys. You've played dudes with this type of talent, but it's just that take the best dude that you ever played in college, and that's every dude that's in the league. That's every pitcher in Major League Baseball.
What I always say about the difference of college and pro is the guys that the fans are yelling at, you suck, was the best player on this team somewhere.
The guy you're yelling at, you suck, was probably the greatest player in the history of his high school.
For sure, and probably a great college player.
There's no doubt he was a great college player.
Yeah.
And likely the best player on the vast majority of his minor league teams as well. Maybe not all of them, but most of them. And he sucks. That's why a college team, even at this level, wouldn't beat the Rock. Now, I'm not saying a guy who's throwing 97 and is a great pitcher and is going to be a pro wouldn't give them a run for their money.
He just dropped a curve in at 83 that had about 2 feet break in it, and I was like, whoa.
When Halverson from the Rockies, who throws over 100 miles an hour all the time, gets hit all the time, or they foul the ball off and they're playing these guys to pull, these hitters at the major league level guys they're in a different stratosphere than the hitters there. That's all. And the pitchers are much better too. The Rockies struck out 35 times in 2 games. But they won a game, to your point.
Struck out 16 times.
They struck out 10-1 because they're still major league hitters. No matter how bad the Rockies are, these guys are still major league hitters. Maybe they're not the best major league hitters, but they're still at that level. This is not really a dumb question. It's a fun game, though. And the kid from Murray State, he's hanging in there. I feel almost a little bad for him because he's probably pitching the game of his life right now, too.
They just subbed him out, too.
Did they? Oh, so this is a relief pitcher now?
The relief guy just came in and gave up a single in the gap.
More exciting, no dumb question. This or softball?
I don't know.
Seems like there's more hitting going on in the softball.
I'll tell you this. When you get an elite pitcher in softball, it's pretty fun to watch. Now, you'd think maybe that's counterproductive because you don't see a whole lot of action that's coming out of it, but there's something pretty respectable about watching that. How fast was that girl from Tennessee throwing, like 79 or something?
Yeah. Yeah,
that was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, in an NCAA game, too. From 45 feet.
Yeah. I wonder what the equivalent of that is. Someone's got to have done the math on it.
The article I read on that girl, 79 from that feet is like 108. 108 to 110 in Major League.
Yeah.
You ain't touching that one.
What would you score if you had to play at the Oakmont?
That's a good question. That's a
counting
fun
all my
question.
scores.
That's a fun
Do I have
question.
do I have spotters finding my balls for me?
Sure.
and stuff?
Sure.
Probably 110.
110. You're pulling a DMac on me on that one. I think I'm probably solid 130 and 140.
Oh my God, I can't even. I don't think I could finish.
I mean, it could easily take me 10 strokes to get out of the rough.
I think
easily.
I think I would be so bad. I don't
I'll
think I
tell
could
you this
finish
right
the
now.
course.
I probably would not. I wouldn't finish because it wouldn't be fun.
Right. I mean,
like how do they have paying members? I realize that they grow it different. I realize, but come on. That course, even when it's quote unquote easy, that cannot be a fun place to play.
In 3 weeks you go there to play with a member over there, and the rough's 2 inches, not 6.
Still, I bet it's pretty nasty.
Well, I'm sure it is. Have you ever broken 100 at Castle Pines?
Which one?
I've
never played the international.
I mean, you could approach it differently too. Like if your goal is just to break 120, you could just never take driver out. I mean, you could just take 7-iron and just try to hit it straight for 150 yards and just chip it on down the course and just double to triple bogey every hole. You could give that a shot. And even if you if you triple bogey every hole, all right, what is that?
If you bogeyed every hole at par 7, you'd get an 88. So
Okay.
add another 18 for a double bogey.
Yeah. So, I mean.
So you'd be 106.
Well, no, it's par 70.
Right.
So
70 plus 36.
So 54. Oh, my God.
Well, you're saying double bogey. He said triple.
I'm saying triple.
Oh, you're saying triple. I'm saying double.
If I go 70 to 54.
106 plus another 18.
I could probably hit 124 if I just took out. If I never took a 3-wood or driver out of my bag, and I literally just hit 7-iron down the course.
I probably could, but if I didn't break 100, I'd be mad.
Would golf be more fun? What's our guy that we fell in love with that was cursing up a storm, that was angry after every single shot?
Hatton.
Would golf be more fun if they just let guys do that? Like, and that was just actually normal?
Well, what stops them, frankly?
I don't know. I mean, Rory does it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Rory's throwing his clubs.
Tiger's thrown little hissy fits over the
Well,
years,
you
for
saw
sure.
the video from during the rain delay. He had a bad shot in there and chucked the club back.
How about
in the bag.
John Daly at Pebble just tossing it into the ocean at one point? I mean, there have been.
You saw the one guy had a bad round. He goes down to pick his ball up out of the hole and just throws it behind him into the pond.
Here's what you're really asking. Would golf, this is a good, no dumb question, would be golf more entertaining if it got Savannah bananaed? Happy Gilmore'd?
Or the waste management. If more courses were like the 17 on waste management.
But I just mean like authentic. Like I don't mean fake. I don't mean you need to manufacture drama. Just the guy's got a meltdown. Let him have a meltdown and let there be no repercussions and just let it be normal.
What are the repercussions if a guy has a meltdown now?
I guess there aren't really.
There
unless
really
you're
aren't.
Breaking stuff inside the clubhouse like Wyndham.
Is that for real or not? Is there something going on there, or is that all?
Oh, no, that was real.
No. I heard the banning from Oakmont. Is that fake or is that real?
I don't know if the ban was real.
All right, we should dig into that.
But he definitely damaged the clubhouse.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody did.
Well, I think it was him.
We got video.
I think there's multiple eyewitnesses that said, you know what?
Well, I don't disagree.
You got me. I don't have video. I could have sworn. Well, we can look into it. I didn't think that was in dispute.
I'd be shocked if he was actually banned. Pay the fines, pay for whatever damage you caused, move on, see you next year.
Oh, Brad Pitt was married from Jennifer Aniston to 2000 to 2005?
See?
They were
according
married.
to this texter, he said they were married.
I thought they
I
were
didn't think they were married.
I didn't think they were either.
They were married?
They were together when.
Okay.
You know what? They might have been. Yeah. It's too bad.
Maybe they were married. Just wouldn't give her any kids. Had no problem with Angelina. How many kids you want? We'll have all the kids.
Well, they adopted like 3.
They were sure.
They had 1.
You know, they didn't hesitate on the kids.
I don't think Jennifer wanted kids.
I thought she did. I thought that was the whole thing. I'll call her and ask her. Who's she with, by the way? She must be a handful. So there must be something about Jennifer Aniston behind the scenes, bro. There's got to be something going on there with Jennifer Aniston.
Hey, we all know those. We all know those ladies,
right?
There's
got to be something.
You're not wifed up.
5 years, 2000 to 2005, they were married.
All right, so why didn't they have kids? We'll get into the
I
really
thought I
stupid
read
thing.
one of those rag articles that she didn't want kids.
She didn't want kids, and he did, and that's why they split.
Well, I don't know.
Well, if one, no, I don't know.
Maybe she can't have kids.
Yeah, there's that too.
Or he can't. Well, no, he did.
He did. He figured it out one way or the other. All right. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. I thought too, we could just do the summer of dumb, where people could really seriously ask us at any point a dumb question, because
we got time.
Don't limit it.
Space.
Don't limit it to a thing.
And we're
just
pretty
the,
dumb.
The series of dumb.
Summer of dumb.
Okay, here's a no dumb question. You ready?
Yeah.
Were the Wright brothers lucky?
Ooh.
Oh man! Wow. Were they lucky?
Yeah.
That they didn't die, or what?
Yeah.
Just that question. Let it stand.
I mean, you do have to be some special kind of psycho to be the first one to build an airplane and be like, "This is going to work."
Yeah, they figured it out where nobody else could. They must have got a little lucky. They must have stumbled on something that nobody had stumbled on.
And before the Wright brothers, there's another dumb question. Think about this going to break. Before the Wright brothers, was there anything ever called a paper airplane?
And on that note, big question of the day is next. The U.S. Open at Oakmont was what? Fill in the blank.
Wet.
The U.S. Open was what?
Wet and ridiculous.
Wet and ridiculous.
I had a roller coaster of emotions with that tournament. At the beginning, it was like, ha ha, look at these fools. It's fun to see these guys be human beings. It's fun to see Rory throwing clubs. It's fun to see these guys having meltdowns. They're like 5 over, ha ha. And then it was kind of like, God, at some point, are we going to see somebody go on a run here? Are we going to see somebody do something epic? I would say Saturday, I actually was bored. Saturday was kind of like, man, you know what? Like, nobody wants to watch a 0-0 ball game. That's what I feel like I'm watching. I'm just watching nothing happen out here. And then Sunday, boy, by the time, I mean, that story with JJ just couldn't have been any better. Bogey's 5 of 6 to start it out. Shoots a 40 on the front 9. You kidding me? And then he drains, like, what did they say it was? It was like
65 and change.
But there was like 3 putts combined. It was like 180 feet in the last 3 holes.
Something
you
like
know, so that storyline definitely had extreme redemption when it was all said and done. But I'm actually with Scott. I think the tournament, the course, it was so brutal. It was dumb. Nobody wants to watch clown golf.
So you would say wet and boring?
Not when it was all said and done. Like I said, it was a roller coaster. I don't know what it was for me.
Okay.
It was fun. It was ha-ha. Then I was bored, and then it was an incredible finish.
Yeah, the thing that hurt, I didn't watch it at all, and then I watched it all afternoon Sunday. I mean, I followed up and do the highlights in the night and whatever.
Did you watch Saturday, DMac?
I caught up on it.
I'd be curious, anybody, because I watched a lot on Saturday. I had like nothing going on, so I watched a lot. I'd be really curious, people to watch it Saturday. What was your takeaway?
Well, here's what I did. We were out all day. I was out all day. I fell over on my bike. I was riding to Castle Rock and back, the whole thing. Then we found this awesome sports bar I'd never heard of in Castle Pines. I'm kind of like, maybe I can be Mr. Castle Pines. Anyway, it was a great place. They had a band, the whole thing. When I got home,
did you ride your bike there, or did you take your car over there?
I took my bike there, and then my wife said, do you want me to come pick you up? And I was like, nah, I'm okay. And I did the hard part, and I said, but we can have a drink. And once I got to the top of the hill coming from Castle Rock at the top of Castle Pines, right near Castle Pines Parkway, I was like, I could have easily, the last 5 miles is all downhill. Trust me, I had done the hard part. I was like, let's have a drink at this place. So she came in, we had a drink. Got a pitcher of beer. Got a little lit, not gonna lie.
And then rode your bike home?
No. Then we threw the bike in the back of the car. Rode my bike home. Yeah, had a pitcher of beer. Then I rode my bike home. That was smart. I told you I already had fallen over earlier in the day, right? When I was totally sober. My point is, I got home, to your point, and I had recorded it, but I only put on the last 90 minutes. Like, I just wanted to catch up with the leaders on the back 9. So I did not watch it the entire day Saturday. I did watch everything, yes. Well, that's not even true either. I probably missed the first 4 or 5 holes. But I picked up everything from hole 5 on. And I certainly went back and saw Spaun, hit the flag stick and all that sort of stuff.
You know what I found myself rooting for towards the end? Well, at some point it changed because I wanted JJ to win. But when Rom finished, he finished way ahead of everybody else.
Way ahead.
And he was like +5. And I was like, you know what? At this point, I hope the whole field just freaking implodes and we've got like a 12-person playoff going into tomorrow.
Well, it's plus, not to be too stickly, but it was +4.
Whatever.
And I agree with you. It was kind of, wouldn't that have been amazing if everybody?
Well, it was very plausible.
If everybody backed up to Rom.
It was extremely, extremely plausible.
I found myself kind of really can Scotty Scheffler still do this? I found myself kind of rooting for Scheffler.
And the answer was almost yes.
It was damn close. Real quick, this kid from Arkansas, he's through 7.
Yeah.
Throwing a perfect game.
And his first baseman just saved a hit down the line.
Happens in perfect games.
Yeah,
I
can't wait for them to pull him.
21 up, 21 down in the College World Series. We'll see how it goes.
14 strikeouts.
That's only a 1-0 game, though.
It's 3-0.
Oh, 3-0. Oh, they got a couple runs. Anyways, I know what you're saying. I don't know why I found it so entertaining. I guess I really liked it a lot more than both of you guys.
I
wasn't bored by it whatsoever.
I like better shots. I don't like the course dictating who can and can't. The shot of the tournament for JJ was the T-ball in 17.
Unbelievable shot.
He just
what a shot.
Laced it, drove the par 4 green, and two-putted for a birdie.
Who has that kind of nerve to be able to do that?
Yeah, that was special.
Did you hear what he said about that shot, too?
Everybody was going for that the whole weekend. Everybody was going for it. Just didn't work.
So he said to the who, I think it was Tariqa who interviewed him, I had hit a shot I wanted to hit in a practice round. So I just visualized that shot.
Yeah.
And I was like, man,
and he
that
moves
is,
the ball a little left to right.
These guys are on such a higher plane that they can calm themselves down at that moment that none of us are capable of doing something like that. But to be able to focus and get that memory of when did I do this right? Like, this is what I need the most. But I can visualize and then impact the moment again that I did it right another time. That's, as an athlete, that's going to be a pretty awesome feeling to have that level of confidence. I'm sure you guys have it. I'm sure there's something that most human beings would find impossible to do that you can visualize and you can do easier than anybody else. And if you can, it's probably a problem.
I didn't learn about visualization till one summer. I was a free agent, and Atlanta hadn't signed me. And so I took martial arts all summer, and the teacher, Sifu, was big into visualization. And he showed that by doing these big sword things, and a student would hold a carrot between his legs, and he'd chop the carrot in half without touching anything. And different stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But he said you got to see it, you got to visualize it. Then he put it on a log, boom, go right down the middle, not touch the wood. He was pretty amazing, whatever. And I got, boom, in a game, hadn't played all game, throw the ball in, Scott. That was my name in Atlanta. Throw the ball in, we got 1 point lead. 30 seconds, Madison Square Garden, 27 seconds. Bing, long story short, ball comes back to me with about 3 seconds, I get fouled. They call a timeout, which was perfect because I just set that whole timeout, and all I did was visualize seeing a ball go through a net. And I can remember this day. I have no idea what Coach Fratello said. I was in there, eyes down, closed, and all I was looking at, seeing a ball go in the net. Now, I'd played all of 16 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think I came in with 17 seconds to go to throw the ball in. Made both free throws.
How'd you do it?
I just visualized it.
Was it easy?
It turned out pretty easy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I bet that shot that J.J. Spaun hit on 17, actually for him, I bet it was easy.
Well, you know, it's one of those
tough
shots as a golfer. If you've ever golfed a lot, and especially now, I'm horrible now. Absolutely horrible. I used to be good for a while. There was a time I knew I'm going to aim here, I'm going to be in, here's what the ball's going to do, and it was going to do it every time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you get up and you don't know what the ball's going to do, that's what happened to Hatton. I think Hatton plays left to right, but he couldn't control that thing. He was, the last 4 holes, he was in trouble in the right rough every single time. But to be able to do it in that stress, you know, Nick's the last group, you know, and you're right there. I think at the time, you're right there tied. Right there's 4 guys tied at +1, and he birdied that one to go
it was unbelievable.
Even. To hit that drive on that course, pretty special. Because that's a little neck, too. 17 had a little neck up to the top, and it rolled up to yours, killed it perfect.
All right, but if a sporting event provides moments like that, how can you say it's anything but an awesome sporting event?
No, it finished great. It was a fantastic ending.
It had great moments. But, it you know, I found myself, like I said a while ago, with the rainy and the condition that kept raining, I said, whoever's used to playing in rain, advantage them. Right? I thought the European guys, the English guys, Scottish guys, whatever. But then I started watch Scotty Scheffler, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like thinking, they ain't putting him away. If he could have putted it all in this tournament, he wins the tournament.
He came darn close to making a run.
And yeah, he was right there. He was right there. And I'm like, dude, if he could have got to like 1+ or even, then all of a sudden everybody's going to look up and see his name at +1.
Why were you rooting for it? Because they needed that. They needed a big dog or two to be making a run.
It would have helped. And I was not rooting for Sam Burns and Adam Scott to dissolve, which they both did. Sam Burns finished 9 over for the day. Scott was 8 over for the day. The two of them just imploded.
They were -4, -3 after Saturday.
It does make you ask questions. How does this guy, J.J. Spaun, who's obviously been in big moments, and he's won before, not a lot.
He's only won one other time. That was the
That's
San
right.
Antonio Open.
That's
and he
right.
lost in a playoff to in the players last year to what's his name?
He
Ireland.
lost. Yeah, Rory.
How about it when it's all said and done, and his daughters come running up to him, and his playing partner still got a putt to go, and he's telling his daughter, shh. They're just trying to celebrate, and he's shushing his daughter.
How does an athlete like J.J. Spaun summon everything it takes at that moment when he's never done it before?
And you're
how does that happen?
You're basically, let's be honest, he's a top 1%, 2% golfer in the world
already. Yeah,
and on the tour, he's an average Joe. It'd be interesting to see what his ranking was going into it, probably 120th or something. That's a cheer for. You said a while ago you like sporting events for stories.
I love stories. My favorite thing.
He's a good story. That's a good story.
It was a hell of a story that day.
Yeah,
because of how terribly he started.
How about his? I didn't know who was more excited, him and his family, or his short game coach was going nuts.
How
with
about
his son.
that? By the way,
was
that's
cool.
that's another storyline that nobody's talking about. The dude has 2 coaches. He's got a short game coach and another coach.
How about that?
Seems very unusual to me. I don't know. I'd be very curious how normal that is. But I mean, that seems like
how many feet of putts did he make in the last 3 holes?
I got it.
That short short game coach probably got a little.
Was the short game coach the one that was the psycho?
Yeah, the one that was jumping up and down with his son at the end when he made that last putt?
Yes.
Which I got to say this, and I think all great sports, Eddie Sutton used to say this in the NCAA tournament. You got to be good enough to get there, but then you got to have a little luck to win it all.
Of course.
Right? And listen, all he had to do was 2-putt. That wasn't no guaranteed 2-putt. And I guarantee there's a whole lot of execs sitting there thinking, okay, here we got 3-putt. We're going to have a playoff tomorrow. We'll be back on the air. Blah, 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 blah.
As soon as he got to get the read on it,
but
you
then
knew it was
how
over.
lucky to get Havlin to hit it literally a foot in front of his on the same line.
A little bit of luck.
And then boom.
A little bit of luck there. That's awesome, man.
No, it was a good finish. The finish saved for me the tournament because there wasn't enough names or people that you like. The finish saved the tournament.
Well, congrats to J.J. Spaun. Pretty awesome moment. Fun Father's Day.
Makes you want to play golf after you watch that.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Do you guys get choked up like me every time you see one of those golfers hug their kids after they win a major? Every time I see that, that gets me choked up.
Yeah. No, I'm just joking. I'm totally joking.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now,
yes is the answer.
Yeah, once again, we're on the same side all the
no
time.
kidding.
Yeah, and once you mention kids, he's like,
oh, I got choked up on Father's Day, and you're seeing the reason why. I got my, there you go, Tyler.
Call her dad. Congratulations.
Did you get that as a gift?
I was a bucket of tears.
Did your son give you that?
Yes. Yes, it was.
He listens to the show. Does he listen to the show?
No, he's 22 years old. There's no 22-year-olds that listen to the show. He and I got a shirt. I got a couple of CU things. So I'm wearing my Arizona State stuff too. I got another kid. But dude, I was a puddle getting CU dad gear yesterday. Puddle.
Really?
Oh my God. It was I couldn't control myself.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was so, dude.
It's fun.
I am so into the bus. I can't believe it. I'm going to be up, and I don't even have to be there. He's 22, but orientation's Friday. We're going up for 3 days. Steve Nelson, we're making it a Boulder staycation.
He's playing somewhere Saturday, isn't he?
Wednesday.
So
we're going to go up and see Steve's band and then just stay in Boulder. We're just going to be in Boulder.
Are you going to take your bike?
Where are you staying?
Yeah. Don't know yet. Not sure. Not sure if we're going to get a hotel or an Airbnb yet. We haven't figured that one out.
Well, the place you stayed last time, now you know the directions to.
By the way, Boulder is so freaking expensive. Oh my God. And I was like, this time of year? Really? Why? But I am going to bring my bike because I'm going to go do The mountain there. What's the friggin' mountain?
Flagstaff?
Bills.
Flagstaff Mountain. What I really want to do is eat dinner at that. There's a restaurant up there. Have you ever been to that fancy little joint?
I have. Why am I drawing a blank on the name of it?
Yeah. What is that place?
It's up Flagstaff.
It is.
Charterhouse or
is that it? It's something like that. Damn it, it's something just like that.
Maybe it might be Charterhouse.
But I've done Flagstaff before, and I'm like Flagstaff is a hard, challenging mountain to ride up on your bike, and I'm like 3/4 of the way up, and I'm like, there's a restaurant here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm talking
There's
about?
some amazing lookout points up there.
Oh, it's phenomenal. So yeah, I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna do that again, and
Make Out Alley.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's where you took the ladies?
Right, bring the wifey up there.
His perfect game just got brought. He hit a guy.
Oh, that sucks.
Threw a curveball. The guy didn't move at all. He just stood in it and hit him in the
Flagstaff
foot.
House. Thank you.
Flagstaff House. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can't rally up.
There's a Charter House. Is that in where's that?
That's going
familiar.
up to Boulder the other way. Up 70, isn't it? Up 70.
That is
the Chart House. Over on the left side, yeah.
That is a cheap ass way to break up a. That kid knew what he was doing in the box. Good for him. You got to get on base. You got to do what you got to do. But that is cheap ass way to break up a perfect game. All right, football. Let's football go. Coming up next.
Hey, check it out now. If you need a new vehicle, go to the best dealership with the best prices, with the best inventory. My friends at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience. You're going to love your new vehicle. Guys, I don't care. You're looking for a new vehicle. You're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. When you go to Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. I've been a customer since I bought my first car because relationships matter to me in life. And if they matter to you, check out Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life. Guys, when you go to Phil Long Ford, you know you're getting the best prices. You know you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You know they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
That's funny. All right, Mountain High Appliance, you guys are the best. Thank you. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. I need a ton of appliances. Looking forward to shopping. They're my good friends at Mountain High Appliance. Right on. All right, Dan Tanner on vacation for this week. So we can go over the football stories that have caught our attention. First story I saw with the Broncos was Singleton getting married in Cabo and having a yacht party, and that looked fun. And then I saw Bo Nix out there in Beaver Creek, apparently not at the yacht party with Alex Singleton. And I did wonder, what is the etiquette when you get hitched on a team? Like, who you got to invite, who you don't invite? Like, how does that go?
I'd say generally speaking, and basketball might be different, but football, positional group, and you're good. That's it. I don't got to pay for 53 dudes to come to my wedding, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And especially nowadays, most people are choosing to do smaller and smaller weddings. But positional group, and if you got a bestie that doesn't happen to be in your group, sure, go for it. I don't think it's weird at all that Bo wasn't there. I have no idea if he was invited. If he was not invited, I don't care. I do not think it would be a big deal or abnormal if he was not invited.
I had 3 of my college teammates come, and about 8 of my high school teammates came when I got married the first time.
Were you on a pro team?
No, not yet. I've been.
Oh, okay.
No, not yet.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So wait, you didn't have your entire college team come?
No, I just asked guys if you'd be able to go. They, some of them lived in all over the place. I mean, they were going to drive to Independence, Kansas.
You talked to everybody on your team? You invited everybody?
Yeah. I don't have it. Honestly, I don't know. I don't remember.
How many lifetimes ago was that?
Right?
Oh, my God. I was on a radio show in Buffalo at the time, and I did not want to invite this one guy. Did not want to invite him. And then also on the show was a guy who I was really good friends with, and he so I did invite him, but he wasn't going to go. Like, it was like, okay, fine. I invited you. You're not going to go. It's all good. And then my guy who I'm friends with, guilted him into going. And I'm like, Rob, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, I thought you, no. But Alex Singleton had a big party, though.
How many guys did you see from the team?
You know what? I didn't. There were a lot of people there. So I don't know. I don't know who was there from the team or not. And for the record, I don't think it's a big deal either. I just, that just is what it is. Not a big deal.
Well, a lot of times you do a location wedding, but that way it does stay smaller.
Well, I'll show you a picture of what Singleton had going on in his boat. I mean, you tell me if you think this is small. Well,
first off, you said a boat, so how big could it be?
Yeah, how big is it going to be?
Well, that's the boat. There it is. Cabo. There. See it?
I don't know. There's probably less than 50 people in that photo.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Good for him. You invite whoever you want. I don't give a crap. Oh, are you showing the boat? Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the boat. That looks like a fun party, though, huh? These boats, even a big boat is small, right? Does that look fun?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. The hot tub's even empty.
Yeah,
how much fun
That'd be funny. People are standing in the hot tub.
All right.
It looks crowded to me.
All right.
What if the whales were bouncing around?
Thank you, Cole. Next story. All right, guys. Where is Aaron Rodgers going to be with teammates? All reports go, it went great. That's what the reports are. It was all fun. It was all fine. Everything was cool. Everybody was happy. Where do you think this is going to go with A-Rod in Pittsburgh? Go good? Have issues?
I think it'll go good.
Well, define good. What's good?
Another playoff team.
Then, yeah, it's going to go great. If that's the goal, just keep the playoff streak alive, keep the winning season alive. I see almost zero chance of the Pittsburgh Steelers not being
competitive.
Competitive. A 500 football team, probably a game or two better, that makes their way into the playoffs. Now, the real question is just going to be what happens. Can you get lucky? Can you get the right draw in the playoffs?
All right. As a teammate, tell me how you would have interpreted this from Aaron Rodgers. Quote, I didn't want to shortchange the guys and sign, but be elsewhere mentally or physically. Until I could be here and be all in, I needed to take care of my business. Center Zach Frazier said that was the main message. He's all in, ready to go from now on.
I actually, you know what? I feel like you're trying to be facetious and set him up to be a turd on that one. I think that's probably the best thing that he could have done this offseason. It's probably the single greatest gift he could have given the Pittsburgh Steelers is not signing until he was going to show up. Because if he did sign and he did pull what he pulled last year with the Jets.
Or 2 years ago, the Jets. Was it 2 years ago or last year?
Yeah, and by the way, Aaron Rodgers just got married also. So he had his wedding.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
He got married.
Whoa, I totally missed that. When did he get married?
That's why he didn't
was
sign,
gone.
because he got married and he went on a honeymoon and they did their deal.
I didn't even catch that.
I don't know who the wife is.
When did he get married? I'm not joking.
They said 2-3 months ago.
Yeah, nobody knows the exact specifics of it, but at some point over the last month or two, he got married, and that's why he didn't go to
He
OTAs.
announced it at one of his press conferences.
I did not even catch that. That is in my blind spot. Did not catch it. Who did he get married to? Do we know?
Bill. Everybody's Bill. I don't know.
I had no idea he got hitched. Wow, I'm sorry, man. I totally missed that. Okay, all right. Well,
although I am reading an article right now from the New York Post. Aaron Rodgers headline: Aaron Rodgers' family not sure quarterback surprise marriage actually happened. The family is unconvinced the marriage is real. May have had symbolic commitment ceremony instead of legally binding wedding.
Aaron, here's another headline. Rodgers' marriage mystery deepens as family questions if he really tied the knot with never-seen wife.
Maybe, what was it? Te'o. Maybe.
Manti Te'o.
Manti Te'o.
Manti Te'o's questioning the marriage.
The name they got on this thing is Britannia. Britannia.
I'm sorry, what?
Brittani.
Brittany?
Is that Brittany? Spelled funny.
That's not Brittany. There's no Y. Britannia?
Yes, that's Brittany.
Spell it again.
Brittani.
Brittany.
Brittany.
I think it's just a weird Brittany.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a weird
Brittany.
Brittany.
It feels like it'd be somebody from another country.
So it sounds a little bit.
It sounds a little British, yeah. Sounds a little something like that.
What if she's married to our Brittany?
It does not have a legal name on this Britannia, though.
Let's go. Aaron Rodgers got married to some sort of made-up person? I love it. Had no idea about this. This is fantastic. He got married to a made-up girl.
Do you think it's fake?
I have no idea, but I mean, the relatives say we've never seen her before.
What they're saying is that they doubt it was a legal ceremony. He probably had a ceremony,
a commitment thing.
Yeah,
whatever. Who knows? We're gonna throw some ayahuasca on each other and rub some leaves on each other.
Okay, what's the weirdest? No dumb question. What's the weirdest commitment ceremony deal you guys have ever seen? Have you guys ever seen one of these?
No. I haven't actually,
because I've seen a weird one.
Yeah,
they do a commitment to each other every 2 years. So they do a 2-year commitment.
Okay.
They commit for 2 years, do a little ceremony.
See how it goes.
Go to the dock. Hey, that was a good 2 years. Let's do that again.
Is this a friend of yours did this?
Yes.
Okay. You got a quirky friend. I don't know. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. All right, no dumb question. You think he's really married or not? Seriously. Do you think he's married or not?
Yes.
Oh, I think whatever the equivalent of that is, yes.
What does that mean, the equivalent? Either you is or you ain't.
I mean, I think he's got a wife that he calls his wife.
All right. Okay, I didn't know. That's pretty funny. Well, that's it. That's all I got. I stumbled on a story I didn't even know. It's even better. How we doing up here?
Another guy stood in there and put his elbow over the plate. Now they're
inside pitch. Oh, that's weak. He can do that. I mean, it was an inside pitch, but he's wearing a coat of armor on his left elbow, he could have easily got. Oh, see, look at the catcher. The catcher's like, you know. By the way, I've seen that in college. When my son played up at UNC, there was. I saw an umpire see a guy get hit and go, no, you could have got out of the way. You stay in the box.
Well, he could have got out of the way of that one.
He easily could have got out of the way in that one.
The guy that got hit in the leg could have got out of the way.
You know what, though? You know what? It was inside enough. Oh, look, I wonder if they're going to review it. Look at this. They are. They're going to challenge if he got hit by the pitch on purpose. Look at that. I didn't even know you could do that.
No dumb question. Should you be able to do that in major leagues?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's ridiculous that, yes, you should be able to. Well, can you not do that in Major League Baseball? Are you sure you can't do that in Major League Baseball?
I don't have any idea. I have no idea what you can and can't do in Major League Baseball.
I mean, you can definitely review things. I don't know. Maybe some of our texters would know. Well, he's just getting in some warm-up pitches because we're figuring it out. Listen, I don't blame the batter, too. This kid's throwing a no-hitter. It's Omaha. The pitch is inside enough. Let them make a tough call.
They called him out.
Are they calling him? Well, it's something going Arkansas's way. Well, I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're calling him back. They're calling him out. I didn't even know that. So it's
what the heck happened?
Okay, so the batter has to use his best efforts to get out of the way of pitches.
That's a stupid rule. Why should I have to make my best effort to get out of the way of the pitch?
You know what?
Because it prevents you from hanging over the top of the plate to just get hit by the pitch.
Don Baylor says hello.
Don Baylor leads Major League Baseball in getting hit by a pitch. So, here's what I didn't realize. I didn't realize if it goes against you, which I've never seen overruled, ever. I've literally never seen this situation before. I didn't realize you were declared out. It's not like a strike or something. You're actually, I guess you're out for...
Well, it was 2 strikes. I don't know if that...
Oh, there were 2 strikes?
Yeah, I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not.
Oh, it might have. I wonder if that goes down...
Maybe the pitch, if you don't refuse to get out of the way, it's called a strike. And then
maybe. Well, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it?
All right, so
well, whatever. Wow, I have literally never seen that before. So they said the kid should have and could have got out of the way, and he's declared out. I don't know if it's cost.
I think that's a stupid rule. Why should it be my responsibility to get out of the way? I know what you're saying, not hovering, whatever. Don't throw it inside then.
Well, but you only own the batter's box. If you're leaning over the batter's box, that's not your space.
Okay, if you throw it in the batter's box, why do I have to get out of the way?
You don't. You just turn your back around. Usually they don't call it.
But
if it's in that space between the plate and the batter's box.
Well, the rule is you're supposed to make an effort to get out of the way, even if it's pitched inside. You're supposed to make an effort. And what they're saying is the kid leaned into it. You're not allowed to do that. So it's a subjective thing. Like, did he make an effort? Did he not make an effort? It's a weird one for sure. I've never seen that, though. That was crazy to actually see that as it happened, as this kid from Arkansas is throwing a no-hitter. So now he only needs 2 more outs. They're up on Murray State 3-0. He cannot have a perfect game because he did hit another guy on the back foot, which to me is like, that would have been easy to get out of the way too. But if it hits you on the back foot, it is what it is. He needs 1 more out. Oh, it's kind of exciting.
Just to his 115th pitch was a 97-mile-per-hour fastball strikeout.
Can you imagine his adrenaline right here?
Yeah. He's got to calm down on this first pitch.
This is Arkansas. This is your team. We're doing like a live watch-along in college baseball.
Come on now.
It's fantastic. You want to stick here for this batter? Give everybody the drama of college baseball?
1 out away from the 3rd no-hitter in College World Series history.
That's pretty awesome, dude. All right, no dumb question as this kid ball one. If you were this kid up at the plate right now, would you bunt? Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Tyler, would you bunt if you're this kid right now from Murray State? There's 2 outs.
No.
This is an elimination game.
You're
done.
What good would that do me to bunt?
You got to get on first base.
No.
I would bunt. It's our team has worked too hard to get here.
Would you be considered a weasel turd? Would you be okay
I
with
wouldn't
that?
care because I got to get on base. I got to get 2 guys on base, basically.
Well, first off, I couldn't care less about the no-hitter, if that's what you're asking me about. So, I mean, I guess if you're telling me that's the best thing to do, then yes.
The guy struck out all of your teammates. He's throwing a no-hitter. Now he's got 2 strikes, so now what are you going to do? I'm just saying from an ethical perspective of sports.
The ethical...
Because he strikes out. This guy gets out. Their season's over. That's it. The end.
Uh-huh.
I would have already bunted. I would have tried to get on. I've had 3 chances to hit this guy. That's it. He did.
Strike 3.
Good for him, man. That is awesome.
I think he had 18 strikeouts.
Look at that. Holy cow. A no-hitter in the College World Series.
Damn, that's pretty impressive right there.
Wow. That is actually awesome.
The adrenaline running through that man's body at this moment.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He is hyped. He is hyped.
He's a thick dude.
Yeah,
man.
he's not the tallest of guys, is he? But he's been throwing upper 90s for this entire game.
For 115 pitches.
Gage Wood. That's an awesome baseball name, too, huh? Only the 3rd no-hitter in College World Series history.
Damn.
Arkansas. Wow. All right. That was fun. That was exciting. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, pretty cool moment, man. Watching Gage Wood. You know what, man? It ain't perfect, college sports. It's not perfect by any stretch. But when you see awesome things happen in college sports, it just feels a little bit more awesome, doesn't it? It's so cool when you see.
No, I still love college sports. With the warts and all. Matter of fact, I think college sports are going to be better than they've ever been within the next 3 or 4 years.
Scott, congratulations to your Razorbacks there, man. Oh, we don't get Scott. Hold on a second there, Scotty. Trying something new. Nah.
DMac had another grand idea.
It is a good idea.
Here we go. It is?
Theoretically, it is. It would be a good idea if it worked. Oh, well.
Come on back, buddy.
This is the first time we tried it. Cole, if you get it going, if you figure it out, just let us know, okay? Just give us the thumbs. It'd be a great idea in theory.
I thought it was great. We couldn't hear Scott at all.
Oh, that's not nice. Yeah, Cole, if you figure that out, just let us know.
I can hear you guys fine.
I know.
Can you hear me now? Good.
All right, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one way or the other. We're work in progress, man.
D-Mac had another idea.
Come on, man. That was a good one. That's a good idea.
Well,
it is?
Yes. Because the new temporary mic doesn't work.
It works, but it doesn't. It's
All these things are your idea,
Oh, I know.
That one's your idea. That one was your idea.
This thing is your idea.
This thing is your idea.
I got you.
The change in the stop is your idea. It's all your idea.
It's all a good idea.
But again, remember, he's not an implementer.
Hey, listen, going to the moon was a good idea. Did they get there on the first shot?
That never happened, first off.
Well, that goes to something else.
Why is that flag waving?
Made a whole movie about it. Channing Tatum was awesome in it. That was like a documentary. No, just saying in college sports, seeing what Arkansas did. Hey, does that get you pumped up for your school right there a little bit? Like what they could possibly do?
Well, sorry.
I'm assuming that kid's done after 115 pitches for the week. I don't know if you'd see him again unless they get to the championship.
Well, we'll probably have to play LSU, who beat him the first game.
That's who they have in line again?
Yeah, who already beat him once.
Are you sure about that? Well, they're in the losers bracket.
I know, and LSU beat them, and LSU had lost somewhere else. Now LSU,
they did? Did they really?
Yeah, so LSU is playing somebody else. We need Sean in here.
How do we feel about double elimination tournament?
For college baseball, it kind of is fun.
It does keep hope alive, I guess. Yeah. It feels anticlimactic to me.
I'm a little so-so on it in Omaha because I feel like you work so hard to get there. Like Arizona, you lose 2 games in a row and you're just done. It feels like...
but what else would you do?
You'd play 3 games as a seeding.
Against the same team?
And then you would play a double elimination. No, there's 8 teams there. You'd play some sort of seeding, and then you would do a double elimination based off that seeding.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by play a seeding?
That's how most youth baseball tournaments go. So on Saturday...
1-8, 2...
Yeah, you would play random teams. There'd be a random draw on, say, the beginning, and you'd play like 3 games.
Why not just seed it beforehand?
Well, that's what they're doing. That's what they've done. That's now.
And then they have a winners and losers bracket, but the winner of the losers bracket gets to come over, and the winners bracket to beat them though you have to beat them twice.
That's just a double elimination tournament. I'd rather have some sort of double elimination seeding thing, and then you go into double elimination. But they changed that just to get through it a little quicker. So now it's just like you lose 2, you're gone. That's it. The super regional is best 2 out of 3 amongst 2 teams. Whereas, and now in the regional, it's double elimination as well amongst 4 teams. Anyways, whatever.
Who's Shohei pitching against tonight?
Padres.
All right. I might tune in for that.
Yeah, that's a great game. Are you guys fired up for the Rockies?
They still playing?
Huh?
They won. They've won. They're 2-2 in their last 4.
Well, there you go.
They have won 1 out of 3 games in their series. Like we said, what they have to do to avoid being the worst team of all time. They've done that. so far.
So what we're going to do
Last two series.
is if they win 44 games, all we're going to do is
42.
But say they win 44.
Okay.
All we're going to do is see a horrible team, but they don't set a record.
Correct. They won't be the worst team of all time.
What's the fun of that?
Yeah, what's the fun of that?
I mean, if we're going to be horrible, let's freaking go.
Dude, that's the nature of the bet. That's the nature of the walk of shame. That's the nature of everything. Yes, you're right.
And knowing the Rockies, if they're not literally the worst of all time, it will be uninspiring to make significant change.
All right, Scott, I've been told that you can.
Did you find the button?
Get back in. Get back in.
I'm venturing in the other room now.
Goodbye, Scott.
We think. Well, maybe not. You never know.
Hope you find your dad.
You never know how it's going. But Cole, we're feeling good about this? You feel good? We'll see here in a second.
I'm going to laugh when the audio on this one sucks also.
If that happens, I'm out of ideas if that happens. Scott's
Think.
Hey! Now you put the, look at you.
All good then, huh?
It sounds great.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it sounds perfect.
So mark that button there,
yeah.
Colston.
Colston.
Hey, no, is it Colston or Cole?
What'd you call him?
It's just pure Cole.
You think his name is Colston?
Yeah, and his nickname is Cole.
I can see how he got there.
Colston's a good name.
Best Cole Trickle. Go. Cold game.
Cole Trickle.
Cole Trickle, that's a nice poll
Is your
right
family
there.
Southern?
Days of Thunder.
Oh, yeah, you Southern. Where are they from? Missouri. That ain't Southern.
Missouri ain't Southern?
No.
Oh, I don't know, man.
That's Midwest.
Really?
Yeah. That ain't
Missouri's
Southern.
Midwest.
Give me another Cole. I got you, Cole Trickle. Got any other Coles? Famous Coles.
Cole Hamill.
Who's Cole Hamill?
I don't know, but I know that's a name.
You just made that up.
No, I didn't.
That ain't a person.
That's a name.
You got to know what he is. You just can't throw out in the Cole game. You can't just throw out
Cole Hamels was a pitcher in baseball, Major League
Cole
pitcher.
Hamels was. I think he played for the Phillies.
I got him in a Rangers outfit. He was with the Phillies
he
also.
Was. Cole Hamels. You're right.
Yeah, Cole Hamels. Back at you.
Good job.
Back at you.
Cole Trickle, Cole Hamels. Any other Coles?
J. Cole.
Good one. We can take Cole as a last name. That's good. Pop star.
Thought it was a rapper. Is it a pop star?
Whatever. Rappers, pop stars, performers. Are we done with Coles? Is that the end of the Cole game? That's pretty good. Might be. It's not that. Is that a family name, Cole?
Oh, wait. I do got one more. I got one more.
What?
Football player.
Oh, hold on. All right. Give us a hint. Give a hint.
White.
Well,
jeez.
Your name's Cole.
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get it because I said wide receiver.
I can see him. He had the long hair.
You guys thought white had nothing to do with it. But now that I said wide receiver, it matters.
I got a last name and a first name.
Wait, hold on. Let's get done with Mark Stout's helping me cheat. Who is it? Who's a football player?
Cole Beasley.
Oh, damn.
Also a rapper, by the way.
Cole Beasley.
A hell of a rapper. He's actually one of the more talented athlete rappers ever.
Mark Stout is trying to help me cheat, but I'm not. I'm just going to give Mark Stout credit.
Nat King.
Cole? Good one.
And his daughter, Natalie,
Cole,
right? Yes, yeah. You throw that in there.
Stouter's thrown in Cole Swindell.
Oh, that's a good one.
Cool. How about Cole Hauser?
Who's Cole Hauser?
From Doogie Hauser's dad.
No, from what's that show? That show with the farm up in Montana, Wyoming?
Yellowstone?
Yellowstone.
There's a Cole in Yellowstone?
That sounds like something you just
name
Googled.
Cole Hauser. He's the tough guy that those people on the train.
Okay.
Cole Hauser's a tough guy.
All right, gotcha.
Cole's Rip?
Go in there. We got you a chair in there. Tell Andy to go away. See,
now what's Andy screwing it up?
You ain't sneaky. What if I want to be here?
No, we did this whole thing. What's Andy doing in there? That's the one thing we couldn't have is Andy in there.
You know the problem, Charlie. I can't even hear you. You're yelling. You're literally yelling in a glass box of emotion as I'm in here.
Okay. Tell him to get in the right room.
Get in the right room, he said.
Anyways, Rockies.
Greg Anthony's son, Cole Anthony.
We don't care about that. He didn't do anything except be born.
Scott's officially just reading off a Google list.
Yeah, I know that. You can tell when he starts cheating.
Get a little haircut there, buddy?
He actually pays money for those.
Got one on Wednesday. It's been a hot minute.
Your new haircut? It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Yeah, Rockies going against the Nationals
Nate and Andy just seem thrilled about DMac's idea and how this has changed their life.
They're good. They take their time. They're settling in. It's all good. You just don't point it out. It makes sense.
I knew it'd be a different. I'm pulling in. Okay, going to the other room.
You're too funny.
I got a new idea of the day, guys.
All right, let me ask
Dad,
you
I'm
this.
going to surprise
Andy,
you.
are you a golf guy?
No.
All right, so you
Do
don't.
I look like a golf guy?
You do not actually.
Yeah,
You
okay.
do not look like a golf guy.
Especially with this hair, man.
So what do you do when it's a big golf event? And that's the.
Wait for you guys all to
He
react to it
fixes
and
his
decide
deck.
what my fix my
He
deck.
fixes his deck.
Yeah.
We're watching golf being lazy. He's out there.
Is that right?
Hammering and screwing
Yeah,
in things.
Hey, I got enough friends that tweet the last shot. What did I need to be here for 8 hours for?
Wow. So you're
This is a
that,
sweet shot.
You're that out on golf.
Yeah, dude. I didn't listen. I grew up in. I didn't grow up in Vic's part of North Denver. I grew up in the different part where we played basketball and whatever
No, but there was
hoop
no
we could
there was
find.
no bat.
I grew up with no golf. My dad never cared about golf.
But
I
there's
didn't
no
play.
hockey. There was no hockey yesterday.
Yeah,
there was no basketball yesterday.
Okay.
The Rockies
going.
actually, if you care, were done.
I did watch them.
Oh, fine, but they ended way before the tournament was over. So you just tap out on something that's that big. It's like not interesting enough for you.
I've not, again, I grew up with zero influence of the sport in my life. If my dad wanted to watch something that was not the four major sports, and really hockey wasn't that big a deal, I got into hockey because of the lacrosse stuff, and we had nobody to really look up to. Like my best friend in high school was the goalie, loved Patrick Waugh when he was a Canadian, and he took on the Kings. So that's where my knowledge of Patrick Waugh and his greatness came from.
Okay.
But yeah, my dad was into tennis. Like we'd have to suffer through the Wimbledon and
French
all that.
Open.
The French Open. And yeah, he liked McEnroe, which is funny because Scott's met my dad. I'm not like my dad. My dad's quiet. He's reserved. He does more listening than talking. I don't know. If you look at my brothers, we all look a little different. So who knows?
Okay. Nate, are you a golf guy or not? I mean, I assume you're into it.
I watched it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
mean,
sit
listen,
and watch 8 hours
I'm not
of it,
telling you
but
to be a golf guy to watch the U.S. Open. It's the U.S. Open. I mean, it's like
grilling and had the golf on, and it was rainy. It was fun. That was an exciting ending. JJ Spaun, as somebody that is a casual golf fan at best, I'd never freaking heard of JJ Spaun before this weekend.
Had you, Tyler?
Unless you follow it, I feel like tournament to tournament, the guy's major performances have been next to nothing. In
he's
his
actually.
career.
You're absolutely correct. His world ranking is much higher than you would have thought it was going to be.
28th, huh?
Yeah, 28th, which I would have thought he was like 158th.
And by the way, I know the putt, the 64-foot, and that's unbelievable drama. The drive on 17 is one of the best shots I've ever seen in my life.
Everybody all weekend.
The dude hit it past he damn near holed that thing, but he hit it past the hole. Absolutely crushed it. What was crazy was, and it gave you an idea of what the conditions were like, his drive on 18, I mean, he hit that thing as solidly as it could be. It didn't move. It hit the ground and just stuck, which is wild. That you can hit a ball that hard, but that goes to show you how rainy it was. I thought it was great theater. I like the U.S. Open.
I love it. It's my favorite one. Did you like how high scoring it was and all? Tyler was put off by that, so was Scott.
Oh, see, as long as it's one tournament a year that you just watch these guys suffer.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that every single week, but I think that's good theater of watching the best golfers in the world because you can win tournaments and not have every club in your bag fully dialed in, right? Or every part of your game fully dialed in. You can make up for it with other strengths. This tournament this weekend, if you weren't precise in everything you did, and what's crazy is he bogeys 5 of the first 6. He has an awful start to the tournament or to his Sunday, but he turned it around and he's not even. Again, I'm looking into this guy's history because I don't know much about him. He's not a very good putter.
No, and he doesn't do it without the rain delay. The rain delay,
sure.
And he talked about it. It saved him because he was not in a mental good headspace. I do enjoy U.S. Opens being challenging. Okay?
Yes.
Everybody gets it. It's funny. It's ha-ha.
Was this one too much?
Okay, it's one thing to watch these guys suffer. It's an other thing to see them in hospice care. I mean, that's what we were watching there.
Well, and the weather was just come on. This course isn't hard enough.
Yeah.
You're going to make it pour rain on these dudes. Like, their brains.
Like, do you want to watch a Stanley Cup final that is 0-0 going into double overtime?
Yeah, I usually tune out by then. I gotta be honest.
That's what you were watching.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of what you were watching.
Actually, it is an interesting point. Like, what other sport is entertaining if the athletes aren't succeeding in a championship level?
Okay, that's all right. Do you guys remember?
That is interesting.
And you may not. All right, there was a there was a soccer game at Dick's. And it was in April. It was a World Cup qualifier between Team USA and Costa Rica, the snow game.
I remember it. They could barely kick the ball.
And it was like horrible, but it was also the most, I've told Andy this before, it was the most fun sporting event I've ever been to in my, and I was with my girlfriend who is now my wife. Like, we went, we sat in the stands.
That cinched the deal.
I mean, we had so much fun. We drank beer. It wasn't that cold.
Is a football game in snow. The Patriots Raiders, right? Is that a better game?
It's not a better game. It's a different game, and the novelty of it makes it fun. I don't want to watch it every single week. You know, like I want the Super Bowl played on a pristine, perfect field. That's why playing a Super Bowl outdoors in New York was stupid. But like
got away with it though.
Yeah, they did.
Almost didn't.
Yeah,
didn't work out for the Broncos, but yeah. But that's just it. Like, it's fun when it's a novelty. I don't want to watch it every single week.
So it's not a. Do you like football like that? Do you like it when it's?
Yeah, I like snow football, but I grew up here. But the older I get.
But Nate's point is, if football was like that all the time,
it'd be terrible.
Yeah, it would suck.
It would suck.
Well, but I've also looked. I lived the season with the 2013 Broncos. I did not want it to snow that game. Now it turns out maybe I did, but leading up to it, I'm like, please don't ruin the field so these guys can do what they do. And frankly, I don't want any excuses if the defense got over because it was snowing. I didn't want any of that.
Well, especially that team.
Yeah,
you're like the last thing that team needs is snow.
That was that. Well, yeah, they were. Remember that's the record-setting Manning team. So I do want it to just be decided by the strength of the two. I don't want injuries. I don't want any of it.
But essentially, that's what we were watching yesterday in the U.S. Open. We were watching a snow football game.
Yeah, it's adverse conditions are fun when they are, again, the anomaly.
All right, let me ask you this. Who's the golfer that's making this interesting for everybody? Who's the Tiger Woods? I'll keep it real simple.
What are you talking about?
I would watch
Scheffler
See,
right now.
Scotty's not grabbed me the way Tiger did.
But Scotty is dominating the game at a level that has not been seen since Tiger Woods.
He's boring. His golf isn't boring, but he's boring. There's nothing exciting about Scotty Scheffler.
Had Tiger been playing yesterday at the height of his powers, I probably would have checked in to see.
Well, it was funny because when the rain got so bad.
I haven't had a guy like that since.
When the rain got so bad, they paused the tournament. What did they cut to? But Tiger taking on Rocco Mediate back in like 2008, 2009.
So
they actually cut away to it. So they got Tiger. They got Tiger on NBC in the final round of the U.S. Open. They got him.
Can I tell you my story of that U.S. Open? Because they did the playoff on a Monday, right?
Yes.
It went to the Monday because of the weather.
Yes.
All right? This is why I remember that U.S. Open.
Well, it went to the Monday because it was 18 holes back then.
What it was.
It wasn't weather.
That's what it was.
That's just what the playoff was.
Okay. So they go to the Monday, and Tiger's knee is killing him.
Yeah.
Right? He's like struggling to move.
Yes.
The entire reason why I remember that US Open though was I was on the road doing a Colorado Crush game. They were in Phoenix.
Were you the radio voice?
I was the radio.
He replaced me in Stout.
I did.
He replaced me in Stout when he moved.
I was the voice of the Crush for the last year of their existence.
Because Lou's station took it.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, that's funny.
And so I did the game with James Marilat. He and I
that's a riot.
are in Marley's. Dan Marley's sports bar in downtown Phoenix.
Yeah.
And the reason why I remember exactly where we were was because we're sitting there eating wings, drinking beer, watching golf with a game to call the next day. And who should walk into Marley's but Thunder Dan Marley?
Oh, that's cool.
It was awesome.
Well, the guy's got to eat somewhere. Why not his spot?
He's checking out how the thing's going.
He was extremely well tanned.
Of course.
He was clearly fresh off the golf course.
Sounds about right.
Dan Marley was one of those guys that even like sweating his way in the fourth quarter of an NBA game still looked like he smelled terrific.
All right, Nate is challenging us to let's top this story game.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yours is Marley. Seeing Dan Marley. at
Dan
Marley's.
Marley at Marley's. It was really exciting.
I was having
What if I got
dinner.
one, but it wasn't
hold on,
exciting
see if
for
you can
me.
see if you can beat me on this. I
got a couple.
I was having. I don't want to say who I was having dinner with, but it was a notable sort of person at Shanahan's, and Mike Shanahan sat down at our table.
That's great.
It's a good one, right?
That's
Well, now I
Shanahan.
got to know who it is.
Oh, I don't want to say who. It's a famous lawyer. Just leave it there.
Then I know.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
Johnny Cochran.
There you go. So
hey, in these parts.
Right.
So you got Marley and Marley's. I got Shanahan and Shanahan's.
Dude, the best. Okay, so
Did you ever
for
see
my-
Dante Bichette at Bichette's?
No.
Dante's.
Wait,
whatever
are
it
you
was
talking
called.
about at the place? Because I don't.
You gotta be at the place.
I don't know. Whatever. You could just.
No, I've got a cool
you could
place
Pee,
that
you
we
could
ran-
pee next to Ed McCaffrey, and that'd be a big deal. You probably did that many times.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Well, I went with him to Bettis's, but we didn't see Bettis.
Oh,
Because his place kind of sucks.
I
to
once
be honest
peed
with
next to Danny Ainge.
you. Really?
I did.
I've had guys want to talk Tebow with me while I was just trying to get handled. I was like, bro, I'll be done.
Wait,
in a
hold on.
second.
Where were you? What location? What bathroom was that?
It was the media bathroom at the Thomas and Mack Center during the Mountain
I
West
peed
tournament.
next to Troy Aikman. That's no big deal.
That's pretty good.
I tweeted that Dick Enberg was sitting next to me in the press box of the Rockies, and that he's no longer sitting next to me because he went to the bathroom. And the Rockies took away my press credential for the rest of the
love
year.
it. Yeah, they used to
There was
be
only
so-
one game left in the season, but that is a true story. They were upset that I tweeted that Dick Enberg went to the bathroom, so they took away my credential for one game.
How about this?
So out of protest, I paid $5 and went to the game. True story.
So do you know where we ended up? And we weren't supposed to get close to the guy. My run in with the greatness at the restaurant.
Yeah.
There was a pizza joint 5 doors down from our media hotel during the New York Super Bowl.
Okay.
And I was with Scotty and Treadwell.
Okay.
And Scotty goes, yeah, we saw Steven Tyler in here last night. I was like, oh, that would have been
You
pretty
were
cool.
part of that story.
He walked in the second night in a row.
Joe's Pizza.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Tyler, he walked in again.
Yes.
And of course,
You were part of that
we
story.
got talking to
That's
his-
a really famous story.
we got talking to his
He was
his
recording a
New
record right down the
England
street, right?
Patriot bodyguard guy.
Yeah.
We're all shooting the bull. And next thing I know, Treadwell's back there with him and getting pictures of him. I'm like, bro, I don't think we were supposed to bother him. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. But Treadwell got the picture. He's got the selfie. I got it in my
That's a good
phone
one.
somewhere. My buddy was the random one for a Denver guy. I met a buddy when it was funny
That's
enough.
a
We were
good one,
calling
though.
a Vegas game we were calling the Vegas Crush game. And we were at some random place on the strip. We went to get water, and in flies Elway, also needing to get water. And my buddy, we were standing next to him. John's just kind of like, hey Andy, said a couple niceties, and off he goes. And I don't know. I feel like that's like seeing. You and I saw Elway all the time, so I didn't think it was that cool. But my buddy from out of town that watched him growing up, it was the coolest thing he could have had.
Yeah, that's really cool. All right, boys.
Well, nobody is still
Okay, I have one
one-upped
more question for you.
the Sklar brothers story from our show of eating at Ozzie Smith's restaurant. And when Ozzie Smith came to the table to say hello to the kids and take pictures and everything, the Sklar brothers' dad asked Ozzie Smith for more bread.
Yes. Yes.
Still, none of us can touch that.
Yeah, technically.
Hey, I don't mean to bug you, but it is your shot.
Technically.
Can
yeah.
you get me some bread?
Should
That's
I
a
have,
little dry.
Should I have ordered a beer from Dan Marley?
So here's
Thunder Dan, right in.
do it like Seabass, Boilermakers.
That's awesome.
No, real quick, because since you were a little surprised by my lack of interest in golf, how about I ask you
I'm
this?
not that surprised. I do know you for 20 years.
Were you?
Least surprising revelation ever.
Right.
Well, did you ever?
Could've predicted it.
Where were you when Lance Armstrong was making his run? Because I felt like
I
everybody
was
became
in-
like a Tour de France
Oh, a
fan for what
huge
his
fan.
4-year run.
Yeah.
Like we'd have it on in the newsroom over at the other place.
Yeah,
you
I
were
was
still working there.
Buffalo to Denver, I guess.
You were
Yeah.
there by then because
Yeah.
But it speaks to, okay, like if you're going outside of the big four, okay, you do need a transcendent star, I think, to pull in the casual fan.
All right, but there is a transcendent star in cycling right now, but there's no way you know who it is. But he is a
I
transcendent
don't.
star. It's Tadej Pogacar.
Okay.
But he's won it a couple years in a row, and he is dominating the sport like you can't believe.
But that's just it. Like but Lance Armstrong, he was like Serena Williams. You know, like, Serena's going for it.
Yeah.
Right now, the WNBA has it in Caitlin Clark. She's not the best player in the league right now.
She's up there, though.
But she's an excellent
She's way
player.
ahead of Angel Reese. That's for damn sure.
Hey, Angel had a triple-double yesterday.
I know, but have you ever seen so much
she's
made?
rough.
Okay.
She's rough to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's a fun rivalry, but watching Angel Reese brick 3-footers is But that's just it. Like the niche sport requires.
All right, so if I
somebody
tell you,
to reel
there
you
is
in.
there is a generational talent in cycling right now. The Tour de France starts after the 4th of July.
But you can be a generational talent without necessarily having crossover appeal.
Right.
You know what I'm
There's gotta be
saying?
something else.
Somebody that your mom knows who they are.
Correct.
Yeah. That's what
Here's
you
what
have
I'm going
to
to say
have.
to you.
What?
Good for you, bud.
Good for you, bud.
That's what I'm going to say for you.
Well, I agree. So you're saying golf is kind of like that right now.
For me, it is. But I mean, look, I get I'm an outlier. I get everybody else gets into it, especially the majors.
I agree with Andy's point, though. Golf doesn't have a tiger right now.
How about, you know who I'm starting to like
They
in
do
tennis?
have great golfers, though.
Without a doubt.
Alcaraz.
Who won,
Women's
Alcaraz.
basketball
Alcaraz is fun to watch.
Alcaraz is pretty
and
fun.
he's like, I watched one of his
He needs
early
he
matches
needs
at
a
Roland
rival.
Garros.
He needs like a
Well, you know what else
significant
helps?
rival.
It helps the fact that tennis was like on TNT. You're one of the channels. This was hockey's problem when it left ESPN.
Yeah.
Whether people want to hear it or not, I wouldn't find hockey by accident. You don't get the casual fan if it's not on like this main set of channels. People are just surfing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Alcaraz had an incredible match against the guy. Ended up, I think, having to tap out because of a wrist injury. But God, his serve, everything's just so easy for him, and I don't even know tennis.
If they're not an American, can they be that person for us too in any of the sort of off the radar sort of sports?
I think so. Like I think Federer when he was up above 20, people were like, I got to see this guy smashing serves, and it doesn't hurt that he was like an international supermodel looking dude. So like he had that going for him. Yeah, I don't think it has to be an American, but you have to be big, you have to have charisma, and you have to be able to attract people honestly for non just your sport reasons.
Outside of
Lance had the cancer, right? Like that hauled everybody in of like, oh, this guy's a survivor. Look at what he did.
True. That kind of put it on a way another level.
Yeah, the live strong thing.
But America was also winning in a sport we don't normally live in.
Correct.
Right? You got a little
There's
of the
that
old,
too. Sure.
Correct.
Raise the flag.
I'm sure there's
stuff
some of
going
that.
on.
Absolutely.
Hey, real quickly, interesting text I just saw. He's coming back to it. I don't know why he left. Does Joey Chestnut do it for you? And you're probably going to laugh, but Chestnut announced today he's going back to the 4th of July.
He's a way
hot
bigger
dog
deal.
game.
Way bigger deal.
Like if he would battle Kobayashi, I'd probably tune into the dumb thing.
They
again.
already had that.
I know, but they haven't done it in a while. Let me
Well,
see
they
your
did it like
rematch.
last year or something.
No, he quit and went to vegan something.
No, I don't know. Listen, let me tell you something.
Look, you got to be more dialed in on your professional eating.
The food eating thing.
You can't laugh. You made me watch that damn documentary, and then you didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it.
The food eating thing is just
it's gross. It's just disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Yeah,
it's
just
disgusting.
It's just too gross.
Dude, I watched that guy because I liked Man vs. Food. I used to watch Man vs.
Yeah.
Food, and then we tried to go to a couple of the restaurants on the road that I would see there. Like there was this big burger place at Ohio State that had these monster burgers, and Mark Johnson, tell him hamburger and he's in to go. We couldn't get into the damn place for like 2 hours. I'm like, this is a stupid burger bar. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Bo Nix at number 12. Was that actually the safest pick Sean Payton could have made? We'll talk about that next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know what that means. Longer days, warmer nights, vacations, date nights. But if you have erectile dysfunction, it can ruin all of it. If intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's a place that's here to help. That place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't let ED keep you from making, your little summer of love. You want a little Grease action? Remember Grease, where they fell in love over the summer? If you're avoiding that because of erectile dysfunction, don't let that happen. Go and get your summer love back. All you have to do is go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And look, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments will have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The first visit goes like this. It's $99. You'll get a T and a PSA test and discuss those results with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the next day. They have 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins in the Springs as well. And give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl saw this tweet today from Steve Palazzolo. Steve from the 33rd team, former PFF guy, good football nerd, Steve Palazzolo. And he tweeted this out today, and it struck me. Total dropbacks. Bo Nix in college, 2,129. Anthony Richardson, college plus NFL, 852. So that is what Richardson did in college at Florida plus what he's done so far in Indianapolis. I suppose it would have been 853, but there was that one snap where he asked off the field because he was tired.
Wow.
So
wait a minute. That was in college?
No, that was in the pros.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I thought these. Okay, go ahead.
Again, Anthony Richardson, college plus NFL, 852.
Okay. I thought it was just college.
Bo Nix in college, 2,129.
Wow. Okay. So both combined.
Yes.
I'm telling you. I thought they were
your dad
both
is
just
the listener.
college.
You are not.
So,
yes.
All
no,
right.
This was, again, Bo Nix in college,
More than
2,129.
both combined.
Anthony Richardson, college plus NFL, 852.
All right. I'll let you get to your point in a minute. Now I'm going to ask you this question, though.
Okay.
Because did Florida, how many times do you think he even dropped back at Florida? I would still bet most of those numbers came from the NFL. Isn't Florida always in shotgun?
Well, those are still counted as dropbacks.
Why?
Because he catches the ball and drops back and throws.
Okay.
They still count them as when they do drop back stats. It doesn't matter if he's under center or if he's in shotgun.
I think it should, but whatever. Go ahead. The footwork's completely different, but it's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you want to email all the analytics
yes, I'm
sites
hit
and
them
let
up.
them know?
Like, what are you doing? Well, again, we had all too fine an education when Peyton Manning had to go from under center to the shotgun. That's why I have a beef. But my beef is not with you, sir. Anyway, go ahead.
He, in total, passing attempts, his one season at Florida as a starter, 327. In total, over the course of his college career, 393. Passing attempts that he had so far. And that's, compared against what he has done so far in the NFL. Again, Anthony Richardson's not really the story here. The story is Bo Nix, 2,000-plus snaps that he took or dropbacks that he had while he was playing college football, which speaks to his experience level when he got to the NFL. It was a 5-year career. It was 3 years at Auburn. It was 2 years at Oregon. So Sean Payton taking Bo Nix as the 6th quarterback in the draft last spring. At the time, Nix was generally considered, without a doubt, QB6 in that draft, and most pre-draft analysis looked at Bo Nix and said, this guy's a second rounder.
Second round,
yes. At least in terms of grade. Yes. We know that quarterbacks are always going to get drafted higher, but he was not graded where he was taking, which if you're to do the quick math on the, okay, well, let's just comp this guy grade versus where he actually got picked, that would suggest a reach out of Sean Payton. At the time, I was not thrilled with the pick. Andy, you were not thrilled with the pick. I think both of us, and being kind of draft nerds that we are, we're looking at all the grades and just being like, why are you taking this guy at number 12?
Right.
If you wanted him that bad, trade back, okay? And
or
make
trade
that pick.
back in the first round.
Exactly. Like whatever it may be, you could have dropped 10 picks, gotten yourself another bevy of draft picks, and probably still gotten him. We'll never know if that's true or not. You can
Although
always.
the story did come out that Sean McVay messed with Peyton over wanting Bo Nix.
Right.
Thus,
and it's
I can't remember the draft pick, but apparently Peyton paid him back this year with some fake interest in someone that McVay liked.
It's Sean Payton famously or infamously had planned to take Patrick Mahomes with the number 11 overall pick and wasn't able to get him because Kansas City jumped him. And so he ended up taking Marshawn Lattimore at number 11. Again, does some of this stuff get overstated a little bit over time? I tend to think it does, The tales of the Nuggets telling everybody, yeah, we wanted Doncic or Shea, and both of them were gone. So we couldn't swing a trade, so we took Michael Porter Jr.
The guys we wanted have worked out,
right,
let me tell you.
Right, yeah, exactly.
We weren't on any of the other guys you haven't heard of from those other 10 picks.
And here's the thing. I'm sure they did want those guys.
Yeah.
But if you wanted them that bad,
you'd have made the trade.
Yeah, you figure out a way, especially going up to get Shea before the Clippers took him. Either way,
it's worked out for Denver.
Sean Payton, nervous he was going to miss out on his guy, takes Bo at number 12. Bo has a very good rookie season. What was he? Third in offensive rookie of the year, second in offensive rookie of the year, whatever he was.
I believe he was second.
Okay. He had a very good first season in the NFL. He was actually third.
Third?
Yes.
Who was ahead of him?
It was it Brock Bowers? Hold on, let me scroll down. It was Brock Bowers. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so he was third. Brock Bowers, who you said they should have drafted. Technically, that then makes you smarter than Sean Payton, Andy.
Sean looks like he's got it figured out with Bo.
He does. Right now, it seems to be cooking a little bit. When you see that, though, okay, because I'm like any other red-blooded American male when it comes to draft prep. I start to be like, okay, I want a big dude with a cannon arm who can move a little bit. All right? Like, those tend to be the guys that I get excited about. In the draft where Bo Nix went number 12 overall, the guy that I really liked was Drake May. And he ended up going number 3 to New England. And I would say right now, you can tell me if you disagree with this, Bo Nix has a higher floor but a lower ceiling than Drake May.
Yeah, I would say that just because of the big arm for May.
Right.
And I know we're going to hear from folks that saw the playoff game and insist. And look, really, Bo's got enough arm for what they're asking him to do. There's no doubt about it.
Without a doubt.
May's got the Josh Allen-like arm.
Yeah.
But
Allen.
To your point, look, May had a good second part of the season. We've seen that around here where we thought a good second part of the rookie year might lead to something in Drew Lock. And then now May was picked much higher.
Yep.
And I think has a
number 3.
a better, more robust grade on him than what Drew had. But at the end of the day, we'll wait and see. I know plenty of people that do believe the long delivery of May could be a problem. They're worried about that.
Right. It's again, if May were to hit his ceiling, well, then you're probably looking at a perennial Pro Bowl quarterback.
Sure.
But he may not. Quarterbacks are finicky. Is probably the word that I would use. Right now, Jaden Daniels is running away with being the best QB that was taken in that round. Caleb Williams, like Ben Johnson, you got a lot to repair. They're going on in Chicago. Weird first year in the NFL. J.J. McCarthy, can he play? I don't know. Michael Penix, impressed a little bit in flashes last year. Another guy with a ton of college experience that Atlanta snatched up at number 8, and then they got the weird thing with Kirk Cousins. But back to the Bo Nix point, okay? Because if you were just going simply off of traits, size, arm strength, speed, all of that, Anthony Richardson, 10 times out of 10 over Bo Nix, right?
He's the robot QB from the video game.
Right. But it goes to show you that a player like Bo Nix that walks through the door and he's ready for the stage because he's been on the big stage. He's played in big games. He's massively experienced. He's had the, sort of the trials of being a quarterback at a huge SEC program in his home state and then ultimately having it go south on him. Which ironically then made him go northwest to the University of Oregon, but then goes and wins at that big-time program and has a ton of success. Again, Bo Nix, a guy that you would look at and say, in a traditional sense, do number 12 overall picks look like Bo Nix? Not really. But for Sean Payton, it was, but I know this guy can play right away. And honestly, like, after a month, Bo Nix looked as though it's like, hey, I'm ready to just go out on the field, manage the game, make a couple of exciting runs a day, and boom, we got something special here, and we can win with this. And that's where the Broncos are at right now. Like, again, Bo Nix, is he a standard number 12 overall pick? No, but oddly, he's a safe pick at number 12.
Well, and he's going to prove it's going to be real interesting to watch the J.J. McCarthy evolution.
Yeah.
Because, everybody, and Sean joked about that, where he fooled the Vikings into thinking that he wanted McCarthy, which got them to trade up. So everybody was messing with everybody last year. He is safe. He definitely was safer than McCarthy because McCarthy doesn't have a lot of game tape. He just had the 1 year in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Before they took him as the starter or whatever. Very young. But he, there's plenty to like about McCarthy too. But I don't know that he had the accuracy numbers with Bo Nix. The biggest thing about Bo Nix, and to watch him at minicamp last week, it is, you don't normally have rookies taking over a team this quickly either. There's still some stuff to prove.
Yeah.
He had the most attitude of anybody offensively out there last week.
Without a doubt.
And that's what's interesting. That's what feels different.
He runs the show.
I will point this out. Just so people don't think we're just talking to talk, because it is radio. That's part of the job sometimes. But Bo, you and I have been out to a bunch of the mini camps post-Manning era.
Yeah.
Okay? Pretty much all of them. Teddy was never talking to the defense. Drew was never talking to the defense. Pick your other quarterbacks. I don't know that Joe Flacco ever talks to anybody, quite honestly, so I can't say I was surprised the year that he didn't do it. Case Keenum maybe did a little bit of the John, but I don't remember any of the guys in the last 5 years or any of the young supposed-to-bes going after the defense the way we just watched Bo do last week.
I think one of the key differences and why if you as a Broncos fan want to buy all the stock in this team and say, hey, this is the year, finally somebody else is going to win the AFC West and all of that, the trash talk, the attitude, I love, but it's a product of the organization having invested in him having met the challenge, and him making it his, right? Which, you compare all those dudes, they were all either first-year guys, or they were trying to figure out, or they were in a quarterback competition, and they couldn't worry about jawing with anybody. They were just trying to, wrap their minds around the playbook. I think Bo is so beyond that point right now, so ahead of it as a second-year guy going into, really – here's another topic to think about when it comes to this draft class, those 6 QBs. Again, outside of Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix walks into year number 2 steps ahead of the rest of the class. Caleb's got a new coach. Drake May's got a new coach. Michael Penix is in the weird Kirk Cousins situation, and J.J. McCarthy hasn't taken an NFL snap yet.
Well, and Bo returns to a team where we go back to that surprisingly high percentage of the roster returning. Same offensive line, different running back, but still a couple guys at running back that he knows. Basically the same receiving core and guys that he's worked with. We'll see if Pat Bryant, he looks like he's got something with Pat Bryant, at least in the red zone snaps we were able to watch. And we'll see if that continues. But he has got stability amongst everybody else. And one more point on the trash talk. When I talk about this, again, there is a competitiveness to his trash talk.
Right.
I'll just, and people, some people will freak out at the name. But I used to like when basically Peyton would get tired of hearing the defense yap and he would snap back at him and then he'd want his guys to go back after.
Yeah.
That was the kind of feel Bo Nix's jawing had.
Because, think about it, Andy.
Not false bravado. This guy just wanted to compete against them, and that's what I like more than anything else.
The Broncos' defense is still way better than the Broncos' offense.
Yeah, better and deeper and all that.
All of it. I think I would call this offense ascending. It is nowhere near a finished product yet. Okay? We're still figuring out who the goddamn joker is on this offense.
I'd say we need a joker.
I'd love a yards after catch superstar for this offense.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Whatever position it comes at.
The other thing that Bo Nix has going for him, that again, these other QBs, I would say right now don't. Maybe McCarthy has it to a certain degree.
He hasn't proven anything to anybody.
But he hasn't proven anything to anybody. But it is this. He knows he doesn't have to be spectacular to win games because they're elite on another side of the ball. The Flores defense in Minnesota is phenomenal. Okay? Bo Nix knows, well, I can take advantage of those 2,000 plus snaps I have and know how to not make brain dead errors, the kind that plague every young quarterback. I can avoid turnover-worthy plays. I can avoid sacks. I can do all those things because guess what? If we punt the ball away, I know my defense is going to get the job done. We're not going to get killed. They're not just going to march right down the field on these guys, okay? That's not to say that this defense is going to pitch a shutout every single week. NFL offenses are pretty damn good. But again, you can just play to your style of football. There isn't a massive amount of pressure on Bo Nix to go out and throw for, 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns this year. I don't think he's going to do that. And number one, I don't think Sean Payton wants him to do those things. I think Sean Payton wants him to play point guard, distribute the ball, run the offense, score a few touchdowns, let defense win the game. That's all the Broncos have to do this year.
Yeah, I hope the defense, though, because I feel like we saw him, he was taking more chances. Now, again, they didn't always pay off. He threw a couple picks, but I like that he was trying to get the ball to places he wasn't last game.
He's got to hit those shots when they're there.
He does.
He has
and again, not all the picks were his fault.
Right.
Guys batting balls in the air. It was every interception is a story, as they like to say. But I'm just saying what I would like to see is I'd like them to know this defense is so good he can feel free to test some of what he's testing in camp out there with having – because like you said, you can't just be let the defense win it all the time.
We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets today to a special screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. Cars driving fast on a huge screen, Andy.
With Brad Pitt.
The movie opens on June 27th, but you can see it before anyone next Tuesday night, June the 24th, from the creators of Top Gun Maverick. F1 the movie launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One, where speed, rivalry, and redemption collide. Only in theaters and IMAX, June 27, 2025. We'll tell you how you can win that 4-pack of tickets from the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll tell you how to win that next. Sanford, you got something on your nose. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here on a Monday afternoon. And like I said, we have got a 4-pack of tickets to a special screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. The screening is Tuesday. This Tuesday, you can see the movie on IMAX. Movie opens on Friday, next Friday, a week from Friday. But you can watch the movie on Tuesday, June the 24th, on IMAX from the creators of Top Gun Maverick F1 the movie. Launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One. Not going to read the whole thing again in my weird movie guy voice.
Listen, don't you like Brad Pitt? Brad Pitt's in a movie.
I do like Brad Pitt.
Been a lot of good movies, I guess.
He has been. What's your number one Brad Pitt movie or Brad Pitt role?
Oh, it's 7.
You go to 7
love
right away.
7. And I love Morgan Freeman, too.
What's in the
Those
box?
those guys are perfect.
What's in the box?
Creepy Kevin Spacey. Turns out I have to act too hard to be creepy, but whatever.
Uh-huh.
Guess we could say that about too many people right now. So anyway.
I go deep cut on Brad Pitt.
What do you like? Legends of the Fall?
Brad? Oof. Those steely eyes, let me tell you.
I took my girlfriend at the time to it. I'm like, you're just going to break up with me when this is done, aren't you?
She's watching Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
like,
she's sitting next to Shrek.
Yeah.
I'd go Brad Pitt is the gypsy bare knuckle boxer in Snatch.
Well, okay.
Phenomenal role.
You know what's wild? I hadn't seen it in forever, and it was on HBO randomly a week ago.
So good.
Fight Club.
Oh, there you go.
And you know what? To watch that movie, knowing the twist at the end.
Spoiler alert.
Makes a lot of things. I was like, wow, like there's a couple scenes with the girlfriend, the weird girlfriend, and I was like, oh, wait, this looks totally different now that I know what's going on. He's not in that house. So,
spoiler alert if you haven't seen this movie that came out 30 years ago. Anyway, you want to win tickets to go see
F1
the movie. You have to answer the following trivia question correctly via text message at 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Andy, we're going to do a little name that athlete, and it's a 2-parter.
Can't wait.
You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
So this is question 1.
We need you to send in 2 names, first and last, on both athletes. 2 names are the answer. Here we go. Hit a career-high 29 home runs and finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 2007 Rockies. Again, athlete number 1, hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 2007 Rockies. That's athlete number 1. Athlete number 2, you got to send in both names to 303-504-0925. One of 7 running backs used by the 2008 Denver Broncos finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown carries. Athlete number 2, one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, Shanny's last year, finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown carries. Send in the 2 names to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win a 4-pack of tickets to an advanced screening of F1 the movie.
All right.
How you doing over there?
I think I might know the 07 player.
I see the wheels spinning for you right now.
I'm thrown off by the Shanny player.
Ah, okay.
Which I should know the 08 team well.
Give it to you one more time. Athlete number 1, text it into 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 07 Rockies. Athlete number 2, one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown runs. 303-504-0925.
Why did you pick the second one? Because, again, I remember 08, we got to the point where they were using the linebacker at fullback. Good guy. Remember the kid out of Arizona?
Spencer Larson.
Spencer Larson. He's a financial advisor now.
He didn't show up till 09.
He was 09?
He was. The leading rusher on the 08 Broncos was Peyton Hillis.
No, Larson was an 08 Bronco because he played fullback for him.
Okay.
He didn't have any rushing. I don't want to say something that could be the answer.
Okay.
Larson played
You're right.
both,
he could have been on the team.
He both was linebacker. No, they were so injured. What I remember,
He didn't have any carries.
No, but he was a fullback. Mike Shanahan went Bill Belichick with him and used him as a fullback, even though he was a linebacker by trade because they were out of fullbacks too.
You're right.
The whole backfield got hurt.
He did show up that year,
but I don't think he had a carry. You're right. There were no carries for him that I.
He did not
of.
tote the rock until Josh was his coach.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, again, he was kind of a dude. He and Wesley Woodyard were playing running back or playing linebacker in, I want to say, Atlanta.
He was like number 46.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Larson was a good dude.
Nice guy. Yeah, very nice guy from Arizona.
But that backfield, I just think that's interesting, the backfield you chose, because they went through all sorts of people.
It's a good question, right?
It took a while, but now some people have finally gotten it.
There you go.
Well, now I'll have to go look at the text
Is
line
everybody
and see
coming
if
home
anybody's
on
getting it
this? Okay.
Right. Someone wrote Brad something.
Again, hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in NL MVP voting for the 07 Rocks, and one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, finished second on the team, 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown carries. Text your answers into 303-504-0925. If you go 2 for 2, you're entered. You can win a pair of tickets to go see F1, the movie, starring Brad Pitt.
See, someone went Ron Dane. That was 2005.
That was later. Or earlier.
It was earlier because it was when they went 13-3 with Plummer. You know, I'll always remember Ron Dane. He's the one that ran him off, like literally walk-off run on Thanksgiving. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
They were playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, go to OT, and Ron Dane ran it home.
It was Ron Dane. He was a fun college player.
Heisman Trophy winner, wasn't he?
Not that fun of a Bronco.
Well,
Monte Ball, another Wisconsin running back. Really fun college player. Not that fun of a Bronco.
Monte was the guy, especially when they went back to the zone.
Actually, wait a minute. Can't we put Melvin Gordon in that conversation as well?
Yeah.
Fun Wisconsin running back.
Should the Broncos quit drafting or quit signing Wisconsin guys?
Stay away from Wisconsin running backs.
Drafted one, signed the other 2.
Mm-hmm. Who was... Let's see. They had the tight end from Wisconsin.
Yeah. Yes.
Fumagalli.
Yes.
Troy
Fumagalli.
Oh, I wanted him to work out so bad. We got a chance. Did you know he was like missing a finger on his hand?
Yes. Probably shouldn't have drafted him. Yeah, probably shouldn't have. Yeah.
He's a leader. Right?
Matt Henningsen is still on the team. He's out of Wisconsin. They do better with Wisconsin Whitewater.
Okay.
That's where Quinn Miners went. Yes.
Gosh.
The Division III school. Good pull on Fumagalli right there, Spring. Yeah, the history of Wisconsin Badgers drafted by the Broncos.
You know they went 3 years in a row drafting Big Ten tight ends.
Jake Butt, Troy Fumagalli, the dude from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Jeff
Hireman.
Jeff Hireman, who got hurt in rookie minicamp.
And I was told Kubiak was so excited to get him and was going to use the crap out of him, and then he blew his knee out or whatever.
Yeah, that never really happened for Jeff Hireman.
Hireman was kind of, who's our guy, Troutman? He's the Adam Troutman of the day. Where he just kept hanging around. He'd have a good game here and there, but for the most part.
This year they drafted a Big 12 tight end, Caleb Lohner.
Dude, did you see Lohner make he had a couple nice routes, a couple nice catches during minicamp. Now, nobody can touch him. That's a big dude. That is a big dude. You know what's driving me nuts? I've never seen them have tryout guys mixed in with practice guys like we watched last week. There was some tight end, number 47, that made a nice catch in the corner in the end zone. I think it was for Bo. And I couldn't figure out who he was because we never got like a tryout list of guys.
I think the weird thing about Lohner is he's always like standing outside of the huddle away from everybody else.
Does the long silence make you uncomfortable? Did you
Nope.
want some sort of audible reaction?
Nope.
I knew you were going there.
Here's
too.
the thing. I knew you liked that one. Yeah. There's a grin that I can get out of you that's
here's
like
what you
you
do.
didn't want to laugh, but you kind of like that one.
I gave you the grin, but I also knew you projected. You Drew Lock stared that down.
Did I?
Yes. Loner was running in the middle of the field, and I mean, I felt like I think the listening audience was at free safety just waiting for you to decide that was your throw.
Did you figure out the trivia yet?
You know what? I did not know the Rocky because I thought it was Holiday.
No, he finished second in the National League MVP that year. Mm-hmm.
So no, I remember the Rocky.
What about the Bronco?
I do like
the Broncos.
The play on the name.
There it is.
But no, I did not. I got to remember. I forgot he played for us.
He sure did. All right. Text your answers in right now. Win yourself a 4-pack of tickets to F1 the movie. Again, the question, 303-504-0925. Two athletes. Athlete number 1 hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 07 Rocks, the Rocktober Rocks. And guy number 2, one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown runs. It's a good question, right? It was a good question.
You're really getting aggressive with the desk today.
I'm really... It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. You need to go to roller.bid right now. They have got a great auction that is available for you to be able to bid on right now. Again, go to roller.bid and check this out. This is a fun one, okay? Buy and build home improvement. Buy and build kitchen and bath. Local home improvement store specializes in selling kitchen cabinet sets, flooring, bathroom vanities, and more. An inventory liquidation public online auction with small and large lots. This is available for you to be able to bid right now. If you are looking to upgrade your home kitchen or bath, they have some fantastic fixtures and appliances available to you, including this ProFlow PF 5112 2-piece white toilet made in Brazil. Toilets! Brand new, beautiful toilets. You can right now go ahead and bid on these. Everybody knows, I mean, the key to having a good bathroom at the crib is a strong throne. So go to roller.bid and check this out right now. Check out these ProFlow toilets. Go to roller.bid. And actually, if you want to bid at Roller Auction, guys, go to roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. You can sign up to bid right there. You get on the email list. They send you when the auctions are open and available to be able to bid. Plus, you'll be entered to win concert tickets, sporting event tickets, all kinds of great stuff from us right here at Altitude. So go to roller.bid right now. And if you've been looking at that shabby old toilet for years and saying we need an upgrade, fantastic deals available right now. Current bid, $5 on these toilets, guys. Go to roller.bid and throw down for a toilet. All right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to announce a winner of the 4-pack of movie tickets to see F1 in a special screening in IMAX coming up next Tuesday night, 8 days from today. We will announce that winner at the tail end of this segment right here. Should I throw out the question one more time?
Sure, if you want more entries.
Okay.
We haven't picked a winner yet?
Okay, I haven't. Spring's in charge of picking the winners.
Isn't it the computer?
303. Spring, is that his new nickname? 303-504-09. I thought he was the radio machine. Now he's the computer.
Hey, I don't need any pressure on our guy either. People get all fired up.
303-504-0925. Athlete number 1 hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 07 Rocks. Again, 07. Guy number 2, one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown runs. So if you want to get in on that, text in your answers to 303-504-0925. Name that guy, but you got to be able to do it twice.
You no hints?
No hints.
Very clever, the answer.
I'm a clever fella.
Everything comes together. It's all synergy.
Game 5, NBA Finals tonight. Thunder rediscovered their fourth quarter mojo there in Game 4. SGA closed it, scored 15 of OKC's final 16 points. And Andy, the NBA Finals are now best of 3. I cannot get over, and I was tweeting about it on Friday night, I cannot get over the symmetry between this NBA Finals, between the Thunder and the Pacers, and what happened in the semifinals between the Nuggets and the Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
It's wild.
It's all going down again.
Pacers up 7 going to the 4th on their home floor in Game 4. The Nuggets were up 6 going to the 4th in Game 4 on their own floor. And what happens? Well, the Nuggets lost by 5 in Game 4. The Pacers lost by 7. And by the way, the spread was 6.5. Yeah, that's if you
bad beat
took the points on Indiana, all of your rage went to Mathurin for all of those missed free throws. That dude.
Yeah.
Did he get the yips?
I don't have any idea.
He was, whew.
Probably.
That was bad. That was bad.
How often has he been in that situation for Indiana? Not too often, right?
How about this, too? Saw this. Pacers were 6 of 21 on wide open threes in Game 4.
That sounds a little Denver-like at times
wide
during
open.
that series.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Some interesting stuff, too. Like, it was a Scott Foster game. It looked like a
Scott Foster
game through and through. Some interesting points here on the Scott Foster thing. So he's got the nickname the Extender, right?
For extending the series.
Yes,
for those
exactly.
That don't know.
However, like, here's what's interesting about it. So it wasn't necessarily that there was like an imbalance in the foul calls. In fact, Foster called one more foul against the Thunder than he did against the Pacers. But this is what I think is interesting. Game 4 lasted in totality 169 minutes.
Nice.
Thank you. Nice. 4th longest finals game of the last 4 years, on average 30 minutes longer than the average NBA Finals game.
So he extended the TV time, too.
He does that, and Indiana, they win by running you ragged. Well, if you're constantly blowing the whistle and having stoppages, you're letting OKC catch their breath. It's even if you're calling more fouls on them, a choppy game plays to the Thunder's strengths.
Yeah, well, and especially because they're trying to figure out a way how to get Shea not so worn out because the Pacers keep attacking him early.
Yeah, and he was great in the 4th quarter, and clearly again, there's 1,000 factors that goes into these things, but not surprisingly, the Thunder come back and get that victory. Finals best of 3 the rest of the way, back in OKC tonight. It's been I thought that game was great the other night. I think this has been a great NBA final so far. I really do.
Hey, there's an Athletic article complaining about how some of the pageantry, some of the bigness has been taken out of this moment.
What? I I know there's like the logo on the floor. There was a thing with the logo on the floor.
Yeah, here's my thing.
I guess that stuff isn't for me because I'm gonna watch anyway.
Sure.
I'm just a basketball nerd, so I'm gonna be sucked into this thing no matter what. And I think the basketball's been phenomenal so
look,
far.
I think it's been a good series. The Pacers have surprised me.
I think that people get worked up over Indiana and OKC and small markets. Yeah, that's a problem for Adam Silver. That's a problem for, ABC and ESPN. I don't give a bleep.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't care about the small markets
I love this series.
I'm going to watch it anyway, but I'm more casual to the basketball than you are.
Mm-hmm.
Where this thing would lose me if it wasn't more our jobs to maybe talk about it this time of year with not a lot going on. And I know you said this is the same as 2 years ago when the Nuggets won it, but these weird, how was there no game yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Frankly,
Sunday night.
One of the two sports should have had a game last night.
Right.
How did you miss that?
Sunday night.
I don't get that.
Right.
I am done with the day. Give me something now, and there's nothing there except Sunday Night Baseball. And it's June, so I'm not all that worried about it.
I would have loved to have sat and watched hoops last night. I'm not going to complain about it tonight.
I'd have watched the hockey, too, either way.
Yeah, but I would have loved to. I agree with you. On a Sunday night, I wanted to sit down and watch a basketball game.
To me, I get 2 days as you change cities to let them catch their breath.
Yeah.
Man, it should be every other day. Now, you've got me now. The drama's here. It's 2-2.
Yeah.
Every other day.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I wanted to watch basketball last night. I would have enjoyed that. We did get a massive NBA trade over the weekend. So Orlando gets Desmond Bane, who's got 4 years and $163 million left on his deal. Desmond Bane is awesome. Orlando is going to pair him with Wagner and Suggs and Banchero. Honestly, their payroll is kind of interesting. It's a little Nuggets-esque. They're paying big dough to a lot of dudes. But also, if you're Orlando, you know that Tatum is out. You know that the East is open.
Yeah, Knicks can't find a coach.
We could go for it.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Absolutely. Memphis gets Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-rounders, and a pick swap. So KCP signs a free agent deal with Orlando last summer after the Nuggets don't want to go into the second apron. And 1 year later, he is dealt off to Memphis. It's an interesting situation in Memphis, but I still think that team is going to be pretty good. I don't think they're going to be as good, but I think they're going to be pretty good. And KCP is a good piece to add to any mix.
But I find it interesting.
How so?
2 years ago, Bruce Brown takes the money, and I am not knocking either guy for taking all the money they can. Okay, Bruce Brown had never been paid, and KCP's more towards the end of his career than a lot of guys are. Okay, so get another big paycheck if you can. But it is interesting to me that both guys that left this team, that frankly I'm sure Denver fans would love to see back in Nuggets uniforms, they both leave. KCP makes it one full season with his new club. Bruce Brown was like a deadline deal, right? So we'll call it 3/4 of the season.
Yeah.
With Indiana.
To get
and then
Siakam.
he's traded to Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes, did the Nuggets make the wrong choice by letting those guys walk? And I'm going to tell you why they didn't, but I'm curious your reaction.
I'm going to sit on the fence for a minute here before I get to my larger point. I get why the Nuggets didn't want to be in the second apron.
Yep.
But the thing that they would get by not going into the second apron, which was flexibility and the ability to make a move at the deadline,
they didn't do
anyway.
You're right.
So it's I would have rather just had KCP then. And I think people miss the mark on a lot of the analysis of the KCP Christian Brown dynamic. Okay. It's Christian Brown had a great year. Okay. He had a marvelous season. He probably had a better offensive year than KCP would have had if he was still here. KCP had a bad offensive year in Orlando, but everybody kind of did on that team. It's not a good offensive team. So KCP, I'm not going to read too much into whatever his offensive season was. He's still, we know everything that guy can do. He's freaking special.
He's really the 3-and-D you don't have anymore.
Exactly. The problem is that I wanted both KCP and Christian
Right.
Brown.
Both would have played.
Right.
And maybe to your point, had he kept having the same offensive season, Christian overtakes him. Christian starts, but then he's still coming off the bench and you still have both players.
No matter what, your depth is better with both of those players. If you weren't going to make a move anyway, then I would have rather just had KCP back in a Nuggets uniform. Now, the part about him getting traded, and this to me is the larger point here, is KCP and Bruce Brown both signed free agent deals roughly in that $20 million a year neighborhood, right? Who are the most tradable players in the NBA?
The 20 mil.
Guys that make those salaries.
Because it's a big enough number to match salary with someone desirable.
Exactly. So, like, you can combine that with Cole Anthony, haul in a bunch of draft picks, and then you can get a Desmond Bane if you're Orlando, okay? And the Magic are trying to win now. What do they care about their 4 first-round picks? They don't care, okay? 4 first-round picks, those guys are years away from contributing, and you're only going to hit on a couple of them anyway.
And you're only allowed to trade every other year's first-round pick, right? So we're talking about 4 first-round picks that fall in an 8-year time frame.
Exactly. So, again, like, this to me is an absolute no-brainer deal for Orlando. But that's why having guys in that salary range are so good to have. The Nuggets have the huge salaries, the big 4, and then Zeke Naji.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Bruce Brown is always going to be there was a cap on what the Nuggets could offer him with the bird rights, and it was never going to get near what he could get on the open market, so you're never going to get him anyway. But what bums me out is Bruce Brown and KCP were perfect for this team, and they don't get shipped anywhere if they just would have stayed here.
I would have loved to have seen the Thunder series with KCP on this team.
Yeah, well, I would have loved to have seen last year's playoffs if it could have truly been run it back and you had Bruce Brown back in the fold.
Would have been cool too.
Minnesota.
Yeah, also would have been cool. Absolutely. Again, like, it's no knock on Christian Brown. He had a marvelous year. I love Christian Brown coming off the bench and keeping the starting 5 intact.
By the way, did you see the Russ odds?
What are we talking here?
The Russ odds are out.
Okay.
And on top of it, what's interesting about it is
this is the odds of
for
Russell
his new
Westbrook's
team.
next team. Okay.
And this comes from Bovada.
Okay.
Heat plus 260. Mavericks plus 325. Sacramento plus 500. Golden State plus 750. Orlando plus 750, although yesterday's dealings might change that.
Sure.
Back to the Thunder at plus 900. A team in Tel Aviv at plus 900 and Toronto at plus 1,000. The Nuggets not mentioned. That's from Bovada.
That doesn't surprise me. I do not want them to use that taxpayer mid-level exception on Russell
Well,
Westbrook.
and if there's really that many, I don't know where they got the odds from. If there's that many teams interested, he's going to get more than probably even their MLE.
Very well could. Very well could. But I'd take another swing, man, to just go in a different direction with that. Quick break. When we come back, I got another question that I want to ask you about next year's Nuggets, kind of on the heels of this discussion right here. But how much faith do you have that they can run it back and be better next year? Let's talk about that next. All right, more Nuggets conversation here in just a moment. But first, we forgot to do the giveaway. We said we were going to do the giveaway, and then we forgot to do the giveaway. We were immersed in KCP discussion here. You want to do the giveaway, Andy? You ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. Okay, it was a two-part trivia question. This is to win a 4-pack of tickets to a special screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. Movie opens a week from Friday, but you can see it next Tuesday before everybody else on IMAX. From the creators of Top Gun Maverick, F1 the movie launches Brad Pitt into the driver's seat for a pulse-pounding return to Formula One, where speed, rivalry, and redemption collide. Only in theaters and IMAX, June 27, 2025. We asked you to name 2 athletes. Athlete number 1 hit a career-high 29 home runs, finished 24th in National League MVP voting for the 07 Rockies. Andy, who is that athlete?
Brad Hawpe.
Brad Hawpe hit 29 dingers in 07. Andy, one of 7 running backs used by the 08 Broncos, finished second on the team with 320 rushing yards and 4 touchdown runs. Andy, who was that Broncos ball carrier?
First, I thought maybe Selvin Young, but no, it's Michael Pittman.
See what I did there?
And when you put them together, you get Brad Pittman,
which is
like the star Brad Pitt.
It's the closest I could get.
Well, no, I'm glad there was an explanation as to why you picked Michael Pittman, of all people, to be the answer to a question.
Yep, that's why.
So that's why I like it. I say, tip of the cap, fine sir. That's creative by you.
The 7 running backs, by the way, used by the 08 Broncos: Peyton Hillis, Michael Pittman, Tatum Bell, Selvin Young, Ryan Touraine, Andre Hall, and P.J. Pope.
Holy cow, P.J. Pope.
Yep, deep cuts.
God, I forgot about him.
Deep
Remember Andre
cuts.
Hall? Andre Hall was not very big, and he was fun for a couple weeks.
Yeah, he had 35 carries for $144.
Selvin Young. Selvin Young flashed some stuff.
I mean,
out of
Hillis,
Texas.
Hillis was great, but he got hurt. All right. Spring, there
He
can
went to
only be
Cleveland.
one winner of our Brad Hawpe, Michael Pittman contest right there. Spring, who is our winner? Can we get a drum roll, please? This is for a 4-pack of tickets to a special screening of F1 the movie on IMAX. Opens June 27th. You can see it before anyone. Next Tuesday, June the 24th. Brad Pitt's in the driver's seat, and you will be there, Spring.
Our winner is Josh Strickland.
Josh Strickland, son of Rod Strickland.
Or, yes.
I don't know if that's true, but Rod Strickland was the only athlete I could think of. So there you go. Congratulations, Josh. He's going to see F1 the movie next Tuesday night. Andy, can the Nuggets be better next year if they just don't do anything?
I'd rather ask, will Days of Thunder be better than F1? I'm kidding. Ain't that race movie. If they don't do anything, is don't do anything included with whatever they do with the MLE? Someone's getting the MLE. The mid-level exception is going to somebody.
Yes. I think, yes.
Well, it has to, doesn't it?
It doesn't have to.
You lose it if you don't use it, don't you?
Very true.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to go anywhere.
Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and find that summer love again. Listen, can they? Sure. If Jamal is January through playoffs, Jamal at the start of the season, yeah, she'll be better. If MPJ gets that jumper back and the drop foot brace is broken in and he looks more like the MPJ that we're used to, yes, you can be better. If Deron Holmes is in fact a force off the bench and it looks like, man, too bad we wasted that rookie year, yes, you can be better. And if Julian Strawther is more often the Julian Strawther of Game 6 against Oklahoma City, and Peyton Watson is frankly the same, where, Strawther gave you 15, 16, Watson gave you 10, they both were active, then yes, you can be better than you were a year ago. But you're asking an awful lot from most of the team. And then Jokic has to be as good as he was a year ago, too, which, by the way, was a career year.
Can you be 5 wins better with that crew and put yourself in a top 2 seed in the West?
Again, you can if all those things come to fruition, and Jokic is at least as good as he was a year ago, which was an all-time season.
All right.
Right? By the numbers?
Yes.
At some point, he's not going to have an all-time season anymore, right? Is that fair to expect? I assume.
Not
yet?
I don't
We're
know.
not there yet? All right.
He just keeps getting better.
I
don't know. He somehow.
I'm just going to keep saying he's not winning MVPs, and it looks like he'll keep proving me wrong.
He gets better every year.
Because he should have won the MVP this year.
He should have. He should win it every year. He's the best player on the planet. I don't think that that any sort of decline is coming for him. Jamal Murray, I would agree with you. You got to be good right away.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully a fully healthy finish to the year. I mean, fully healthy. He had the illness or whatever he was dealing with at the very end. There was hamstring stuff at the end of the regular season, but largely, going into an offseason, certainly much healthier than he was last year, should put him in a better position. Porter, I think he is what he is. He's a good NBA player, but he is what he is. I think Christian Brown it's like, okay, what's the next element to the offensive game, especially if the team is going to play a little bit slower? I'm curious to see what that's going to look like out of CB. A healthier Aaron Gordon. But really, the two guys that I would circle and say they may have the greatest influence on how much better this team can be are Julian Strawther and Peyton Watson. Your two key reserves, your two key depth guys, both of whom, right at 22, 23 years of age?
Yeah, well, it's definitely time for Peyton to show.
Yeah.
I love Peyton Watson, but it's time to show us what you are.
Agreed. So, if every time we bring up the Broncos, we're just like, oh, man, can't wait to see the steps that Bo Nix is going to take here in year number 2, Well, then I have to be able to allow for the possibilities of NBA players in their early 20s still adding to their game and getting better.
But don't you also have to factor in Deron Holmes because he was supposed to be the man that made it an 8-man rotation?
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah. I want him to play and be good. Absolutely. I would love to see that out of Deron Holmes. Year number 1 coming off an Achilles. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to look like. I tend to temper my expectations on him, and I hope to be pleasantly surprised.
All right. Why?
And hey, one more factor that one name neither of us said in this entire diatribe. It's kind of a big one. David Adelman.
Well, yeah.
Get a new head coach.
Yeah.
Okay? And when you made the change, vibes improved. Okay? If we're asking this team to be 5 wins better, and they were a 50-win team last year, if we're asking them to be 5 wins better, don't vibes just kind of help with that? Isn't just guys not being miserable and being grinded to a pulp by an overly intense, humorless head coach? Isn't that going to help things for this basketball team? In addition to, a willingness to make in-game adjustments and play zone defense and do things such as that.
Well, now you brought the point up, asking for 55 wins out of a rookie head coach, that could be asking a lot. Now, we'll find out. You got Nikola Jokic, so maybe not.
How many rookie head coaches get to coach the best player in the world?
Exactly.
Yeah.
However, here's where I'm torn. My initial gut instinct was to tell you no when you brought up the vibes, because how did that go for the Raiders and Antonio Pierce? However, football and basketball are very different sports, very different seasons, very different length of it. You can't have intense football guy in there all season long when you're battling through 82 and, you start in the fall and you end up near Memorial Day.
Also, Adelman, I think he knows what the hell he's doing.
I would agree, but I do think, but here's the thing. There is some knowledge that Michael Malone had gained through years of experience that Adelman just doesn't have yet.
You're right.
He's going to be learning some lessons too.
I'd agree.
I just don't want to kick coach because he's not here anymore. I mean, it worked for a very long time. Just sometimes there needs to be a change. But like I told you, one of the first challenges that I think Adelman's going to have to rise to, and I do think that Malone had a little bit of a hand on this, was you cannot let Nikola Jokic get his focus too caught up in the refs and how they're calling the game.
Yep.
To the point where we see some of the stuff we saw late in the playoffs.
That's something he's going to have to be able to handle.
Tell him, let me handle the refs and you play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that was something I think to me was missing a little bit as the Oklahoma City series went on. So, yeah, I don't. It's a great point by you that I don't think about Adelman enough. I'll admit that.
Right.
So this is going to be interesting. Now, again, Adelman, you could go and trade for, unless you're going to go get one of the absolute superstars to pair with Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who you bring in that changes. I mean, there's going to be learning curves for Adelman. He's changing the coaching staff, right? He's going to have a different staff. It's going to be a different drill to everything. He's talked about not playing the same way during the regular season.
There's no such thing as a perfect comp, and I'm sure there's comps on the other side of it. Did the Celtics fall off when Joe Mazzulla took over after the Udoka mess? No, it turned out great for them.
Fair enough.
Mark Jackson gets canned by the Warriors. They give it to Steve
actually
Kerr.
get better.
Kerr had been an executive and a broadcaster. He'd never been a head coach. And boom, look at how that turned out. The Lakers, they did pretty well with J.J. Redick in year one, didn't they?
A lot better than I think a lot of people thought.
Exactly. So, you can step into those roles without and look, you're absolutely right. Adelman's going to have moments along the way where he's going to be learning on the job. I think he already has his own personal teachable moments,
from the playoffs.
Very much so. Starting a quarter without Jamal and Jokic on the floor at the same time in Game 7, taking Jokic off the court at the end of the game when you don't have any timeouts left. Teachable moments. But hey, he's going to have those along the way. But I think that ultimately the biggest thing for Adelman is going to be, do guys like working here again?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also think, again, the challenge with Nikola Jokic is going to be, Jokic burned pretty hot through the playoffs and at the end of the year, almost as if he got the players to rally and not try to let the Michael Malone dismissal be the thing that sunk him.
Mm-hmm.
He can't burn that hot for the entire NBA season.
No.
You know what I mean? Because he mentally was more into this. It wasn't just a physical thing with him. And look, I think he's always mentally into it. But I don't know that in late November you need to see Jokic animated on the sidelines like we saw during some of the timeouts as he explains defense.
Yeah, I think some of that was situational. Like, some of it really was... Wasn't that kind of Jokic giving in a sense, like a tacit endorsement of the move of I'm now going to speak up. I'm going to put my arm around this guy. And because I highly doubt Jokic, while he was hollering at his teammates in those huddles, was just like, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about right now or anything else like that. I think that just helps collective buy-in.
No, I agree.
And hopefully, I think that, to your point, that dynamic is going to shift in October.
I hope so.
When it
should, yeah.
We got a long way to go, and we're going to get there. But another big thing this team is going to have to do, and again, when you talk about how do they add a few more wins to the resume and get a top 2 seed, I don't know if they're going to catch the Thunder, for a 1 seed. But what about not starting 11 and 10?
That would help.
Like losing to the Wizards and crap like that, or as one of the friends of the program texted me, not getting swept by the Wizards. That would help.
Yeah, not losing to the Wizards and the Bulls, not going 0-4 against those two teams, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the baby steps.
Now, look, the Indiana loss was not quite what it appeared to be at the time that it happened, if you remember that.
They were good.
Indiana's, well, even a lot better than they looked at that point in the season. I didn't look at that team go, they're on. I didn't think McConnell would be stealing inbound passes in the finals when we saw him. That dude went off against the Nuggets that night. Do you remember that?
He's fantastic. Absolutely. We got Rockies moves, Andy.
Rockies made some moves, folks.
What do we got? What do you got for us?
All right, I got to pull it up. Let
Okay.
me pull it because we also have the game start, so get ready for that.
Oh yeah, Rockies game's going to start in what is it? 10 minutes?
Yeah, against the Nationals.
Okay, here we go.
Boy, how about that series? Should they win this series?
It's a 4-game set, so they'll probably split.
By the way, I have a question for you.
Probably win 1 of 4.
I've actually got a Rockies question we can debate. How about that?
Okay.
It's not about being all-time bad, although that factors in.
It always
The
does.
Rockies have called up first baseman Michael Tolia from AAA, and you said it's Keaston Hurria has now been DFA'd. He's just goodbye.
Keston Hira.
Keaston? Keston?
They DFA'd him?
He's gone.
Okay.
No unconditional release. They sent him for assignment.
He wasn't very good. Mm-hmm.
Is this one where they're just going to release him if he doesn't get picked up, or does he get a report? I guess he gets to report.
Yeah, he'll get to do that. They did win yesterday. 10-1.
Yeah, while striking out 1,000,000 times. I still don't even understand how they won that game.
They yesterday the Grant Holmes had 15 strikeouts, career high 15 strikeouts for Atlanta, and they still won. Let me tell you how they won. Okay, actually, tell you what. We'll take a break. When we come back, I have a perfect analogy to explain to you how the Rockies won yesterday, despite striking out 15 times against Brave starter Grant Holmes.
Well, and I need an answer to a question.
Okay.
I think a travesty is about to occur, and I don't think we can allow it to happen.
All right. I'm eager to hear what said travesty is. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here. Happy Monday afternoon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy, I told you I have a perfect analogy for what happened in the Rockies game yesterday.
Please explain. Look, not only yesterday, the whole weekend, all they could do was strike out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They struck out 35 times between Saturday and Sunday. That is one shy of the modern era record held by the 1986 Seattle Mariners of all ball clubs for you, Andy. By the way, 2 Seinfeld references on the 86 Mariners. Danny Tartable and Ken Phelps. Baseball people love Ken Phelps bat. Ken Phelps. Danny Tartable, who George Costanza was driving to a telethon and then got flipped off by somebody and then followed them like all the way to New Jersey. And then it turned out the guy had a broken hand and his middle finger was sticking up.
So really that didn't happen.
Uh-huh. So, here's the analogy, okay? So yesterday, Grant Holmes is your starting pitcher.
Yeah.
For Atlanta. He strikes out 15 Rockies. He got to his 10th in the 5th. I mean, he was mowing dudes down, right?
Yes. I thought this was going to be like a 40 strikeout 2-dayer.
Top of the 7th, Ryan McMahon hits a solo home run off of Grant Holmes. Okay? By the way, that snapped a streak of 7 consecutive strikeouts by Ryan McMahon. Ryan McMahon had an interesting weekend. I'll get to that here in a second. But here's the best analogy that I can give you. So I immediately thought back to Little League. Okay? This felt very Little League to me. And I mean it in this way. Holmes gets pulled in the 7th. It's a tight game. It's 2-1 at the time. And then the Rockies just, off De Los Santos and Ruiz, they crush these guys. They end up scoring 10 runs in the ball game. So in my Little League, there was a rule, okay, that you could only pitch 10 innings a week.
Okay.
10 innings a week was the rule. It was like to save arms or whatever for little kids, all right? So there were some teams had like a couple of good pitchers. Most teams only had one, you know? So you get the kid who's already got the mustache at 12, who's like throwing in the 70s, you know, and he's just scaring the hell out of everybody. So that kid, he pitches on Sunday, all right? And he pitches the full 6, and, you know, his team wins big. Then that team has another game on Wednesday night, and the coach runs that kid out there again, and he pitches the first 4 innings, and he mows everybody down, and then he's hit his innings limit, and then in the 5th, your crappy team rallies for like 15 runs off of the little booger flinger that they put in there to replace the kid with the mustache.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, like, that's what happened yesterday. Rockies can barely touch the starter, although McMahon did hit a solo shot off of him. Then they go to the crappy bullpen, and the Rockies just rally and destroy the Braves. And that was how you could win games on a midweek night in Little League. At least that's the way it worked in my Little League.
Well, and it worked out for the Rockies
It did.
in their not so Little League.
Exactly. In a 10-1 victory yesterday, win number 14 on the year on the 15th of June. So, yep, interesting weekend for the Rocks. Again, they get started in Washington here in just a moment.
All right. I feel like, and so Drew brought this up. Drew and Sullivan were talking about this on the broadcast. I believe it was Saturday night.
Okay.
And I don't get too fired up about All-Star games, but this kind of got me going.
All right.
By the numbers, both Hunter Goodman and Jake Bird probably should be All-Stars per their discussion.
Okay.
Bird has been really good coming out of the pen, and Goodman has been really good with the bat. But there is no way.
Jake Bird, by the way, technically the winning pitcher yesterday.
Well, there you go.
Gomber was good yesterday, too. Good
He
to see him back.
was.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. This team cannot have 2 All-Stars. This team, which has threatened the Spiders at points and has led me to learn more about the 1800s era of baseball than I ever knew prior, cannot have 2 All-Stars. This cannot happen. They cannot have 2 All-Stars. I don't care what the numbers say. Simply based on principle, you cannot let them have 2 All-Stars. There is no way this team should have 2 All-Stars when most Rockies teams are lucky to get 1. No way.
Well, here's the good news. Jake Bird has allowed runs in each of his last 2 outings. That I think he had 10 consecutive scoreless outings. That is snapped. The ERA has crept back up over 2. So it's tough for a middle reliever. You got to be like elite if you're going to make an all-star team. I think that Jake Bird is pitching his way out of an all-star berth, but I absolutely agree. You cannot give a team that has 14 wins on June 16th. They don't get 2 all-stars.
They probably should not have one.
Nah,
this
really
is the year you should make an exception, frankly.
Yeah, but every year. I feel like it was always like Dimitri Young would always get like the Tigers all-star berth those years where they were just like winning 50 games every year. It was no matter what, you could always count on Dimitri Young going to the all-star game. I agree with you. Can't do it.
But
can't do it.
Drew brought up a good point.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it could happen is Dave Roberts, manager of the Dodgers, who's seen Jake Bird a couple of times, might want him for the pen.
Yeah, but
now this is the case if Goodman ends up being it.
Yeah. But
Do not forget Dave Roberts, you know, who his very close
That's
friend
a good
is.
point. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that.
Old Pepe Negro himself, Bud Black. Okay? So, there is no planet on which Dave Roberts has given the Rockies 2 All-Stars after they canned his buddy Bud Black. So, you don't got to worry about that. Forgot about Pepe Negro, didn't you?
That makes me laugh.
I didn't. Joe Madden? We heard that from Joe Madden because Madden had both Roberts and Bud Black on his coaching staff with the Angels. He was the one that deemed Bud Black Pepe Negro.
You think he's having a few Negro Modelos
in
his free time?
I hope he's enjoying himself. Yeah. Ryan McMahon's weekend. So he started 3 for 3 on Friday night. He was a triple away from the cycle. Struck out in his 4th at bat. In fact, from then on, after the 3 hits, he would strike out 7 straight ABs, and then he would homer yesterday in the 7th. His weekend was 4 for 13, 2 homers, 4 RBIs, 7 strikeouts in the series. He was either hitting the ball out of the park and driving in runs, or he was striking out.
He was missing it all together. What was going on? Real quick, was there something with the backdrop, that the batter's eye? I mean, how could they? It's like they couldn't see the ball all weekend.
They
stink. I know. That's part of it.
See, the thing is, they suck. So that's what I would use to explain all of the striking out.
Fair enough, but I was just like, good. I realize you guys stink, but this feels
they do have the
another level.
They do have the highest strikeout rate in all of baseball.
What was with the bad outfield grass too? By the way, did you see that yesterday? The brown spots and the. It's a major league field. I can't get some green grass. I know it's hot in Atlanta, but
apparently not. There have been 95 4 strikeout games in the majors this year. The Rockies have 9 of them, which is a major league high. Ryan McMahon has 3 of them, which ties for the major league lead. So there you go. Little Ryan McMahon news for you right there. Chase Dolander, by the way, shaky start on Saturday, came around, pitched okay. And look for the little things with the Rockies. Look for the little things.
Well, Dolander, Gomber, you're starting to get. Although, see, here's now what
Kyle Freeland's on the IL, by the way.
Yeah, it's a stiff back.
Kevin Freeland,
right? Mm-hmm. Stiff back.
Yeah,
something like that. Lower back thing.
Mm-hmm. He's got a weak back.
It's from carrying this thing for so long.
It's been hurting since about a week back.
What? Well, all right. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Got any more old man sayings you want to throw out there?
I'm fine.
They've got to start trading, right? It's trade time. Trade talks are open. You cannot risk another Marquez start, really, can you?
Rafael Devers got traded over the weekend,
what
by
I'm
the way.
saying.
He's now a Giant. How about that? I'm apparently out of town stupid. When I saw that, I was like, what the hell are the Red Sox doing? And then I found out, him and the Red Sox hate each other.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, it was like a Nolan Arenado level disdain for one another, and thus Devers now lands in this division. So the Giants, who are a game back to the Dodgers, they're just like, F it, we're going for it this year.
By the way, how is it every big deal that goes down makes the Luka Doncic deal look even worse?
I know, right?
You know what I mean?
Yes.
4 first-rounders for, who was it?
Desmond Bain.
From Bain?
Yeah.
4 first-rounders.
I like Desmond Bain. He's a good player.
How many first-rounders did the Mavericks get? But they got the number 1 lottery pick. It didn't matter.
Exactly. They're going to have Cooper Flagg.
What?
They got Anthony Davis. It's all going to
good guy deal.
It's all going to go great. Yeah. Orlando. You know what?
I do like when a team is just like, we're going to go for it. There's such a tendency in the NBA to just build and build and build forever. Okay? Honestly, that's what some people thought Sam Presti was doing in Oklahoma City. And then it's just like, well, I built it to the point where I'm loaded with awesome players. So now look at how good my team currently is. But yeah, I like that Orlando was just like, this is our chance. We're taking a swing at it. Meanwhile, the Knicks can't find a coach.
Nobody wants to coach the Knicks. Hey, get this, though. Windhorst today had a new take.
Okay.
Good old Brian Windhorst on Get Up said, oh, they may circle back on some of these coaches. I think you and I did you somebody sent the tweet about how not only did they get a no, they got a bleep no out of some people, other cuss words out of some people when they called. Some GMs apparently just hung up. But in specifics to the case of Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
So apparently the Knicks, remember when, who was it? There was the Florida AD that talked to Mike Shanahan and a couple other coaches, and they all got big fat raises because he was talking to them and flying the private jet around. Well, apparently everyone that the Knicks has asked to talk to, the coaches are now trying to talk extension, including Jason Kidd. And according to Windhorst, if these extension talks don't go well, they may circle back around to Kidd.
So right now, Sham said on Rich Eisen today, teams would just hang up. Some would say no and then hang up. In other situations, there was profanity involved, some literal F no responses coming back at the Knicks. I can't believe the Mavs would give up on Jason Kidd. I can't believe they would allow New York to come in and strong arm him like that.
We don't want to pay people what people want to make, because when that part of the Doncic thing, he thought he was out of shape. He was about to make a ton of money.
Yeah, well, they wanted the world to know we think this guy's fat. Turns out he's actually pretty good. We have the 5 biggest stories.
Wait, is he Bengals fat? T-H-A-T?
Oh, we got to talk about that. We got all kinds of Bengals news.
Yeah, they may all quit now.
Hold on. Are the Bengals becoming the new Kreckman and Lindahl favorite out-of-town team?
Well, it already was, but for all the wrong reasons now.
The Chicago White Sox had it for quite some time, and then the Rockies were like, we'll one-up you or one-down you. I don't know what you would call that. But now it's kind of silly how much we laughed at the White Sox last year on this show. The Cincinnati Bengals might become our new team that we follow far too closely for all the wrong reasons. We've got the latest Bengals news that you have got to hear coming up next. number 3. We got so much football news, you won't know what to do with it. Let's dive in. Mark Springer.
All right, let's do that high five, and we start with news on former Broncos star safety Justin Simmons. According to Joe Person of theathletic.com.
Is that a real guy?
That's not a real name. There's no way.
No, he's on the run from something. But Joe Person reports that the Panthers have been in touch with Simmons' representation about potentially joining the team, but no signing is imminent at this time.
All right, I don't even care about this story. You got to get Joe Person on so we can talk to him. I just need to know Joe Person exists. I don't buy this.
Is there really a Joe Person?
Is it really Joe Person?
Okay.
It's like John Doe and Joe Person are hanging out.
There was a Buddy Guy.
Well, yeah, okay, guys.
Famous blues musician for you right there. And NBA guy Terrence Mann. M-A-N-N, though. There's 2 N's in the man.
But Joe Person?
Joe Person.
I mean, come on.
Joe Person.
Listen, you can be Buddy Guy and play blues and you'll be cool.
Former Pacer Chuck Person.
Yeah, but I saw Chuck.
Played his college ball at
You're
Auburn.
a faceless writer at The Athletic. No offense to Nick Kosmider.
Joe Person is an AI bot. There is no doubt about that.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
On top of it, they're covering the Panthers, a team that most people don't care about.
You know this guy writes his stories? He's a person. His name is Person. That's something an AI bot would come up with all day long.
You just do this, put a person on it. That's me. Stealing jobs.
Yes. The other guy they just hired, his name is Human Being.
Yeah.
All right. So, Justin Simmons in Carolina?
Sure.
Why not?
I'm really surprised it's gone this way for Justin. He's a really good player, but it just shows you how that it's just interesting how teams view safeties, I think. Justin was so good, he got paid top of the market. And are safeties the defensive running back?
Well,
although the Broncos gave all right money to Hufanga.
See, now I got to look up positional spending on SpotTrack because now I'm like, wait a minute, are the Broncos spending more on safeties than any other team in the NFL?
It feels like here's why I think safety and running back could be viewed the same way. And I love safety play. Don't get me, you know how I feel about this. My guy Atwater played it, but I feel like if you've got one of the top 5 backs, you're spending on it. Otherwise, you're just doing what the Broncos are doing. They gave J.K. Dobbins a $2.5 million base deal. He can play his way up to $5 million. I'm not sure he's going to get enough touches for that to actually happen.
They don't actually break it down by
positional
safety.
Spending.
They only do it by secondary on SpotTrack. Okay, I'm gonna try and figure this out though.
I'm telling you, tell me the top 5 paid safeties. Can you even think? It's not quite the glory position it once was. I got to imagine our guy, who is it in Baltimore?
Josh Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
Not former Ranger Josh Hamilton.
You just did an Andy right there.
I really did.
Too long. Yeah, Kyle Hamilton's probably one of the top paid guys because he's a really good safety.
Let's see. On average annual value right now, Kirby Joseph in Detroit, Antoine Winfield in Tampa.
He's a safety?
Okay. Yes, Derwin James, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Budda Baker. Those are your highest paid safeties in the NFL. Wait, is Hamilton still on his rookie deal? He might be.
He must be.
Yeah, he might be.
He'll be a top paid player.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I just don't think that the position used to be one of the glory positions. I'm just not sure it's the same anymore. Because I'm telling you, dude, Justin Simmons is a really good player, but he won't be coming back here. No need to text in. I don't think he and Sean liked each other.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we have an update on Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals. The Bengals have resumed communication with Trey Hendrickson as he seeks a long-term contract extension. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reports. Fowler characterized the conversations as delivering, quote, some optimism regarding the edge rusher's future with the team.
Some optimism is the best they can do right now. I mean, this dude is doing interviews outside, like with national podcasts and whatnot, and he's just like, the hell are these guys doing? He's trashing his own team right now. Shamar Stewart already took off from those guys. Again, communication resumed okay, but it's the Bengals. I don't really take that to mean all that much.
Yeah, what clause are you going to put in his contract he won't like?
Right, exactly. It probably has a lot to do with not paying him enough money. We got to tell people about the acronym in Cincinnati. Spring, do you got this for us here?
Yeah, I sent this to you guys this
Oh, it was
weekend.
brutal. Man.
Yeah,
It's brutal.
I laughed pretty hard
who
when I
used to
saw
do this
it.
for the Broncos was John Fox. Tell everybody what fat means.
This is at the Bengals team facility in their weight room.
Yeah.
On a big wall, painted orange, with a message on it. It reads, "A Bengal is fat." That's PHAT. The acronym is PHAT.
Sure.
Stands for physical, hungry, accountable teammate who will give their all to get the job done.
A Bengal is fat. Now,
physical, hungry, accountable teammate.
Physical, hungry, accountable teammate. Hungry is a key element to being fat. I do find that. The PHAT in the vernacular, the way it was used in 90s hip hop, fat meant like good or cool. Is that what they're trying to harken back to right there? Also, isn't that like slang of yesteryear that nobody knows what the hell you're talking about right now? So most of these players would just look at it and go, what are you trying to tell us right now?
Yeah. I'm telling you.
That was a very Dempsey-ish sound you just made right there.
Yeah, I did, because I'm trying to remember. I think she said it on the air, so I'm going to go ahead and run with it. John Fox did, and I guess we don't have statute of limitations.
Sure.
So I was doing a show with Amy Van Dyke years ago, right after John Fox got here.
Okay.
And I can remember, because John Fox, to a lot of us, was a breath of fresh air after Josh McDaniels.
Sure.
Right? I want to say this was during his first training camp over at the other place. And Tom Ruin had played for John Fox in Carolina, and that's who Amy's married to.
Okay.
So she had told me about John Fox doing this kind of thing where it was, better said is better, or better done's better than better said. And he loved to just splash the facility with painted on great sayings about how to go about your life.
Yeah,
it was like,
yeah.
It was like inspirational posters all over
It's
the
a
place.
very football-y coach kind of thing
Yeah,
to do.
well, Amy let me know. She's like, yeah, Tom and a lot of the veterans just thought it was cheesy as hell and didn't really. After a while, people liked Foxy. They could have done without all your motivational posters everywhere that they walked. And that's what this thing feels like.
It's without a doubt. Like it's very much it's a ball coach kind of move right there.
Changing the culture, man.
Get better every day.
Sure.
Iron sharpens iron.
Right.
All that kind of stuff. Which I think there's a brand of football player. There's a brand of human being that stuff works on. A lot of guys that have been in the league for too long, it's run out. It's completely lost on them, and that's what's tough. You're gonna get a lot of mockery, I would assume, from some spots. And also, doesn't it kind of just come down to is your team any good, and do people like your coach?
Yeah, and again,
I think that's a big one.
You and I know this. Veteran guys don't buy into that all the time. I
No.
do think what Amy had told me that day was, if you got a really young team, maybe that's good, and here's our standard, and I'm going to hold you to it. But
Right.
when you got a team full of veteran guys, and Fox's teams in Carolina were pretty veteran-laden, they'd gone to the Super Bowl one year with Jake Delhomme and I think Julius Peppers and that group of guys. They didn't need all these,
Believe it or not, Andy, I'm not a big motivational
No, I'm
quote
not shocked
guy.
by that at all. I don't think you wake up and look at your motivational calendar. Do they even make those anymore where you
I'm
rip
sure.
the saying off for the day?
I bet there's dozens and probably hundreds of accounts that you could follow that would give you.
You mean
all
I
of
can't
that.
just swing by Barnes and Noble and get my daily affirmation calendar?
You may be able to do that as well. Absolutely, you could get it both via your internet presence, or you could just wake up and tear off a
Don't
page
you always,
every single day.
You know when a friend is going through something when it's nothing but those motivational things as their statuses, especially on Facebook.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Andy, can you give me all four quarterbacks on the Dolphins depth chart?
Okay, I know our guy Zach Wilson's there. I know Tua Tagovailoa is there.
Yeah.
I can't after that.
Okay,
no.
Quinn Ewers and
Is Skylar Thompson still on that
No,
team?
he's a Steeler.
Oh, okay.
Quinn Ewers and Brett Gabbert, the younger brother of Blaine Gabbert.
What?
Does he know Joe Person? That sounds like a made-up name.
Brett Gabbert.
Yeah. The younger brother of Blaine.
There's
There's
another Gabbert?
Yeah. Did he go to Missouri too?
No, he went to Miami of Ohio. I just looked that up.
Ah, a little
Is
Maction.
Is he as tall as Blaine was?
Probably not.
Brett Gabbert. I'm going to look him up.
Okay,
so I saw, and see, now you got to live with this, Spring. See what you did? I saw Blaine Gabbert play against the Buffs there last year in the Big 12.
Sure.
We went to the famous stadium. We had CJ reenact the 1-yard play. That stadium sucks if you're on the broadcast crew, or at least the old one. I don't know if they have a new one.
In Missouri?
To go to the bathroom, you had to exit through the stand. I couldn't go. I found out the hard way. I missed a quarter of football. It wasn't like one of these sit and think about things situations. I just needed to relieve a number one. Just had to go real quick. And I had to go outside the premises and find a VIP porta potty to go. And then I had to go through the entire doctor's physical you go through to get back to the field. And Johnson was like, don't leave again. And I was doing the Slim Jennings thing, which basically, you basically urinated your weight off.
Spoiler alert.
God, I hated that stadium so much.
Quick update on Brett Gabbert.
Yeah?
5'11".
Whoa.
He doesn't look like his brother at all.
No, he does not.
He's got a big old beard.
Blaine was 6'4", 6'5".
Are we sure there's...
Brett's at 5'11", 200 pounds.
Did Papa marry a different lady?
According to his pre-draft measurables.
Are they stepbrothers?
I think it suggests why he played in the MAC.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
anyway, the point of the story there.
Yeah. So, I mean, unless Tua's making it through all 17 games this season, Zach Wilson's playing. Zach Wilson talking about how he would evaluate his play in Dolphins practice so far.
Yeah, it's different here for sure, and for a good reason. I think Mike and then Coach Bev and Coach Bobby Slowick do a great job of teaching the anticipation and not being results based, right? It's like when I first got here, it's like trying to find completions, trying to do how I normally play ball. But here it's like, no, we throw into space with time and anticipation. And so I think truly trusting what they're asking the quarterback position to do, you see Tua do it all the time, is you almost need to kind of drop what happens on a play. You need to just say to yourself, okay, I'm going to throw this ball with absolute conviction. I don't care what happens. I'm going to trust they're going to be where they need to be, and I'll learn from the mistakes. And as I get used to it, that's almost been more important for me the last couple of days than I would say maybe just sitting out there trying to get completions, because sometimes it's fake plays.
I'm legitimately rooting for Zach Wilson. I don't think he's going to overtake Tua and become the starter in Miami or anything like that. I just think it'd be nice if Zach Wilson could get better, have a functional NFL career, make some money, and have a good experience after having to play for the Jets as a number 2 overall pick and just watching them absolutely waste any opportunity that dude had at development. I legitimately hope that for Zach Wilson. I think he was a good Bronco last year. I think he was liked by the people inside the building. I thought it was cool that Sean Payton was viewed him as a worthwhile reclamation project, and I hope it kind of keeps working out for him.
Yeah, I still think he's very intriguing as a prospect, because we found out what a mess Jets quarterbacks tend to be when you look at the Sam Darnold route. Now, I'm not guaranteeing he goes the same way, but the guy had an electric arm. All the throws were easy for him.
Yeah.
I still would have been fascinated that he hung out for here another year and learned a little bit more from Sean Payton, what that could look like too. But we'll see now. Look, he got to Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel seems to be great with QBs.
Right.
He's actually gone through a couple of guys that, and I was told that Sean Payton liked Wilson.
He took McDaniel took a guy in Tua that was ruined.
Yeah. Same like Wilson.
And has turned him into a good NFL quarterback. I hope that, yes, exactly to that point, it seems like that's a really good setting for Zach Wilson to be in right there. Getting drafted by the Jets sucks.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure out of that yet.
Yeah, I don't know if we are quite yet. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're rolling with you here on a Monday afternoon. Were the Nuggets right to move on and not go into the second apron for KCP after Caldwell Pope got traded this weekend? We'll discuss that coming up next. KCP got traded over the weekend. Orlando gets Desmond Bane. Memphis gets Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-rounders, and a pick swap. Don't forget that pick swap in there. Orlando's going for it. Memphis is rebooting a little bit under a new head coach.
Okay, real quick, because I do want to get into the KCP discussion again. But that seems to be the debate, right? Apparently, who's there? Jalen, who's their superstar? Ja Morant. They haven't decided whether
Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson, thank you. Jaren Jackson is not going to be traded, is apparently what Memphis is telling everybody.
Yep.
But Ja Morant could be. And you know what's funny is I think of Ja Morant, and of course we just think of all the nonsense that's gone on around him in the last 3 years of starting with the gun stuff down at the Glendale Ballet. But man, when you watch the highlights, it's just like, oh, that's a fun player. If he could ever just mature, that is a fun player right there
He's
when
special.
he's just on the court and playing.
Oh, he's special. Yeah.
Could you imagine him with Joker? That could be a little bit fun.
I'd enjoy that.
Assuming we can mature and quit with the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we can bring him to this city. Is problematic.
Well, I mean, maybe you just
keep him out of Glendale.
Yeah, maybe there's a
stay out of the southeast corner of town.
You restrict neighborhoods you're allowed. There's only so much of Cherry Creek you're allowed to be in.
Sorry, guy.
Yeah. When you hit Colorado Boulevard, no.
You can get a burger at the Cricket outside of that. Stay out of town.
You can go as far as University.
Stay out of Malibu, Lebowski. All right, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He gets moved 1 year after being with the Orlando Magic. It was not a banner year for KCP this season in Orlando. He only shot 34% from three. Like his numbers were down across the board. The KCP thing with the Nuggets, a year after it, Andy, were they right to say, no second apron, we're moving on from KCP, we're letting him walk, we're going to keep the payroll in a flexible spot and give ourselves the opportunity, should one arise, to make a move, even though we swear up and down we're not going to make a trade with one of our core four? Did I lead the witness?
No, well, no.
Did I phrase the topic?
You already led the witness when we talked about this last hour, okay? Because I hadn't even considered it. I feel like KCP, yes, would have been a fit here anyway, okay? Losing KCP and Bruce Brown to go along with Christian Brown and maybe, and Peyton Watson, and who knows what Deron Holmes, how it all could have looked. That's 10 guys maybe you had have finally been willing to play. And again, I'm just going to hold out the positive side of Deron Holmes till you see what happens.
Sure.
But here's the big thing. Here's the big reason. At the time, I didn't think it was a mistake because I did not want to get slapped with the you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't sign a buyout guy, because we dealt with all that the year before. But to your point, there's two reasons why you made the mistake letting him go. A, you didn't do anything with the money. You didn't get any flexibility. You didn't get any players that added to the flexibility or whatever. And B, the biggest point you brought up, had you paid him the $20 million, then you would have that desirable salary on a trade that you don't have right now.
Yep. You don't have a movable contract.
Because when we talked about it last week with Ryan Blackburn, what was going on with Russell Westbrook and some of their options, like Gary Trent Jr.'s out there, and that's a pretty good mid-level exception option, I guess. Although if you go get Bruce Brown, that'll be out the door. But the reality is when you're dealing with what's roughly $6 million, that player isn't nearly as attractive, obviously, as $20 million. Now, $20 million sounds like an awful lot, but when you consider it's the KCP Bruce Brown kind of area, you don't even have $20 million to trade for a KCP Bruce Brown type player.
No. It's a nice contract to be able to move. It really is. One other element to this, I brought this up, I feel like a year ago, probably right around the time we were having the same conversation, but something else happened here, okay? So the Nuggets are trying to stay out of the second apron, again, trying to keep the payroll flexible at a spot to be able to make some moves, okay? Christian Brown this year went from 7 points a game to 15 points a game. Christian Brown is going to be more expensive now. That's just
$30 million.
That's another part of this, okay? Like, I'm not saying that that's right, but if KCP is here, Christian Brown stays in a reserve role, and his numbers aren't as good, and he's not as expensive to re-sign. And now, because he started for a full year, on this team. Now you'll have to spend a little bit more on Christian Braun when it comes time to re-sign him. Again, that's not a perfect, but it's something to think about. Like Christian Braun now gets I'm not going to call it an inflated value because I think he's worth it, but he does get an increased value simply because of role and minutes that he had last year. I mean, he played 34 minutes a game last year. KCP had a really bad season in Orlando. The Magic, Andy, this past season finished 27th in a 41-41 year in offensive rating. So they were not a good offensive team. KCP had a bad year trying to find his way on a bad offensive team. KCP is not the kind of guy to go and get his own buckets. KCP is the kind of guy that at his very best has been a floor spacer and a guy that could be a big-time knockdown shooter when he played with the likes of, LeBron James and Nikola Jokic, right? He was pretty good with those guys, I would say. Orlando has Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. They have nice players, but none of those guys are Nikola Jokic or LeBron James. If KCP would have been in a Nuggets uniform last year, you know what he would have looked like? KCP. He would have looked like the good version of himself. Now he goes off to Memphis. I don't think KCP forgot how to play basketball in 1 year. I think he had a down season on a weird team, and now he's going to be very good again because that's just what good professional basketball players like him do.
Yeah, I would say this as long as they just ask for moments from him because that's what he had going here. That's why I say he and Bruce Brown both, they had the defined roles and they needed them to play those roles in moments, not be the start to finish stud, not be the starter that raised all boats or anything. KCP was the guy that, let's talk about it, the non-Nikola minutes. Can you get in there? Can you hit a couple threes? Can you get a good defensive stop? Can we put you – could KCP have broke up some of the SGA magic or done something maybe – I don't know, pick whoever else, Jay Williams, whatever it is.
It's kind of fun to think of what the Thunder series would have looked like if KCP would have been out there.
If he's still there to help you finish the game, maybe get some stops.
Yeah.
Remember those 2 games? I remember them.
Mm-hmm.
Games 4 and 5 where you had leads that you couldn't hold on to.
I've watched –
How much does he change that?
I've watched Nembhard give SGA – rough moments, okay? You're never going to shut down a scorer like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander completely, but I've seen him give him rough moments in this series, particularly hearkening back to Game 3 when Indiana got that win back on their home floor. I would have liked to have seen what KCP would have looked like in that series. It's, again, like, I understand why the Nuggets did what they did, but then when they didn't make a move at the deadline, and maybe they just flat out couldn't make a move at the deadline, okay? Probably nobody really wanted Zeke Naji. I still think to this day nobody really wants Zeke Naji. Maybe Zeke Naji would be a good NBA player elsewhere, and it's just never going to work for him here in Denver. But I like a deeper rotation of fully functional NBA players a hell of a lot more than what we ended up with last year with the Nuggets. That said, and this harkens back to our discussion from earlier in the show, I think there's a couple of young guys on this team that can get better. They can give you better depth. I don't think this thing is cooked. I don't think it totally sucks. I think it is a flawed roster. I don't think it's perfect. But you know what? You push the Thunder to 7. You were a hell of a lot more interesting than anybody else was in the Western Conference going up against those guys. So let's see what this looks like with a new head coach and some internal improvement next year.
Yeah, you're right. The new head coach thing, though, is still another thing that sits in the back of my head. Wondering.
Here's the other part of it, Andy. I don't know if anybody wants Michael Porter.
Okay.
I don't know if they do. Desmond Bane, really, look at the numbers. Desmond Bane is not that different of a player from Michael Porter, okay? Would Orlando have been dying to get MPJ? I don't know. But they got Desmond Bane.
See, the thing about it is where it's going to get tough. What I don't like about it is all the trade proposals I keep seeing. You're taking on a bad contract that lasts longer than MPJ's.
Right.
MPJ's got 2 years left on the deal. If you're going to take back something that has 4-5 years at the same number for a player that's just as disappointing, or even let's say it's half the number, but still disappointing, this team needs to utilize every dollar that it can. But I would ask you again, okay, so what about next year? When that thing gets down to 1 more year, do you get a few more takers? When he's got 1 year left on his deal, or let's say we get to the trade deadline, do you think there's some more takers possibly for MPJ?
Probably. Yeah, that's the point where it becomes, an expiring contract becomes that much more valuable. when you get that far into it. So
Because
yes.
here's the hard part. I don't want to think about taking 2 more years before you change up what's around Jokic.
Yeah.
That's the problem with all this.
Andy, I got a fun story out of the College World Series. Arkansas's Gage Wood, good name, by the way. Gage Wood pitched the third no-hitter in College World Series history today, first in 65 years, striking out a record 19 and never letting Murray State, speaking of John Morant, come close to getting a hit in the Razorbacks' 3-0 victory. Gage Wood, no-hitter, set the men's College World Series record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game, again, striking out 19 today. He did lose a perfect game in the 8th when a 2-2 breaking ball hit Dom Decker in his back foot, hit the guy on the foot, and lost the perfecto.
Here's the thing that bothered me about it a little bit.
Okay.
Now, look, good job. Good job. You got to get on base. You got to get on base. It was a tight game, all that stuff. Man, was that batter crowding the plate, dude. I watched the replay. He is all up on that plate. So Gage is a right-handed thrower,
Yeah.
and this was a left-handed batter, and the ball just went a little too far to catch the back foot. But if he wasn't right on the line of the batter's box, that thing doesn't hit him.
Hey, man, sometimes wearing one's a skill.
No, I know.
Ask Don Baylor.
I know.
Ask
You gotta
Anthony
control
Rizzo.
it. It's a perfect game. It's not meant to be easy. I just think it was so close. It sucks. That's how he lost it.
Close ball game, you got to get on base any way you can.
Yeah.
If you're Murray State and you're in the College World Series.
You're not handing anything out.
Nope. You got to get on base. No matter. Hey, yesterday, Grant Holmes had 15 strikeouts through 7 innings against the Rockies. They still won the ball game.
Yeah.
Okay. Just because the guy's a dominant starter, that is a rough way to lose one, too. Gage said after the game, too, he was like, as soon as I let that thing go, I knew I blew it. He blew the perfecto that way. Hit another dude in the 9th, by the way.
Makes it a little better.
Couple of HBPs today by Gage Wood, but he did strike out 19 on the way to a no-hitter in the College World Series. That's pretty sick, man. Also, I did see he was still throwing 96 in the 9th.
And no chance this guy's a Rocky, right?
Is Gage Wood going to make it to the number 10 selection? Isn't that the highest pick they can have, number 10, I believe?
Well, so help me out, Mark. Is that this year or next year?
That's this year.
That's
Well,
this
for
year.
next year's draft, but yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are they this year? Don't we have the draft coming up? What's going on? Did they move that? Should we be in MLB draft time?
MLB draft order 2025. Let's see where the Rockies are going to select this year. The Rocks have the number 4 overall selection.
So next year,
number 4 overall
Well,
pick.
maybe
Next year, they can't get higher than 10. You're right about that.
is our guy Gage going into the draft
The White
this year?
Sox are in that situation. The White Sox are at number 10 this year. Maybe they can draft Gage. Every pitcher in baseball is like, please don't let Colorado take me. Please don't let Colorado take me.
Yeah.
Although it's working out for Chase Dolander. He pitched well the other day. He had a rough start, but he got out. He only gave up 1 run in the first inning, so it worked out a little bit for him. Hey, he's a Rocky for now. Yes.
For now.
Chase Dolander. By the way, what is the score of the Rockies game right now? Are they?
I'd have to look. I turned my.
Oh, they lead 2-0 right now, middle of the 4th. They're in Washington. Way to go, Rocks. See?
Hunter Goodman, 2-run bomb.
Hell yeah, Hunter Goodman, future All-Star Hunter Goodman, by the way. 2-run bomb back in the first. So there you go. Rocks they're looking good. Absolutely. Do you miss the Montreal Expos more than any other former team in sports right now?
Why would I miss them?
Because they played in a weird stadium.
I like the unis. I'll give you the unis.
They played Major League Baseball in a French-speaking province, which I think is kind of funny. They had the old Olympic Stadium was basically made of concrete, sweet uniform. The 94 Expos were well on their way to going to the World Series before the strike ruined all of it. So many great play. Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson.
They're essentially
Vlad
they're the
Guerrero.
Nationals, right?
Yeah, they are the Nationals. That's exactly who they are.
See, to me, if we're going to play this game, I'd almost rather the Raiders go back to Oakland.
Go back, okay.
Get them out of Vegas, go
Sure.
back to Oakland.
But they're
in your
still the Raiders.
crummy housing.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's not.
Like the Hartford Whalers. I miss
You
the
missed the
Hartford
Whalers because you need the song.
They had Brass Bonanza. They had a sick logo, all-timer of a logo. Great uniform. Joel Quenneville played there.
What about the Houston Oilers?
Didn't Bobby Orr play there when he was like 50
Probably.
or whatever?
Do you miss the Atlanta Thrashers ever?
Who are they? Are they the Jets now?
I think they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're the
you ever need the Thrashers?
Currently the Winnipeg
Has
Jets.
Phoenix noticed that Utah went to Utah?
I believe the Atlanta Thrashers, their first season, Scott Farrell, who we've had on the show before, was their play-by-play
Sounds
voice.
about right, yeah.
The guy that talks like this.
Yeah, he's got the rough voice.
Yeah.
It's like trying to sing AC/DC to
I think he got
do the impression.
I think he got fired after 1 year for being way too honest on the
Probably,
broadcast
yeah,
about how
that
much the
sounds
team
about right.
sucked.
Well, he had a pretty honest talk show. I don't know what you thought you were getting.
Right, exactly. Farrell's awesome, actually. That's pretty funny. These are, I miss the Seattle Supersonics. They're in the NBA Finals right now.
Yeah, how bad does Seattle not want them to win?
Oh my God, they probably hate those guys like you wouldn't believe. I do miss the Seattle Supersonics. Again, great uniforms. Another classic team that I miss badly. I believe, by the way, today, it was like 29 years ago today, the Bulls knocked off George Karl's Sonics in Game 6 to win the NBA championship.
Do you miss the Oakland A's?
The West Sacramento A's.
Soon to go to Vegas, too?
No, they're still there. I read a great story about Zach Wheeler. And it was about, I think he was pitching at the minor league park in Sacramento, and he got super pissed off about the mound, and I guess they had to get a bullpen guy ready, get him up and get him ready. So, like, the manager sent Bryce Harper out to talk to him in the middle of the inning, and Wheeler cussed him out and told him to go back to first base.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they sent Real Muto and Harper out to talk to him, and to both these guys, he was like, "Get the F out of here. I hate this effing mound." Like, he's so intense out on the mound. That was a very funny story.
Boy, now you got me thinking of old teams.
There you go.
Teams that you miss.
Get in the hunt. Some old teams that don't exist anymore, that are still out there, just in new locales. Every time I see the Washington Nationals, I'm like, you would just be better if you were the Montreal Expos.
You miss the Minnesota North Stars?
I do.
Would that help you with your problem with the Dallas
Without a
Stars?
doubt.
Because of the North? All you need is the North in there?
If you put North in there, it makes sense.
Changes it all.
Yes, you can be a North Stars star.
Right.
But if you're a star, I don't like that. Yes.
No, it really irritates
grinds
you.
my gears. I don't care for the Dallas Stars in many ways, but that's one of the biggest ones is that I hate their team name.
Really bakes your biscuits.
It really does. If they would have changed the name to South Stars, that at least would have been a little bit creative. Anyway, remember some teams. I do miss the Oilers uniforms.
Yeah, the Oilers uniforms are awesome.
Those baby blues.
Well, you know
Warren
what?
Moon.
This is just setting up a uniform segment next segment.
You got one?
Well, yeah. Did you not see the All-Star jerseys? And then the Rapids are doing a thing?
Oh, I got to talk about the new Orlando Magic uniforms, too, that Desmond Bane's going to be wearing. All right, we'll talk uniforms coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, getting the let out here on a Monday afternoon. Hope you're all doing very well. Rockies, by the way, 2-0 lead right now as they are currently in the 4th inning, I believe, there in Washington. So way to go, Rocks. Currently leading in that ball game. Won yesterday. Chance to stack some wins, Andy. They could get win number 15 on the year today.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed because it looks like they're going to get to 20 wins before they get to 100 losses. Remember, they were at 9 wins and 50 losses.
Yes.
So then I had asked you, do they get to 20 before 100? And it looks like that, in fact, will take place.
That, let's not count the old chickens first.
Where are they at, 14?
14 and 57. It's not a very good
Do they get
record.
to 20 before 75?
Yeah. Oof. They do have the White Sox 4th of July weekend. They could sweep that series.
Well, and they should do some damage against Washington, right? Am I missing it? The Nationals still struggle, don't they?
The Nationals are not very good. Although they have more than twice as many wins as the Rockies, even though they're not good. It's kind of funny like that.
You know what? Again, the Rockies could have stole a couple early that would have helped this situation, but they just didn't. That's part of the problem here. Rockies are still up 2-0 on the Nationals, although the Nationals have 1 out and 2 on.
All right,
So,
we'll keep an eye
4.
on that one. Andy, have you seen the new Orlando Magic uniforms?
Yeah, I feel like if I didn't know any better, and you seem to be more dialed in than I am, that looks to me like the old Shaquille O'Neal, Anthony Hardaway Day uni. You said it's not.
That's very much what it is. It's not exactly it. It's a new twist on an old fave. Is what I would call that. It's taking the best era of uniforms that the Magic ever had. They updated the logo a little bit. Some of the color schemes are a little bit different, but it's basically the classic blue, white, and black of the Orlando Magic. The Magic are essentially going back to their classic uniforms, and that's what Desmond Bane is going to be rocking now as a member of the Orlando Magic. I think it's a great uniform. I like when teams do this, when they basically take the classic but don't just make a throwback, sort of recreate it a little bit. The closest example I can think of this locally that to me was an absolute home run was when the Broncos put the D logo on the navy blue helmet. So it was the modern color scheme with the old logo. I thought it was absolutely perfect. That's kind of, the Magic are doing something a little bit similar to that with their new uniforms, white with pinstripes, blue with pinstripes, and then there's a black pinstripe, but it's kind of blue at the very top of the uniform. It's a good-looking basketball uniform. I think it's classic. It's exactly what they needed to do. I like when teams do it this way.
Yeah, it's fun. I thought you got me thinking about this too, because Spring sent over an interesting tweet earlier. He sent us the All-Star Game jerseys for baseball.
Oh, those are bad. Those are always bad.
Have you ever, and at 303-504-0925, I'm really curious. It just simply, and I'll try to pull it up for both Twitch and YouTube here. Subscribe to both for us, but I'll show each in succession. I've never, ever wanted to buy an All-Star Game jersey. You know what I mean? I don't care, Pro Bowl or otherwise. Hopefully they could see that. It just has a big NL on it and an AL on it. Where is this game? Texas this year? Is that what it is?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't even know either.
Don't know.
But yeah, it's
not at Coors Field. I never know where an All-Star game is.
I really liked, you and I have talked about this before, whether it was basketball or baseball, I loved it when they just wore their team's uniform.
Yep. Agreed.
I just thought it was fun.
Yep.
They're going back to that, actually.
Good.
Even though they're making these jerseys.
Listen, not soon enough.
Yeah.
Is that this year?
Yes.
So
then what do we got these jerseys for?
To make money.
So somebody buys them?
Why would you buy an All-Star Game jersey?
If they didn't even wear it in the All-Star Game on top of that.
Right. I might get coaxed into an Olympic jersey.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Whether it's basketball or hockey, you might talk me into that.
I got a Jokic Serbia.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I'm not, are you going to get a Gabe Sweden? You know, he's playing for Team Sweden again.
I saw that. Yeah. He's signed up for Sweden for the 2026 Olympics. McKyer and McKinnon are going to play for Team Canada. Natchez is going to play for Czechia. It'll always be the Czech Republic to me. Was there anyone else, or did I get the whole list of Olympic avalanche?
I felt like there were 6, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of
There
Canadians.
probably
Taze is probably there. Makar is probably there.
Okay.
Those guys are playing for Canada, right?
McKinnon and Makar, yes.
Yeah.
Have been selected.
What about Taze, though?
Not as far as I know.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay. He was on the Four Nations team, though.
That's true.
For Team Canada. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know.
I'm just telling you, I'm not buying your All-Star Game jersey, so don't try to sell it to me. The only one that I actually would have thought, you know what I did like once upon a time was the old Pro Bowl jerseys from Hawaii when they were just simply red and white and blue and white for the 2 conference colors.
Sure.
That was it.
Sure.
But even then, I would not buy one of those.
Okay. No All-Star Game jerseys. You're drawing a line in the sand.
Why?
What about the new Magic jerseys? Do you like these? These new Magic uniforms?
I think it'll be a good aesthetic look. Yes, I like them. I'm not buying one, but yes, I like them.
You're not getting a Desmond Bain? No Franz Wagner's for you?
No. See, I'm trying to think. If you were to go, we've talked about this in the past. If I were to buy like random sports team jerseys that I don't have a strong attachment to, I always thought the Cardinals baby blue ones were pretty cool.
Any baby blue baseball uniform is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're all. I think the Phillies baby blue is the best uniform in baseball. The Cardinals one, as much as I hate the Cardinals, I like that uniform. Honestly, the St. Louis Cardinals have a good baseball uniform. I can admit that.
I like a lot of the Boston Celtic gear, but I hate the team.
Sure. Yeah, no, after Bill Walton passed, do you remember the Celtics wore a Bill Walton like tribute shirt with like Walton and tie-dye on black, and those were sick, right? So I went to the Celtics website and I was like, I want to get one of those. I was a huge Bill Walton fan. The problem is the ones that they recreated and sold had a Celtics logo on it. I was like, I can't do that. I can't rock a Celtics logo.
Yeah, see,
I can't do that. You know what I did recently go shopping for? And I think I told you this, because Miko was on the Carolina Hurricanes for a while, and sometimes they wear Hartford Whalers throwbacks. I was like, ooh, maybe I can find a Hartford Whalers Mikko Rantanen jersey. I'm a big jersey guy. I just don't need to invest $180 in a shirt or whatever, but I could not find one. I was very disappointed in that. I would have made that purchase should I have been able to find it, because even though he was traded and I know he didn't sign here, I still love Mikko Rantanen and I love Hartford Whalers gear.
I love Rantanen still too. I would say football teams, both the Lions and the Dolphins, 2 teams I don't give a darn about, but I like the old gear.
Yeah.
Love the Dolphins jersey. Always like the Dolphins logo.
The Lions' new uniforms,
they're really cool.
They're good. That's a good sports uniform.
By the way, folks, it happened. Now, it happened out of season, but I know there's some that get nervous because of my ability to jinx people.
Okay.
Son's birthday was in May.
Mm-hmm.
I bought him the Bo Nix jersey.
That's big.
So now it's his. No, but here's the thing. The jerseys I buy, I tend to hex people. Cale Makar is the only one that's lived through it and seen the other side.
That's true.
But it's not my jersey. It's my kid's jersey. So does that count? I made the purchase, but he's the one wearing it.
Do you still have your Russell Wilson jersey?
Oh, I do. You want me to bring it in here to match the one that's already on the wall? I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Who's 3? Do we even have a 3 on the team?
Is Lutzy number 3?
I think you're right.
Okay.
It's a good kicker number.
It's a great kicker number. Wasn't a good quarterback number in these parts. Nats pushed 1 across in the bottom of the 4th, 2-1. Rockies leading Washington as we head to the 5th in our nation's capital. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to being able to talk with you then. We get the odd couple coming up next.
Yeah, there's no hockey till tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
That's weird.
No hockey till tomorrow. Thunder Pacers tonight. Andy, who you got?
I got the Thunder. I feel like I keep waiting for the Thunder to blow them out, and now I'm losing that expectation.
Happened in Game 2. We'll see if they can do it back in Game 5. I think we get another tight one tonight, but I think OKC is going to pull it out. A little home cooking on their own floor. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.